Chapter 1. The hunters were close enough that Shen Yao could hear their boots on the gravel. He did not look back. Looking back was information he couldn't use, and information he couldn't use was weight. He kept his eyes forward, across the flat gray expanse of the Ashwood Plains, toward the thing that had no name on any map he'd ever read. Only a description, whispered in taverns and written in the margins of sect histories. The Emperor's burial ground. Sealed. Forbidden. Everyone who enters dies. He was running toward it because the alternative was dying here. His chest burned. Not from exertion, from the scar tissue where his chi root used to be. 6 months since the Hollow Canopy sect had destroyed it, publicly, in front of 300 disciples, while Elderfin read the charges. Theft of a sect artifact, conspiracy against the Brotherhood, conduct unbecoming. He had not stolen anything. He had found something. There was a difference, and the difference had cost him everything. He ran. The plains were empty. That was why they'd chosen this route. The hunters expected him to run toward the forest, toward cover, toward civilization. They did not expect him to run toward a place that killed everyone who entered it. He was counting footsteps behind him. For sets. Maybe 5. At least 1 spirit condenser. He could feel the chi pressure even without a cultivation base to measure it properly. His destroyed root gave him nothing in the way of power. What it left him was sensitivity. Wreckage sometimes had good acoustics. The outer gate appeared out of the gray light like a bad decision made permanent in stone. It was larger than he expected. Black stone, unmarked, set into a low ridge of earth that ringed the burial ground's perimeter. The gate itself stood 12 feet high, sealed with a mechanism he couldn't see clearly from this distance. Carvings ran up both pillars, not decorative. Instructional. He filed this for later. He filed everything for later. That was the habit. Keep moving, keep cataloging. He hit the gate at a run. His hands found the surface. Cold. Colder than stone should be at this hour. Behind him, the boots stopped. He turned then, because now the information was useful. For hunters at the edge of the gravel, 30 meters back, all of them had stopped. 2 had their hands out in front of them, palms forward, in the universal cultivator's gesture for I am not going further. The spirit condenser, a woman with a silver-banded bracelet, was staring at him with an expression he couldn't quite parse. Contempt. Yes, but something under it. He turned back to the gate and pushed. It opened. Not with a sound. Not with a mechanism he could see. It simply opened, and the air on the other side moved against his face like breath from something that had been holding it for a very long time. He stepped through. The gate closed behind him. He stood in the outer courtyard of the Emperor's burial ground and listened to the hunters decide, one by one, to go back to wherever they'd come from. He gave himself 30 seconds. Then he found the nearest wall, put his back against it, and slid down to sitting. His legs had stopped working by agreement with the rest of him. He was alive. For now, that was enough. He would need it to mean something more by morning. He looked at his hands, still bleeding from the climb over the ridge. He pressed them against his legs and thought, 1. I need water. 2. I need cover. 3. I need to understand where I am before whoever sent those hunters reports back. He began to catalog the courtyard. Stone everywhere. The same black stone as the gate, cut into regular paving blocks, but shifted over centuries into something irregular. Structures to his left, low, roofless, probably storage once. To his right, a longer building, walls intact, roof partially collapsed. Ahead, another gate, smaller, set into a second inner wall. That wall ran around the true burial ground interior. The outer courtyard was just the antechamber. The air tasted of iron and something older than iron. He noted that, too. He was going to survive this. He didn't know how yet, but the habit of cataloging had kept him alive through 6 months of being hunted through 3 provinces with no cultivation base. It would keep him alive here. He found a sheltered overhang near the eastern wall, a section of the collapsed storage building that still held its roof over one corner. He crawled in, arranged himself so he could see the outer gate and the inner gate simultaneously, and shut his eyes. He did not sleep. He made plans. If you're already here, then you already understand what kind of story this is. Before we go further, subscribe to this channel and hit the bell so you never miss an upload. And if you like what you hear in the next few minutes, leave a like. It helps more than you know. Now, Shen Yao, alone in a dead emperor's tomb, with hunters at the gate and nothing but his wits and a broken cultivation base. Let's continue. Chapter 2. He woke with both eyes open, which meant he had slept at least a little. The outer gate was still closed. Morning light came through the collapsed sections of the storage building in long cold bars. He was colder than he expected and stiff, and his hands had crusted over where they'd bled. He did not move for 2 minutes. Listening. Nothing from outside. Nothing from inside. Just the tone of the tomb itself. A low, constant vibration that sat right at the edge of hearing. He had noticed it when he entered. He noticed it more now that it had been 3 hours. He stood up carefully and began moving. The outer courtyard was larger than it looked in the dark. 40 meters across, maybe 60 meters long. The paving was uneven. Roots had pushed through in places, though no trees grew here. Whatever had pushed the stone up was not botanical. He noted this. The inner gate was sealed differently from the outer one. The outer gate had no visible mechanism. This one had a visible mechanism, but it had been welded shut from the outside. No, not welded. The metal around the locking bar had been fused, melted and reset. Someone had sealed this from outside deliberately, or something had sealed it from inside. He walked the perimeter of the courtyard, running one hand along the inner wall. Cold everywhere. Uniformly cold, even where morning sun hit the stone directly. He found the inscriptions on the third pass. They were on the north wall, at chest height, running for about 4 meters. The characters were formal, the kind of formal you only saw in Imperial-era documents or sect archives. He could read about 60% of them. The rest was either archaic variant forms or deliberately obscured. He read what he could. The meaning was incomplete, but the shape was clear. This was a record, not a warning, not a threat. A record of what the tomb contained, and what had been done to seal it, and why. He kept reading. He was so focused that he nearly stepped on the skeleton. It was in the far corner of the northern wall, seated, deliberately seated, back against the stone, legs extended. The robes were rotted to threads, but the insignia on the chest piece had survived. Brass, with a distinctive pattern of overlapping canopy leaves. He crouched. He looked at it for a long time. Hollow canopy sect. The robe style was old, 40 years, maybe 50. This man had died here during the era when the current sect master's predecessor ran things. He had been sitting against the wall rather than collapsed on the ground, which meant he'd had time to choose his position. He had not been killed by the tomb's perimeter defenses. He had died of something internal, or of time. Shen Yao stood up and said, aloud, to no one, "Note that the sect that framed me has been sending people here long enough that their dead are already part of the furniture." He was not surprised. He was adjusting. He went back to his corner and sat down. He needed water more urgently now. He needed to find out if there was a water source inside the perimeter or if he would need to find another way. He was making a systematic list of what he needed and what he had when a voice called from outside the outer gate. "Hello? Is someone in there?" He went still. "I saw someone go through the gate last night. I'm a physician. I'm not armed. If you're injured, I can help." He did not answer yet. He went to the gate and looked through a crack between the stones. A woman, young, mid-20s, medicine kit, standing 4 meters back from the gate with her hands visible and slightly raised, the way you held your hands when you wanted someone with a knife to know you weren't holding one. He noted, no cultivation signature that he could feel, which meant either she was unawakened or she was deliberately suppressing. The medicine kit was real. He could see the brass clasps of a proper field kit, not a single bag fraud setup. Her clothes were road-worn, clean where cleanliness mattered. Someone who traveled and knew how to do it. She had something at her throat, a pendant, small, that she touched without seeming to notice she was doing it. He cataloged all of this. Then he opened the outer gate, just enough, and looked at her. She looked back. She did not step away. "You're bleeding," she said. "From my hands," he said. "Old. Still needs cleaning. There's bacteria in this kind of soil that your body will not thank you for meeting." She tilted her head. "I'm not going to ask why you're in there. Do you want help or not?" He considered. The pendant was still. She had not touched it since he opened the gate. "Come in," he said. Slowly. "Stay near the gate." She came in. Her name was Lian Shuang. She did not volunteer it immediately. He asked, after she had cleaned and dressed both hands with a thoroughness that suggested professional habit rather than personal concern. She worked without talking, which he found either professional or tactical. He could not yet determine which. "Why aren't you afraid?" he asked. "Of the tomb." She shrugged, cutting a length of cloth. "My teacher said fear of dead things is a waste of time." She was right about most things. "Everyone who enters dies," he said. "That is what people say." "You entered," she said. "You're here." He had no counter for this. She finished the dressing on his second hand and sat back. She had not asked his name, which he noted as significant. She had not asked why he was being hunted, which he noted as more significant. "I'll be in the outer courtyard through tonight," he said. "You should leave before dark." "Why?" He looked at her. "Because I don't know what happens at dark." That seems like sufficient reason. She considered this. "I'll stay by the gate," she said, "in case you need something else treated." She opened her medicine kit and began reorganizing it. Efficient hands. Decisive movements. He went back to his wall and continued cataloging. He noted, without deciding what to do with the information, that the pendant at her throat was a style he recognized. He had seen it once, in a sect supply manifest, listed under the category of communication talismans. It was a tracking device. Chapter 3. He woke before dawn, and the wounds on his hands were partially closed. Not fully. Not in the way a cultivator's regeneration would have handled them. Rapid, complete, leaving no trace. This was slower and incomplete, but 6 hours ago both cuts were deep enough that cleaning them had made him grip the wall. Now the deep one on his left was barely a line. He lay still for a moment and considered this. The tomb had ambient energy. He had felt it as vibration since he arrived. He had assumed it was background resonance, residual chi from a powerful cultivator's death, diffuse and harmless. Standard for any location where significant cultivation events had occurred. He was revising that assessment. The energy had moved toward him, specifically, like it was curious about what was sleeping near the north wall. He got up, slowly, and checked the outer gate. Lian Shuang was gone. She must have left in the night. He had given her an easy path to do so, which was both practical and telling about himself. He catalogued it. He was better at giving exits than accepting help. He spent the early morning hours doing a proper survey of the courtyard. He was more systematic than the night before, working from west to east in strips, noting every surface, every inscription, every anomaly. He found 11 inscriptions total. He could read about half of each. He found 2 skeletons. The first was the hollow canopy, sect member from yesterday. The second was in the collapsed storage building, older than the first, from the clothing remnants, maybe a century. No sect markings. He found the inner gate mechanism upon closer examination was not welded shut. It was locked, but the lock was keyed by something other than physical mechanism. When he put his hand flat on the metal, it hummed at him. A scanning response. He pulled his hand back quickly. He found, near the inner gate's base, a channel carved into the paving. A drainage channel that ran to the outer wall and disappeared through a gap barely wider than 2 fingers. The channel was dry and had been dry for a long time, but it had been used. The stone inside it was smoother than anything else in the courtyard. He noted all of this. He returned to his shelter corner and sorted through what he had. A destroyed chi root, 2 dressed hands, a tracking talisman in a woman's pendant, 11 inscriptions he could half read, 2 dead men from 2 different eras, and a gate that scanned rather than locked. He opened his outline. Problems, resources, unknowns. Problems, water, food after 2 days, the hunters reporting back, the tracking talisman. Resources, the tomb itself as deterrent, his cataloging habit, the partial inscriptions. Unknowns, what the tomb's ambient energy actually was, why it reacted to him, what the inner gate was looking for. He was still working through the unknowns list when Lian Shuang came back. She came through the outer gate without knocking. It opened for her when she pushed, which surprised them both. She stopped just inside and looked at the gate and then at him. It opened, she said. I noticed. It didn't open like that yesterday. You had to push and it took effort. Yes. He added this to the unknowns list in his head. She had brought food, dried meat and 2 sweet potatoes, wrapped in cloth. She held them out. I didn't ask, she said. You look like you haven't eaten since yesterday. The day before, he corrected and took the food. She sat across from him while he ate. She had changed into travel clothes, less road-worn, which meant she had a pack somewhere outside. She touched the pendant at her throat twice while he ate. He said, while chewing a strip of dried meat, the talisman at your throat. It's a communication and location device. Someone outside this perimeter can read your position from it. She went very still. I'm not accusing you of anything, he said. I'm telling you what I observe. You can do whatever you want with that information. She looked at him. Then she reached up and unclasped the pendant. She turned it over in her hands, studying it. Her face did the work of someone processing something they suspected but had not yet confirmed. I was given it as a gift, she said, by a client. About 3 weeks ago. He said it was a physician's emergency locator, so he'd know if I was in trouble. Possibly, Shen Yao said. Also possibly not. She set it down on the paving between them. What would you do with it, she asked. He thought about this while he finished the sweet potato. Leave it where it is, for now. Its owner knowing your position inside the burial ground's perimeter tells them less than its absence would. If it disappears, they know something changed. She looked at the pendant on the stone. Then she picked it up and put it back on. You're very systematic, she said. It's a habit. She seemed to decide something. She opened her medicine kit and checked his hands without being asked. Both dressings were still clean. She rewrapped the left one with fresh cloth. She did not comment on the healing rate. He did not offer it. My name is Shen Yao, he said. Not the alias he'd been using. The real one. She looked up. That's not what you told me yesterday. No, he said. It isn't. She held his gaze for a moment. Then she finished wrapping his hand and folded the excess cloth neatly. Lian Shuang, she said. You already know that. Yes. The outer gate hummed, very faintly, in the morning stillness. He cataloged the sound. He would catalog everything. That was the only kind of power he had left. Chapter 4. She treated him a second time that afternoon, a cut on his shin from the ridge climb that had been weeping in the cold. He sat against the north wall and watched her work and thought about what he knew and what he didn't. The pendant he'd placed in the unknowns column. His instinct was that she was telling the truth about receiving it as a gift. Her surprise had been genuine, the kind that takes half a second longer than performance. But truth about receiving it and truth about using it were different propositions. He kept both possibilities indexed. What he was more focused on was the inner gate. The scan had felt specific, not a generic chi presence test. It had mapped him, briefly, thoroughly, and then the hum had stopped and the gate had done nothing further. He had expected rejection. He had expected a trap. He had not expected a pause. You keep looking at that gate, Lian Shuang said without looking up from his shin. It scanned me when I touched it this morning, he said. Scanned you. Like an appraisal formation. The kind that reads cultivation base and rank. He paused. It found nothing, because there's nothing to find. My chi root was destroyed 6 months ago. I have no base, no rank, no signature. He watched her face. And then the gate just stopped. It didn't trigger. Didn't lock harder. Just stopped. She tied off the bandage. Is that significant? I think the gate is designed to reject cultivators. People with established chi roots and sect bonds. He looked at the inner gate. And I am the only person in the last 6 months who has shown up here with nothing. She sat back. That seems like an uncomfortable thing to discover. All useful information is uncomfortable, he said. That's what makes it useful. She picked up her kit and began repacking it with the same systematic efficiency as before. He liked watching it, not for any personal reason, but because he recognized the habit. Someone else who organized their tools in a deliberate order, who knew where each thing was without searching, who had built a system and maintained it. Someone hired you, he said. It was not a question. She paused for exactly 2 seconds, then continued packing. Yes. To find a fugitive in this region. To locate someone. The contract said locate, not apprehend. Do you know who? She clicked the last clasp shut. The contract described a man traveling without cultivation signature, headed north from the Wudu Junction. That was the description. And the client? A sect intermediary. I didn't meet the client directly. She looked at him. I'm telling you this because you told me your real name, and that seems like a fair trade. He considered this. What did the intermediary look like? She described the man. Height, build, robe style, the specific way he'd held the contract out with 2 fingers rather than the full hand. Shen Yao filed it. He did not match it to anyone he knew yet. You should know, he said carefully, that whoever hired you already knows I came here. The hunters who followed me stopped at the outer gate. They will have reported my position. Then why are we still talking? Because you're already inside the gate and your tracking pendant is still active. Whoever hired you knows you're here too. He let that sit. So we are in the same situation. Someone knows where we are. Neither of us wants to leave yet. She looked at him for a long moment. You are very strange, she said. Probably, he said. Come back tomorrow. I'll still be here. She did not say yes. She did not say no. She picked up her kit and went to the outer gate, and it opened for her again, easy, like it had decided she belonged to this space now. He sat with that for a while. Then he went to the inner gate and put his hand on it again. The hum started. The scan ran. He stood still and let it. He had a theory. He wanted to know if the theory was going to get him killed, or if it was going to be the first piece of good luck he'd had in 6 months. The scan finished. The gate did not open, but it did not lock, either. It stayed exactly as it was. Waiting. He took his hand off and went back to his shelter. He was running the same 4-line internal summary he always ran at the end of a significant moment. What changed, what didn't, what I expected, what I missed. He had expected the gate to either open or reject. It had done neither. What I missed. I assumed the gate had 2 states. Maybe it has 3. He added this to the unknowns list and closed his eyes. Chapter 5. He let it sit for 2 days before touching the inner gate again. 2 days of learning the outer courtyard's rhythms. 2 days of Lian Shuang coming once each day, not staying, not making herself at home, but coming, checking his hands, bringing food she claimed she had extra of, which he didn't believe but accepted. She touched the pendant less often now, not because she'd forgotten it. He watched her closely enough to note the pattern. She was choosing not to touch it. That was different. On the morning of the 3rd day, he was sitting near the inner gate eating the last of the dried meat when she came through the outer gate and stopped. You're closer than usual, she said. I'm going to try the gate today. She came and sat next to him, not close, but not far. She did not offer her opinion on this plan, which he took as either respect or pragmatism. Before I do, he said, I need you to tell me about the pendant. She looked at it in her hand. She had taken it off and was holding it, which was new. I thought about it for 2 days, she said. You're right that it's a tracker. I confirmed it. I borrowed a detection needle from a traveling merchant at the village. The reading was unambiguous. Does it transmit only location? Or also proximity data? Both. And it pulses in intervals, every 4 hours or so. She turned it over. So whoever holds the other end knows I'm inside the burial ground perimeter. Has known since the first day. Note that they haven't come for you, he said. They're watching. Which means they want to know what I find. She looked at him directly. Which means they hired me to be a scout, not a physician. You're probably both, he said. The contract isn't exclusive. Finding a fugitive and reporting on what he does in a forbidden tomb. Those serve the same patron. She set the pendant on the paving between them. He did not reach for it. She did not put it back on. If I leave it here while we move, she said, they'll know I'm inside but not where. If I wear it, they get everything. Leave it, he said, near the gate. A physician surveying the outer perimeter for potential patient recovery would naturally set down her kit near her entry point. She looked at him. That's a story. It's also true. You did enter from the gate. You do have medical equipment. He stood. True stories are the best kind. He moved to the inner gate. He was aware of her watching from behind him, not because she was making noise, but because she was the kind of person who settled into stillness when she was watching something carefully. He put his hand flat on the gate's surface. The hum. The scan. He made himself stand still. He counted. 1. No chi root. Nothing to read. 2. The scan is looking for something specific. 3. Last time it paused at the point where a chi root imprint would be. The scan ran longer than before. He could feel it pressing against his chest, his meridians, the long scarred channel where his root had been destroyed. It pressed there and stayed. He said, very quietly, so only he could hear. There's nothing there. That is the correct answer. Do with that what you will. The scan ended. The gate opened. Not the way the outer gate had opened, with ease, as if it had been waiting. This opened with a sound that he would spend the next week trying to describe and eventually stop trying, because the closest he could get was the sound of a long-standing argument being concluded. A settling. An acceptance. The air that came through was different from the outer courtyard air, colder by several degrees. And the iron taste from the outer area was here concentrated to something that sat on the back of the tongue and didn't leave. He looked back at Lian Xuan. She had not moved. She was watching him with her hands in her lap and her expression doing something complicated that he filed under, process later. Don't follow me in, he said. If I'm not back by nightfall, use the pendant to signal your client and tell them the inner gate opened. That information has value. Trade it for safe passage out. She said nothing. He went through the gate. Inside the inner tomb, the echo strands were visible. He had not expected them to be visible. He had not expected anything. Precisely. He had a theory and a direction, not an outcome. But the strands were there. Threads of something hanging in the air, catching the dim light from cracks in the ceiling, drifting slightly in air that had no reason to move. He reached out and touched one. It didn't dissolve under his fingers. It flowed inward, into his palm, through his wrist, up his arm. And he heard, for half a second, a fragment of something. A sound. A battle. 2 voices. One of them said a name. Rin Chao. He pulled his hand back. The fragment was already gone, absorbed, integrated, added to nothing he had a framework for yet. He stood in the inner tomb, listening to the silence, and noted that he had just touched the remnant memory of a dead cultivator and the world had not ended. He added this to the list of things he did not yet understand, but was working on. Then the walls lit up. Chapter 6. The walls lit up and the tomb tried to kill him. Not with traps. Not with weapons. With resonance. Every echo strand in the inner tomb activated at once. Every fragment of residual will that had accumulated over 600 years of sealed isolation lit up simultaneously and pressed inward. The air went from cold to something that had no temperature, just pressure. He felt it on his skin, in his chest, in the hollow where his chi root used to be. He could not run. The inner gate had closed behind him. He looked at it. He looked at the lit strands pressing from every direction. He looked at his own hands. He had no cultivation base. Nothing to use as a shield, nothing to project as a counterforce. He stood still. This was not courage. This was the decision-making habit. He had no exit. So he stopped looking for one and started looking for something else. He said aloud, 1. I can't stop this. 2. Running uses energy I need. 3. Stand and absorb. He spread his arms slightly. Let it happen. The echo strands reached him, and the first one touched his chest. Right at the scar, the long internal scar that ran from the surface of the skin down to where his chi root had been cut. It didn't hurt. It pressed, like something curious about the shape of a wound. Then it went in. Not violently. Methodically. One strand after another. Each one pressing against the scar channel and flowing through it in a direction that nothing had moved in 6 months. The destroyed pathways in his meridians were not regrowing. They were being used as they were, broken channels, irregular, unpredictable in shape. That was, he realized, exactly what each fragment of residual will was, irregular, broken. The remnants of cultivation bases that had been destroyed, shattered, ended. They fit. He stood in the inner tomb for 6 hours by his count. He kept time by marking his sleeve with his thumbnail at roughly even intervals, an old soldier's habit he'd picked up from Mao Tieshu without knowing Mao Tieshu yet. 6 hours of standing while the echo network of the emperor's tomb ran itself through his broken meridian channels and settled. When it ended, he was on his knees. He did not remember going down. He looked at his chest. She was quiet for a moment. Is that a problem? I don't know yet, he said. But note that I currently feel better than I have in 6 months, so initial assessment is positive. While she was looking at the echo seal, he made a second survey, one she couldn't see. The outer courtyard again, but this time with his new resonance seeker range active. He could feel the residue here too, lighter than inside, older, dissipated. The hollow canopy sect skeleton in the corner read as a faint signature. Even 60 or 70 years dead, the shape of the man's cultivation base still existed in the residue around his bones. He noted this. He also noted, along the outer wall near the western section, a path that ran parallel to the inner gate wall for about 12 meters before ending at a section of plain stone. The path was faint, a very slight echo trace, as if cultivators had walked here regularly and left accumulated resonance in the ground. The path ended at plain stone. No gate, no door. But the echo trace ended there too, which meant either people had stopped at that point or there was something on the other side of that stone. He noted it and said nothing about it to Lian Shuang. Chapter 7. He went back into the inner tomb alone that evening. Not to the binding trial chamber. That was wherever the trails had started and the trial was over. He went to explore. The inner tomb was larger than the outer courtyard. A central corridor ran from the inner gate straight back toward the burial mound itself, with chambers opening off both sides at irregular intervals. He moved slowly, keeping his resonance seeker sense extended. Each chamber gave him a different profile, some dense with echo strands, some almost empty, some with signatures so old they were barely readable. In the third chamber on the right, he found the wall map. It was not labeled as a map. It was inscribed as a sequence of formations, each one captioned with text he could partially read. But the spatial relationship between the formations matched the spatial layout of the tomb. He checked it against his internal survey, and the two aligned. 7 formation nodes, 7 locations, 7 trials. He stood in front of the wall for a long time. The trials were not ordered by difficulty. They were ordered by what they cost. The first one asked something. The second asked more. The 7th had a seal around its inscription that was layered differently from the others. Someone had added the seal after the original inscription was made. Someone had sealed the 7th trial from the inside. He made a rubbing of the map with a piece of cloth and charcoal from a dead torch bracket on the wall. He tucked it inside his robe. He went back to the outer courtyard. He was thinking about what Jin Wuk had said in the echo fragment from his first absorption. Not the name. Rin Chao meant nothing to him yet. What he was turning over was the emotional color of the memory, betrayal, specifically. The fragment had carried it the way a bell carries sound, not as abstract concept, but as the actual texture of having had trust broken. 600 years old, and the echo of betrayal was still the sharpest thing in it. He sat down in his shelter corner and thought about the inscription map, the 7 trials, the sealed 7th chamber, and one question. If you build a tomb to test a specific type of inheritor, and you sealed the 7th trial from inside, what did that mean? It meant either the thing inside the 7th trial had sealed itself in, or someone had sealed it to protect the inheritor, or both. He wrote the possibilities in the margin of his cloth rubbing. He was working through the third one when Lian Shuang came in with evening food, cooked rice this time, with something he couldn't identify, but that smelled like home. You look like you're doing mathematics, she said. Something like it. He accepted the bowl and ate. Thank you. She sat across from him. The pendant was on. He had noted earlier that she'd been wearing it since the morning. A choice, not a default. She was managing her reporting to her client deliberately. He approved of the approach even as he kept it in the active unknowns column. Tell me about the physician who trained you, he said. She looked up from her own bowl. Why? You said she was right about most things. People who are right about most things are interesting. What was she wrong about? A pause. Then something shifted in her expression, not softening, exactly. Recognition. She was wrong about detachment, Lian Shuang said. She believed the best physician was the one who felt nothing for the patient. She was brilliant. She was also alone until she died. And you don't agree with her. I agree that attachment causes poor decisions. I disagree that the alternative is nothing. She looked at her rice. I haven't found the right middle yet. He ate. The rice was good. He thought about the sixth trial location on his map, the one behind the plain stone section in the outer wall. He thought about the path of echo traces that ended there. Before you leave tonight, he said, I want to show you something outside. She looked at him. Near the western wall. A section of stone. I want a second set of eyes on the echo trace there. I don't have cultivation, she said. I can't read echo traces. I know. I want your eyes on the stone itself, not the trace. He paused. Sometimes the person who can't see what I see notices what I can't. She considered this for a moment, then nodded. After dark, they walked to the western wall section. He pointed. She looked at the stone for a long time, running her fingers over it without his suggestion to do so, which told him something about her methodology. There's a seam, she said. Right here. See. The mortar is a different age. Redone at some point. She traced a line with her finger, rectangular, about 2 meters by 2 meters. Someone patched this. From the outside. Note that, he said. I just did, she said. Chapter 8, he waited 3 more days before attempting the first proper echo absorption session. This was calculation, not hesitation. The binding trial had pushed a significant volume of resonance through channels that had been inactive and damaged for 6 months. He needed the channels to settle before he stressed them again. Lian Shuang had told him, without knowing exactly what she was telling him, that trauma sites needed rest before loading, when she explained wound healing on the 3rd day. He applied the same principle internally. In the meantime, he read. The inscriptions in the inner tomb were more extensive than the outer courtyards. He spent 6 to 8 hours each day in the inner chambers, reading walls. His comprehension improved as he recognized more variant forms. The archaic script had consistent internal logic. Once he mapped the logic, the variants resolved. He learned the name of the binding trial on the 4th day. He learned the name of the echo seal on the 5th. On the 6th day, he found the inscription that named the cultivation system. Imperial Echo Cultivation. The inscription said, designed for practitioners without chi-root bond, who carry broken channels as the substrate for resonance integration. Not developed for the derooted, developed for those who have never bonded, or whose bond has been severed through destruction rather than natural transfer. The technique integrates the death resonance of shattered cultivation bases through the practitioner's own damaged meridians, which matched the resonance structurally. He stood in front of this inscription for a long time. Then he said, note that whoever designed this knew someone would arrive with a destroyed chi root, and left this here for them. No answer. He returned to the outer area and began the absorption session. He selected the strongest echo strand he could sense in the inner tomb's main corridor, the one that had the clearest distinct signature. He sat in front of it. He reached out. The strand came to him more easily than the first accidental touch. The echo seal on his sternum oriented toward it like a compass point. The absorption took 40 minutes. When it finished, he had a clear impression. A cultivator. Male. Mid-stage core shaper at the time of death, from the density of the fragment. Combat-heavy technique history. Died in a confrontation that involved. He searched the echo's emotional residue, betrayal. And then, just before the echo fully integrated, a burst of memory color. A face he didn't know. And a name spoken with absolute certainty. Rin Xiao. He opened his eyes. The echo was gone. Absorbed, integrated into his first impression layer, its specific identity dissolved into his growing resonance pool. He said, 2 dead men's echoes, and both of them know that name. He went outside and found Mao Tieshu being chased across the eastern slope. Chapter 9. The 2 soldiers chasing Mao Tieshu were Foundation forgers. Shen Yao could read that much from their chi signatures with his newly extended resonance seeker sense. Not the sharpest instruments in the military's arsenal. They were running on authority, not ability. Mao Tieshu was a heavy-set man in his mid-30s, moving with the low-center efficiency of someone who had run from people before. He was heading, unfortunately, directly toward the tomb's outer gate. Shen Yao stepped to where the echo trace along the outer wall was thinnest, a section where the accumulated resonance from years of hollow canopy sect patrols had worn a clear listening channel. He could hear the soldiers' footsteps through the ground. He did not call out to Mao Tieshu. He didn't need to. He pressed his hand to the outer wall and used the resonance seeker range in a way he had not tried before, not absorbing, but broadcasting a minimal pulse. The pulse ran through the echo traces in the ground like a tap on a long table. Mao Tieshu felt it through his boots. He hesitated. He looked toward the wall. Shen Yao found a gap in the eastern wall, a section where the stones had shifted and left a crack large enough to see through, and pressed his eye to it. Mao Tieshu looked at the crack. Their eyes met. Shen Duanyu held up 3 fingers, then pointed left. Mao Tieshu turned left. The soldiers followed Mao Tieshu's original trajectory for 20 more meters before they realized he'd turned. By that point, Mao Tieshu had found the dense vegetation at the base of the tomb's eastern slope and gone into it. Foundation forgers were not great trackers. They argued with each other for a while, then left. Shen Duanyu went back inside. 20 minutes later, Mao Tieshu's face appeared at the crack. "Hey," he said. "The one who did the wall tap. I owe you." "You don't," Shen Duanyu said. "I do. Blood debt. I don't walk away from one." The face was still there, watching him. "What are you doing in there?" "That's the burial ground. I know what it is. Everyone who enters, dies." "Yes." Shen Duanyu looked at the man through the crack. "I'm still here." A long pause. "Name's Mao Tieshu. Formerly of the Eastern Battalion, 6th Regiment." The word formerly landed like someone setting down something heavy. "Shen Duanyu, is there any reason I shouldn't just tell people I saw you in there?" "No reason I can enforce. But note that the people looking for me also know I'm here, and they're still outside." Mao Tieshu looked at the outer gate. Looked at the wall. "Yeah, all right. I won't tell anyone." A pause. "For now, I mean. That's a debt, not a contract." "I understand the distinction," Shen Duanyu said. That evening, he went deep into the inner tomb and found the first trial chamber. He had been avoiding it, not from fear, but because he wanted to enter it prepared rather than accidentally. Now he was prepared. He had a cultivation technique, an active first impression layer, and a map rubbing. He stood at the entrance to the first trial chamber and looked in. The chamber was larger than the ones he'd seen so far. The echo strands were denser here, accumulated from a specific source, not from ambient drift. They pulsed with their own rhythm. They came from multiple directions simultaneously, 4, 5, 6 distinct source points. He stepped in. He stood. He absorbed. The first trial of Imperial Echo Cultivation. Accept death resonance from multiple sources simultaneously without hierarchy, without selecting the easiest strand first. Every echo had a different emotional signature. He took them all at once, in the order they arrived, not the order he preferred. He emerged from the first trial chamber 2 hours later with the second impression layer solidifying in the echo seal formation. The cost was immediate and visible. Both hands had begun to bleed slightly at the fingernails. He pressed them against his thighs and walked steadily back to the outer area. Lian Shuang was there. She looked at his hands. She did not say anything. She opened her kit. He had reached IE 2. First impression. Chapter 10. The Emperor's voice spoke to him for the first time the next morning. He was in the inner tomb's central corridor, reading a long inscription on the west wall, when the air changed, not physically, not even perceptibly with his eyes or ears. The change was in the echo network. Every strand in the corridor oriented in the same direction simultaneously, like iron filings to a magnet, like a room of people turning when someone important enters. "The candidate survived," said a voice from everywhere and nowhere. "Noted." He turned in a circle. No presence he could see. But through the echo seal on his sternum, he could feel something, vast, spread across the entire inner tomb network, like the resonance of 1,000 voices averaged into one. Jin Wuk. Not the man. The echo of the man. The most coherent, most concentrated echo in the entire system. "I don't know if I should be pleased or alarmed," Shen Duanyu said. "An honest answer," said the voice. "That is a reasonable beginning." A pause. "You have completed the binding trial and the first formal trial. The echo seal is active. You are functional in the basic tier of Imperial Echo Cultivation. And there is a proposition." He sat down on the corridor floor. He had learned that standing for long conversations in the inner tomb was uncomfortable. The floor conducted echo resonance more evenly than standing contact. He crossed his legs and said, "State it. Complete the 7 trials. Inherit the full technique of Imperial Echo Cultivation. Use the capability you developed to reclaim what was taken from this tomb." "What was taken?" "Everything," said the voice. He waited. The voice did not elaborate. "Everything is not a useful unit," he said. "I don't act on non-specific information." Another pause, longer than the first. He had the impression, probably projection, he noted, that the echo found this response unexpected. "A Tao throne fragment," the voice said. "The anchor of this cultivation system's highest tier. Without it, the Imperial Echo lineage cannot ascend beyond the 4th tier. Without it, the tomb cannot seal properly. Without it, the resonance contained here will eventually degrade and the system will be lost." "And it was taken by whom?" "The Hollow Canopy sect. 600 years ago, when they killed my body." "Ren Shao," Shen Duanyu said. A pause with a different texture, recognition, and something harder under it. "You absorbed Gua Xingwei's echo." and another I didn't recognize. Both carried that name. Ren Chao is the current sect master. He is not the one who stole the fragment. He is the one who received it. The voice paused. He has been carrying it for 30 years. Shen Yao was quiet. He was running through the implications of this in the systematic way he ran through all implications. 1. The sect master had a fragment of a dead emperor's Tao throne in his body. 2. That fragment was the reason the sect held its current power. 3. Removing it would require either killing the sect master or finding a method the Echo hadn't mentioned. The deal you're proposing, he said. I complete the trials. I reclaim the fragment. What do I get in return? The full imperial Echo lineage, said the voice. And this tomb as your cultivation ground. I already have this tomb as my cultivation ground, he said. The outer world doesn't want me back. You have it as a hiding place. That is different from having it as a foundation. He turned that sentence over. It was different. He acknowledged the difference. I'll continue the trials, he said. I'll decide on the full proposition as I go. I don't commit to final objectives before I understand what completing them actually requires. That is a sound practice, said the voice. Yes, he said. It's what I'm known for. He looked at the ceiling. You've been watching since I entered the outer gate. Since before, said the voice. Since you were driven toward it. He sat with that. He didn't react to it yet. He put it in the unknowns column where it would wait until he had more pieces. One more thing, he said. Is there anything in this tomb that I should not touch, open, or absorb? I want the list now, not when I've already made a mistake. The Echo paused. Then, Trial Chamber 7. Do not go near the door. Do not absorb any strands that originate from that direction. Why? Because what is inside is sealed for reasons that still apply. He noted this. He did not press. Yet, he went back to the outer area. Mao Tieshu was sitting outside the outer gate, back against the wall, eating something and apparently having decided that proximity to a forbidden tomb was preferable to wherever else he could be. Lian Shuang was inside, treating the hollow canopy sect skeleton's location as a reference point and measuring distances with a length of cord. He watched her work. What are you measuring? He asked. The courtyard dimensions, she said. I want to know what this space could have been used for. She finished a measurement and looked up. I found something. Tell me. The storage building on the west side, the one that's collapsed. It has a subfloor. I found a gap in the paving blocks near the east end. About 2 meters down, there's something solid. Metal, from the sound. She paused. I thought you'd want to know. He added it to the list. Then he said, because it was true and because he owed her at least one true thing in return. The Emperor spoke to me this morning. He confirmed that someone in the Hollow Canopy sect has stolen something from this tomb. It's the reason I was framed. She was quiet. She looked at him. You knew before you entered. I knew the name of the sect that framed me, he said. I didn't know it connected to this place. She turned back to her cord and continued measuring. I believe you, she said. He noted that this was the most significant thing she had said to him. Outside the gate, Mao Tieshu called, Hey, spirit bird flying south. Big one. Sect colors on the band. Shen Yao went to the gate. He could feel the bird's echo trace, the faint residue of the hands that had tied the message to it, the chi signature of whoever had launched it. He could not read it. He could sense that it was traveling urgently. He couldn't stop it. Not yet. He noted the direction it was flying, the timing, and the sect colors Mao Tieshu described. He built the picture from the edges in. The bird was heading northeast. The Hollow Canopy sect's main compound was northeast. Someone was reporting. He needed to know to whom. The answer would come. He just needed to be ready when it did. Chapter 11. He came back to the outer courtyard on the morning of the 9th day and found Lian Shuang pacing. Not in the loose, absent-minded way of someone thinking. In the tight, short-strided way of someone who had been making a decision for several hours and was close to making the wrong one. He stood at the inner gate and watched for a moment. Then he walked over and sat against the north wall and said nothing. She stopped pacing. She looked at him. You were in there for 14 hours, she said. I know. I could feel the tomb doing something. The air changed. The vibration in the ground shifted. I didn't know if, she stopped. She pressed her hands together. I didn't know if you were coming back. He looked at her. He understood what she was saying. He also understood that what he said next would either narrow or widen the gap between her staying and her leaving, and that he needed her to stay not for strategic reasons, though those existed, but because she was the only person in his current situation who treated information like something that should be used carefully rather than hoarded or spent. I should have told you it would be long, he said. I didn't think about how the time would read from out here. That was an error. She looked at him for a moment. Then she sat down across from him. You look different, she said. Something changed. The trial completed. My cultivation advanced. The system that's building in me is called Imperial Echo. He paused. I won't describe the full mechanics yet. Not because I don't trust you. Because I'm still understanding them myself. But you're all right. Better than all right. He looked at his hands. The post-trial bleed had stopped hours ago. The meridians had settled. My posture changed during the trial, he said. That's what you're reading. Something in how the echo seal sits in my chest shifted when the first tier completed. It affects how I stand. She tilted her head, studying this. Biomechanically, that kind of formation change would affect thoracic posture by about 3 degrees. Your shoulders are back further than they were. Note that, he said. And something in how he said it made her mouth do a small, private thing that was not quite a smile and lasted less than a second. He told her the minimum true version. The tomb had a cultivation legacy. The Hollow Canopy sect had stolen something from it. He was, apparently, the only type of person capable of inheriting the legacy because his chi root was destroyed. He was going to complete the remaining trials. After that, his options would be better than they currently were. He did not tell her about Jian Wux's request. He did not tell her about the Dao throne. He did not tell her he had been deliberately driven here. She listened without asking questions. Then she said, "You left out some things." "Yes. But nothing that changes my immediate decision, which is to stay another few days." She picked up her cord and went back to measuring. "And to stop pacing about your 14-hour absences." He went back inside. He had work to do. Chapter 12. He found Mao Tieshu the next morning sitting on the slope outside the east wall, whittling a piece of tomb-adjacent wood into a shape that Shen Yao could not identify. "Blood debts still active," Mao Tieshu said without looking up. "I thought about it. I still owe you. I told you. You told me you don't need it. I'm telling you I owe it." He looked up. The man's face was broad, sun-worn, with the deep-set watchfulness of someone who had spent years scanning landscapes for threats. "How do I pay it?" Shen Yao sat on the slope next to him. "You were in the army. 6 years. Eastern Battalion. Supply lines. Mostly. Some perimeter posting." He went back to whittling. "Nothing heroic. I don't need heroic. I need someone who can move between the tomb and the nearest town without attracting attention, buy supplies, and report back on sect activity in the region." He paused. "The Hollow Canopy sect has likely increased its patrol radius after the hunters came back without me." Mao Tieshu was quiet for a moment. He turned the wood over in his hands. "That's a reasonable debt payment request," he said. "How long?" "Indefinitely." A pause. "All right. But I want 2 things. I want paid, not a lot, but something, because I have needs and debts of my own that I'm not explaining. And I want to know, more or less, what I'm running supply lines for. Not details. Just shape." Shen Yao looked at the tomb wall behind him. "You're running supply lines for a person rebuilding a cultivation base inside the most dangerous site on the continent, who has no sect, no allies except you and 1 physician, and is being hunted by people who do not want him to succeed." Mao Tieshu carved a notch in the wood. "That's a shape," he said. "I'll take it." He held out his hand. They shook, the old way, thumb over thumb, the way debts were formally acknowledged in the Eastern Battalion's culture. When Shen Yao went back inside, he felt, for the first time in 6 months, that he had something resembling a position. Not safe, not comfortable, but a position, something with edges he could work from. He went to the wall map chamber and looked at Trial 2. Chapter 13. The inscription for Trial 2 was the longest on the map. He spent 2 hours reading it before he attempted the chamber itself. He had been operating on the assumption that the trials were tests of power. The inscription corrected this. He read it 3 times to be sure. The trials were tests of what you were willing to lose. Trial 1 had been about simultaneity, accepting multiple echoes at once without sorting by preference. What you lost was the ability to be selective. You absorbed what arrived in the order it arrived. Trial 2, according to the inscription, would present echoes that were personally meaningful. Echoes that wore familiar shapes. The description was precise. Familiar voices, familiar formations, familiar emotional signatures. The trial required absorption of these without deflection. He stood in front of the inscription for a long time. The only people whose echo shapes he knew well enough for this to matter were people from his old sect. The people who had watched him be derooted and said nothing. The elders who read the false charges. His training partner, who had turned away at the critical moment. He mapped the emotional territory of this before entering. He needed to know what the trial was actually measuring, because knowing that was the only advantage he could carry in. The trial was not testing whether he could absorb pain. It was testing whether he could absorb the source of his bitterness without letting the bitterness distort the absorption. Because a distorted absorption would produce a contaminated impression layer, and a contaminated layer would eventually compromise everything above it. He said, to the empty corridor, "The cultivation technique requires me to be honest about what happened to me, not in the way of blame, in the way of accurate recording." No response. Jian Wux's echo was quiet today. He had noticed that the emperor's voice spoke less on days when he was doing his own thinking. He had filed this as a possible compliment. He did not enter Trial 2 that day. He spent the rest of the day going further into the inner tomb, past the trial chambers, along the central corridor toward the burial mound. He wanted to understand the full geography before he needed it urgently. The corridor ended at a wall. Not a gate, a wall, sealed, with no obvious mechanism. But through the echo seal, he could feel something vast on the other side. A presence that made the emperor's voice feel like a candle held up to a sun. He stepped back from it. He said, "Not yet." Then he said, 1. Trial 2 requires preparation, not delay. 2. The corridor's end is the throne room or adjacent to it. 3. I have not found Trial Chamber 7 yet. He walked the side corridors again, this time looking for 7. He found it on the second pass, a door on the left side of the corridor, sealed from the inside, with a different quality of silence around it than everything else in the tomb. He stopped 6 meters away, as Jian Wuk had instructed. Through the echo seal, he could feel nothing from that direction. Not emptiness, the specific absence of feeling that happened when something was very deliberately shielded, like a room that has been sealed not to contain, but to protect what's outside. He noted the location and walked back. He had one more discovery to add. On the way back from Trial Chamber 7, he passed a section of wall where the echo strands were denser than anywhere outside the trial chambers. Dense and old, and carrying a signature he hadn't encountered before. Lighter, faster, almost panicked, like a voice about to interrupt something. He reached out. He touched it. The echo didn't absorb cleanly. It came in fragments, high, fast, emotional in a register he couldn't quite parse. Not fear. Something older than fear. The specific quality of someone who knows what is about to happen and cannot stop it, and is therefore putting something important somewhere safe. A message. A fragment of a message. The echo dissolved before it completed. He stood in the corridor afterward and noted. The signature was not an adult cultivator's echo. It was a child's. From the density of the base, maybe 10 or 12 years old. Cultivation at early foundation forger, gifted for that age. Died here. He could not explain why a child had died in this tomb, or why the echo fragment felt like an interrupted message rather than a death echo. He added it to the unknowns column. Chapter 14. The second trial was harder than anything he had expected. He entered Trial 2's chamber on the 14th day in the tomb. He had spent 2 days preparing, not by strengthening his cultivation or by shoring up his impression layers, but by deliberately thinking through each person in his former sect whose echo shape might appear. He ran each one in his mind. He held the memory steady and examined the bitterness like he was examining a wound. How deep, how infected, how much of it was still bleeding. Some of it was still bleeding. He acknowledged this. He went in. The echoes wore familiar shapes. The voice of Elder Fun, the one who had read the charges. The formation signature of his training partner, xianxia, who had been his closest companion for 3 years. The specific chi texture of the sect's inner hall, where he had spent most of his cultivation development. He absorbed them. He absorbed Elder Fun's echo and felt the anger in his chest try to alter the absorption, to reject the pieces that hurt and keep only the neutral residue. He corrected for it each time. Accurate recording. Not forgiveness. Not grievance. The exact shape of what had happened, held without distortion. Xianxia's echo was the worst one. He sat with it for nearly an hour before it would absorb cleanly. He had to ask himself, what did I miss? And the answer was, xianxia had been afraid. Not of the accusation, of being the next one accused. He had turned away to protect himself. This did not absolve him. It explained him. The explanation went into the impression layer as cleanly as everything else once he stopped trying to refuse it. He emerged from Trial 2 in the early evening. Mao Tieshu was sitting outside the outer gate, returned from a supply run. He looked at Shen Yao coming out of the inner tomb and noticed something. He said nothing. He handed over the supply bag and went back to his spot on the slope. 3 hours later, Shen Yao was sitting in the outer courtyard, back against the south wall, and he was still crying. Not from grief, specifically. From the release of something that had been held under pressure for 6 months and had now been examined so thoroughly that it no longer needed to be compressed. He didn't try to stop it. He noted it and let it run. Mao Tieshu, from his spot outside the gate, was quiet. He did not come in, did not offer words, did not move in a way that acknowledged hearing anything. He simply maintained his post, which was exactly what was needed. Lian Shuang came in an hour after, saw the situation, and sat down about 2 meters away without speaking. She had her medicine kit. She did not open it. She just sat. He said, eventually, "Thank you." "I didn't do anything," she said. "You stayed," he said. "That is something." She did not argue. They sat until the night had settled fully around them, and the echo strands in the inner tomb had gone to their nighttime drift, and the outer courtyard was cold and quiet. Then he said, "One more thing I should tell you. I am going to be in this tomb for a long time, possibly years. The trials take time. The cultivation takes time. I cannot leave, not safely, not yet. I need you to know that if you want to go, you should go now, before staying becomes harder." She was quiet for a moment. "Why are you telling me this now?" "Because I owe you the information. You can make a decision with it." He looked at the inner gate. "I'm not asking you to stay." "Then what are you doing?" "I'm noting that I would prefer if you did." She was quiet for a long time. Then she stood up, gathered her medicine kit, and went to the outer gate. She stopped at the threshold. She did not go through it. She turned around and sat down just inside the gate. "I'll stay through the next trial," she said. "Then we'll see." He noted it. He felt something he did not have an efficient word for, so he filed it under significant, return to later. Chapter 15. Rong Feiyun arrived on the morning of the 16th day with 6 hired cultivators and the attitude of a man who had never once reconsidered a bad decision. Shen Duanyu saw them from inside the outer wall. His resonance seeker sense now extended to about 12 meters outside the perimeter, enough to catch the chi signatures of multiple cultivators before they announced themselves. He had been using this to monitor traffic on the road that ran within range. Most days it was nothing. This was not nothing. He counted Rong Feiyun at mid-stage spirit condenser, which was somewhat capable. 3 of his hired men at foundation forger. 2 at early spirit condenser. 1 at vein weaver who hung back from the main group and smelled, through the echo sense, like a professional hired to keep the young master alive rather than to follow orders. He went to the inner gate and stood still in the gap between the inner and outer walls, in a position where he could listen without being seen. Rong Feiyun was talking at a volume designed to demonstrate that he was not afraid. This told Shen Duanyu that he was afraid. "Obviously someone is in there," Rong Feiyun said to his men. The hunters saw them go through the outer gate. The outer gate responds to entry. Anyone can see that from the way the resonance shifts when it opens. So there's someone inside who can open it. A pause. Someone weak. The hunters reported no cultivation signature. No cultivation signature could mean many things, the vein weaver said. He was older, careful, a professional. "It means they're hiding," Rong Feiyun said. "And whatever they're hiding for, they found something here first. We find it first. That's the plan." Shen Duanyu listened to Rong Feiyun send 2 scouts through the outer gate. The scouts had hollow canopy sect insignia on their badges. Rong Feiyun had hired from the sect's outer disciple pool, which was interesting. They entered the outer courtyard with their cultivation activated and their senses fully extended. He was not in the outer courtyard. He was watching through a gap in the inner wall. The scouts moved through the space. They touched the walls. They found the old skeleton. They looked at the inner gate. One of them put a hand on the inner gate. The gate scanned him. The scout went pale in a way that was visible even from Shen Duanyu's distance. Then the gate pulsed, a different hum than when it scanned an empty person. A rejection hum. The cultivator took his hand off the gate and stepped back and said something to his partner that Shen Duanyu couldn't hear. Both of them left the outer courtyard quickly. Outside, Shen Duanyu could hear them reporting. "Something wrong with the inner gate." It pushed back. "I felt something in my meridians, like a hand reaching into my cultivation base and squeezing. I'm not going back." Rong Feiyun argued with them. They held firm. He sent the other 2 foundation forgers. They lasted less time than the first pair. They did not go near the inner gate at all. They entered, felt the ambient resonance of the outer courtyard, and turned around. Rong Feiyun was loud about his displeasure. He did not enter himself. The vein weaver said, quietly enough that Shen Duanyu had to extend his sense fully to catch it. "The artifact is not worth this. The tomb is actively hostile to cultivators. We should report this to the client and let the client decide how to proceed." "I didn't hire you to tell me to wait," Rong Feiyun said. "You hired me to keep you alive," the vein weaver said. "Same function." Shen Duanyu listened to them settle into a camp about 30 meters from the outer gate. Too far for easy conversation, but close enough to watch. They were not leaving. Rong Feiyun was going to wait for either courage or a better plan. He went back inside and found a piece of old tombstone near the collapsed storage building, a section that had broken loose centuries ago and lay flat against the north wall. He looked at it for a moment. Then he found a fragment of inscribed stone, not from the walls, from a fallen piece in the storage building rubble, and carried it to the outer gate area. He set it down near the inner gate, visible from the outer area, at an angle that would catch the morning light. He inscribed 3 characters on it with a piece of charcoal he had been using for rubbings. The characters meant, roughly, formal boundary marker, Tier 1. It was a nonsense designation. He invented it. But it looked exactly like the style of the wall inscriptions. He said it. went back to the inner wall observation gap, and waited. The morning light hit the stone around mid-morning. One of Rong Feiyun's men, doing a careful look over from the outer gate, spotted it. He reported to Rong Feiyun. Rong Feiyun sent someone in to look. The man picked up the stone, studied it with the intensity of someone who couldn't read old-form characters but didn't want to admit it, and carried it back out. Rong Feiyun received it with the expression of someone who had just found a key to a lock he didn't understand. Shen Duanyu watched him turn it over and over. The seed was planted. Rong Feiyun now believed there was a system here, tiers, markers, structure. He would spend his energy trying to understand the system rather than simply trying to force entry. Shen Duanyu went back inside and recorded. False information deployed to shape enemy behavior. Cost: 1 piece of charcoal. Effect: unknown but promising. He went to the third trial chamber and began the preparatory read of its inscription. The third trial would cost him something he could not yet identify. He preferred to know before he entered what the category of the cost was. The inscription said, "Witness." The third trial would show him his own death. Chapter 16. Rong Feiyun didn't leave. He was still there the next morning, his camp slightly better organized, a spirit bird arriving from somewhere northeast that he read in private and tucked into his inner robe. Shen Duanyu noted the bird's arrival time, its direction, and the way Rong Feiyun's posture changed after reading it. Straighter, more certain. He had received instructions. Shen Duanyu spent that morning mapping Rong Feiyun's men. Not their cultivation levels. He already had those. Their habits. Their patrol patterns. Which ones talked to each other, and which ones operated individually. Which ones watched the outer gate with genuine attention, and which ones watched it because they were supposed to be watching it. He identified 2 scouts who worked the eastern slope in overlapping 2-hour rotations. Between the rotations, there was a 12-minute window when neither scout had line of sight to the outer gate. He built a mental model of the full patrol grid over 2 days. He did not need to leave during those 12 minutes. He needed to know that he could. In the meantime, he prepared for Trial 3. The inscription said, "Witness," and he had been sitting with that word for 2 days. Witness. Not experience. Not endure. Witness. The distinction mattered. Enduring implied that you were the one being acted upon. Witnessing implied observation, from a position adjacent to the action rather than in it. He would be outside the event while watching it happen. That was a more refined form of torture, if done correctly. He entered Trial 3's chamber on the morning of the 17th day. He had told Lian Shuang where he was going and approximately how long it might take. She had not told him to be careful. She had told him to eat something first. He had. The chamber was smaller than Trial 2's. The floor had a pattern in it, a formation he recognized from his inscription work, a mirror seal, designed to show rather than to test. He stood in the center of the formation. The echo strands activated. He saw himself dying. Not as he might die in the future, as he would have died if he had not entered the tomb, the probable death that his trajectory had been heading toward. He watched the cultivation-less fugitive Shen Duanyu caught in the Ashwood Plains, caught and brought back to the Hollow Canopy sect for formal execution, watched the derooting technique applied a second time to finish what the first had started. He watched without looking away. He made himself watch the face, which was his own face, which wore an expression he recognized, the expression he made when he was trying to figure out what he missed. Jin Wu's voice was quiet. Most candidates flee. "I know," he said. "I understand why they do. But you take notes." Habit. He kept watching. This version of me asks, what did I miss right at the end? That's the last thing he does. A pause. I missed the contract. I found the artifact, and I should have understood what finding it meant to the people who didn't want it found. And if you had understood? He thought about this. The vision ran its remaining duration. When it ended, the formation went dark and the chamber went back to the cold stillness of the rest of the tomb. I would have done the same thing, he said. I found something that mattered. I would not have pretended otherwise. But I would have had an exit prepared. That is correct, said Jin Wu. The trial shows you the cost of the version of yourself that did not enter this tomb. It does not argue that entering was better. It asks whether you understand what you chose. I understand. He paused. And I choose to keep choosing it. The second impression layer, already solidified from trial 1, deepened. Something in the echo seal adjusted. The trial had not added resonance. It had settled what was already there. He walked out of the chamber and stood in the corridor. He was fine. He was more than fine. He felt, for the first time since his derooting, that he was building something. Not recovering something. Building. He went back to the outer area and told Lian Shuang. The third trial is complete. I don't need anything treated. She looked at him. You look like you slept well, she said. Which is odd, given what you just did. The trial showed me a version of myself that didn't make it here, he said. After watching it, I prefer this version. She looked at him steadily. Good, she said. Chapter 17. On the 18th day, Rong Feiyun sent hunters into the outer courtyard with a clear objective: find the person inside and drive them out. He sent 4. The Vein Weaver did not go in. Shen Duanyu tracked this through the echo sense and noted the professional's refusal. The 4 who entered were all Foundation Forger or Early Spirit Condenser. They were armed and loud. Shen Duanyu was ready for them. He had spent the previous day absorbing every echo trace left by the people who had walked the outer courtyard since he arrived. Lian Shuang's footsteps. Mao Tieshu's brief entry on the first week. Rong Feiyun's scouts from the first visit. Every person who had crossed this space had left a thin residue. Too thin to constitute a death resonance event, but enough that his accumulated impression layers could read the pattern. He used those patterns. He was not in the outer courtyard when the hunters entered. He was at the inner gate. But from there, he projected, using the echo traces on the floor as conducting lines, a presence. Not a powerful one. Not an attack. Just a quality of being watched that every cultivator was trained to respond to. The first hunter stopped in the middle of the courtyard. He looked around. Nothing was there. But the echo trace of every person who had ever been here was playing faintly through the conducting lines, and the cumulative effect was a sense of crowding, of many presences in a space that looked empty. The second hunter had reached the inner gate. He put his hand on it. The gate scanned him, and the rejection pulse hit. The sensation of a hand reaching into his chi root. He made a sound and stepped back. The third hunter had found the corner near the east wall where Shen Duanyu slept. The bedding was still there. The man crouched and looked at it and said to his partner, "Someone is definitely living in here." Shen Duanyu sent a second projected pulse through the echo traces, stronger this time, directional. He aimed it at the edge of the inner gate area, which was the furthest point from the outer gate. The hunter near the bedding stood up fast and looked at the inner gate. There was nothing there to see, but the feeling of presence was now clearly originating from that direction, from inside, from beyond the inner gate, from whatever was in the tomb proper. The hunter said, "I'm not going to that gate." None of them went to the gate. All 4 of them left the outer courtyard within the next 5 minutes, at a pace that was not quite running. Shen Duanyu watched through the observation gap. Mao Tieshu, sitting on the eastern slope, watched them come out and said something to the Vein Weaver that made the professional nod with the expression of someone having their assessment confirmed. The hunters reported to Rong Feiyun. Shen Duanyu could not hear the full conversation at this distance. What he could hear was Rong Feiyun's tone, frustrated, brittle. He was losing face in front of his hired men. Then Mao Tieshu came around the eastern wall and stood near the outer gate. He kept his voice low. "Your young master friend is writing another spirit bird message," Mao Tieshu said. "He's been composing it for 20 minutes, which means he's either bad at writing or very careful about what he's saying. What's the direction when he launches it?" "Same northeast as before." Shen Duanyu thought. "What does the northeast hold within 3 days' travel?" "The Hollow Canopy sect main compound," Mao Tieshu said. "Town of Wudu and the prefect station. Also a trade post at Jinling Crossing, but that's 4 days." "He's communicating up the chain," Shen Duanyu said. "He cannot force entry himself. He's asking for authorization or resources." He paused. "Thank you. Blood debt," Mao Tieshu said simply. "This is what blood debt looks like." Shen Duanyu went back to the wall. He had the spirit bird's timing. He knew the direction. He needed to intercept the message before it reached its destination, not destroy it, but read it. And he had a method that had been building in the back of his calculations since he first noted the bird's echo trace 4 days ago. Chapter 18. He practiced on 3 birds first. Mao Tieshu, who had connections to things Shen Duanyu did not ask about in detail, arranged for 3 common message birds to be sent to a contact in Wudu over 2 days. Each bird passed within Shen Duanyu's resonance seeker range. He extended his sense and noted what the echo trace of a bird in flight felt like. Faster than a cultivator, cleaner, with the residue of the hands that had prepared it still warm in the binding knot. By the 3rd bird, he could read the binding knot's origin signature. He waited for Rong Feiyun's bird. When it launched, at dusk, from the camp's northeast side, he extended his sense fully. The bird came within range for approximately 8 seconds on its way past. He reached into the echo trace of the binding knot and held it lightly. The knot carried Rong Feiyun's chi signature. Underneath it, the hands that had taught him to tie the knot. Underneath that, the structure of the message itself, not the content, which was too abstract and symbol-based for echo reading, but the emotional register. Urgent, reporting, requesting, and underneath that, 2 details encoded in the knot's tightness pattern, the address and a sender's mark. He read both. The address was not the main Hollow Canopy sect compound. The address was a secondary station, a relay post between the sect and the regional capital that functioned as an intelligence hub for the sect's outer operations. The sender's mark was not Rong Feiyun's personal seal. It was an institutional mark, the mark of the sect's active operations division. Rong Feiyun was not here on personal business. He was here as a sect operative. Shen Duanyu held this for a moment. Then he turned his attention to the destination address. He knew that address. He had seen it before, not written, not spoken, but encoded. In the contract Lian Shuang carried. The commissioning address on her original client document was the same relay post. Note that. Note that carefully. He let the bird go. The bird continued northeast, message intact. He did not alter the message. He did not destroy it. He noted that the bird had gone and where it was going and spent the rest of the evening building the picture. Rong Feiyun was not a coincidental, arrogant young master stumbling around outside a forbidden tomb. He was an operative from the same institution that had hired Lian Shuang, that had framed Shen Duanyu, that had stolen from the emperor's tomb. He was a second instrument of the same patron. Note that Shen Duanyu had been thinking of them as separate problems. They were one problem with multiple faces. He changed the destination address in the binding not by one character. He could do this because the knot's echo was still within his extended range, barely, and he had spent 2 days learning how binding knots worked from the practice birds. One character change. The address would reach a valid location. Another relay post 2 towns east of the original, where it would sit in a receiving station inbox for several days before anyone noticed it was misaddressed. Not destroyed. Not altered. Delayed. He went back inside and rebuilt his threat map. Then he went to find Lian Shuang. Chapter 19. She was in the storage building ruins, examining the subfloor gap she had found earlier. She had been digging it out slowly over the past several days, not with tools, just with careful removal of debris. She had found a wooden trapdoor under the rubble, sealed with a latch corroded nearly shut. The space below was roughly 2 meters deep and about 3 meters square. Old storage, she thought. He came and looked down at it and said, "There's nothing resonance significant in the space below, but there might be physical items worth having." "I know. That's why I've been working on it." She looked at the corroded latch. "Will you help?" He went down. Between the two of them, the latch gave after 10 minutes. The trapdoor swung up. The smell that came out was dust and old wood and something chemical, reagents, long dried. Physicians' storage, possibly. Or alchemists. The rectangular shadow below was empty of furniture, but not empty. Crates along the back wall, sealed, and a series of small clay pots along the side shelf, all sealed with wax. Lian Shuang descended on the short ladder she had rigged. She opened one pot. She held it up to the light that came through the trapdoor. "Old compound," she said. "Spirit herb base, I think, but I'd need more light to identify it." She capped it. "These might be valuable, or they might be inert. I'll need to catalog them." "Take your time," he said. "The storage space is useful regardless of what's in the pots." She looked at him. "As a hiding place? As a second option. I like having second options." She began moving pots to the accessible area for examination. He helped pass them up, which meant spending an hour working in close proximity in the underground space, which was warm from the earth and silent in a way that the outer courtyard never was. He said, while passing up the 5th pot, the pendant, "I know you've been wearing it deliberately, turning the signal on and off by how you position it. The pendant pulses every 4 hours, but only if it has been held close to skin. If you fold it into cloth for the pulse cycle, the signal weakens." She looked at him. "You've been watching how I manage it." "Yes. And I think you're managing it correctly. But I want you to know I've been watching. That's the kind of thing you should know about the person you're working with." She was quiet for a moment, her hand wrapped around a clay pot. "You're telling me things about yourself more often than you used to." "Yes." "Why?" He passed up the 6th pot. "Because I was wrong about how much to withhold. Not about everything. There are still things I'm not telling you because I don't have enough information to tell them responsibly. But the things that are about how I operate with you, you should have those." She climbed out of the space and stood at the edge of the trapdoor and looked down at him. "My name," she said, "is not the one I gave you. It's the name I use when I'm working. My actual name is longer and my family would find it embarrassing that I became a physician instead of something they considered reputable." She paused. "I'm telling you because you told me your real name. That seems like a fair trade." He climbed out of the subfloor space. "I'll keep the name you prefer." "Lian Shuang is fine," she said. "It's still me." She began examining the pots in the light. "But it's not everything." He noted that and filed it under. "Return to later, when there's more space." Chapter 20. Rong Feiyun received a reply to his message on the morning of the 20th day. Not through a spirit bird, through a person. A runner in sect colors who arrived at his camp, delivered a scroll, and left again in under 10 minutes. Shen Duanyu watched the delivery through his echo-observation gap. He tracked the runner's chi signature as the man left and noted. Mid-stage foundation forger, traveling light, wearing the specific boots that sect messengers wore, smooth-soled, resonance-muffled, designed for moving quietly near cultivator perimeters. The message had been hand-delivered rather than bird-sent. That meant either urgency or sensitivity, content that the sender didn't trust to a bird channel. Rong Feiyun read the scroll. He read it twice. Then he put it in his inner robe and called his vein weaver professional over. They talked for 30 minutes. Shen Duanyu could not hear the content, but he could read the body language. Rong Feiyun's posture went from frustrated to resolved. The vein weavers went from skeptical to accepting with conditions. The camp's general energy shifted from an operation that was failing to an operation with new instructions. Mao Tieshu's voice came from the east wall observation point. Something changed. They're breaking down the primary camp. Not leaving, repositioning. About 60 meters further back from the gate. Further than bow range. They received instructions, Shen Duanyu said. They're standing down from active pressure and shifting to observation. Why? He thought about this. Because someone higher in the chain wants to watch rather than act. Someone told Rong Feiyun to stop pushing and start reporting. That's better for us, yes? In the short term, he said. In the long term, it means someone with more patience and more information is now directing the operation. He paused. Note that this person already knew I entered the tomb before Rong Feiyun sent any message. Mao Tieshu was quiet for a moment. How do you know that? Because the reply came too fast. A message sent yesterday evening could not have reached the northeast relay post, been evaluated, and produced an instruction scroll that arrived this morning by foot runner. He looked at the repositioning camp. The instruction was already prepared. They were waiting for Rong Feiyun to ask. He went inside and sat down and thought carefully. Someone had been watching this entire situation from a distance since before Shen Duanyu entered the tomb. Had anticipated that he would enter. Had a prepared response for when his position was confirmed. Not the hollow canopy sect as an institution. One specific person within it, operating with independent authority. He added this to the knowns column. One specific person directing this from outside. He did not yet know the name Ren Chao in connection to this. He had heard it only twice in absorbed echoes. He did not yet know the current sect master was personally involved. He was building the picture from the outside in, as he always built things. It was on the evening of the 20th day, after the repositioning had settled and the outer gate area had gone quiet, that Mao Tieshu came to the inner gate with an odd expression. I did something, he said. Tell me. I talked to one of Rong Feiyun's scouts, the one who usually works the eastern slope during the second rotation. I told him I was a local shepherd. He looked down, and he told me something without meaning to, because I asked the right question. What was the question? I asked if they had orders to go in. Mao Tieshu met his eyes. He said no. He said the orders were to watch and report, and if anything changed inside, to get word to the master. Not to Rong Feiyun. Past Rong Feiyun. He paused. He called the master by name. Shen Duanyu waited. Ren Chao, Mao Tieshu said. And in the tomb behind Shen Duanyu, in the northeast corner of the outer courtyard wall, at the precise section where the most coherent of the old dead echoes rested, something shifted. A pulse, small and deliberate, like an affirmation. The name sat in the air between them. Ren Chao, who had appeared in two absorbed echoes, associated with betrayal and with something taken, who had sent Lian Shuang to find a fugitive with Shen Duanyu's description, who had driven the hunters that chased him here, who was now watching the tomb through an operative posted 30 meters from the outer gate, who already knew. He was already watching, Shen Duanyu said quietly. Mao Tieshu looked at him. What do you mean? I mean the instruction was prepared before Rong Feiyun asked. He looked toward the northeast, as if he could see the relay post and the sect compound beyond it. Ren Chao was watching before I arrived. He expected me to end up here. He paused. He expected it, and he's not worried. He said to my attendant. I learned later, something like, I expected we'd find a corpse by now. He stopped. Then, he knows about the binding trial. He knows what it does to cultivators. He sent me here knowing the tomb would kill me. Mao Tieshu was very still. But it didn't. No, said Shen Duanyu. It didn't. He went back to his shelter corner. He had a great deal to think about. The picture was getting clearer. The edges were connecting. There was still a center he couldn't see yet. The thing Ren Chao was protecting by watching and waiting instead of acting. He would find the center. He had found harder things in worse conditions. He made his list. 1. Ren Chao knows about the binding trial. 2. He expected it to kill me. 3. He did not move to prevent my death, but did not prevent my entry either. 4. He is watching and waiting. 5. He has something to protect that requires watching this location. Number 5 was the center. He added to the unknowns column. Why does a sect master personally direct surveillance of a forbidden tomb that he believes kills everyone who enters? The answer would come. It would come because he was here, and he was building, and Rin Chao was watching a dead man's game from a very long way away. And distance was a disadvantage when the person you were watching was actively learning the board. Note that. Chapter 21. The first trial. The chamber had no name in the tomb's records. Shen Yao had mapped it during his third week. A circular room 200 paces across, its ceiling lost in shadow, its floor a perfect disk of pale stone engraved with concentric rings. He had noted its dimensions and moved on. He had not understood what it was. He understood now. The echoes came without warning. Not the usual trickle that seeped through the tomb's passages, not the thin resonance of a single battlefield or the faint impression of one man's dying moment. These arrived all at once. 17 distinct sources, he counted in the first breath. By the second breath, he stopped counting. The death resonance struck him like water through a broken dam. He went to his knees. The stone was cold through his robe. His vision divided. Not double, but 17-fold, each layer a different battlefield, a different year, a different texture of death. A valley ambush. A siege lasting 40 days. A duel that ended 3 dynasties. Men who died screaming and men who died in silence and men who had time, in the last moment, to be surprised. The resonance did not care which was which. It flooded him with equal urgency. His first instinct was to resist. He noted the instinct. Then he set it aside. He had learned, in the weeks since the binding trial, that death resonance was not hostile. It was simply enormous. It had outlived every vessel that once contained it. It went where it could go. His body was the first permeable thing it had found in 300 years, and it poured in accordingly. The question was not how to stop it. The question was how to receive it without drowning. He breathed, long and deliberate, the way Lian Shuang had shown him during the binding trial's aftermath. He felt his impression layer, the thin membrane he had begun building at the close of IE-1, a structure for holding resonance rather than simply absorbing it, and he focused there. The first wave hit. Valley ambush. He felt the resonance of 12 soldiers dying within seconds of each other, their life force collapsing in rapid succession like candle flames in a gust. He absorbed it, not passively, actively, the way a dyer works cloth, pulling the color through fiber rather than letting it pool on the surface. He felt it enter his impression layer and settle. A thin cord of comprehension wove itself into the membrane. Battle death. Fast death. The particular quality of resonance generated when many people die afraid. He did not have time to examine the cord. The second wave arrived. Siege death. 40 days of slow attrition. The resonance carried something entirely different from the ambush, a grinding quality, a patience become despair, the specific texture of people who had time to know they were dying and used that time poorly. He absorbed it alongside the first. Another cord in the membrane. He lost himself somewhere in the middle. Not entirely. A part of him remained anchored, the part that noted things, categorized things, maintained the habit of observation that had kept him functioning since the derooting. But the larger part of him stopped tracking and simply processed. The resonance moved through him like weather. He was landscape, not traveler. He did not know how long it lasted. When it ended, the chamber was silent. He was lying on his back. He did not remember falling. The ceiling was still lost in shadow. His body felt scraped hollow, as though someone had cleaned him out. He took inventory. Fingers moved. Toes moved. Breath came and went without difficulty. Then he felt his impression layer. It had grown. Not just thickened, restructured. The membrane had reorganized itself around the 17 streams of resonance, creating distinct compartments, each one holding a different death texture, each one accessible. He could call any of them. He could compare them. He could feel how they related to each other, the way fast death and slow death generated different resonance signatures, the way mass death and single death differed not in scale, but in kind. He sat up slowly. IE-2. First impression. He had known the advancement was coming. The accumulation of resonance over the past weeks had been approaching some threshold. He had not expected it to arrive like this. He had imagined a quieter thing, a gradual clicking into place. He noted that his expectations about advancement had been incorrect. He would revise them. He looked at his hands. The skin was unchanged. Nothing marked the advancement visibly. But when he pressed his palm to the stone floor, he felt the tomb's resonance feel differently than he had before. Not as a uniform pressure, but as a texture, layered and specific, each layer a different stratum of the dead emperor's history. The emperor had lived here. The emperor had died here. 300 years of imperial echo had been accumulating in this stone. Shen Yao had absorbed 17 individual battlefield resonances in one sitting. He was beginning to understand the scope of what this tomb actually contained. He got to his feet. He noted the time by the quality of light filtering through the tomb's upper vents. For hours had passed. Lian Shuang would be concerned. He walked back toward the main passage, his footsteps steady on the stone. Behind him, the circular chamber was silent and empty, its concentric rings exactly as they had been. Nothing had changed. He was the only thing that had changed. Chapter 22. The Investigator. Dou Mingsha arrived on a gray morning, half a li from the outer gate, with 2 assistants and 3 crates of monitoring equipment. Shen Duanyu learned of her existence through the Echo Network. He had extended it gradually over the preceding weeks, not quickly enough to trigger resonance spikes that would draw attention, but steadily, the way a root system grows through soil, finding passages and cracks and hollow places in the stone. By the 3rd week after the binding trial, he could feel everything within 200 paces of any exterior surface. The investigator's equipment disturbed the ambient resonance in a distinctive way. Metal components, precisely calibrated. Instruments designed to measure death energy. He felt them as a kind of static against the tomb's natural field, not hostile, but foreign, like a voice speaking a language he had learned but not grown up with. He sat in the inner chamber and made notes. Point 1. Imperial Tribunal. The equipment's resonance signature matched Tribunal standard issue. He recognized the pattern from records he had studied years ago, before his career had followed the path it followed. Point 2. 3 individuals. 2 subordinates, 1 lead investigator. The subordinates were at cultivation levels consistent with mid-range tribunal field agents. The lead investigator registered differently, a sharper presence, more precisely contained. Someone who had learned to minimize her resonance output. Experienced. Point 3. They were not entering. They had set up at distance. This suggested either caution or protocol, possibly both. He thought about the implications for a while. Lian Shuang found him in the afternoon, cross-legged in the inner chamber with his eyes open, not quite present. "You've been here since morning," she said. "Monitoring situation," he said. "Which situation?" "The one outside." She sat down across from him, folding her legs beneath her. She had grown comfortable in the tomb in ways he had not fully registered until he saw her move through it. Easy in the dark, untroubled by the resonance pressure that newcomers always found disorienting. She had adapted. He told her what he had felt. The equipment. The investigators. The fact that they had made no move toward the gate. "How long have they been there?" she asked. "Since morning. Before I woke." She was quiet for a moment. He watched her process the information. She did that slowly and thoroughly, which he had come to appreciate. She did not respond to urgency with premature conclusions. "Ren Chao," she said finally. "Likely the source. He confirmed our entry to someone. The tribunal is the appropriate body to investigate anomalous resonance readings near a sealed imperial site. What do they know? That the resonance readings have changed. That something is different. They do not know what. Can they detect you?" He considered the question carefully. It deserved a careful answer. "Their equipment measures death resonance shifts. I am absorbing resonance, not generating it. The net effect should be a reduction in ambient readings, which is itself anomalous." He paused. "The investigator is experienced. She will note that the readings went down when they should have remained stable or increased. So she knows something changed the resonance field." "Yes. But not that there's a person inside." "Not yet." Lian Shuang looked at the ceiling. A habit of hers, she thought upward. He had noted it weeks ago and found it unremarkable. "We could leave," she said. "No." The word came immediately. He examined it afterward and found it was correct. "Not yet." "Okay." She said it simply, without pressing. "Then what?" "We wait. I observe. I learn what they know before deciding how to respond." She nodded. She asked no further questions. This was one of the things he valued about Lian Shuang. She knew when the available information was exhausted and further discussion would only be repetition. He returned his attention to the Echo Network, to the static presence of 3 investigators sitting in the cold half a li from an imperial gate, writing notes and waiting. He could be patient. He had been patient before. Chapter 23. Not yet. Dou Mingsha did not move for 3 days. Shen Duanyu tracked her through the Echo Network with the steady attention he gave all ongoing variables. She ate at regular intervals. She slept in shifts, leaving 1 assistant always alert. Her equipment ran continuously, recording resonance readings every 6 hours. On the 2nd day, she moved 40 paces closer to the gate. He noted the adjustment. She was testing, not entering. She had the authority to enter, almost certainly, but she was gathering data first. He found this characteristic of a competent investigator. He revised his estimate of her upward. On the 3rd day, he began identifying her resonance signature precisely enough to track her mood, not her thoughts. The Echo Network did not work that way. But resonance carried emotional texture at close range, particularly in a site as saturated as this one. He could feel when she was frustrated. He could feel when she was focused. He could feel the sharp particular quality that accompanied significant discovery. On the afternoon of the third day, she made a significant discovery. She had been reviewing 6 days of readings, her baseline data from before her arrival, sourced from remote monitoring stations, against the readings she was taking herself. Shen Yao felt the moment she identified the discrepancy. A sudden, precise attention. The quality of someone finding the anomaly that makes everything else coherent. The readings were too low. Not just changed, specifically, measurably suppressed. As if the death resonance field was being actively consumed. He watched her sit with this for several hours. That evening, Lian Shuang found him in the passage near the 4th inner door. Something happened, she said. The investigator found what she came to find. Is that bad? He thought about it. Uncertain. She knows the resonance field is being consumed. She does not know by what. The range of possible explanations is large. Could she think it's a natural process? Possible. The tomb is 300 years old. Resonance fields do decay. But the pattern is wrong for natural decay. Too localized, too regular. He paused. She will probably conclude that there is something in the tomb actively absorbing resonance. Whether she concludes that something is a person is another matter. Lian Shuang was quiet for a moment. I could go speak to her, she said. Approach as a researcher. A scholar studying the site. Not mention you. No. She looked at him. Not yet, he said. She did not argue. She had heard that phrase from him before and understood it was not a permanent refusal. It was an assessment. The moment was not right for contact. When the moment was right, he would say so. What I need, he said, is to know how much she knows before she decides what to do. If I approach before she has decided, I may push her toward action I cannot predict. If I wait until she has a theory, I can address the theory specifically. And in the meantime, we do nothing that changes the resonance signature. He looked down the passage toward the circular trial chamber. I suspend the absorption work for now. For how long? Until I understand what she's planning. He returned to the inner chamber and extended the echo network's attention outward, thin and careful, feeling for the investigator's presence in the gray afternoon outside the gate. She was writing. Her frustration had faded. In its place was something that felt, from a distance, very much like certainty. She had made a decision. He would need to know what it was before she acted on it. Chapter 24, Supply Run. Mao Tieshu arrived on the 7th day after the investigators, by the route they had established in the first weeks, the secondary drainage channel, seldom checked by hollow canopy patrols because it was unpleasant and they were not paid enough to be thorough. He brought 3 sacks, dried provisions, medical supplies, a sealed jar of something that smelled, through the stone, of vinegar and spice. He also brought intelligence. Shen Yao received him in the first inner vestibule, the chamber closest to the drainage exit. They sat on stone blocks. Lian Shuang stood near the passage mouth, watching the outer direction. Patrols doubled, Mao Tieshu said. He did not sit easily. He was a man who stood better than he sat, who moved better than he waited. Shen Yao had factored this into all calculations involving his reliability. Mao Tieshu would act. The question was always what would prompt the action. When did the increase begin? 6 days ago? The morning after the tribunal team set up outside. That was quick. Either the hollow canopy had an arrangement with the tribunal, or they were monitoring tribunal movements and drawing their own conclusions. Either way, they had information beyond what they were entitled to through official channels. Shen Yao noted this. It suggested the hollow canopy had sources inside the regional tribunal office. Rong Feiyun, he said. Mao Tieshu's expression confirmed it before he spoke. Filed a formal complaint with the regional council 6 days ago. Named this tomb as the site of unauthorized cultivation activity. Named you by description, no name, but the description is specific enough. How specific? Male cultivator, thin build, early to mid-20s, unusual resonance signature consistent with stripped cultivation route. Someone gave him details. Rin Chao. I would guess the same. Shen Yao sat with this for a moment. Rong Feiyun, he had expected to be a problem eventually. A formal complaint to the regional council was a specific kind of problem. It created a paper record, assigned an obligation to respond, forced official attention toward a location that had previously been ignored through neglect and inconvenience. He built a mental list. 1. The regional council would need to formally investigate or formally decline. If they investigated, they would request a tribunal assessment, which was already underway. If they declined, Rong Feiyun would escalate. 2. Rong Feiyun had enough specific information that the tribunal investigator, when reviewing his complaint, would update her theory in a particular direction. Stripped cultivator, which meant human presence, which meant deliberate, sustained resonance absorption by a person, not an artifact or a natural process. 3. This changed his timeline. The council's response, he asked. Pending. They've been slow. Regional council prefers to wait for tribunal findings before committing to a position. That was useful. It meant Dou Mingxia's report would shape the council's response, which meant Dou Mingxia's conclusion mattered significantly. The investigator outside, he said. What is her reputation? Mao Tieshu considered. I put out questions. What I heard, she closes cases. Not quickly, but completely. She does not make arrests, she cannot make stick. Thorough. Very. Her last 3 cases all involved extended observation periods before any official action. Weeks. 1 case, 2 months. Shen Duanyu felt something he would not have called relief. A recalibration, more precisely. The investigator's decision, which he had felt forming on the 3rd day, was probably not to enter the tomb. It was probably to continue observing. He had more time than he had feared. The supplies are good, Lian Shuang said from the passage mouth. She had been listening while watching the outer approach. The dried meat especially. The vinegar jar is for the resonance sickness, Mao Tieshu said. Old recipe. My grandmother swore by it. I don't know if it works for your kind of sickness, but it seemed worth trying. Shen Duanyu looked at the jar. He had not mentioned resonance sickness to Mao Tieshu. You noticed, he said. You looked worse last time. Better now, but I noticed things. Mao Tieshu shrugged the way he always did when asked to explain his observations. A small self-dismissal, as if noticing was ordinary. You going to be all right in there? The trial chamber produced significant resonance exposure, Shen Duanyu said. I am past the acute phase. Good. Mao Tieshu stood, more comfortable vertical. I'll come again in 10 days unless something changes. If the patrol timing shifts, I'll send word through the marker system. Understood. He watched Mao Tieshu leave through the drainage channel, moving quickly once he was in the open, his footsteps receding into silence. Lian Shuang waited until the resonance field confirmed his absence from the monitoring range. He worries about you, she said. He invests in outcomes he considers likely to pay out. Shen Duanyu picked up the vinegar jar and examined it. The seal was old-style ceramic, which meant hand-pressed. Mao Tieshu had made it himself or had someone make it for him. He wants this to work. That is not identical to worry. Lian Shuang smiled. She did that more often now, inside the tomb, than she had when he had first known her. He was not certain what the change signified. I think it might be identical, she said. Just expressed differently. He considered this and did not respond. He carried the provisions toward the storage chamber and began inventorying them with the same attention he gave everything that entered the tomb space. Chapter 25. The second trial. The second tomb trial came on the 17th day of the investigator's presence outside. He knew it was coming before he entered the chamber. The echo network had been shifting, a low-level agitation in the resonance field, not threatening, but insistent. A pressure building toward something. He had felt similar pressure before the first trial and had not recognized it. He recognized it now. He told Lian Shuang where he was going. How long, she asked. Unknown. The first trial lasted 4 hours. I lost track during the middle. She nodded. I'll be at the doorway. You do not need to wait. I'll be at the doorway, she said again. Not an argument. A statement of intention. He entered the circular chamber alone. The resonance came differently this time. Slower. Quieter. He stood in the center of the concentric rings and felt it gathering, and he had time to prepare, to settle his breathing, to position his impression layer the way he had learned from the first trial, compartmented and ready. Then the first voice spoke. He went very still. It was Master Qi Luan, his first cultivation teacher, who had died 11 years ago of illness unrelated to cultivation. The voice was exact, not approximate, not a resonance impression of speech, but the specific quality of Qi Luan's voice, the slight rasp he had in autumn, the precise cadence of his instruction. Your route was always unstable, Qi Luan said. We all saw it. We hoped it would stabilize with time. The resonance underneath the voice carried a different quality than the battlefield deaths, not the textured impact of mass death. Something more particular. Shen Duanyu breathed through it and absorbed it, and felt the comprehension cord that wove into his impression layer. Not Qi Luan. The echo of a teacher's doubt, held in the tomb's resonance field for reasons he did not understand yet. A psychic imprint, not a ghost. The second voice was sect brother Wen Chaofan, who had stood beside him at the derooting ceremony and said nothing. The voice now said the things Wen Chaofan had thought but not spoken. He could tell, from the resonance quality, that it was constructed from impression rather than memory. The tomb was building these voices from materials it had gathered from him. He absorbed the second voice. Third, his mother, who had heard about the derooting by letter and sent no response. Fourth, Instructor Bei, who had been kind. Fifth, the tribunal examiner who had confirmed the derooting was permanent, whose voice carried the particular flatness of someone delivering such news for the 1000th time. He lost count somewhere in the middle. He lost track of individual voices. They merged into a texture, not of malice, but of accumulated witness. Everyone who had known him before the derooting. Everyone who had watched or heard or learned at a distance. The impressions the tomb had gathered from him during the binding trial and now returned, shaped into voices, asking him to absorb what he had always known. That they had watched. That they had said very little. That saying very little and doing very little were, in the end, the same thing. He absorbed it all. He did not refuse any of it. The impression layer received each strand and held it, organized it, made it into comprehension chords. He felt himself learning something about the nature of witness, about what it meant to have been seen by people who then continued with their lives. Not cruelty, most of it, just continuation. The ordinary persistence of everyone who was not you. When it ended, the chamber was silent. He was on his knees. He did not know when he had gone to his knees. He wept for 2 hours. Not for the voices. For what they represented. The specific person he had been before the derooting. The specific weight of all those witnessed moments. The fact that they were past and permanent, and that even absorbing their resonance did not change what had happened. He noted that he was weeping. He did not stop. At some point, he became aware of light at the chamber doorway. Xianxia was there, not entering, standing at the threshold with her lantern held low, so it did not reach him directly. She was watching. He looked at her. She met his eyes for a moment. Then she looked to one side, studying the wall, giving him the privacy of misdirection. She did not speak. She did not enter. She did not leave. When he had finished, he got to his feet. He wiped his face. He walked to the doorway. She fell into step beside him without asking questions. They walked back through the inner passage in silence. The echo network was quiet around them. The trial's resonance fully absorbed. The chamber settled. The tomb continuing its long patience. Mao Tieshu, he learned later, had arrived mid-trial with a second message about patrol changes. He had looked through the outer doorway and seen the chamber and the figure in it from a distance. He had left the message on the stone and gone. He had not said anything to anyone about what he had seen. Shen Yao noted this in his records with no further commentary. Some things were noted without conclusions. This was one of them. Chapter 26. What falls? He heard the collapse before he reached the corridor. A low groan of stone. Not a crash, not the sudden thunder of catastrophic failure, but the specific complaint of weight shifting along a fault line that had been waiting decades to give. Shen Yao stopped walking. He pressed his palm to the wall and felt the vibration still running through the stone. He was in the secondary passage, 40 paces from the junction that led back to the inner chambers. He had been returning from a mapping session, noting where the echo concentrations ran thickest. The collapse was ahead of him. In the corridor he had just walked through 40 minutes ago. He moved. The dust reached him before the sight did. Pale particulate hanging in the passage air, catching the dim light of his carried lamp. 3 large blocks of ceiling stone had come down. The passage was not fully closed. There was a gap, waist-high on one side, where the fall hadn't been complete. Xianxia, he said. A pause. Then, I'm here. Her voice was behind the fallen blocks. Flat and controlled in the way of someone who was actively managing what they felt. Are you injured? Bruised? My left leg is pinned. I can move my foot. A brief silence. The block isn't crushing me. It's resting on a smaller stone that's doing most of the load. I have space. I'm not panicking. He noted this. He also noted that she was in the inner tomb corridor at all. He had told her twice this week that the inner passages were unstable in the eastern section. He had told her in the same tone he used for everything. Matter of fact, no elaboration. He set down the lamp. He assessed the fallen blocks. The largest was too heavy to move. The 2 smaller ones were possible with leverage, but using his echo seal in the stone shifting would require projecting force through the cultivated matrix, and the cultivated resonance field was already agitated from his earlier work in the mapping session. Forcing cultivation techniques here risked accelerating the fault along the ceiling. He would do it without cultivation. There was a length of carved stone column base near the junction, old and solid. He dragged it back to the collapse site and used it as a lever against the smaller of the 2 pinning blocks. The geometry was awkward. He had to brace himself against the wall in a posture that put his full weight on the lever at an angle, and the first 2 attempts did nothing. The third shifted the block 6 inches. He heard Xianxia exhale. He reset the lever and pushed again. The block moved further. He heard her moving, carefully, without rushing, and then heard the specific scrape of someone pulling their leg free. Okay, she said. He moved the lever aside and stepped around the collapse to reach her. She was sitting against the passage wall on the clear side, her left leg extended in front of her. In the lamplight, Her expression was composed and her hands were still. There was a scrape along her jaw that hadn't been there before, and her outer robe had caught on something and torn at the shoulder. She looked at his hands. His palms were bleeding. The lever work had opened both of them across the heel of the hand where the pressure concentrated. You couldn't use cultivation for that, she said. Not without risk of bringing more down. She opened her medicine bag. He had not noticed she was carrying it. He supposed he should have assumed she would be. She carried it almost everywhere, a habit he had catalogued in the second day and stopped noting by the third. Give me your hands. He sat down across from her and extended them. She cleaned the cuts without asking him to brace himself, which meant she had calibrated how much it would hurt and estimated correctly that he wouldn't need the warning. She was reading him. He noted that she had been doing this since the beginning and he had not been adequately reading her in return. She did not apologize for being in the inner passage. He did not ask her to explain. She wrapped his left hand and moved to his right. She said, I was mapping the echo patterns in the side chambers. I know you said the eastern section was unstable. I went anyway. I noticed. I wanted to know what you were seeing in there. What the echo concentrations looked like. You describe them, but you don't show them. He was quiet for a moment. I could have shown you. Yes. She tied off the wrap and did not add anything to that. She was bruised but functional. He helped her back to the outer chambers, one hand behind her elbow in the passages where the footing was uneven. She didn't lean on him, but she didn't move his hand away either. He did not ask her to stay out of the inner passages in the future. He had already told her the risk twice. A third telling would be treating her as someone who hadn't understood, which was not the problem. Chapter 27. What she writes. Do Mingxia wrote her inquiry log by lamplight, kneeling on a folding mat inside the monitoring tent. She preferred writing to dictating. She always had. Speaking required a tone, and tone was a kind of commitment. Writing was only a record. She had been keeping the log since day 2 of the assignment. It contained observations, not conclusions. She drew conclusions privately. In a second document, she kept sealed and transferred only the ones she was certain of to the official record. The current entry was difficult. She wrote, resonance cartography completed. Full pass of outer perimeter and ambient field. Readings consistent throughout observation period. Dominant pattern, death resonance, consistent with grade 4 battlefield echo or higher. Anomalous element, systematic absorption signature detected on days 4 through 15 of observation window. Absorption rate increasing over time. She paused. Her assistant, Fen Xiaolan, was reviewing the cartographer's diagrams across the tent. Fen Xiaolan was young and meticulous and had not yet developed the specific habit of pausing that Do Mingxia associated with investigators who had survived their first decade. She found everything significant until proven otherwise. Investigator. Fen Xiaolan held up one of the diagrams. This pattern. Do we have an archive match for it? Do Mingxia had already looked. She had been looking at the archive comparisons since the cartographer submitted them yesterday morning. Partial match, she said. Which archive? Deep records. Pre-current era. The tribunal's historical collection. She watched Fen Xiaolan's expression process this, surprise, then recalibration. There's an entry approximately 600 years old. A cultivation system called Imperial Echo, classified as theoretical, discontinued before widespread documentation. Fen Xiaolan was quiet for a moment. Theoretical means no confirmed practitioners. At the time of documentation, which was 600 years ago, Do Mingxia looked at the cartography diagram. The absorption signature was unmistakable once you had the archive comparison. It was a live Imperial Echo practitioner inside the tomb. The evidence was clear. The implications were not. Continue the log entry. Fen Xiaolan wrote as Do Mingxia dictated. Anomalous absorption pattern does not match any currently registered cultivation system. Partial resonance correspondence found with Historical Archive Entry 0047, C. Imperial Echo System. Historical entry incomplete. Practitioner presence in burial zone has not been confirmed visually. Investigative status. Priority unknown, pending further observation. She did not dictate the secondary documents entry, which read, there is a person inside that tomb who is doing something no one has done in 600 years, in a place everyone alive believes kills everyone who enters it. The regional legal apparatus is not designed for this situation. Neither is the standard investigation protocol. She sealed the secondary document and thought about what it meant to proceed carefully when careful was not the same as cautious. She wrote one more line in the official log. Recommend extended observation period before any formal access request. Duration, 2 additional weeks minimum. She closed the log. Outside, the tomb's outer wall was a dark line against the evening sky, radiating a low pulse of resonance that her instruments had been charting for 2 weeks now. It had not changed. It was steady, consistent, and alive in a way that dead things were not supposed to be. She thought, someone in there is working very hard at something they understand better than I do. She thought, I need to meet them before I decide what to do. She pinched out the lamp and lay down on the folding cot to wait for the next day's readings. Chapter 28. The fire. He found the wood first, a stand of dry timber that had fallen against the outer courtyard wall years ago, bleached pale by sun and time. He had noted it in his first week as a potential resource and then left it because he hadn't needed fire, and building one required stationary visible presence that he wasn't yet ready to commit to. He needed fire now. Lian Shuang's hands were still cold from the collapse, 3 hours later, and her left leg had stiffened in the way of bruised tissue that had been held still too long. Neither of these were serious. Both of them were real. He built the fire in the sheltered angle of the outer wall, where the stone curved inward enough to break the wind, and the light wouldn't carry outside the tomb's perimeter. He had fuel and flint and an oil-soaked tinder bundle from Mao Tieshu's last supply drop. Lian Shuang settled against the wall with her leg extended, watching him work. She said nothing while he arranged the wood. He appreciated this. Most people felt the need to comment. The fire caught on the third strike. Small and controlled at first, then settling into a steady burn that gave off more heat than light. He sat down at an angle from her, close enough for warmth, far enough that neither of them had to acknowledge the distance. They stayed that way for a while. The fire made the usual sounds, small crackles, an occasional shift of the wood. The outer courtyard was quiet. Through the far gate, he could see the dark line of the tree line beyond the tomb's perimeter. Why didn't you run further? Lian Shuang asked. He looked at her. She was watching the fire. There are other places to hide, she continued. Ashwood Province has a dozen districts the Hollow Canopy sect doesn't patrol. You're quick, and you read terrain well. You could have made it to the mountain range by the third day. She finally looked at him. But you came here instead. What? He thought about how to answer this. He could give her the practical answer, that the hunters had better tracking knowledge of the mountain routes, that the tomb was a variable they couldn't account for, that the calculus favored it. All of that was true. He said. The hunters stopped at the outer gate. She waited. They've hunted people into this ground before. You can see it in how they positioned. They expected to wait me out. Expected the tomb to do their work for them. He watched the fire. But they stopped. They all stopped. He paused. When everyone stops at the same point, there's a reason. Either what's on the other side kills everything, or it kills only some things. I needed to know which. And if it had been the first kind, then I would have died somewhere that frightened them. He said this flatly, not for effect. It had been the genuine calculation. That seemed like a reasonable trade for someone who was going to die outside the gate anyway. She looked at him for a moment. Her expression was unreadable in the firelight, which he noted as a limitation in his assessment of her. He could read physical tells well. The subtler expressions he was still calibrating. That tells me the gate stops more than hunters, she said. Yes. Did you learn what it stops? I'm still learning. Another silence. Comfortable, or close to it. He had not spent many evenings that felt like this, without calculation underneath, without the quiet assessment of exit routes running in the background. He was running them, in the small competent part of his mind that never entirely stopped. But they were quieter than usual. Lian Shuang said, I'm going to stay. Not because you need me to, or because I owe you something. I'm staying because I want to know what happens next. She met his eyes. Note that. He heard his own phrasing in her mouth and felt something he did not immediately categorize. He said, Noted. They sat by the fire until the wood burned down to coals and the night had fully arrived around them, and neither of them moved to end it first. Chapter 29. The barrier. The second impression layer refinement happened on a Tuesday. He had been working toward it for 3 weeks, not chasing it. Exactly. But maintaining the steady pressure of regular absorption practice, clearing his impression layers compartments methodically, making space by compressing older resonance into denser, more efficient configurations. The process felt like trying to remember a language he had never actually spoken, learning the grammar through immersion rather than instruction. Jin Wu's echo had told him early. The system does not explain itself. It reveals itself through use. He had been using it. He was in the inner trial chamber, the circular one, the first trial room, working through a controlled absorption of ambient resonance. Not trial-level exposure. The ordinary background hum of 300 years of accumulated death energy, available throughout the tomb like moisture in the air near a river. He had learned to gather this slowly, layering it, rather than waiting for trial chambers to flood him. He was working on compression, pressing 2 weeks of gathered resonance into a tighter formation within the impression layer. The refinement activated at the moment of maximum compression. It felt like a key turning, a structural shift, not an explosion. The inner formation reorganized itself without his intervention, slotting into a new geometry he had not chosen and could not have designed. The compartments he had built didn't break. They became something more. Not just containers for absorbed resonance, projectors. The impression layer had developed an outward face. He sat very still and registered this. He raised his right hand. He thought about the barrier in the way you think about opening your fingers, not as a command to muscles, but as an intention that the body translates. Something responded. A shimmer formed in the air in front of his palm, translucent, structured, about the diameter of a large shield. He looked at it. The shimmer had no color. That was the first thing he noted. Every chi construct he had ever seen from sect cultivators carried the resonance color of their root, blues and golds, and the occasional deep crimson of certain formation schools. This was iridescent. It caught the chamber's dim light and scattered it without absorbing any particular wavelength. It looked like no technique he had ever seen cataloged. He held the projection for 15 seconds. His hand began to ache at the wrist. He released it. The shimmer dissolved. The ache faded over 30 seconds to a low warmth. He noted the cost. The projection was real, it was externally visible, and it drained the impression layer's compressed reserves noticeably. He would need to calibrate carefully. Sustained projection would be expensive. A brief barrier, a single blocking event, he could manage without significant impairment. He needed to test it under real conditions. He went to the passage where the ceiling had partially crumbled 3 weeks ago, leaving loose stone in an unstable configuration above a junction. He had marked it and routed around it. Now he put himself directly under the worst section and pressed the wall beside a specific block that would, based on his structural assessment, cause a controlled fall of 3 small stones if given additional pressure. He pressed it. The stones fell. He projected the barrier. The first stone struck the barrier and stopped. He felt the impact through the construct like a vibration in his arm. The second and third struck in rapid succession. All 3 stopped. All 3 held. He held them suspended for 2 seconds and then released the barrier, letting the stones finish their fall to the passage floor. His wrist ached. His shoulder felt the strain of the sustained projection. His fingers, when he looked at them, were not bleeding. No hemorrhage, no visible cost. The price was internal and muscular, not meridian level. I.e. 2. First impression, fully active. He looked at the 3 stones on the floor. He could not project force directly. He couldn't push someone away or strike with the construct. Not yet. But he could stop things. He could interrupt. He thought about what that meant tactically and began listing applications. Chapter 30. Blockade Rong Feiyun arrived on a morning when the weather was wrong. Not dangerously wrong. No storm coming. Nothing dramatic. Just a low overcast that flattened the light and made the tomb's outer walls look closer than they were, and a wind from the northeast that carried the smell of wood smoke from somewhere Shen Yao hadn't mapped yet. He noticed the smell and noted it as a new variable before he noticed anything else. Then he heard Mao Tieshu's voice, specifically, the absence of it at the expected time. Mao Tieshu arrived on a schedule. He was not reliable about precise hours, but the rhythmic pattern of his visits had a structure. Early morning or late afternoon, every 4th or 5th day. He had been due yesterday and hadn't come. Today was the 2nd day past due. Shen Yao had already identified 3 possibilities. Something had happened to Mao Tieshu personally, something had happened to the supply route, or Mao Tieshu had chosen not to come. The 3rd possibility he considered carefully. He had not given Mao Tieshu enough information about what was happening inside the tomb. If something on the outside had made Mao Tieshu recalculate his exposure, the decision not to come would be rational. He did not like that this was a possibility. He noted it anyway. He reached the outer gate by mid-morning and felt the echo network change. New presences. Multiple. He had learned to distinguish individual resonance signatures after weeks of regular practice. Each cultivator's chora left a distinctive texture in the ambient field, like a physical object pressing into water. 8 new signatures outside the outer wall, not at the gate, ranged around the perimeter, spread in a pattern that suggested deliberate positioning. He moved to the highest accessible point in the outer courtyard, a broken section of inner wall that let him see over the outer barrier in one direction, and looked. 8 cultivators, all wearing the same gray outer robe with a yellow hem that he had come to associate with Rong Feiyun's hired intermediaries, not sect disciples, not organized professionals, but the rotating pool of low to mid-rank cultivators that young masters with family money rented by the week. They were positioned at even intervals around the accessible perimeter. Rong Feiyun himself was visible to the southeast, past the outer gate, sitting on a portable chair with his arms crossed and an expression that read, even at distance, as deliberate satisfaction. He had not entered. He was outside. His people were outside. This was legal. What it was doing was preventing Mao Tieshu from reaching the supply drop point, or anyone from reaching it. The blockade did not touch the tomb. It only surrounded it. Shen Yao spent some time thinking about this. The key detail was not the blockade itself. The key detail was what the blockade said about Rong Feiyun's strategic position. He was applying pressure without creating legal exposure. He was not attacking a tomb. He was not trespassing on an imperial site. He was not even overtly threatening anyone. He was standing outside and making a supply line impossible. This was more sophisticated than Shen Yao had expected from him. He considered whether Rong Feiyun had help, whether someone had suggested this approach. He ran through the possibilities. Pang Ruoshi's camp was 300 meters away. She had not, as far as Shen Yao could tell, communicated with Rong Feiyun directly. Rin Chao's people were not visibly present. Hao Sun had not arrived. Rong Feiyun was acting independently. That was important. If Rin Chao and Rong Feiyun were operating on separate tracks, if they hadn't coordinated, then their interests were not fully aligned. What Rong Feiyun wanted was to flush Shen Yao out of the tomb and humiliate him. What Rin Chao wanted was more complex. A motivated young man operating without Rin Chao's knowledge or approval was a pressure point. He filed this. He turned his attention to the immediate problem. Mao Tieshu was somewhere outside, detained or simply blocked. Without knowing which, he couldn't assess the timeline. The supplies Mao Tieshu had been bringing were not critical for 3 more days, maybe 4. After that, the situation would become more constrained. He went back inside and told Lian Shuang what he had found. She said, Mao Tieshu, I don't know yet. She said, he counts things when he's waiting. I noticed he stopped before he came in the last time. Outside the gate, you could hear him counting steps or coins or something. He's not good at stillness. A pause. If someone has him, he'll make them tired of listening to him count long before anything serious happens. Shen Yao considered this. He had not observed Mao Tieshu's counting habit in this specific context. He found it relevant. I'll identify his location by this evening, he said. Through the network. If he's within range, I can track his resonance signature. I cataloged it 3 weeks ago. She nodded. She did not ask how he planned to help Mao Tieshu once he'd found him. She understood. He thought that one thing at a time was the right procedure. Find first. Decide after. He went to the inner chamber and extended the echo network outward to its maximum range, thin and careful, searching for the specific resonance texture of a man who was probably counting something out of anxious habit wherever they were keeping him. Chapter 31. A face at the gate, he let them see him at midday. He had spent the morning thinking about Lian Shuang. Not in a way that was primarily about her, in a way that was about the problem of her. She had been hired by someone in the Hollow Canopy sects chain to locate and report on a fugitive near the tomb region. The original contract, as she had shown him, said locate. But the commission having Rin Chao's personal countersignature, which he had not shared with her yet, suggested the scope was being understated. She was the most traceable person connected to him. Not because she was careless, she wasn't, but because she had a professional identity. Wandering physicians left records, guild registrations, medicine market purchases, lodging under a consistent name. Rong Feiyun's people were not sophisticated, but they were persistent, and persistence could find paper trails. Rong Feiyun needed to be focused on a more interesting problem. He walked to the outer gate in the early afternoon and stood in the gap long enough to be seen. He did not dress conspicuously. He wore what he always wore, plain gray, practical cut, no identifying marks. He stood at the gate's threshold for approximately 30 seconds, which was long enough for Rong Feiyun's positioned sentries to note a figure and relay the description, and short enough that he was gone before anyone with actual speed could reach him. He noted the reaction time as he withdrew. 15 seconds for the nearest sentry to begin moving. 12 for the second. The sentry on the south side was slower. She had been in an awkward position and needed to reorient. He filed the coverage gaps. He heard Rong Feiyun shout something from outside. He couldn't hear the specific words at this distance. The tone was the distinctive one of someone discovering that their leverage on a situation is less complete than they believed. He went back inside. Rong Feiyun now had a face. Thin, young, wrong description for any of the cultivators Rong Feiyun had been told about by the Hollow Canopy sect. It would not match Lian Shuang's description. It would match the description of a derooted fugitive hiding in a death ground, which was what Rong Feiyun wanted to be dealing with. It was a simpler story and a more satisfying enemy than a physician who had inexplicably decided to stay at an imperial tomb. Rong Feiyun's people would focus on the face now, on the gate, on the shape of a man who had been seen. Lian Shuang was in the outer courtyard when he returned, reviewing her medicine stock. She looked up. Mao Tieshu is in the eastern supply line camp, Shen Yao said. Held by Rong Feiyun's people, but not under formal detention. They haven't filed anything with the regional authority. They're using him as a supply lever, not a bargaining piece. Can we get him out? I have a plan for that. But I need Rong Feiyun looking at the gate for the next few days. He settled against the wall near her. I just made that more likely. She looked at him for a moment. What did you do? I let them see me. She absorbed this. That puts you at risk. Less than it puts you if Rong Feiyun's people start asking local physicians about their recent movements. He met her eyes. There is a secondary risk I'm managing here. I should have told you about it earlier. He watched her process this. Not the information but the fact that he was choosing, now, to share it. Her expression shifted slightly. Not surprise exactly. Something closer to recalibration. Tell me now, she said. He did. Chapter 32. Pang Ruashi. She arrived without announcement, which told him she understood the value of arriving without announcement. Pang Ruashi's command tent went up 300 meters from the outer gate in the time it took Shen Yao to eat a meal and walk the inner chamber's perimeter once. The tent was large and organized, its support stakes driven with the methodical efficiency of people who had set up camp hundreds of times. The hollow canopy sects banner flew from a single pole, not multiple. One banner was authority, multiple banners were display. She was not displaying. He watched the setup through the echo network. 5 attendants. 1 carrying the personal luggage that suggested a senior official's comforts. 2 who walked like fighters. Good posture, careful weight distribution, eyes forward rather than down. And Pang Ruashi herself, who he had not yet seen clearly, but whose resonance signature registered as someone who had been cultivating for a long time and had learned to compress that power into a very small outward space. Controlled, practiced at seeming smaller than she was. He sent a message to Lian Shuang. Senior sect official has arrived. No Su Wanyu visible yet. Tent configuration suggests medium duration stay. 2 guards who are better than they look. Lian Shuang was outside the tomb's perimeter on a medical supply run. The outer blockade had shifted after he showed himself at the gate. Rong Feiyun's people consolidating their positioning and creating a gap to the north that Lian Shuang could use. He had calculated the gap would be there. She was back by mid-afternoon. By that time, Pang Ruashi had sent a formal courtesy notice to the outer gate, a paper document, on sect letterhead, informing the current occupant of the burial zone perimeter that Elder Pang Ruashi of the Hollow Canopy sect was conducting a routine inspection of the region in accordance with the sect's historic custodial claim, and extended an invitation to meet at a mutually convenient location outside the gate. Shen Yao read it twice. The phrasing was careful. Current occupant of the burial zone perimeter was neither an accusation nor a recognition. It was a legal non-position. Leaving space to define him, however, was useful later. Historic custodial claim was a term he hadn't seen in the sect's formal documentation before. It implied something softer than ownership, harder than interest. And mutually convenient location was an invitation for him to set the terms of the meeting, which seemed generous but was actually a way of gathering information. Where he chose to meet would tell her something. He thought about what he wanted her to know. He wrote a reply. It said, "Thank you for the courtesy notice. I am available for a meeting at the outer gate threshold at your convenience." The writer's name was absent. The paper had no identifying marks. He gave it to Mao Tieshu's secondary contact to deliver, the arrangement Mao Tieshu had set up for exactly this kind of message relay. The contact was a local produce seller who owed Mao Tieshu something and asked no questions. He watched, from inside the echo network, as the message arrived at Pang Ruashi's tent. She read it. He could feel from the sustained stillness in the tent for a long time. Then she sent an acknowledgement. Tomorrow morning, after the dew cleared. He spent the evening preparing for the meeting the way he prepared for everything, by listing what he wanted to learn, what he was willing to reveal, and what questions she would ask that he could not answer safely. The list of unanswerable questions was longer than he liked. He worked on shortening it. Chapter 33. The probe. The meeting lasted 20 minutes. Pang Ruashi was in her late 50s. This had not been visible in her resonance signature, which ran younger, the particular density of someone who had spent decades disciplining their cultivation expression. In person, it was the fine structure around her eyes and the deliberate way she held her hands, folded, at the level of her belt, that told the real story. She looked at him the way a craftsman examines a material they haven't worked with before. Not dismissive, not hostile, assessing. He looked at her the same way. She said, "You're younger than I expected." "Note that expectation is a tool," he said. "Whoever said it probably intended you to underestimate the timeline." She paused. "The timeline for what?" "Whatever you came here to prevent." She was quiet for a moment. He watched her decide not to press on that. She made her offer. Access to the outer courtyard for a historical survey. Amnesty through the sect in exchange for cooperation. Her voice was steady and her phrasing was considered. She was good at this. He answered each point directly and watched which of his answers produced the smallest visible reaction. The questions she didn't visibly react to were the ones she already knew the answers to. She had better intelligence on his situation than he had assumed. He asked her 3 questions. The first was about the sect's original claim documentation. The second was about what she understood the scope of the tribunal investigation to be. The third was about whether Ren Chao had been consulted about this visit. Her answer to the first contained a lie. She cited a charter date that was inconsistent with the regional historical records he had reviewed in his second week, using the tomb's extensive archive of inscribed texts. Her answer to the second was a half-truth. She knew more than she said and less than she implied. Her answer to the third was a genuine answer, which was that Ren Chao had sent her. He filed all 3. She asked him what he had found inside the tomb. He said, "Something the sect would prefer I hadn't found." He watched her face. She didn't ask him what it was. She said, "That's a very broad category." "Yes," he said. "I thought you might want to narrow it." She looked at him for a long moment. Then she said, "I'll consider your position." He said, "I'll be here." She returned to her tent. He returned to the inner chambers. 3 days later, through the courier relay he had established, Mao Tieshu's secondary contact, who was now free because Shen Yao had scripted exactly what Mao Tieshu could safely tell Rong Feiyun's people in exchange for his release, the answers adding up to nothing useful, a message arrived for him from Pang Ruashi's camp. It contained a report. Unofficial. Unstamped. It described Rong Feiyun's activities in the region over the past month, including 3 specific incidents the sect was officially unaware of that could be embarrassing. She was not threatening him with this information. She was sharing it. She had decided he was more useful as an information source than as a target. She had become, without knowing it, his intelligence network inside the Hollow Canopy sect's regional operations. He would not tell her this. He would simply continue asking careful questions through the courier relay and receiving careful answers back. He noted that this had cost him nothing except the implication that he had embarrassing information about the sect. He had implied it. He hadn't confirmed it. He hadn't lied. He filed Pang Ruashi under useful, engaged, not yet an ally, not yet a threat. Chapter 34. The third trial. The third trial chamber had no resonance in it. That was the first thing he noticed. Every other room in the tomb vibrated with accumulated death energy, the low constant presence of 300 years of collected echo. This chamber was silent. He stepped across the threshold, and the hum of the outer network cut off completely, as if the stone walls were lined with dampening formation layers. He stood in the silence and looked at the room. It was the same dimensions as the others. Stone floor, pale gray, faintly dusty. No inscriptions visible. No light source he could identify, but he could see, which meant there was light from somewhere, ambient and directionless. Nothing happened for a while. He sat down. He waited. Jin Wu's voice, when it came, did not come from the walls. It came from inside the room's silence itself, woven into the negative space. The third trial is observation only. Do not attempt to intervene. He said, "Observe what?" No answer. Then he saw himself. It began at the outer gate, a scene, 3-dimensional, occupying the far third of the chamber, as if looking through a window into a different version of the same world. He recognized the gate immediately. He recognized the morning, the overcast sky, the particular quality of flat light, the smell of wood smoke he had noted as an unidentified variable. He recognized the person running. He had not looked like that in a long time, or had not seen himself look like that. Thin, hunted, the specific movement of someone who had stopped sleeping enough weeks ago and was running on momentum and controlled fear. He watched himself reach the outer gate and stop. In this version, the hunters arrived before he went through. They were 3 of them, not the full group, but 3, which was enough. They had flanked him on the run, faster than he had accounted for because he had miscalculated the terrain in the dark. The Hollow Canopy cultivators were at spirit condenser rank, which he could not have survived even with a chi root. He watched himself turn to face them. He watched the fight. It lasted less than a minute. He was not a trained fighter. He had practical knowledge, not systematic cultivation of combat technique, and against spirit condensers with chi-enhanced speed and trained formation experience, practical knowledge was insufficient. He watched himself make 4 good decisions in a row and have them not matter. He watched himself die at the outer gate. The scene held for a moment. Then it dissolved. He sat in the silent chamber and took a breath. Jin Wu's echo said, "Most candidates, at this point, have either fled or entered a reactive emotional state. You did neither." "I was noting the timing," he said. Second hunter entered late. He was slower than the other 2. "If I had gone left instead of right at the third exchange, I would have created distance from the formation." A pause. "It still ends the same. But the margin changes." "Why does the margin matter?" "Because margins accumulate." He looked at where the vision had been. "The version of me that died didn't survive. but understanding the margin tells me what I would need to close it, what I would need to change. He paused. What did I miss? Jin Wuk was briefly silent. Then, you missed nothing. You are the first candidate in 600 years to ask what you missed rather than what you would have done differently. Those are the same question. They are not, Jin Wuk said. One blames circumstance. One identifies the gap. Another pause. The third trial is complete. He got to his feet. The dampening lifted. The tomb's resonance hum returned, familiar as ambient noise after a period of unusual quiet. He walked back toward the inner chambers with the image of his own death filed under. Noted. The gap identified. The gap he was, every day, working to close. Chapter 35. The name in the message he learned about Rin Xiao's arrival through the courier relay at midday. The message was from Pang Ruoshi, one of the regular intelligence exchanges he had established. She reported, in her precise prose, that the sect master had arrived at the nearest town the previous afternoon in a formal travel palanquin with 12 escorts. She included one sentence that she likely believed was context, and he immediately recognized as the key item. He brought no combat formation. This is a visit, not an enforcement action. He read this sentence twice. The interpretation Pang Ruoshi intended was reassuring. He read it differently. Rin Xiao had not brought a combat formation because Rin Xiao did not believe he needed one. A sovereign realm cultivator approaching a core shaper level brought formations out of protocol, not necessity. Whatever Rin Xiao's personal cultivation actually was, and the fragment he had absorbed in the first week, the one that carried the name Rin Xiao like a recognition signature, had not given him a precise level. It was high enough that 12 escorts and a formal palanquin communicated message rather than capability. The message was, I am here, and I came without hurrying. Shen Yao sat down. He applied his standard process. He listed what he knew, what he could infer, and what he needed to know. The list of what he needed to know was much longer than the other two columns. What he knew. Rin Xiao had orchestrated his derouting and framing 6 weeks before it happened. Rin Xiao was monitoring the situation actively enough that news of his entering the tomb reached him through a channel Shen Yao hadn't caught. Rin Xiao had now come in person, which meant either the situation required his personal attention or he had judged this worth his time. What he could infer, Rin Xiao was not panicking. The formal palanquin, the 12 escorts, the lack of combat formation, these were the presentation of a man who believed he controlled the situation. Which meant Rin Xiao's information about the situation was either significantly incomplete or significantly wrong, because a man who understood what was actually developing inside this tomb would not be casual about it. What he needed to know, what Rin Xiao's incomplete information was, what he had been told, what he believed Shen Yao had found, and what he thought Shen Yao had become. He needed to know what version of events Rin Xiao was walking toward. He sat with the problem for an hour. Lian Shuang brought him water at some point and left it without speaking, which he had come to understand was her way of noting that she could see he was working and wouldn't interrupt, but was present. The conclusion he reached was not comfortable. He could not fight Rin Xiao. If Pang Ruoshi's assessment of the man's position was accurate, and she had no reason to misrepresent it, then Rin Xiao operated at a level several tiers above anything Shen Yao could currently project. Even with the tomb as terrain, even with the Echo Network as intelligence tool, a direct confrontation with a core shaper at or near domain opener rank would not be a fight. It would be an ending. He would not fight Rin Xiao. He would learn what Rin Xiao believed, and he would let Rin Xiao continue believing it. And he would use every day between now and the moment of actual confrontation to change the conditions of that confrontation entirely. He wrote back to Pang Ruoshi. The message said, I am aware of the sect master's arrival. I hope his journey was comfortable. I will be in my usual location if anyone wishes to pursue a formal dialogue. He watched the courier relay carry it out. He thought about what it meant to be patient with a man who had destroyed your life as a calculation and then forgotten to account for the variable that calculation created. He noted this thought. He did not act on it immediately. He put it in the column of what he intended to collect when the time was right. Chapter 36. The false artifact. The problem with Rin Xiao's arrival was that it changed the context of everything he was doing. Before Rin Xiao came in person, the situation was about Rong Feiyun's inconvenience and Pang Ruoshi's maneuvering and Dou Mingsha's professional concern. These were manageable problems with predictable shapes. Now there was a man 2 towns away who had orchestrated his derouting as a calculated experiment and who had the cultivation level to walk through every obstacle Shen Yao had assembled. The only thing that stopped him from doing exactly that was the tomb. Shen Yao went back to the problem of the binding trial. He knew what it did. He had survived it. It had taken everything he had, 6 hours of consolidated death resonance pressing inward, and he had survived only because his chi root had already been destroyed, because there was nothing for the trial to reject. A cultivator with an intact sect-bonded chi root would fail the trial immediately. The resonance would press against the root's established bonds and shatter them in a process that appeared, from the outside, to simply kill the cultivator with no mark. Everyone who enters dies. This was the tomb's reputation. The reputation was technically wrong. It didn't kill everyone, but it was right about everyone who came in with a sect bond, which was everyone who had tried in 300 years. Ren Xiao had a sect bond. Almost certainly, he had multiple. A core shaper cultivator near domain opener had decades of accumulated chi root development, layers of sect formation influence. The binding trial would kill him within minutes of entry. But Ren Xiao knew this. He was not going to simply walk in. He needed a reason to believe the risk was worth taking. He needed to believe the tomb contained something he could not afford to leave in Shen Duanyu's hands. Shen Duanyu went to work on providing that reason. The first false artifact had been crude, a piece of inscribed stone, plausibly ancient, carrying no actual resonant signature. It had worked on Rong Feiyun because Rong Feiyun was greedy and not careful. Ren Xiao would not be caught by something crude. He spent 4 days working through the tomb's outer archive, the wall inscriptions in the entry chambers, which he had been deciphering for weeks. Most of them were records, names of the dead, dates of battles, inventories of what the emperor had brought with him into the tomb as grave goods. But one set of inscriptions, in a side passage near the first trial entrance, described something called the imperial memory, a condensed record of the emperor's cultivation technique, distinct from the ecosystem, described as a physical object that existed somewhere in the tomb's deep chambers. He could not verify whether the imperial memory was real. He suspected it was. Jin Wuk had not mentioned it, which meant either it wasn't significant or it was significant enough to withhold. Either way, the concept was exactly what he needed. He constructed a copy, not of the memory itself, which he didn't have, but of the container described in the inscriptions. A cylindrical jade case, engraved with a pattern that matched the inscription's description. He sourced the jade from a decorative vessel in the outer courtyard that had been sitting cracked and abandoned for decades. He worked the engraving himself with a fine chisel, referencing the inscription at each stage. The case was empty. The resonance signature of the inscribed pattern, when exposed to the tomb's ambient echo field for 3 days, accumulated enough ambient charge to read as mildly significant to a cultivator sensing from outside. He placed it near the second entrance, the alternate route he hadn't yet had reason to formally use, the one that the sect's members apparently knew about. He filed this under Bait Set. Waiting. Chapter 37. The letter Lian Shuang brought him the letter in the afternoon, holding it in both hands the way she held things she wasn't certain about. This came through the external relay, she said. It's addressed from Pang Ruashi's camp to the town where Ren Xiao is staying. The courier dropped it at the wrong location. She set it on the stone between them. I didn't open it. He looked at it. The seal was Pang Ruashi's personal chop, not the sect's official stamp, the elder's private one. The address was Ren Xiao's name in the town inn. The misdrop was plausible. Mao Tieshu's external relay involved multiple handoffs, and the eastern handoff point was occasionally confused with the town's western courier station by people who didn't know the area. He picked it up. He broke the seal. He read it. The letter was a progress report, Pang Ruashi updating Ren Xiao on the results of the regional survey and her meeting with the tomb's occupant. It was organized in her precise prose, structured into sections. The first section described the tomb's outer defenses and the investigator's presence. The second described Rong Feiyun's activities. The third described the occupant. The third section read, the occupant is young, male, approximately 19 to 20 years, derooted. Has displayed cultivation activity consistent with non-standard method. Cooperated minimally with survey meeting. The occupant should be identified as the fugitive Shen Duanyu, per the commission profile provided by the sect master. He read this sentence 3 times. He noted that Lian Shuang was watching his face. He kept his face the way he always kept it when processing important information, still, without effect, present but not reacting. He had practiced this for years. It served him well in situations where reacting before he had thought would cost him. He set the letter down. Lian Shuang said, "What does it say?" He handed it to her. She read it. He watched the specific moment her eyes reached the third section. Her hands did not change. Her expression did not change visibly. But there was a quality to her stillness afterward that was different from before, a weight in it. She set the letter back on the stone between them. Neither of them said anything for a moment. Chapter 38. Accounting, he said. Did you know from the start? No. She said it immediately, not defensively, the tone of someone stating a fact rather than defending a position. I knew I was hired to locate a fugitive in this region. I knew the fugitive had a non-standard appearance. The derooting marker makes people easier to track. I did not know a name. She looked at him steadily. When I found you outside the gate and you gave me a false name, I didn't recognize it as false because I didn't have the real one to compare. He considered this. When did you have the information to know? The commission profile arrived in pieces. The third piece, with the name, came 4 days after I had already decided to stay. She paused. I received it. I didn't report back. Because you had already decided to stay. Yes. No elaboration. She was watching him make his own accounting of this. He did the accounting. She had taken employment from someone who turned out to be working for the man who had destroyed his life. She had stayed after learning, partially, what the employment involved. She had not reported his presence with a name that would have made the report actionable. She was, as far as the formal record went, a liability who had chosen not to be one. He said, I'm not running you off. But I need you to know that I know. I know that you know, she said. I've known since you told me about the Ren Chao countersignature that you were managing information about me as a variable. She picked up the letter and set it aside. What I want to know is whether you're going to keep doing that, managing me as a variable, or whether you're going to let me actually help you. He was quiet for a moment. Those are not mutually exclusive, he said. I know. She stood. But they're different weights to carry. He thought about this while she went to check the inner passage's stability. There had been minor tremors from an echo storm 2 nights ago, and 3 sections of the eastern corridor were showing stress fractures. He thought about it while he followed her, because the eastern sections required 2 people to check properly in the aftermath of a storm, one moving through the passage while the other watched from outside for resonance signature changes. The echo storm hit the ceiling first. Not a full collapse, a controlled fracture along a pre-existing fault line, the kind that the storm had been pressing against for days. He felt it through the echo network before the stone moved. He moved faster. He reached her before the falling section did. Not by much. He pulled her by the shoulder out of the direct fall zone, and they went sideways together, and 3 large blocks came down in the space she had been standing, and the dust followed. They were against the wall. He had one hand on her shoulder still. The corridor was blocked in front of them, but the passage behind was clear. She was looking at the stones. He was looking at the stones too. They were the same size as the ones that had trapped her in the previous collapse. She said, "Thank you." He removed his hand from her shoulder. He said, 1. We need to route around this section. 2. The eastern corridor is now impassable until I can confirm the ceiling above the alternate route. 3. I should have had this mapped before today. She said, those are the same weight, you know. What are? Managing me as a variable and letting me actually help. Same weight, just pointed in different directions. She turned away from the fallen stones. I'll take the alternate route. You take the main passage and tell me what you see. He watched her go. Then he went the other direction and did what he had said. Mapped the main passage ceiling. Noted the resonance signature of the stress fractures. Assessed whether the formation below was stable. It was stable. For now. He noted a timeline of 3 to 6 days before the next section might need attention. He noted also that she had been right. Chapter 39. The fourth trial chamber was cold. He felt the temperature change before he crossed the threshold. A drop of 10 degrees, maybe more. The air going from the tomb's usual slightly cool into something that tasted of winter. He breathed out and saw his breath cloud. His fingertips went numb at the tips within 10 seconds of entering. The chamber was smaller than the others. Circular, as they all were, but tight, perhaps 50 paces across. The ceiling was low enough that he could have touched it by standing on his toes. The stone underfoot was damp, as if moisture had been condensing here for a long time. The resonance signatures were immediately distinct. Not battlefield deaths. Not the trial voices of his own past. Not the accumulated echo of old atrocities. These were something more specific and more private. The deaths of cultivators who had overreached their body's structural limits and paid the exact price. Chi root ruptures. Meridian hemorrhage. The particular and catastrophic consequence of absorbing more than one's cultivation stage could hold. He recognized the signature from experience. He had felt it in his own hands after the first trial, after extended projections, after the compression sessions that pushed too hard. The difference between what he had felt and what these echoes carried was the difference between a warning sign and the consequence of ignoring it. These cultivators had not survived. He had, so far. He began absorbing. The first echo was a foundation forger who had attempted a spirit condenser breakthrough too early. The progression attempted before the meridians were ready, the chi core forming before the channels could support it. He felt the echo of the rupture in his own meridians as he absorbed it, a phantom of someone else's mistake running through his own pathways. It hurt in the way phantom pain hurts. Inexact, untraceable, real. He noted this and continued. 6 more. 7. 8. The echoes varied in cultivation rank and method and the specific manner of their overreaching, but the quality underneath was constant. This is what it costs. This is what you are asking your body to risk every time you push past the boundary. This is not theoretical. He absorbed each one and felt each one add its phantom cost to his impression layer. The new compression not of power, but of understanding. His hands began to bleed. Not from cuts, from the meridians outward, the specific bleed-through that signified impression layer saturation at the seams. He looked at his palms, and the blood was slow, dark, welling from the heel of each hand in the place where he had cut himself digging Lian Shuang out of the collapsed passage. He did not stop. He absorbed the last 3 echoes with his hands bleeding and his fingers entirely numb. When the trial ended, he sat on the damp stone floor and waited for his hands to stop. Jian Wu's voice said, "The cost." "Yes," he said. "You are beginning to understand the cost." He looked at his hands. The bleeding was slowing. The numbness was already beginning to clear from the outermost fingers, working inward. The damage was real but minor, surface bleed, no meridian rupture. He had absorbed at capacity, not past it. He said, "I understand it better than I want to." "That is the correct relationship to the cost," Jian Wu said. "Cultivators who do not fear the cost die to it. Cultivators who fear it too much never advance. The balance is knowing it fully and choosing to act anyway." He stood. His legs were stiff from the cold and the sitting. He pressed both palms to the stone floor and felt the familiar network respond. The tomb's resonance, steady and unchanged, indifferent to what had just happened in this small cold room. "When does the trial stop teaching me what I already know?" he said, "and start teaching me what I don't?" Jian Wu did not answer. He walked back toward the outer chambers with his hands pressed to his sides, leaving no mark on the stone. Chapter 40. The second lining she found it on a rainy evening, when there was nothing to do but go through her medicine bag. Shen Yao was in the inner chamber working on the Echo Network's range calibration, a precise and quiet task that required extended concentration. Lian Shuang was in the outer room with her bag open on the stone, conducting the quarterly inventory that she kept with the same systematic attention she gave everything in her work. He heard her go still. Not loud stillness, the particular kind of absence that meant something had shifted. He had learned to distinguish these. He waited. She appeared in the inner chamber doorway. She was holding a folded paper. She had not opened it. She held it by one corner. Carefully, the way you carry something that has changed its weight in your hand. She said. This was in the second lining. He looked at it. He recognized the paper quality. He had seen it before, in the letter Pang Ruashi sent to Rin Chao. High grade, slightly waxy surface, the specific manufacture of something produced for official correspondence. He said, "The commission contract. I didn't know it was there. I've had this bag for 4 years. The second lining was a repair someone else did. I didn't sew it myself. Whatever was inside was there when I received it back from the repair." She set it on the stone between them. Her voice was even. Her hands, when she pulled them back, were not entirely steady. "I'm giving it to you unopened." He picked it up. He unfolded it. The document was a standard commission format. The Hollow Canopy Sects upper administration used a particular contract structure for sensitive external operations, and he recognized the header from the forged tribunal document he had prepared 3 weeks ago. The body of the contract described the commission: locate a specific individual near the tomb region, report his cultivation status and physical condition, maintain cover identity as a traveling physician. The individual was named on line 7. His name, his real one, not an alias. The commission was dated 6 weeks before his derouting. He read this date twice. He set the paper down. He read it a third time. The commission was active before the derouting ceremony, he said aloud. Lian Shuang said nothing. She was watching him. He looked at the counter-signature at the bottom. Standard commissions had a sect intermediary's mark, one of the administrative elders who handled external operations. He looked at the counter-signature. It was not an administrative elder. Rin Chao's personal seal was at the bottom of the commission document. Not the sect's official stamp, his personal chop, the same one that had been on the letter Pang Ruashi sent. He sat with this for a moment. The commission had been prepared and signed by Rin Chao personally, 6 weeks before the derouting was carried out. 6 weeks before the framing. 6 weeks before the hunters. The derouting, the framing, the hunt. All of it was downstream of a commission that had been authorized before any of those events occurred. The commission was not a response to what he had done. It was preparation for something Rin Chao had already planned to do. And Lian Shuang had been carrying the evidence in her medicine bag since before she met him. He said, "You have been carrying this since the start." "I didn't know." She said it quietly. "I am telling you that I didn't know." He looked at her. He looked at the paper. He made the accounting. The same accounting he had been running since he read the letter from Pang Ruashi, but now with a new item in the column of what he knew. He said, "I believe you." She exhaled slowly. Not relief exactly. Acknowledgement. He said, "This tells me that my derooting was not punishment. It was creation." He wanted a derooted cultivator near this tomb, and I was the variable he chose to use. He folded the paper and set it to one side. Whatever Ren Xiao expected to find when he read Lian Shuang's reports, he did not expect what is actually happening in here. She said, "What is actually happening in here?" He was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "Something he can't afford to let develop further." He looked at the paper, which means his timeline is shorter than I thought. Outside, the rain continued against the outer wall. Inside the echo network, steady and constant, the tomb breathed its 300-year patience around them. Shen Yao sat in the lamplight with Ren Xiao's personal seal in front of him and made a list of everything he would need to do before the man arrived at his gate. The list was long. He was not yet afraid of long lists. He started at the top and worked his way down. Chapter 41. The calculation. He spent the full day with the commission document, in the inner chamber where the echo network ran quiet, working through it the way he worked through everything difficult, systematically, without rushing toward a conclusion he might have wanted. The contract was dated 6 weeks before the derooting ceremony. He had checked this 3 times before accepting it, because the implication was severe enough to require certainty. 6 weeks before. Not in response to something he had done. The derooting ceremony was 3 months after the incident that had served as its justification, so 6 weeks before the ceremony placed the commission date in the middle of a period when he was an unremarkable second-year junior cultivator at the Ironwater sect, with no particular distinction and no record of anything that would warrant Ren Xiao's personal attention. Nothing he had done could have triggered this. The commission preceded the cause. He worked through the logic twice and arrived at the same place both times. Ren Xiao had wanted a derooted cultivator near the tomb. Not just any derooted person. The commission profile described specific parameters that matched him precisely. Age range, cultivation level at time of derooting, temperament markers that pointed towards solitary problem solvers who would enter the tomb alone rather than in a group. Ren Xiao had been selecting for characteristics, and the selection process was the derooting itself. He hadn't been punished. He had been manufactured. The hunters hadn't been chasing him to kill him. They had been chasing him toward the gate. He sat with this for a long time. The question was not whether this was true. The evidence was clear. The question was what Ren Xiao had expected to find when Lian Shuang reported back. An experiment that failed, probably. Another corpse at the binding trial, data point confirming that even derooted cultivators couldn't survive. Or, in the successful case, a derooted person who had somehow bypassed the trial and begun absorbing resonance. Confirmation that the mechanism he had theorized was real, followed by extraction and study. Ren Xiao had not, apparently, expected the successful case to produce someone who would stop Lian Shuang's reports, forge tribunal documents, manipulate the investigators' findings, and establish a functioning political position inside the burial zone within 2 months. This gap between expectation and reality was what Shen Yao had to work with. He began building a new list. Not of immediate tactical concerns, those were already mapped, but of questions about what Ren Xiao actually wanted from the tomb. The commission had been about confirming a derooting cultivator could survive the binding trial. That meant Ren Xiao had a use for such a person. The use was the question. He thought about the echo he had absorbed in the first week, the one that carried the name Ren Xiao. He thought about the fragment of the Dao throne, which Jian Wuk had described as stolen. He thought about the second entrance, which he had noted in his first week as an unexplored route. He wrote 3 possibilities in the air, numbering them the way he always did when sorting variables under pressure. 1. Ren Xiao wanted a practitioner who could navigate the tomb's interior and retrieve something. The Imperial memory artifact he had used as bait, or the real version, if it existed. Something that required bypassing the binding trial. 2. Ren Xiao wanted confirmation that the Imperial Echo cultivation system worked, so he could study or replicate it without going inside himself. 3. Ren Xiao knew about the Dao throne and wanted a practitioner who could approach it without being destroyed, because Ren Xiao's own cultivation base, bonded to the stolen fragment, would react catastrophically in proximity to the original. He stared at the third possibility for a long time. Then he filed it under, highly probable. Act accordingly. Lian Shuang brought him food at some point in the afternoon. He ate without stopping the work. She watched him for a moment from the doorway and then went to do something else. He noted, briefly, that her knowing when to stay and when to leave was becoming one of the things he relied on without having consciously decided to. He noted this and returned to the list. Chapter 42. The elder Pang Ruoshi's meeting request arrived through Mao Tieshu's secondary contact on a dry gray morning politely worded and specific about what she was asking for. Not a conversation at the outer gate. Access to the outer courtyard for a historical documentation survey of the perimeter zone. She cited the hollow canopy sect's custodial claim as the basis and proposed a 2-day presence with a small team. He read the request and spent an hour deciding what to do with it. The request was a probe. He understood this. She wanted to know how much he would give up and what he would do when the cost of refusal was social rather than physical. She was testing the line. He also understood that refusing outright was a different kind of information. It told her he had something to protect in the outer courtyard that a documentation survey would uncover. He had nothing in the outer courtyard he needed to hide. The sensitive work was all in the inner chambers. Refusing would suggest a weakness he didn't actually have. He wrote back, "I can accommodate a limited documentation survey of the outer courtyard on the attached conditions." The conditions were 3: no cultivation scanning of the inner gate, no removal of any physical materials, and he would be present during the survey. He sent the response. He spent the next day continuing his echo network calibration work and waiting. She agreed to all 3 conditions. He met her at the outer gate in the early morning, when the light was still gray and the tomb's resonance field ran cooler. She had 2 attendants, not the fighters he had identified at her tent, but 2 administrative cultivators in sect survey robes, carrying measuring instruments and documentation materials, and 1 person walking slightly behind her and to the left who was not an attendant. He assessed the 3rd person in a single look. Late 20s, female, junior elder rank by the cultivation density, he could feel even at 5 paces. Posture carrying the particular quality of someone who had decided to dislike him before arriving. Black outer robes with yellow trim at the cuffs. Pang Rawashi said, "My assistant, Elder Su Wanyue." He said, "Welcome." Su Wanyue said, "You have no right to determine who is welcome in a site under sect custodial protection." He did not argue. He noted the force behind the objection, not political calculation, not strategic antagonism. She believed this. She was not performing hostility for Pang Rawashi's benefit. She genuinely believed the tomb was under sect protection and that his presence here was an offense against that structure. He stepped aside and let them in. He walked with Pang Rawashi while the administrative cultivators began their documentation work. He had given Pang Rawashi the outer courtyard. He stayed near enough to the inner gate to ensure the conditions of the agreement were visible from where the documentation team worked. Pang Rawashi moved through the space with the practiced ease of someone who had assessed many locations and found most of them unremarkable. Her eyes went to the inscriptions on the outer wall, to the skeleton in sect robes near the eastern corner that had been there since before he arrived, to the second entrance path along the inner wall that he had noted in his first week. She did not ask about the path. He noted that she did not ask about the path. She asked instead about the inscription on the outer gate's lintel, an older script, archaic even by the tomb's standards, which he had partially deciphered over 3 weeks. She asked as if in passing, a casual historical interest. He gave her the partial translation he had, leaving out the section that described the binding trials mechanism. She listened. She thanked him. She moved on. He watched Su Wanyue in his peripheral vision. She was conducting her own survey, not the administrative documentation, but her own assessment, looking at everything with the focused attention of someone who had studied the tomb's history and was checking it against what she saw. She had been lied to about something, he thought. She just didn't know which part yet. Chapter 43. 3 questions. The survey took most of the day. The administrative cultivators were thorough. By afternoon, Pang Rawashi's team had documented the outer courtyard's major structural features, copied every visible inscription, and mapped the perimeter dimensions. The work was professional and systematic. He watched it and gave them no trouble. At the end of the afternoon, Pang Rawashi requested the brief conversation he had expected since the morning. They stood near the outer gate while her team packed their materials. The light was going gold behind the treeline. Su Wanyue was still inside, reviewing one of the copied inscriptions against a reference document she had brought. Pang Rawashi's pitch was well constructed. She offered amnesty, full clearing of the flight and trespass records, restoration of status as a cultivator in good standing, and a documented agreement that the sect would not pursue further action, in exchange for his cooperation with the historical survey and a formal acknowledgement of the sect's custodial claim over the burial zone. She did not offer citizenship in the sect. She did not offer cultivation resources or formal placement. She offered to stop hunting him and dressed that as a gift. He said, "I have 3 questions before I consider this." She nodded. He said, "When was the hollow canopy sect's custodial claim over the burial zone formally recorded, and in which archive?" She said, "The claim dates to the early 3rd century post-imperial collapse. Formal recording is in the regional authority's historical register." He noted, The claim date was plausible, but she had hesitated by half a beat before the recording location. The register she named was the one that had partially flooded 2 centuries ago, the one where records were frequently unclear or missing. A convenient archive for a claim that might not survive scrutiny elsewhere. He filed this as the lie. He said, "What does the sect understand the tribunal's current investigative focus to be?" She said, "My understanding is that investigator Do Mingxia is assessing ambient resonance anomalies consistent with unauthorized formation activity in the outer burial zone. The tribunal has not formally identified a person of interest." He noted, she knew more than this. The letter he had intercepted suggested she and Peng Ruoshi had more communication about the tribunal's findings than she was representing. The specific phrasing, outer burial zone, was the tribunal's internal designation, which was not publicly known. He filed this as the half-truth. She was genuinely uncertain about the tribunal's current focus, but she was hiding that she had more information about their findings than she claimed. He said, "Was this survey requested by Sect Master Rin Chao directly, or was it your own initiative?" She said, "The survey was proposed by my office in response to the regional situation." He held her gaze for a moment. She held his. He filed this as the genuine answer. Peng Ruoshi had come here on her own authority, not because Rin Chao had sent her. She was operating independently, pursuing leverage she could bring back to the sect rather than following Rin Chao's specific orders. She and Rin Chao wanted different things from this situation. He filed the distinction. He said, "I'll need time to consider the amnesty offer. Several days, at minimum." She said, "Of course." She knew he was stalling. She was willing to let him stall because stalling was information too. It told her he hadn't already decided to refuse, and it gave her reason to continue the communication channel. They were both treating the conversation as an extended intelligence exchange. He suspected she knew this. He suspected she had concluded, somewhere in the past 2 weeks, that the most useful thing he could be was someone who talked to her. He walked her to the outer gate. Before she passed through, she said, "The inscriptions in the inner chambers, the ones we couldn't access today, I don't suppose you've made translations." He said, "Some." She said, "If you ever want to discuss them." He said, "Note that possibility." He used his own phrase deliberately and watched her react to it. A small moment of registration, quickly suppressed. She had been briefed on his verbal habits. He had expected this. He watched the survey team leave and then went back inside. Chapter 44. Su Wanyue did not leave with the others. He noticed this when he finished watching Peng Ruoshi's team depart and turned to find the outer courtyard still occupied by one person, standing near the eastern wall, studying the skeleton in sect robes. He walked over. She was looking at the insignia on the skeleton's robes, not noting it in passing, examining it with the specific concentration of someone who had spent time with historical documentation and could read what the insignia meant. She said, without turning, "Do you know who this was?" "No," he said. "The robes are old hollow canopy pattern, early period. The insignia marks a survey team designation. Early period survey team." She turned then. Her expression was not hostile the way it had been in the morning. It was troubled. A different quality entirely. There are records of 12 survey teams dispatched to the burial zone in the 1st century after the emperor's death. None of them returned. She looked back at the skeleton. "We are taught that the tomb destroyed them, that the resonance field was hostile and dangerous." "That may have been true," he said. "The field is still active. You survived it." "I did." She turned fully to face him. "How?" It was not aggressive. It was a real question. He said, "The field tests for something specific. I happened to qualify." He did not tell her what it tested for. He did not tell her about the binding trial. He gave her the true shape of the answer without the substance, which was not a lie, but was not a complete truth either. She looked at him for a moment. "You're not going to tell me more than that." "Not yet," he said. She absorbed this. She looked like someone deciding whether to be offended and concluding it wasn't worth the energy. She said, "Elder Peng Ruoshi believes you have something the sect can use." She's probably right. But she also thinks you can be managed, and she's wrong about that. She said it flatly, not as an accusation. An observation. She's very good at managing people. She managed her way to elder rank in 32 years, which is fast by any standard. But people who manage tend to miss the ones who aren't manageable. He said, "What category do you put yourself in?" She said, "I don't manage and I don't get managed. I investigate and then I decide." She looked at him steadily. "I'm going to keep investigating." He said, "I'd expect nothing else." She gave him a look that he could not easily categorize. Not hostility, not warmth, something more specific than either, and walked toward the outer gate. At the threshold she stopped and said, "The inscription on the inner lintel. The second line. The translation you gave Elder Peng Ruoshi was incomplete." He said nothing. She said, You left out the part about the trial. She passed through the gate. He stood in the courtyard for a moment after she left, assessing. She had been in the outer courtyard all day with a reference document from the sect's historical archive. She had been checking his partial translations against a source he hadn't known they had. She had identified the omission. He updated his assessment of Su Wanyue considerably. She was not going to be an enemy. She was also not going to be a convenient ally. She was going to be a problem of the kind that problems were when they came from someone whose intentions were genuinely good and whose methods were genuinely thorough. He filed her separately from Pang Ruashi. Su Wanyue does not manage and does not get managed. Investigates and decides. Currently investigating. Decision pending. Chapter 45. The cartographer from the capital arrived quietly, which was the most alarming thing about her. She came with no announcement, no formal introduction, simply appeared at Domingsha's monitoring post 3 days after Pang Ruashi's survey team left. She drove a single wagon. She had no assistance. The resonance monitoring equipment she set up over the next 12 hours was 3 times as sophisticated as the instruments already in place, and she assembled it with the methodical ease of someone who had done this so many times that the work had become like breathing. Shen Yao tracked her setup through the echo network with growing attention. The new instruments didn't scan. They listened. The distinction was important. Scanning sent active chi pulses outward and read the resonance responses, which he could detect and deflect with careful management of his absorption patterns. These instruments simply recorded everything in the ambient field, continuously, with a resolution he had not encountered before. He could feel the difference. His echo absorption work, which he had been conducting quietly for weeks, was going to register on those instruments whether he wanted it to or not. He thought about what to do. He thought about Domingsha's response to the previous week's readings, which had been to extend her observation period rather than escalate. She was being careful. She had found something she didn't understand, and she was taking time to understand it before deciding. He did not know if the cartographer's arrival was Domingsha's initiative or a tribunal directive from above. He needed to find out. He sent a message through Mao Tieshu's relay asking Pang Ruashi, in the careful language of their information exchange, whether she had any intelligence on recent tribunal capital communications. The answer came the following day. Tribunal Central flagged the priority unknown classification and dispatched a specialist. This was standard protocol. Domingsha did not request the specialist. She was informed of the dispatch. So Domingsha was being managed from above. That changed the calculation. He watched the cartographer work through the echo network. She sat beside her instruments for hours at a time, reviewing outputs, making notes. She was not quick. She was not dramatic. She was the kind of investigator who built a complete picture before drawing any conclusion, and she was building the picture of what was inside this tomb from the resonance field alone. In the afternoon of the 4th day, he felt her instruments shift, a targeted sweep, not random ambient recording, but a deliberate alignment toward a specific frequency. The frequency she was tracking was the precise signature of his impression layer during active absorption work. She had found the pattern. He immediately suspended his absorption practice. Inside the monitoring post, he felt through the echo network the moment of the cartographer's significant discovery. The way the quality of her attention changed, focused, sharpened. She was writing rapidly. She had cross-referenced something. He needed to know what. He composed a careful message to Mao Tieshu. Find any public record of tribunal archive classifications in the range 0040 C to 0050 C. Historical cultivation systems. Pre-current era. He sent it and waited. 2 days later, no public record exists. The 0040S range is a sealed archive classification. External access requires tribunal rank of inspector or higher. He sat with this and thought about what it meant that the cartographer had a cross-reference available from a sealed archive. She had brought documentation from Central. She had arrived knowing what she was looking for. This was not a routine dispatch. This was a deliberate investigation of something the tribunal already had partial records for. He went to Jian Wux's Echo. He said, "When you designed the Imperial Echo system 600 years ago, did you register it anywhere? Any official records?" A long pause. Then, there was a documentation filed with what was then the Imperial Assessment Bureau. The records passed to the regional tribunals when the empire collapsed. Another pause. I assumed the records had been lost. He said, "They were archived. Sealed. The tribunal has them." Jian Wuk was quiet. He said, "Which means the tribunal has known, for 600 years, that this system was theoretical but real. And now their cartographer is outside my gate measuring whether it's being practiced." He spent the evening in the inner chamber thinking about what it meant to be discovered not by enemies, but by people whose job was to understand things. The hollow canopy sect's interest he could work around. Their motivations were political and their methods were blunt. The tribunal's interest was something else. They were slow and thorough, and they did not, as a matter of institutional practice, let things they had classified remain unresolved. He needed to be in that conversation before they decided without him. He wrote a message to Do Mingxia. He asked for a meeting. He offered to answer 3 questions. He sealed the message carefully and sent it through the external relay. Then he went back to his absorption work, more quietly than before, calibrating for the cartographer's instruments. If she was going to record everything in the ambient field, he would give her something to record. He would let her build an accurate picture. An accurate picture, seen by someone honest, was less dangerous than a partial picture that invited speculation in directions he couldn't predict. He thought about Su Wanyue's parting words, that his translation had been incomplete. He thought about what it meant to give partial information to people who would eventually find the rest. He thought that perhaps the cost of withholding was becoming higher than the cost of sharing, and that he would need to calibrate this more carefully going forward. He had been managing information. He was beginning to wonder what he had missed by not letting any of it flow freely. He noted the thought. He was not ready to act on it yet, but he put it in the column of assessments that required revisiting. Chapter 46. What the general did. The 5th trial chamber smelled of oil and old armor. He registered this before he registered anything else. The specific sharp scent of weapon oil left too long, of metal and cool storage, of the particular combination that military equipment acquired over years of use. He had smelled it before, briefly, in the echoes of battlefield deaths he had absorbed. Here it was concentrated, a physical quality in the air that seemed to settle into his clothing and hair as he crossed the threshold. The chamber looked like a command tent frozen in time. A long stone table. Overturned cups, still in the positions they had fallen. Scroll cases on the floor, their contents half unrolled. A formation map inscribed on the table's surface, the tactical markings of an old battle. The echo that emerged was not like the others. It did not flood him. It pressed against him, slowly, deliberately, with a quality he had not encountered before. Not the impersonal weight of mass death, not the sharp particular quality of a single cultivator's end. This echo knew it was being absorbed, or it moved as if it knew. He felt the first touch of it and stopped absorbing. He stood in the chamber with the echo pressing at the edge of his impression layer and held it there, not accepting, not refusing, just holding. He understood why immediately. The echo was a betrayal. Not the victim's perspective, the betrayer's. He could feel the shape of it in the first contact. A man who had believed himself to be doing the right thing, who had weighed an emperor's life against something he considered more important, and who had made the choice. The echo carried the interior of that choice, the reasoning, the cost-benefit structure, the moment of commitment, the clarity of it, afterward, of a decision made. He did not want to know this from the inside. He stood for 2 hours. The echo waited. It did not press harder. It did not recede. It was patient in the way that things which have been waiting for 600 years develop patience. He thought about what he was refusing and why. He was refusing because the knowledge would change something. Because understanding a betrayal from inside was different from understanding it from outside, and the difference mattered in ways he could feel but couldn't articulate. He had made his own accountings of people who had done worse things than betray an emperor. He was afraid this understanding would make him more lenient than he should be. He absorbed it anyway. It came in like a tide, not a flood. Controlled, still. The general's name was Guo Shengwei. He had served for 40 years. He had believed, with complete sincerity, that the emperor's final campaign would fail and that the failure would destroy 3 million people in the collapse. He had been right about the failure. He had been wrong about the body count. The actual destruction had been worse. He had made a choice. He had lived with it for the 17 years between the emperor's death and his own, and he had died knowing he had been right and wrong in exactly equal measure, and that this particular equation had no better resolution. Shen Duanyu sat down on the stone floor after the echo settled. He sat there for a while and understood Guo Shengwei in the way that you understand a person when you have been, briefly, inside their reasoning. Not forgiveness. Not condemnation. Something more uncomfortable than either, comprehension. He walked out of the trial chamber into the tomb's main passage. His hands were cold. The oil and armor smell had come with him, faint, fading. He noted that this was worse than not understanding. He had known it would be. He had absorbed it anyway. He thought about this for a long time without resolving it. Chapter 47. The Emperor Speaks. Jian Wux's echo was different afterward. Not immediately. Shen Duanyu had been in the outer chambers for an hour before the voice spoke, and when it did, it came from closer than usual. Not from the walls or the ceiling. From somewhere directly beside him, at arm's length, the way a person might stand. He said, "You absorbed Guo Shengwei's echo." It was not a question. There was something in the voice he had not heard there before, not quite grief, more the quality of someone who had made a certain kind of peace with something long ago and occasionally found the peace disturbed by specific references. Shen Yao said, "Yes. He was my most loyal general for 40 years before the last battle. Do you understand now why I trust no one?" He thought about this carefully. The expected answer was probably yes. Yes, I understand. Betrayal at that scale teaches distrust. He did not give the expected answer. He said, "I understand why you trust mechanism instead of people. The trials are a mechanism." He paused. Guo Shengwei bypassed your trust because trust was the only thing he could bypass. If you had built structures instead, verification, redundancy, external checks, he would have needed to subvert the structures instead, which is harder. Jian Wuk did not answer. He said, "You didn't build structures because you trusted him. And you didn't trust him randomly. You trusted him because 40 years of evidence supported it. The evidence was correct. He was, for 40 years, exactly who you thought he was." He looked at the wall, at the inscription patterns running along the stone. What you missed was that circumstances change, not people. Guo Shengwei was still loyal. He was loyal to what he believed was right, and what he believed was right changed under pressure. He paused. Distrust wouldn't have helped you. Flexibility in your plans would have. A long silence. Then Jian Wuk said, "The trials were built to select for someone who could absorb Guo Shengwei's echo and emerge with a useful analysis rather than a wound. I noticed. You are the first candidate in 600 years to complete this trial." Another pause, longer. The others either refused the absorption or completed it, and could not continue afterward. He said, "I noted that the absorption was going to change me. I did it anyway because the information was worth more than the stability. Is that a rule you apply generally?" He thought about it. "No. Only when the information is about something I need to understand to act correctly." He looked at the place from which the voice seemed to come. "You're testing whether I understand the difference between information worth changing for and information that only costs." Jian Wuk said, "The candidate has noticed what is being tested." A pause that had something in it he would not have called warmth, but was something in that direction. Eventually, he said nothing. The voice said, before it withdrew, Guo Shengwei never understood why he failed. He thought he had succeeded. That is the difference between his reasoning and correct reasoning. A pause. Note that. He did. Chapter 48. The grid. He had been reading their signal pattern for 2 weeks before he used it. Rong Feiyun's spies communicated through a system that was clever by the standards of cultivators who primarily specialized in combat rather than intelligence work. A series of cultivation chi pulses coded by duration and interval, sent from one position to the next along a relay chain that circled the tomb's perimeter. From the outside, it looked like cultivation stabilization exercises, which every cultivator performed periodically. From inside the echo network, the pattern was obvious once he had the key, and he had worked out the key in 4 days of patient observation. He had mapped their entire grid. 7 nodes, each one occupied by a rotating pair of spies from Rong Feiyun's hired pool. He knew which nodes communicated with which relay paths were used for routine updates versus urgent signals, and which cultivator at which node was Rong Feiyun's primary informant, the one who sent the condensed summaries that ultimately reached Rong Feiyun personally. The primary informant was at the northeast node. A cultivator he had cataloged as Node 4, female, mid-foundation forger, with a distinctive cultivation signature that compressed heavily before transmitting, the habit of someone trying to minimize the signal's detectability. He had been waiting for the right moment to use this. He prepared 7 different pieces of information. Not lies, exactly, selective truths, each one plausible, and each one containing a specific detail that would be subtly distinct in a way that only the informant who received it would remember. Node 1 heard that he had found a jade artifact in the inner eastern chamber. Node 2 heard a bronze one. Node 3 heard that he had found documentation rather than an artifact. He continued through all 7, each one a slightly different version of the same basic shape. Then he waited. He tracked the signal chain over the following 48 hours, watching which version arrived at Node 4 and was condensed for transmission to Rong Feiyun. Node 4 received the bronze version. Sent it. Node 2 was the leak. He had his primary informant. He spent a morning considering what to do with this information. The immediate use was to feed Node 2 specific false intelligence that would reach Rong Feiyun reliably and quickly. But there was a secondary use, more interesting. He now knew which information was making it to Rong Feiyun and which wasn't. The nodes that didn't relay to Node 4 were getting their information filtered. Rong Feiyun was seeing a partial picture. He thought about what picture he wanted Rong Feiyun to be seeing. He composed a message for Node 2's next routine collection, a piece of information about the documentation he had supposedly discovered, which referred obliquely to sect historical records that were embarrassing to the Hollow Canopy sect's senior elders. He didn't name Pang Ruashi. He didn't need to. The implication would arrive at Rong Feiyun's ears, and Rong Feiyun would do what he always did with implications: inflate them into certainty and act accordingly. He released the message into the surveillance grid and went back to his echo network work. Within 36 hours, he felt Rong Feiyun's entire group shift orientation, the 7 surveillance nodes realigning to watch not the tomb, but Pang Ruashi's camp. He noted this with the particular satisfaction of watching a mechanism work exactly as designed. Chapter 49. The invented document. Rong Feiyun moved against Pang Ruashi on a Tuesday, which was 2 days earlier than Shen Yao had estimated. He felt the movement through the echo network, not the physical network, which didn't reach Pang Ruashi's camp directly, but through the external relay system that Mao Tieshu maintained. A message arriving from the camp. Unusual activity. Rong Feiyun's people approaching the tent line. Pang Ruashi's guards responding with drawn cultivation. He did nothing. This was the difficult part. The friction he had engineered required him to let it run without intervening. If he intervened, he revealed that he had orchestrated it. If he let it run, Pang Ruashi and Rong Feiyun would spend their energy on each other for as long as the false premise held. The false premise was a document that didn't exist. He had implied, through Node 2's relay to Rong Feiyun, that Pang Ruashi was carrying a historical record from the sect's archive that documented Rong Feiyun's family's irregular purchase of territory near the burial zone 2 generations ago. A transaction that would be embarrassing if it became public, since the territory had since been formally granted to the Rong family as a hereditary holding. The implication was that Pang Ruashi intended to use this record as leverage. Pang Ruashi had no such document. She was carrying survey materials and administrative records with no particular political weight. But Rong Feiyun didn't know this, and when a wealthy young man with grudges and hired muscle believed that a senior sect elder had leverage over his family's land claim, the response was predictable. He had simultaneously allowed Pang Ruashi's information channel to receive an implication that Rong Feiyun possessed a counterfeit version of the sect's custodial claim over the burial zone, a fake document that would, if presented to the regional authority, undermine the sect's legitimate claim. Pang Ruashi had no reason to believe this was false, because her intelligence on Rong Feiyun's activities was incomplete. Neither of them had the document. Both of them believed the other had it. He monitored the friction through Mao Tieshu's relay for the rest of the day. By evening, Rong Feiyun's people had retreated from the camp line after a formal confrontation that had stopped short of violence, but had absorbed the energy of both groups entirely. Pang Ruashi had sent 2 urgent messages to Ren Chao, both of which he was not reading yet, but could infer were about Rong Feiyun's behavior. The friction would last until one of them realized the document didn't exist, or until Ren Chao arrived and clarified the situation. Either way, he had bought 2 weeks of reduced pressure on his supply lines. He told Mao Tieshu to use the gap to make 3 supply runs in rapid succession, stocking for a month ahead. Mao Tieshu, who had been waiting for exactly this kind of opening, counted something quietly to himself and said he'd have the first run done by morning. Shen Yao went back inside and resumed the echo calibration work he had suspended during the false document operation. He noted that he had not told Lian Shuang or Mao Tieshu about this plan. He had told them, broadly, that he was managing friction between Rong Feiyun and Pang Ruashi. He had not told them the mechanism. He had told himself this was to protect operational security, that the fewer people who knew the details, the lower the risk of accidental exposure. He noted this telling. He noted that it was not entirely false and not entirely sufficient. He put it in the column of things to revisit. Chapter 50. What Lian Shuang was doing. Mao Tieshu's shoulder wound had reopened. This was not unusual. It had been opening and closing since Shen Yao had first met him, a deep injury from the desertion incident that hadn't received proper treatment at the time and had been improperly healed since. It was at the juncture of the shoulder and collarbone, where the muscle groups met at an awkward angle, and every time Mao Tieshu carried significant weight on the left side, it aggravated the adhesion tissue that had formed over the original damage. He knew this much from Lian Shuang's previous treatments. He had not asked further questions because further questions would have required asking about the desertion incident, and Mao Tieshu had not offered to discuss the desertion incident, and this was an established equilibrium that Shen Yao had decided not to disturb. He sat in the outer chamber while Lian Shuang treated the shoulder. This was not something he usually did. He generally found other tasks during Lian Shuang's medical work, giving her and the patient the space that treatment required. But the outer chamber was the best location to monitor the echo network's perimeter response after the supply runs, and he needed to be there. So he sat and worked, and they talked nearby, and he listened to what he wasn't supposed to be listening to. Lian Shuang's approach to the wound was methodical. Clean the reopened section, apply a sealing compound to the adhesion tissue, then reapply the formation bandage that held the shoulder's cultivation channels in a specific alignment to promote correct healing rather than repeat adhesion. She had done this 3 times before. The routine was established. What was not routine was the conversation. She asked Mao Tieshu, in the careful offhand way she had of asking things she was actually interested in, what kind of unit he had been in. The question was embedded in a question about the wound's original context, whether it had been a combat injury or an equipment injury. Mao Tieshu said, combat. Close quarters. The formation broke before the retreat. She said, what kind of formation? He said, infantry perimeter. We held a position. He paused. We shouldn't have been holding it. She said, because the position was wrong, or because you didn't have enough people? He counted something. Coins, probably. He kept a handful in his left pocket. Both. She said, what happened to the people you were holding the position for? A longer pause. Evacuated, he said. Most of them. She continued treating the shoulder and asked no further questions. She had gotten something she was noting internally. Shen Yao understood, and she knew when to stop. He sat with his echo monitoring and thought about what she was doing. She was building a picture of Mao Tieshu. Not aggressively. She was not confronting him, not pressing, not seeking a confession of anything. She was accumulating details the way a careful person accumulates anything, one piece at a time, with patience for the picture to become clear. He was doing the same thing. He had been doing it since he met Mao Tieshu. He had a partial picture, deserter, military past, blood debt, moral weight carried invisibly, counting habit when under stress. He did not know the specific incident that had driven the desertion. He did not know if Lian Shuang knew either, or if she was significantly further along in her picture building than he was. He thought about the fact that she was conducting a parallel investigation of their group and had been for some time and had not told him. He thought about whether he had expected her to. He had expected her, he realized, to be primarily concerned with him, with his situation, his safety, the immediate problems of the tomb. He had not accounted for the possibility that she was running her own parallel assessment of everyone around her, for reasons that might not fully overlap with his. He noted that this was exactly the kind of thing he missed when he controlled information too tightly. He didn't know what she was looking for because he hadn't asked. He hadn't asked because asking would have required explaining why he wanted to know, and explaining would have required admitting that he hadn't known she was investigating. He sat with the echo network and listened to the perimeter and thought that perhaps Su Wanyue had been right. The cost of managing was what you didn't see while you were doing it. When the treatment was done and Mao Tieshu had gone, Lian Shuang came and sat beside him. She said, he was in the 8th Consolidated Infantry, Eastern Theater, 20 years ago. He said, what was their assignment? She said, I don't know yet, but I know it's what he's still carrying. She looked at her hands for a moment. I thought you should know I'm looking into it. He said, I appreciate you telling me. She said, I'm telling you because you should have asked. She said it without heat. A factual assessment. I've been looking into it for a month. He said nothing. She said, you're not managing us. You're managing information about us. Those aren't the same thing. She stood. Think about what the difference costs. She went back to her medicine work. He stayed where he was and did what she had asked. He thought about the difference. He thought about it for a long time and did not come to a resolution, but he came closer than he had been before. Chapter 51. The fire started at mid-afternoon in Rong Feiyun's encampment. He felt it through the echo network before he smelled it. A sudden spike in ambient heat resonance from the eastern perimeter, sharp and directional. He was in the inner chamber when it registered, and he was at the outer gate in 3 minutes. The vegetation between Rong Feiyun's camp and the tomb's eastern wall was dry. It had been dry for 3 weeks, the early autumn weather having stripped moisture from the grass and scrub that grew along the burial zone's outer edge. The fire moved through it quickly, faster than he would have calculated if he had been modeling the risk, which he had not been because he had not included accidental fire in his threat assessment. He noted the gap in his planning while he was already moving. 2 hollow canopy survey team members were in the eastern outer area. He had felt them there an hour ago, conducting what appeared to be additional inscription copying work. Their position was between the fire's current edge and the tomb's wall, and the fire was moving toward the wall, not away from it. Lian Shuang was already outside when he reached the courtyard. She had seen the smoke from the outer passage and had not waited for instructions. She had her medicine kit and a large dampening cloth used for chemical spills. Practical thinking, fast. He said, 2 people, eastern quadrant, 40 meters from the junction point. She said route? Along the inner wall, south side stays clear for another few minutes. He was already reading the fire's movement through the heat resonance. The north approach cuts through the burn path. She went south. He went north, because the northern approach gave him the angle to intercept the person who was going to need to be carried, which he had already assessed from the way the two cultivators' resonance signatures were moving. One was retreating adequately on their own. The other was not. The fire was wrong up close. He had only seen fire in controlled circumstances before. Cook fires, forge fires, manage cultivation burning. This one moved like it had purpose, the heat rolling in visible waves, the smoke low and thick where it hit the scrub's natural oil content. He went through a section where the air was hot enough to feel wrong against his face, 3 steps through, and then passed it into the narrow, clear path along the inner wall. The cultivator on the ground was unconscious, smoke inhalation, from the positioning and the color of the skin visible on the wrists. Junior rank, young, in the hollow canopy survey robes. He had fallen in a position that would have kept him in the burn path's edge. He picked him up. The smoke had gotten into his lungs on the approach, which was impeding the clarity of his thought in a way he noted and set aside. He moved back through the narrow, clear path with the unconscious person's full weight over his shoulder, one hand gripping the collar of the survey robes, feet finding the path by the same resonance sense he used for echo tracking. He came out of the eastern section into open courtyard and put the cultivator down on clean ground. His hands were burned at the right wrist. Minor contact with a hot surface he hadn't tracked while attending to other variables. He would deal with it later. Lian Shuang was already treating the second cultivator, who was coughing but conscious. She looked up, assessed the unconscious person and his minor burns in a single sweep, said, "I'll be there in a moment," and returned to her current patient. He sat down beside the unconscious cultivator and kept one hand on the pulse at his throat and watched the eastern section burn itself out where it hit the tombstone wall and had nothing further to consume. He became aware, after a minute, that someone was watching him from the outer gate. Su Wanhua was standing at the threshold. She had come from Pang Ruashi's camp direction. She must have seen the smoke. She was looking at him with an expression he did not immediately categorize, because it wasn't the calculating assessment or the genuine suspicion he had seen from her before. It was something quieter than either. He held the cultivator's pulse and said nothing. She said nothing. The fire finished burning and the smoke thinned. Lian Shuang came and took over the unconscious person's treatment. Shen Duanyu stepped back. He looked at his burned wrist and noted it would be uncomfortable for 3 days. When he looked back at the outer gate, Su Wanhua was gone. Chapter 52. The paper trail. Pang Ruashi's formal thank you note arrived the following morning. He read it while Lian Shuang dressed his burned wrist. Careful work with a numbing compound and a specific bandage configuration that reduced movement restriction. He read it twice, because the first read was content and the second read was subtext. The note was gracious. It thanked him for his action on behalf of the survey team members, who had both recovered fully. It noted that this demonstrated his goodwill toward the burial zone's visitors. It suggested that this goodwill might be reflected in a more cooperative relationship with the sect's custodial interests going forward. It was a debt claim dressed as gratitude. He understood the mechanics. By thanking him formally and in writing, Pang Ruashi created a documented social exchange in which he had done something for her people. This gave her standing to ask for something in return, not immediately, but eventually, in the way that accumulated documented obligations created leverage. She was building a paper trail of her own. He thought this was useful, not for her reasons, but because a paper trail worked in both directions. He wrote back. He acknowledged the thanks, expressed satisfaction that the survey team members were recovering, and added one sentence at the end. I note also that in the past week, 3 members of the Rong Feiyun group were assisted out of the outer courtyard perimeter after separately becoming disoriented in the resonance field. Records of these instances are available upon request. He sent the note. This was true. He had, in fact, assisted 3 of Rong Feiyun's surveillance cultivators who had been pushed by his echo network adjustments. Not maliciously pushed, but mildly redirected through the resonance field in a way that produced temporary disorientation. He had let them wander toward the outer gate and step outside rather than letting them become genuinely lost. He had done this carefully and without confrontation. He had also kept notes. What he was building was a documented record in which he had been consistently helpful to everyone operating near the tomb, regardless of their affiliation. When the formal proceedings eventually came, when the regional authorities' hearing occurred, when the tribunal made its assessment, when Ren Xiao's formal position needed to be responded to, he would have a body of written documentation showing a pattern of de-escalation and assistance. He was building his own legal record, not through any dramatic act, but through the accumulated small documentation of having been, repeatedly, the person who helped. Mao Tieshu, when Shen Duanyu explained this to him while he was counting the newly arrived supply inventory, said, So you're making yourself the reasonable party on paper. On paper, and in fact, he said. The actions are real. Mao Tieshu counted 17 packages. Then 17 again, checking his count. Then he said, smart. Nobody's going to write up what they think you're doing. They're just going to record what you actually did. Yes. The fire was lucky. He said, the fire was an accident. I used it. He paused. Note those are different things. Mao Tieshu put the 17th package down and said, I notice you notice things. He said, that's the point. He went back inside and added the note exchange to his documentation file. A careful accumulation of written exchanges, courier records, and formal responses that was growing steadily in one of the inner chamber's carved alcoves. He was going to need this. He did not know exactly when, but the shape of when was becoming clearer. Chapter 53. 3 days of water. The sixth trial chamber flooded when he crossed the threshold. Not with water, with something that moved like water, resonance dense, filling the chamber from the floor upward in a slow, steady rise that he felt against his ankles before he fully understood what it was. He had expected another trial of endurance or comprehension. He had not expected this. He stood still. The resonance water, if that was what it was, the network read it as highly dispersed echo signature, diffuse, without the concentrated impact of battlefield deaths or cultivator failures, rose to his knees. His skin prickled. Not pain. Something more like the feeling of many hands touching him very lightly, all at once. He understood. These were not battlefield deaths or dramatic ends. These were old deaths. Deaths from age, from accumulated grief, from the slow cessation that happened when a cultivator's cultivation base failed not catastrophically, but incrementally over decades. The specific quality of resonance generated by a life that had run its full length and come to rest. He could not absorb this the way he had absorbed the other trials. The echoes were too diffuse, too many, too quietly entangled. He would need to receive rather than take. He sat down in the rising resonance water. It reached his waist. He adjusted his posture and let his impression layer open fully, not filtering, not selecting, just open. The first day was disorienting. He lost track of time entirely. The echoes moved through him in a rhythm that matched nothing he had studied. Not cultivation cycles, not natural intervals, something older than either. He received old men and old women, cultivators who had spent 70 years building something and then let it go. He received the specific quality of a person who had learned, over a very long time, to stop fighting what they could not change. He had never experienced this from the inside before. He had known it as a concept. Now he knew it as a texture, something that settled into the impression layer's deeper compartments and stayed. The second day was harder. The resonance became personal in a way he couldn't fully account for. Not the constructed voices of the second trial, but something more subtle. He found himself thinking about the derooting not as a calculated attack he needed to respond to, but as a thing that had happened to him, that had cost him something, that the cost was real and had weight, and did not require his immediate response. He sat with this. He was not accustomed to sitting with things without planning his response. The third day, the resonance shifted. He felt the change before he understood it. A quality of completion, a structural settling. The impression layer reorganizing itself around the received echoes in a new geometry. Not a breakthrough in the sense of breaking through something. More like a door that had been standing in the wall all along, and he had finally stopped trying to force it, and it had opened. He came back to himself, sitting in an empty chamber. The resonance water had withdrawn without his noticing. The floor was dry. There was a light through the chamber door from the passage beyond. He stood. His legs were stiff. He was extremely hungry. He felt the cultivation change with the same quality as the third day shift, integrated, settled, present in a way that new developments usually weren't for days after the fact. He had been in the chamber for 3 days. He reached the outer passage and then the outer chamber door and opened it, and Lian Shuang, who had been sitting against the wall outside, stood up with the particular controlled speed of someone who had been sitting for too long and trying not to show how long. She said, 3 days. He said, I know. She crossed the space between them in 3 steps and held on to him, arms around his shoulders, her face against his collarbone, not saying anything. He stood still. He did not pull back. He raised one hand and put it between her shoulder blades, which was the only thing that felt correct to do. After a moment, she stepped back. Her expression was composed, which was the expression of someone who had been frightened for a long time and was still recalibrating. She said, next time, tell me how long. He said, I didn't know how long. She said, then estimate. He said, long. She looked at him for a moment. Longer than a day. Possibly 2. She said, that's what I'll work with. She turned toward the food stores. Sit down before you fall down. He sat down. He was genuinely hungry. He noted that the feeling of her arms around him had been unexpected and that he had not wanted it to end, which he filed under. Noted. He did not have the capacity at the moment to do anything further with it, so he left it there. Chapter 54. What Echo Shaper means. He tested it the morning after. Not immediately. The integration had needed a full night of actual sleep, which he had taken without difficulty for the first time in weeks. He woke with the impression layers settled and present, and his thinking clear. He ate. He made his routine network check of the perimeter. He reviewed his documentation file. Then he went to the inner passage near the first trial chamber and tested the new capability, i.e. 3, Echo Shaper. What it meant, he had understood in theory since Jian Wuk had given him the system's basic architecture in the first weeks. In practice, it was different from theory in the way all things were. He had been projecting minor barriers since i.e. 2, the iridescent shimmer, the stopping force, the limited blocking capability. Echo Shaper was not a larger version of this. The trial had given him the impression layer's full projection range, and what that meant was that he could shape what he projected. He pressed his palm against a section of passage wall and pushed. The construct that formed was not a barrier, it was directional. A focused push, 1 meter wide, 2 meters of depth. He felt it form in his palm and extend outward and terminate against the wall in a way that left a visible impression in the stone dust covering the wall's surface. The dust moved. The wall did not. He noted this. The force was real but unrefined. He could scale it. He reformatted the projection, narrower, denser, shaped into a conical form that concentrated the push at a point. He pushed again. The stone dust moved and a crack appeared in the mortar between 2 blocks. He stopped immediately and assessed the crack. Too strong for that configuration. He reformatted again. He spent 2 hours working through the range of projection shapes. Barriers, directed pushes, wide sweeps, conical concentrations, a curved form that redirected force sideways rather than absorbing it. Each one left his fingertips numb for approximately 20 minutes. Not the longer numbness of overextension, but a brief processing recovery that was regular enough to plan around. He could work for 20 minutes, wait 20, work again. In extended engagement, this meant he could not project continuously. He would need to plan for the recovery windows. He did not project anything that could be called a strike. Not because he couldn't, the directional pushes were already close to that function, but because the refined strike would require a cultivation level he had not yet fully integrated, and he wanted to understand the capability correctly before trusting it under pressure. He went back to the outer chamber and sat with the projection forms he had discovered and thought about how they applied to his current tactical situation. How Sun, if he returned, was Sovereign Realm. An Echo Shaper projection would not stop a Sovereign Realm cultivator in direct engagement. But it would, he calculated this carefully, disrupt a formation, redirect a technique's targeting, create a window in a coordinated attack. It was not a weapon that could win a fight against a superior cultivator. It was a tool that could change the conditions of a fight long enough to move to different ground. He noted the distinction and filed it. He was not trying to win fights. He was trying to survive them long enough to win the situation around them. Lian Shuang found him in his planning silence and sat down across from him. She had been watching him think for a minute before she said, "Something changed." The 6th trial completed. She looked at his hands. "Can you do more than barriers now?" He demonstrated the directional push on a small stone he had brought from the trial chamber specifically for this purpose. The stone moved, sharply, 2 meters down the passage. She watched this and then said, "Good." No elaboration. She turned it over and processed it and arrived at good, and that was where she stayed. He said, "It has a cost." He explained the 20-minute recovery window. She said, "So you have rhythm." She thought about it. "If someone knows your rhythm, they'll time around it." He said, "Yes. I'll need to vary the projection timing. Make the recovery window irregular." She said, "How?" He said, "I don't know yet. I need to experiment with partial projections, lower power, shorter recovery. See if I can sacrifice efficiency for unpredictability." She nodded. She pulled out her notation book. She had kept one since the 2nd week, a careful log of the cultivation changes she observed, written in the shorthand she used for medical records. She wrote something in it. He watched her write and noted, again, that she was keeping her own record of him. He had known about the employment contract version of this. This was different, personal, detailed, made from genuine attention rather than professional obligation. He thought about asking to see it. He thought about why he hadn't asked before. He said, "Can I see your notes sometime?" She looked up. A small pause. "Yes," she said, "when you're ready to see them." He thought about what she meant by ready and did not ask. He thought he might already know. Chapter 55. The full contract. She found it on a Sunday, in Pang Ruashi's tent. She had gone deliberately, not as an agent of his, not at his direction. She had gone because she had been thinking about the employment contract for 3 weeks, and she had a specific question she needed to answer, and the answer was in Pang Ruashi's documentation. She had not told him she was going. She had been to the tent twice before in connection with the formal documentation exchange. Pang Ruashi had been sending occasional reports through her on-tomb structural observations, a continuation of the survey access arrangement. The second visit, she had mapped the tent's organization. The third visit was Sunday, when she knew Pang Ruashi would be at the regional authority's reception for visiting officials, her administrative cultivators accompanying her. The tent had one attendant, handling routine correspondence. Lian Shuang brought a medical pretext. She had been treating the administrative cultivators for mild resonance sensitivity since the survey day and had established a legitimate reason to be in the camp. The attendant let her in without question. She found what she was looking for in the commission file that Pang Ruashi kept in a locked case beside her writing table. The lock was cultivation sealed, the standard elder grade that required a resonance key. She did not have the key. She had, instead, a medical implement that happened to produce a brief resonance pulse in the same frequency range used by Hollow Canopy sect elder keys. It was not an override. It was a proximity trigger. It made the lock think the key was present, briefly, which was enough to read the file index without opening it fully. The index told her what she needed to know. The commission file was in 3 parts. Part 1 was the initial commission she had already seen, locate and report. Part 2 was an addendum she had not seen, filed 6 days before she had entered the tomb region. Expand reporting to include cultivation status changes, physical condition assessment, and specific notation of any new capability development. Part 3 was a summary report. She could not read the contents through the index, only the summary title. Candidate cultivation progress, weeks 1 through 8. Transmitted. She had been writing those reports. She had written them as medical observations, the standard patient record she kept for everyone she treated long-term, noting capability changes, physical costs, recovery times. She had not known anyone was receiving them. She had not known what they were being used for. She had been the instrument of his surveillance without knowing it. She left the tent without the file. She went back to the tomb. He was in the inner chamber when she arrived. He looked at her face and immediately set down what he was doing. She sat down across from him and put the medicine bag on the stone between them and said, "The employment contract had 2 addenda I didn't know about." She told him what she had found. She told him everything, including that she had gone into the tent without telling him and without his permission, and that she had read what she had read through a method that wasn't entirely above board. He listened. He did not interrupt. When she finished, she said, "I have been transmitting your cultivation progress to Rin Xiao through Pang Ruashi's documentation channel for 8 weeks. Without knowing it." The silence lasted a moment. He said, "How detailed were the reports?" She said, "Medical detail. Physical costs, recovery windows, capability changes." A pause. "Enough to tell someone what kind of cultivator you are and how fast you're developing." He said, "He underestimated you in the last report Pang Ruashi sent." He said it without accusation. A factual comparison. She described you as Foundation Forger equivalent. The medical report probably showed him something closer to what I actually am. He was quiet for a moment, which is still an underestimate, but less of one. She said, "I'm telling you because you have a right to know, and because I'm not going to keep sending those reports." He said, "I understand." She said, "I know you understand. I'm telling you what I've decided." The distinction was careful and deliberate, not asking for your analysis of the situation, telling you what I'm doing. He looked at her for a moment. He said, "Noted." She said, "Good." She picked up the medicine bag and stood. She said, "We should probably figure out what he knows, and then figure out what to do about it." He said, "Yes." She went to the door and then turned back. "Next time you need information from Pang Ruashi's camp," she said, "ask me. I've been in there twice. I know the layout." He said nothing for a moment. Then he said, "I should have known you knew the layout." She said, "Yes, you should have." She left. He sat in the inner chamber and thought about what she had said and what she hadn't said, and the specific weight of someone who had been wronged twice. Once by the people who employed her, and once by the person she had been trying to help, and who had responded by going out and getting the information herself and bringing it back to him anyway. He noted the weight of this. He noted that it was heavier than he had expected. He noted that this was because he had not fully understood, until now, what she had been carrying. He added this to the column of things he was revising. Chapter 56. The echo seal. The morning after was quiet. He had spent the night processing what Lian Shuang had told him, not emotionally, but practically, the way he processed all difficult information, by converting it into clear implications and filing the implications where they belonged. By morning the implications were filed, and he had the shape of the new situation clear. She was in the outer courtyard when he came out, sitting with her notation book and her medical kit, doing the inventory she performed every third day. He sat down across from her. He said, "I want to tell you what it changes." She looked up. He said, "Not nothing. That would be dismissive. What changes is what I share with you, not whether I share it." He thought about how to be more specific. "I have been managing information about you the way I manage information about everyone, deciding what to give you based on what I thought you needed to know. That's the thing I'm changing. You should have everything I have." She was quiet for a moment. She said, "That's a significant revision for you." "Yes." "What prompted it?" "Not a challenge. A genuine question." He said, "You went and got information yourself because I hadn't given you enough to work with. You went into Pang Ruashi's tent, used a method I would rather not examine too closely, and brought back something I needed." He paused. "People shouldn't have to work around the gaps I leave in order to help me. That's a flaw in my operation, not a feature." She looked at him for a moment. "You're calling your trust problem an operational flaw. I'm calling my information management problem an operational flaw. The trust problem is a different thing and requires more time." He said it precisely, because precision was how he was honest. "I can revise my information management immediately. The trust problem I'm working on." She accepted this the way she accepted his careful distinctions, without pushing for the more complete version, trusting that the partial version was genuinely what he could give right now. He reached up and opened the collar of his robe. The echo seal was on his sternum. The formation burned in during the binding trial 2 months ago. He had not shown this to anyone. Not Mao Tieshu, who knew roughly what had happened in the tomb, but not the specifics. Not anyone. The seal looked like an inscription, the same characters and patterns used in the tomb's wall texts, but living, faintly luminous, responsive to the ambient resonance field, moving slightly when he breathed. Lian Shuang set her notation book down and looked at it for a long time. She said, "It's beautiful." He closed the collar. He said, "It's a cultivation formation permanently bonded to my body's meridian structure." Beauty seems like the wrong category. She said, "Both can be true." She picked up the notation book. She opened it to a page he hadn't seen and turned it toward him. It was a diagram, careful and precise, the kind of medical illustration she made for complex conditions. It was a diagram of what she thought the echo seal looked like, reconstructed from the outward resonance effects she had been tracking. It was not accurate in detail. It was accurate in structure. He said, "You've been mapping it." She said, "I told you. Since the beginning." He looked at the diagram for a moment. Then he said, "Can I see the rest of the notes?" She handed him the book without hesitation. He spent an hour reading what she had been observing. It was more complete than he had expected. Not perfect. She didn't have the technical context for the cultivation mechanics. But she had been watching carefully and writing honestly, and the picture was substantially true. She had noted things he hadn't told her. Things he hadn't known she had noticed. He handed it back. He said, "I should have asked to see this earlier." She said, "I know." He said, "Thank you for keeping it." She said, "You're welcome." She went back to her inventory. He sat beside her and thought about what the word trust actually meant when you were calculating it into a plan, and whether the calculation was the problem. Chapter 57. The emissary came without announcement and with precisely calibrated ordinariness. He was a man of middle years, in plain travel robes without sect insignia, with a cultivation signature that registered at vein weaver rank, mid-tier, competent, not remarkable. He arrived at the outer gate in the morning and presented a letter to the gate space, which was empty because Shen Yao was inside. He waited. Shen Yao had been tracking him through the Echo network since he left Pang Ruashi's camp an hour earlier. The emissary had spent 2 days in Pang Ruashi's camp, which Shen Yao had noted as an unusual stay for a simple courier. He had been in the camp long enough to receive a full briefing. He came out to receive him. The letter was brief and formal. A request from Sect Master Rin Chao for a preliminary meeting with the tomb's occupant, in the interest of establishing a dialogue before matters became unnecessarily complicated. The emissary, whose name the letter listed as Han Feilong, was authorized to answer questions about the Sect Master's intentions. Shen Yao invited him into the outer courtyard. Han Feilong was professionally composed. He asked no questions about the tomb's interior. He did not attempt to extend the meeting beyond its stated purpose. He answered Shen Yao's questions about Rin Chao's proposed dialogue with the calm transparency of someone who had been told exactly what he was permitted to say and who was sticking to that. He was, in other words, a well-briefed and controlled emissary. Shen Yao had expected this. He listened to everything Han Feilong said and asked follow-up questions at points that seemed natural and used the time he was listening to do something else. He was absorbing, not aggressively, not the full absorption of a trial chamber or a major echo event. A gentle ambient collection from the resonance that any cultivator at Vein Weaver rank shed continuously in the normal course of existing. The echo network picked it up, and his impression layer held it as a sample. When Han Feilong left, Shen Duanyu closed the outer gate and went to the inner chamber to review what he had collected. The sample was small, not enough for the signature forger level he hadn't yet reached. He couldn't replicate Han Feilong's technique from this, but he could study the cultivation signature, understand its construction, identify the hollow canopy sect's specific formation patterns, and shear root structure. He spent an afternoon working through the sample the way you work through a text in an unfamiliar language, slowly, carefully, building vocabulary from context. Hollow canopy cultivation had a distinctive texture at its base, a series of interlocking formation layers that had been built over decades into the sect's standard cultivation method. Each cultivator's individual signature was distinct, but they all shared this structural foundation. It was the fingerprint of someone who had grown up inside the sect's particular tradition. He could recognize it now. He could tell a hollow canopy cultivator from a foundation forger at any other sect by the specific shape of their resonance output. This was useful in ways he could not fully enumerate yet. He filed it as a new capability and moved on. He wrote back to Ren Chao's emissary, a formal response to the dialogue proposal, accepting in principle, suggesting a timeline 3 weeks away. He wanted 3 more weeks of preparation. Ren Chao would interpret the delay as caution or stalling. Either interpretation was fine. What he needed the 3 weeks for was not caution. He needed them to finish understanding what Ren Chao actually wanted, so that when they talked, he knew what he was refusing. Chapter 58. The enforcer Rong Feiyun sent the enforcer on a morning when the dew was still on the outer wall. He was a big cultivator, spirit condenser rank, moving with the particular confidence of someone who had been successful in enough confrontations to have stopped being careful. He came through the outer gate at a walk, which was either arrogance or a professional calculation that the occupant of this tomb was unlikely to attempt violence inside his own position. Shen Duanyu was 20 paces inside the inner passage when the enforcer cleared the gate. He waited. The enforcer walked forward. He stopped when he saw Shen Duanyu in the passage, his path blocked by a figure standing at ease in the middle of the corridor. He said, "Clear the passage. Rong Feiyun has business here." Shen Duanyu said, "Note that you're inside the outer gate of an imperial burial zone without authorization. Note also that I can see you." The enforcer moved forward. Shen Duanyu projected. The barrier formed across the full width of the inner passage, the iridescent shimmer, 2 meters wide, extending from wall to wall. Not his maximum projection. A precise configuration calibrated to fill the space and hold without requiring him to sustain it actively. The enforcer hit it at full walking speed and stopped. The barrier's surface rippled slightly at the impact point. He had designed that ripple in, so the visual effect communicated solidity. The enforcer bounced back a step. A full second of surprised silence. The enforcer tried again, this time with cultivation force behind it. A directed spirit condenser push, focused and clean. The barrier held. Shen Duanyu felt the impact through the projection the way he felt a vibration through a held rope. Information about force and direction, not pain. He noted the enforcer's cultivation technique. Standard spirit condenser offensive formation, efficient but textbook. No improvisation. He projected a secondary formation, narrow, shaped, directed not at the enforcer, but at the gate mechanism above his head. The gate's resonance lock, which was tomb-built and old, responded to imperial echo frequency with much more enthusiasm than it responded to anything else. He tripped it. The gate came down. Not fast, not dramatically. A slow mechanical descent, the kind of careful engineering that hadn't been rushed. But it was coming down, and the enforcer was on the wrong side of it. The enforcer moved fast. He cleared the gate threshold before it fully closed, stumbling slightly in the urgency, and ended up outside the tomb perimeter looking back at a closed gate. Shen Duanyu released the barrier. He heard Rong Feiyun's voice from outside, a sharp and furious sound, and then a period of silence that suggested Rong Feiyun was looking at the gate and at his enforcer and reconsidering something. Shen Duanyu looked at his hands. They were numb to the elbow. Both of them, not just the fingertips. He had sustained the barrier through a direct spirit condenser push, which was outside his normal test parameters, and the sustained projection plus the secondary gate lock manipulation had exceeded his comfortable threshold. 6 hours of numbness. He filed the cost and worked around it. He was in the inner portion of the tomb and didn't need fine motor work for 6 hours. He went back to the inner chamber. He heard, through the echo network, Rong Feiyun's voice raised in a long and detailed complaint to no one specific about what he had just seen. The tone contained no useful intelligence. The content was emotional, which was also useful, Rong Feiyun frightened was a different tactical problem than Rong Feiyun arrogant. He sat on the stone floor of the inner chamber with his arms numb to the elbow and thought about what the barrier had just demonstrated to anyone watching. The iridescent shimmer was visible. Rong Feiyun had seen it from outside the gate. Pang Ruashi's camp was likely within sightline. This was going to accelerate Pang Ruashi's reporting. He had 1 to 2 days before Rin Chao knew that the tomb's occupant could project formation constructs. He revised his timeline accordingly. Chapter 59. The discrepancy. Su Wanyue came alone. No attendance, no advance notice, no formal request through the courier relay. She appeared at the outer gate in the late afternoon, when the light came in sideways and made everything on the western wall look warmer than it was. She was in plain robes, not the hollow canopy survey gear, not her junior elder robes. The clothes of someone who was not here in an official capacity. He came to the gate. She said, "I found something." She said it the way someone says something important when they've been carrying it for a day and need to put it down. "I don't know what to do with it." "I thought you might." He opened the gate and she came in. They sat in the outer courtyard, not far from the eastern wall. He waited. She pulled a folded document from her inner robe. A copy, not an original. The paper was a transcription hand. She held it, but didn't give it to him yet. She said, "The sect's custodial claim over the burial zone rests on a charter from the 3rd century. The charter is kept in the regional authority's historical register." She looked at the document. "I've been in that register twice in my career. Both times for research on the sect's early territorial holdings. The charter I've read personally." He said. The elder's answer about the claim date was plausible. "Yes, because I've seen the charter. It exists." She paused. "But it's been transcribed. The original is held in the sect's own archive, which I've never been permitted to access. 2 months ago, I requested access as part of the historical survey preparation. I was denied." She gave him the document. "This is the charter as it appears in the regional register." He read it. It was in the archaic script he had been deciphering, similar to the inscriptions in the tomb's entry chambers, the formal language of the early post-imperial period. He read it carefully. The charter granted the hollow canopy sect cultivation access to the burial zone's outer regions, defined in the original as the area between the outer gate and the inner gate's threshold. The inner chambers were explicitly excluded. Beyond the inner threshold, the emperor's rest shall not be disturbed. No sect's claim extends to the emperor's kept spaces. He read this sentence twice. Then he looked up. He said, "The charter explicitly limits the claim to the outer regions." Yes. She was watching him. The sect's position is that their custodial claim covers the entire burial zone. They've been asserting this for 3 centuries. But the original charter, if it matches this register copy, doesn't support that. She paused. "I can't see the original to confirm. But if the register copy is accurate, no sect has any right to the inner chambers," he said. "No." She was quiet for a moment. "Which means the historical justification for everything Rin Chao has been doing, any access to the interior, any claim to what might be inside, doesn't exist." He thought about this. He thought about what it meant for the false artifact he had placed near the second entrance. He thought about the Dao throne and the stolen fragment and the commission dated 6 weeks before his derouting. He thought about the 3 possibilities he had listed and the third one that seemed most probable. If Rin Chao had no legal basis for interior access, everything he had been doing for 30 years was unauthorized. Worse than unauthorized, fraudulent. The hollow canopy sect's entire power structure, if it rested on access to the Dao throne's energy, rested on a theft that was legally documented in the regional archive. He said, "What do you want to do with this information?" She looked at him steadily. "I want to know if the sect I've spent my career serving is built on a lie." She said it without flinching. "And if it is, I want to know what the right thing to do is." "I'm not there yet." She paused. "But I thought you should know this exists." He said, "I think you know part of the answer already." She said, "I know part of the answer. I don't know what it costs yet." He said, "It costs your current position, your sect relationships, possibly your cultivation resources." He said it plainly. "Those are real costs." She said, "I know." She stood. "I'll keep looking." She walked to the outer gate. He said, "Su Wanwe." She stopped. He said, "Thank you for bringing this to me." She said, "I brought it to myself first." She left. He sat with the transcribed charter for a while, reading it again, reading the specific language of the exclusion clause. Then he put it in the documentation file beside everything else he was building, and thought about what it would mean when the time came to use it. Chapter 60. How Sun Pang Ruashi sent the report the day after the enforcer incident. He knew it had been sent because the Echo Network registered a spirit bird leaving Pang Ruashi's camp in the early morning. The specific resonance signature of a cultivation sealed message carrier, heading northeast toward the town where Rin Chao was staying. He tracked it until it was out of network range and then stopped. He knew what the report said not because he had read it, but because he understood what Pang Ruashi had seen over the past 2 months and what conclusions an intelligent elder would draw. She had seen a young person of unremarkable apparent cultivation holding the outer courtyard against an escalating series of pressures, maintaining relationships with multiple groups simultaneously, and most recently projecting a formation construct that stopped a spirit condenser cultivator and triggered an imperial gate mechanism. She had seen none of the inner work. She didn't know about the trials, the echo seal, the impression layer, the specific mechanics of what he was doing. Her assessment of his cultivation level was wrong. He was certain of this. She had been calibrating from the external signals he allowed her to see, which he had been careful to keep modest. Foundation forger equivalent, probably. That was what she would report. That was not what he was. But the Enforcer incident had given her something she hadn't had before, visual evidence of an external projection capability. Whatever she wrote it knowing he could project formation constructs. This would revise Rin Xiao's assessment in a specific direction. He spent the day waiting and working. In the afternoon, through Mao Tieshu's external relay, a message arrived from an unexpected source, a contact of Mao Tieshu's in the town's information network, a person who occasionally traded in sect movement intelligence. The message was brief. Senior official of the Hollow Canopy sect departed by cultivation enhanced transport, destination south-southwest, estimated arrival 2 to 3 days. He sat with this. South-southwest from the town where Rin Xiao was staying. In 2 to 3 days travel at cultivation enhanced speed. He thought about the cultivation level required for that pace. It was not foundation forger speed, not even spirit condenser. The pace described a domain opener or above. Not Rin Xiao. Rin Xiao had sent someone. He contacted Mao Tieshu through the relay. He asked, find a name. The name came back the following morning. The contact had spoken to 2 people in the town's courier service and 1 retired military official who had seen the departure. They all agreed on the same detail. The person who left the town was known to the regional authority by reputation. He had been here before, 2 years ago, for a land dispute resolution that had ended with the disputing party's formation master in the tribunal's infirmary. His name was Hao Sun. Shen Yao read this and felt something he identified precisely as a narrowing of his available responses. Not fear. He had been managing fear for months. A different quality. The specific sensation of a problem becoming more concrete. He set the message down. He listed what he knew about Hao Sun, Sovereign Realm. Rin Xiao's personal enforcer. Patient methodology. The contact information described careful perimeter work, not direct assault. A man who won by suffocation rather than explosion. He could not fight Hao Sun. He had known this was coming. The Enforcer incident had accelerated the timeline. He thought about what he had, and what Hao Sun would do and how those 2 things would interact. And he began building the new plan the same way he always built plans, by identifying what he was actually working with, which was a tomb that killed everyone who entered it, a legal documentation file, and 3 people who had chosen to be here knowing the risks. He thought about 3 people. He thought about what he had not been telling them. He thought about what it cost when Lian Shuang had to go get information herself because he hadn't shared it. He picked up a brush and began writing notes. Not in his private documentation, but in a second set. The kind you gave to someone else. Information they would need if they were going to help him face what was coming, rather than being managed through it. Outside, somewhere 2 to 3 days away, Hao Sun was traveling south-southwest toward a situation he believed he understood. Shen Yao was going to use the gap between what Hao Sun believed and what was true. And to do that, to do it correctly, without the gaps his own habit kept creating, he was going to need everyone he trusted to actually know what he knew. He wrote until late. He wrote everything. Chapter 61. The formal petition, Dou Mingxia's petition, reached the regional authority on a gray Tuesday, stamped with the tribunal's central office seal, which was a different and significantly heavier seal than Dou Mingxia's local investigative authority. The difference mattered. Shen Yao learned about the petition through Pang Ruashi's information channel. She had a contact in the regional authority's document processing office, which was itself interesting information that he filed separately. The petition requested formal access authorization to the burial zone's outer perimeter for the purpose of a priority unknown cultivation investigation. Priority unknown was the classification Dou Mingxia had used in her initial report. It had apparently cleared upward through the tribunal hierarchy faster than he had anticipated, triggering a central office directive that she was now legally obligated to execute. She was no longer operating on her own investigative judgment. She was under orders. He thought about what this meant for the equilibrium he had established with her over the past weeks. Their understanding, her forbearance in exchange for his adjusting the ambient resonance discharge, had been a personal arrangement, the kind that two competent people make when the formal structure is inadequate to the situation. Now the formal structure had arrived. He tracked her through the echo network when she went to meet Pang Ruashi, whose camp was adjacent to the monitoring post. He could not hear the conversation, but he could feel the resonance quality of two people who were not happy with each other and were being formal about it. Pang Ruashi's camp had been operating under the assumption that the burial zone question was primarily a sectarian matter. A central office tribunal priority investigation on the same ground was a competing authority claim, and competing authority claims between sects and tribunal offices were one of the longest and most contentious categories of regional political dispute. He thought, this creates pressure on Pang Ruashi from a direction she hadn't planned for. He thought, How Sun arrives in 2 days, and the tribunal now has formal standing at the perimeter. He thought, these two things might interact usefully if I'm careful. He wrote a message to the courier relay. He addressed it to xianxia. He asked for a meeting. She accepted by return message within 4 hours. The efficiency of her response told him she had been thinking about requesting the same thing. He spent the evening preparing, not for the meeting itself, which he had been preparing for since he understood what the cartographer's instruments were measuring. He spent the evening preparing what he was willing to reveal and what he would show her that would make her subsequent report difficult to act on without more information. Information as a tool of delay. Mao Tieshu brought supplies that evening and lingered, which he did sometimes when he sensed that something significant was moving. Shen Duanyu told him, briefly, what was in motion. Mao Tieshu counted something and said, how many people are now officially watching this tomb? Shen Duanyu said, the tribunal, the Hollow Canopy sect, Rong Feiyun's people, and a sovereign realm enforcer who hasn't arrived yet. Mao Tieshu was quiet for a moment. Then he said, you're popular. Shen Duanyu said, I'm cornered. Those are different things. Mao Tieshu counted again. He said, not yet. Chapter 62. Everything he knew about How Sun. He had a name, a reputation, and a travel timeline. He discovered on the morning after learning the name, a small collection of echo fragments. The discovery was unexpected. He had been doing his standard ambient absorption session, the quiet daily practice that maintained his impression layer's capacity, when he encountered a resonance cluster that responded to the name How Sun the way memory responds to a specific smell. Multiple older echoes, absorbed from various sources over the past 3 months, each one containing a fragment of recognition. He had absorbed the echoes of several dozen cultivators who had passed through the outer tomb's perimeter over the course of his time here. Most of those echoes were shallow, surface fragments, the ordinary daily resonance shed by people going about their work. But some of them were older cultivators who had lived in the region for decades, who had histories in the region, and who had at some point encountered or heard of How Sun in a context charged enough to leave an echo trace. He spent most of the day working through the fragments. The process was careful and slow. Each fragment was small, impressionistic, not the full coherent memory of the fifth trial's Guoshengwei echo. He was assembling a mosaic from pieces that didn't quite fit together. What emerged? How Sun had been in the region twice before, in different contexts. The first time, 12 years ago, based on the cultivation level reflected in the echoes, he had resolved a boundary dispute between 2 minor sects by the simple expedient of making one sect reconsider its position. The echoes that touched this incident had a quality of fear that was old and specific, the kind left by people who had seen something they didn't want to describe precisely. The second time was 2 years ago. The land dispute the contact had mentioned. The formation master in the tribunal's infirmary. The echoes from this incident were less frightened and more admiring. The regional cultivators who had seen it had been watching a professional work, and there was a particular type of cultivator who responded to professional competence with respect regardless of its application. What both incidents shared, How Sun had not used force directly. In both cases, he had set conditions that made his target's position untenable without engaging physically. The boundary dispute had ended when the sect discovered that their water supply was being controlled by a formation they hadn't placed. The land dispute had ended when the formation master's own protective formations had begun displaying serious structural anomalies that the formation master couldn't identify or repair. He thought about this for a long time. How Sun's method was not direct confrontation. His method was infrastructure. He found what the target needed in order to maintain their position, and he compromised it. Silently, thoroughly, with patience. Shen Duanyu's infrastructure was the tomb, the echo network, the supplies Mao Tieshu brought in, the relationships with Lian Shuang, Su Wanyue, Dou Mingxia, the legal paper trail. He went through each one and asked, how does How Sun compromise this? The tomb's echo network was internal and inaccessible from outside. The legal documentation was physically held, Compromising it would require direct access that would trigger its own documentation. The relationships were harder to map because they depended on information Hao Sun couldn't yet have. The supplies were the most vulnerable. A perimeter suffocation strategy would cut supplies first. He wrote to Mao Tieshu, double the next supply run. Store 4 weeks ahead rather than 1. Pay the premium. He thought. Hao Sun was good at making positions untenable. He needed to make his position one that couldn't be made untenable by cutting off resources alone. He needed everything he needed to be either inside the tomb already or available through routes Hao Sun couldn't map. He could not fight Hao Sun. He had known this since the name arrived. But fighting wasn't the only response. He thought about what Mao Tieshu had said weeks ago, when he'd been planning the false document operation. You're making yourself the reasonable party on paper. The paper record was one layer. He needed more layers. He needed to make the situation around Hao Sun, not Hao Sun himself. It is something Hao Sun couldn't work in. Chapter 63. A story he told Mao Tieshu on the morning of the second day. Not in the tomb. Outside, in the sheltered section near the drainage channel where Mao Tieshu usually arrived. The morning was cold enough to see breath. Mao Tieshu was counting coins, which he did when he was waiting and when he was anxious, sometimes both simultaneously. Shen Yao said, a sovereign realm enforcer is coming. He'll arrive tomorrow or the day after. He works by suffocation, cutting off supplies and support until the position becomes untenable. He's done it before in this region. Mao Tieshu stopped counting. Shen Yao said, I cannot fight him directly. He's at a cultivation level that would end any confrontation I attempted in under a minute. And I cannot run. The outer world still has too many of Ren Chao's people, and the tribunal has formal standing at the perimeter now. My option space is here, Mao Tieshu said. So you make the tomb the weapon? Shen Yao shook his head. No. Mao Tieshu looked at him. The tomb kills people. It kills cultivators with sect bonds who try to enter. That's a fact, and it's useful, but it's a deterrent, not a weapon. Hao Sun won't enter. He thought about how to explain the distinction. I don't want Hao Sun to be afraid of the tomb. I want Hao Sun to be afraid of the situation. What's the difference? A man afraid of a place can wait at a distance. A man afraid of the situation he's in has to keep adjusting. Shen Yao paused. His method is to make positions untenable by cutting supply lines and support. I need to make his position untenable by ensuring that every action he takes creates more complications than it resolves. Mao Tieshu counted 7 coins, and then stopped counting and put them away. You're going to make the situation complicated. I'm going to make the situation a story. He said it with the precision of someone who had been working on the concept since the previous evening. A story that Hao Sun doesn't control the ending of. That requires him to keep performing rather than just waiting. He looked at the pale morning sky. A tribunal investigation. A sectarian authority dispute. A documented record of assistance. A legal claim to the property. Formal testimony from inside the sect's own ranks. He arrives to find not a fugitive he can besiege, but a situation that's already been characterized in multiple formal channels by parties he can't simply override. Mao Tieshu said, will it work? Shen Yao said, I don't know, but it changes what Hao Sun has to do. Instead of silently cutting off a supply line, he has to navigate a tribunal investigation, a sectarian dispute, and documented public incidents, all of which have already generated paper trails he can't erase. He paused. He came here to make my position untenable. I need to make his equally complicated. Mao Tieshu sat with this for a while. He said, what do you need from me? To deliver a message for me, and to know where every exit route from the region is, in case the situation needs to move. Mao Tieshu counted steps to himself, 10, 11, 12, and said, I know 7 exit routes, and I've walked 5 of them in the past month. The other 2 I can get to you by tomorrow morning. Shen Yao said, thank you. Mao Tieshu said, don't thank me. Tell me what the message says. Chapter 64. The meeting with Do Mingsha. She arrived at the outer gate precisely on time, which was itself information. Punctuality at a meeting you've been thinking about for weeks was the punctuality of someone who had been thinking about it. He opened the gate. He had prepared the outer courtyard. Nothing visible from the obvious vantage points that would confirm or deny any specific hypothesis. The echo network calibrated to run quiet, so the cartographer's instruments, which he assumed were still active from the monitoring post, would have nothing new to record. She came in with one assistant, Fin Sholan, the young meticulous one he had tracked from the beginning. No cartographer. The cartographer was a specialist, and this meeting was Do Mingsha's professional initiative, not a tribunal action. She looked at the outer courtyard with the same careful sweep she gave everything. Complete, methodical, no particular emphasis. She had done this before in her mind. She said, thank you for agreeing to meet. He said, I requested the meeting. Yes, she said. I noticed. She sat down on the stone block he had positioned for a meeting, which was at an angle that gave both of them clear sight lines to the outer gate. She had noticed the positioning. He had expected she would. He sat across from her. He said, I understand your investigation has moved to a different level. Central Office Directive, she said. Priority unknown classifications at a certain threshold trigger mandatory investigation protocols. I expected this when I saw the cartographer's instruments. She said, you saw the instruments. Through the echo network. He said it plainly. I can feel resonance patterns throughout the burial zone's ambient field. Your instruments read as foreign chi signatures against the tomb's baseline. She was quiet for a moment. This was more than she had expected him to say directly. He continued, I'm going to tell you some things that are true and that I want on record. I'm also going to tell you what I'm not going to tell you, so you know the boundary. She said, that's an unusual approach. It's the honest one. He had thought about this for several days. Dou Mingxia was not his enemy. She was a problem of the kind that came from people doing their jobs correctly. The solution to this kind of problem was not misdirection. She was too careful for misdirection to survive contact. The solution was to give her a true picture that was also an incomplete picture, and to be transparent about the incompleteness so she couldn't be surprised by what she found later. He said, there is an unusual cultivation method here. It's based on the resonance properties of this tomb's 300-year accumulation of death echo. It's passive, it absorbs rather than generates. The resonance discharge you've been measuring is a byproduct that I've corrected. He paused. The method is not hostile. It doesn't threaten the region's resonance field stability. The cartographer's concern about cultivation signature anomalies is correct. The signature does not match any currently registered system. Dou Mingxia said, because it isn't one. It predates current classification. Your archive has a partial record, the 0047C entry. She said nothing. Her expression did not change. She had not expected him to know about the archive entry. He said, I found references to the archive entry through the tomb's own documentation. The emperor kept records. He said this carefully. It was true that the tomb had records. The specificity of his knowledge about the archive classification was sourced elsewhere, but he was not lying. He was being imprecise. The distinction mattered to him. He said, what I'm not going to tell you is the complete scope of what I've found inside the tomb. Not because I'm withholding from the tribunal's authority, but because the complete scope involves parties whose legal position is still being established. He meant Ren Xiao. I'll tell you this. What's inside this tomb is being misused by people outside it. And when that situation is formally resolved, the tribunal will have access to a complete account. She sat with this for a long moment. She said, that's a promise of future disclosure contingent on an unspecified resolution. Yes. It's not actionable. No. But it's more than I had to give you, and I gave it voluntarily. She looked at him. He looked at her. They were both, he thought, people who understood what was actually being communicated and appreciated that it was being communicated without pretense. She said, I'm going to file a report that is technically complete and practically inconclusive. I'm going to recommend continued observation rather than intervention. He said, I'd expect that from someone who understands the situation. She said, I understand more of it than you think. He said, I believe you. She left with her assistant. He closed the outer gate and went back inside, where Lian Shuang was waiting with a question on her face that he answered before she asked it. She's going to buy us more time. Not because I persuaded her. Because she understood what she was looking at and decided it was worth letting develop. Lian Shuang said, is she right? He said, yes. She said, then she's more useful than an enemy. He said, note that. Chapter 65. The rumor how Sun arrived on a gray morning, exactly as predicted. He brought 6 cultivators. He brought resonance monitoring equipment. He brought the specific organizational quality of someone who intended to set up for an extended operation. He positioned his group 300 meters from the outer gate in a configuration that covered every conventional approach without crowding the tribunal's existing monitoring post. He was aware of the tribunal's presence and had calibrated around it. Shen Duanyu tracked the setup through the echo network and built Hao Sun's resonance profile over the first 2 hours, Sovereign Realm, confirming the intelligence. The specific signature had a particular compacted quality, cultivation force held deliberately tight, minimizing outward resonance shed. A professional discipline. He thought about how to introduce the story. The rumor needed to reach Ren Xiao, not Hao Sun. Hao Sun would execute whatever instructions Ren Xiao gave him. If Ren Xiao believed the tomb's inner sanctum contained something that could damage a Sovereign Realm cultivator's cultivation base, Ren Xiao would not send Hao Sun inside. He would send someone more expendable, or he would adjust his entire strategy. The question was how to route a specific rumor to Rin Chao without making it obvious that the rumor was being routed. He solved this through Pang Ruoshi. She was still receiving his notes through the courier relay, still maintaining the informal intelligence exchange they had established. She was also still reporting to Rin Chao. He composed a message to her that described, in the matter-of-fact tone of their information exchange, a discovery he had made in the inner tomb, a formation layer in the 7th level's approach that he had been unable to enter safely, and which produced a resonance output that, according to his preliminary assessment, would interact badly with high-density cultivation bases. He made this sound like a practical observation, a note, something a cooperative occupant might share with the parties interested in the tomb's overall character. He sent it and waited. 2 days later, through Mao Tieshu's external intelligence contact, a piece of information, Rin Chao had summoned Hao Sun to a meeting at the town. The meeting had lasted 2 hours. Hao Sun had returned to his perimeter position with a modified operational instruction, observation and supply interdiction only. No interior access. He sat with this for a moment. The fabricated resonance danger had worked. Rin Chao had calculated that his primary enforcer was too valuable to risk inside an unknown formation hazard, which meant Hao Sun's operation was now limited to the exterior, a perimeter siege rather than a penetration. This created a different problem, but a smaller one. A perimeter siege he could navigate, especially with the supply cache Mao Tieshu had built up over the past week. It would be uncomfortable. It would require careful routing of every supply run. It would create ongoing pressure. It would not be the swift and decisive resolution Rin Chao had been planning. He told Lian Shuang, Mao Tieshu, and Su Wanyue, who had come again, this time with more information about the sect's original charter documentation, what he had done. All 3 of them. He had been keeping this information longer than necessary. He shared it now because he was revising his habits, not because there was a tactical reason to share specifically today. Mao Tieshu said, "You made up a danger that doesn't exist." He said, "I fabricated a formation hazard that I don't actually know doesn't exist. The 7th level's approach is sealed. I haven't entered it. The hazard might be real." Mao Tieshu looked at him. He said, "I'm noting the distinction." Mao Tieshu said, "I notice you notice distinctions." He counted 7 coins, and then 8. What happens when Rin Chao finds out the hazard was fabricated? He said, he finds out only if someone enters the 7th level and emerges unharmed, which requires passing 6 trial chambers first. He paused. The rumor has an automatic protection mechanism. The false information is only falsifiable by someone who completes the same trials I've completed. Lian Shuang said, "That's convenient." He said, "It's design. The 7th level seal is real. I don't know what's behind it. I used the uncertainty." He looked at the 3 of them. "I want you to know when I'm using uncertainty versus when I have confirmed information. I'm going to be clearer about that from now on." Su Wanyue, who had been listening from the edge of the group, said, "The charter discrepancy I found. Has that been used yet?" "Not yet," he said. "I'm holding it for when the legal proceedings formally begin. Evidence before proceedings exist has less weight than evidence introduced at the right moment." She nodded. She said, "I'll have the full documentation ready." She said it as a commitment, not a question about whether he wanted it. He said, "Thank you." Outside, Hao Sun was settling in for what he expected to be a long siege. He did not know about the supply cache. He did not know about the charter. He did not know about Su Wanyue's internal testimony, or the paper trail, or the meeting with Do Mingsha. He did not know about the fabricated hazard's self-protecting architecture. He did not know that the person he was besieging had spent the last 3 months making the situation around him as complicated as possible, and that the siege was simply the next layer of complications. Shen Duanyu made notes about the next 3 days' priorities and went back to work. Chapter 66. Methodical. By the end of the first week, Shen Duanyu had a comprehensive model of how Hao Sun operated. The pattern was clean. Every morning, Hao Sun walked his own perimeter, not commanding his 6 cultivators to do it, but doing it himself, checking coverage at each position. He adjusted the formation spacing twice over the first week, both times in response to variables Shen Duanyu hadn't intentionally created. Once when the morning dew made a section of ground harder to monitor visually. Once when Rong Feiyun's people shifted their position and created a sightline gap. Hao Sun saw both and corrected both within an hour. The supply interdiction had begun immediately. Mao Tieshu's regular approach routes were covered. The drainage channel that had been his secondary route was identified by the 3rd day and watched. The northern approach path, which Mao Tieshu had mapped for emergency use, was covered by the 4th day. Shen Duanyu tracked all of this through the Echo network with genuine attention. What he was building was a profile of Hao Sun's problem-solving style, how quickly he responded to new variables, how he balanced coverage efficiency against coverage completeness, what he did when two problems competed for his attention simultaneously. A methodical person responded to problems in order of priority. A methodical person, given enough problems of equal priority, would be slower to respond to each individual one. He was not creating problems yet. He was watching first. He noted how Sun checked the northern section of his perimeter 47 minutes after dawn, consistently. He checked the drainage channel approach 20 minutes before midday, consistently. These were constants. Constants created windows. He filed the windows without using them. He went to Lian Shuang in the afternoon and said, "Tell me what you need that we don't have." She thought about it. Better quality sealing compound. The current batch has degraded. I've been rationing. She listed 3 other medical supplies that were running lower than she preferred. Nothing critical for 2 weeks. He wrote the list. 2 weeks. He had 2 weeks before the medical supply situation became a real constraint. He added this to the timeline he was building. He went to Mao Tieshu, who was inside the tomb for one of his increasingly rare supply visits, and said, "How Sun identified your drainage channel route by day 3. Mao Tieshu said, "I know. I've been using the creek bed south of the hill on alternating days. He hasn't found that one yet." He said, "How long until he does?" "Another week. Maybe less." "He's good." Mao Tieshu counted 12 paces of the outer chamber, turned, counted back. "But he's operating on the assumption that the route changes are improvised. He's looking for a human improvising. The creek bed works because it's not an obvious choice." He said, "What would make it stop being obvious?" Mao Tieshu counted 3 paces this time. If he had a better map of the terrain than he does now. He brought a regional survey chart, standard issue, 3 years old. The creek bed isn't on it. He paused. But someone who knows this land well could tell him. He said, "Old Gao knows this land. Old Gao hasn't talked to Hao Sun." Mao Tieshu paused. "Has he?" He said, "I don't know." He thought about this. Old Gao had been present since the beginning. The old man who lived near the outer gate, who knew the terrain for kilometers in every direction, who had said things to him occasionally and otherwise seemed to exist at the edge of the situation. He had not, he realized, tracked old Gao's movements carefully enough over the past week. He had been focused on Hao Sun. He noted this gap and went to close it. Chapter 67. What Mao Tieshu knew. Mao Tieshu had been in the 8th Consolidated Infantry for 6 years. This was more than Shen Yao had known before Lian Shuang told him. It was still less than the full picture, and the full picture was not his to take. Mao Tieshu would give it when he decided to. But the 6 years and the Eastern Theater and the unit designation had given Shen Yao a framework, and the framework explained things about how Mao Tieshu moved and counted and assessed terrain that had previously been separate observations without a unifying context. The 3 weaknesses in Hao Sun's perimeter formation came out over the course of a morning, not as a deliberate intelligence briefing, but as a conversation about the situation. Mao Tieshu walked the outer courtyard 3 times, east to west, north to south, then diagonally, pausing at specific points and looking outward through the gaps in the outer wall. He did this while talking, which was something Shen Yao had observed before and understood now. Mao Tieshu processed spatially, the way some people processed in text or in numbers. Walking the space was thinking the space. He said, "The northeast sector has a coverage gap in the pre-dawn hour. That's when Hao Sun's northwest cultivator rotates to the north position, and there's a 4-minute window before the southeast rotation compensates." He said it matter-of-factly, the way he might report a supply count. "I used that gap this morning." He doesn't know. Shen Yao said, "You went through this morning. Small package. Medical supplies." He meant the sealing compound Lian Shuang needed. He had heard the supply conversation. He had gone and solved it. "Don't thank me. Tell me the second thing you need." He said, "How do you know the rotation timing?" "I watched for 2 days. 6 cultivators on a perimeter that large, you count the rotations. It's standard. The gap is standard." He stopped walking at the southwestern corner. "The second weakness is here. The hill southeast of the perimeter changes the resonance scan coverage because Hao Sun's instruments are calibrated for flat terrain. The hill creates a shadow zone about 40 meters wide. Not useful for supply runs, too exposed visually, but if you needed to transmit a message physically, the shadow zone would carry it." Shen Yao said, "And the third?" "The third isn't a gap. It's a pressure point." Mao Tieshu walked to the center of the courtyard. Hao Sun is operating under legal authorization from the Hollow Canopy sect's formal claim. But the claim is disputed. You've got Su Wanyu's documentation and the original charter. If the tribunal formally invalidates the claim, Hao Sun loses his authorization basis. He can't enforce without authorization. He said, "That's a legal process. It takes time." "Yes, but it exists. And Hao Sun knows it exists." A professional enforcer who might have his authorization pulled halfway through a siege is less stable than one who doesn't. Mao Tieshu looked at him steadily. He'll be watching for legal pressure. It makes him reactive. Shen Duanyu absorbed this and then said, "This is from the military." "Some of it." Mao Tieshu said it simply. 6 years. "You learned sieges from both sides." He said, "I'd like to know more about the 6 years. When you want to tell me." Mao Tieshu counted 7 steps east. Then he said, "Maybe later." It was not a refusal. It was a timeline. He had never committed to a timeline before. "Right now, tell me which gap you want to use first." He said, "The shadow zone. I need to route a document to Do Mingsha without it going through Hao Sun's observation network." Mao Tieshu said, "I'll show you the path." They spent the afternoon mapping the shadow zone approach and the timing window. When they were done, Mao Tieshu said, "It's good that you're telling us things." Shen Duanyu said, "I know it's late." Mao Tieshu said, "Better late." He counted 4 steps and stopped. "Some things you can fix after the fact. That's a thing you're fixing." Chapter 68. Fighting with paperwork. The document was 23 pages. Su Wanyue had given it to him 2 days ago, a compiled set of evidence including her transcription of the regional register's charter record, 3 comparative analyses of the sect's public historical claims against the charter's actual language, and a formal statement by her own hand that she was providing this testimony voluntarily and understood the professional consequences. It was signed and dated. It was thorough. He had asked her, "Are you certain?" She had said, "I investigated. I decided." He had not pressed further. She was not someone who made decisions slowly or undid them easily. He routed the document through the shadow zone at first light, when the northeast coverage gap overlapped with the hill's shadow on the southeastern approach. Mao Tieshu made the delivery himself, to the designated point at the monitoring post's outer edge where the tribunal team's external correspondence was collected. The package was addressed to investigator Do Mingsha, marked as formal testimony regarding a custodial claim dispute in which the tribunal had standing investigative interest. He went back inside and waited. The echo network told him when the package arrived. The monitoring post's resonance field registered a brief disruption consistent with a new physical item entering the collection point. He tracked Do Mingsha's attention throughout the morning through the emotional resonance quality of the monitoring post, which he had become accurate enough to read at 100 paces. She was focused. She was reading carefully. There was the sharp particular quality that accompanied significant discovery. This time, the significant discovery was documented evidence of a legal fraud. By midday, Do Mingsha had sent 2 messages. The first went to the tribunal's regional contact. The second went to the regional authority's legal office. Both went by Spirit Bird, which he felt through the echo network as 2 brief resonance spikes heading in different directions. He calculated what those messages would contain and what they would trigger. The regional authority's legal office, receiving a formal testimony from a Hollow Canopy sect junior elder alleging that the sect's custodial claim documentation was inconsistent with the registered charter, was legally obligated to initiate a review. The review would require the sect to produce the original charter, the one in their own archive that Su Wanyue had never been permitted to see. If the original differed from the registered copy, the sect's claim was fraudulent. If it matched the registered copy, the claim was legal, but significantly narrower than they had been representing. Either outcome required the regional authority to formally establish the actual scope of the claim. During the review period, any enforcement action based on the disputed claim was legally suspended. Hao Sun's authorization basis was about to be suspended. He told Su Wanyue what had happened when she arrived that afternoon. He had taken to telling her things more directly, recognizing that she was not an uncertain ally but a committed one who had paid for her commitment with more than he had asked. She said, "The original charter is in the archive. They'll produce it," he said, "and it will say what the registered copy says." She said, "Which is that the sect has no interior rights." She was quiet for a moment. Ren Xiao has been conducting unauthorized operations inside an imperial site for 30 years. Once this process finds what it's going to find, everything downstream of the unauthorized access becomes illegal retroactively. He said it plainly, including the arrangement that's been giving the sect its current power source. She sat with this. Then she said, "Good," and stood up and went back to her documentation work. He thought that her saying good in that particular tone, not triumphant, not relieved, just clear and settled, was one of the most useful things he had heard in months. Chapter 69. The pullback. Hao Sun pulled back 200 meters on a Thursday. He didn't do it dramatically. He reconfigured the perimeter, moved all 6 positions outward, re-established coverage at the new distance, adjusted his monitoring equipment's range settings. Professional and quiet. If you didn't have the echo network to track it, you might have taken the morning to notice. Shen Duanyu was not someone who took mornings to notice things. The pullback was Domingsha's formal access request coming through. She had invoked the tribunal's standing investigation authority, specifically the subclause that required access to within 50 meters of any monitored site for equipment calibration. Hao Sun's perimeter at its original distance had been inside that radius. He had been asked to pull back to comply with the tribunal's formal standing, and he had done so. He could not legally deny a tribunal access request without submitting a formal objection to the central office, which would have taken a week and generated documentation that would be visible to people he didn't want looking. He had chosen to comply. Shen Duanyu watched the 200-meter gap open and felt it the way you feel any breathing room, carefully, without trusting it too much. Domingsha came to the outer gate at midday. She didn't request a meeting. She simply appeared, which was how she operated when the meeting was a professional courtesy rather than an investigative step. She stood at the gate for a moment before he came out. She said, "The review process has been initiated." He said, "I know." She said, "The Hollow Canopy sect has 10 days to produce the original charter." She looked at the 200-meter gap, where Hao Sun's nearest positions were now visible as small shapes against the treeline. "He's professional," he said. He adjusted without arguing. "Yes, which means he has instructions to operate legally throughout this assignment." She paused. "Ren Xiao doesn't want this turning into a tribunal enforcement matter," he said. "Ren Xiao wants the result without the documentation." She said, "Most people do." She looked at him for a moment. "The review process will find what it finds. I don't know what that will be." He said, "I have some idea." She said, "I thought you might." She didn't press. She said, "The testimony that came through the morning package. Whoever filed it took a significant professional risk." He said. She investigated and then decided. That's how she described it. Domingsha was quiet for a moment. She said, "The review will take 2 weeks. During those 2 weeks, the claim dispute creates a formal hold on any enforcement actions derived from the disputed claim." She said it as a factual observation, not as assistance. But it was assistance. He said, "Thank you." She said, "I'm doing my job." He said, "So am I." She looked at him for a moment with the expression she used when she had found something she hadn't expected to find. Not surprise, more the quality of a reassessment in progress. Then she went back to her monitoring post. He closed the gate. He had 2 weeks. 2 weeks during which Hao Sun was legally constrained. The regional authority was reviewing the sect's charter, and Ren Xiao was in the nearest town in a palanquin, trying to understand why his straightforward operation had become this complicated. He went back inside and began using the 2 weeks. Chapter 70. Old Gao. He found Old Gao at the outer gate on a morning when the frost was on the stone. The old man was sitting with his back to the gate's wall, his legs extended in front of him, his eyes closed. Not asleep, not unconscious. A specific quality of still that Shen Duanyu recognized from the echo network as voluntary deep rest, cultivation compressed to near zero, presence reduced to a whisper against the ambient resonance field. He sat down beside him. He waited. Old Gao had been present since the beginning. He had known this in the abstract, in the way you know something is true without having examined it fully. The old man appeared occasionally near the tomb's outer areas. He offered observations that proved accurate. He had not interfered, had not committed himself to any side, had not explained himself. Shen Duanyu had classified him as a neutral presence and not pressed. He was pressing now because Mao Tieshu had been right to flag the concern. A person who knew this terrain as well as Old Gao did, questioned by Hao Sun's people, could give them the creek bed route. He needed to know whether that was a risk. Old Gao opened his eyes. He said, without any greeting, without the pause of someone waking, "You found out about the charter." Shen Duanyu said, "You knew about the charter. I've been here for 40 years. Old Gao looked at the pale morning sky. The Hollow Canopy sect's original claim was already narrow when I arrived. I've watched them expand their interpretation of it a little each decade. He paused. I watched them access the second entrance for the first time 31 years ago. I knew what they were taking. He said, "You knew about the Tao throne. I knew about the Emperor's cultivation anchor. I knew it was still there, that the sect had found it, that they were using it." Old Gao was quiet for a moment. "I was in no position to stop them." He said, "Because you failed the binding trial." Old Gao looked at him. The expression was not surprised. It was the expression of someone whose carefully maintained privacy has been correctly breached and who has decided this is appropriate. 60 years ago, I was 23. I had cultivation at the time, a real root, a real sect bond. The trial destroyed it. He looked at his hands. "I've been here since. Watching." He said, "Jian Wux's echo knows you're here. We don't speak. We understand each other." He paused. "He chose not to give me what he gave you. The system requires what you have, the absence of a sect bond, the empty space where a root was. I couldn't provide that 60 years ago. I can't provide it now. I failed for the same reason every cultivator fails. Another pause. I've been waiting for someone who wouldn't fail. Shen Yao said, why didn't you tell me this earlier? You weren't ready to hear it earlier. Old Gao said it without apology or explanation. You needed to learn it yourself first. The trials teach certain things that can't be shortcut. If I had told you about the binding trials requirements, about the Tao throne, about the sect's access, you would have processed it as information rather than as understanding. He looked at him steadily. You have understanding now. The information means more. He thought about this. He thought about whether old Gao was right. He thought he probably was. He said, are you going to talk to Hao Sun's people? Old Gao said no. Simply and completely. I have been here 40 years as a harmless old man. The Hollow Canopy sect has done surveys of this region 6 times in my presence. They have never once asked me anything substantive, because I appear to be the kind of person who has nothing substantive to give. He almost smiled. I have been protecting this tomb in my way the entire time. Hao Sun sees an old man near a burial ground. He will see an old man near a burial ground. Shen Yao looked at him for a moment. At the 40 years of patience, at the specific form that protection took when it was quiet and unthreatening and therefore invisible. He thought about what it meant to have been watched over in a way he hadn't known. He said, thank you. Old Gao said, I've been waiting a long time. The thanks goes the other direction. He closed his eyes again. Not dismissal, the easy comfort of someone accustomed to their own company. You should go in. Jian Wuk has been silent since you sat down. He'll speak again when you're inside. He stood. He looked at old Gao, at the frost on the stone around him, at the stillness of a man who had spent 40 years at a gate that never opened for him. And he went back inside. Jian Wuk's voice, when it came, was quieter than usual. Not from grief or difficulty, from something more like recognition. It said, he kept his word. 60 years. He said, he didn't tell me until today. Jian Wuk said, he knew when. A long pause. He is the only one who knew me before the tomb. He was my last student. He came here after I died, and he stayed. Another pause. I have not spoken to him because I did not want him to know I could see him waiting. It seemed unkind. He said, you've been watching him for 40 years. Jian Wuk said nothing. He understood. He filed it in the column of things he would not press on, and went back to work. Chapter 71. What old Gao drew. They talked through the night. He had not planned this. Old Gao had not planned this. Shen Yao had gone back inside after their conversation at the gate, done 3 hours of echo network work, and then returned to the gate because there were things he had not asked yet, and he found himself reluctant to let the opportunity close without asking them. Old Gao was still there. He had not moved. They spoke in the way of people who have both learned to be economical with words, not curtly, but without padding. The conversation moved in the way of still water shifting in a bowl, slow, deliberate, not going anywhere fast but covering the distance eventually. Old Gao drew the deeper tomb's layout from memory in the dust beside the outer gate, using a stick. He had never been inside the deeper chambers. The binding trial had stopped him at the threshold 60 years ago, but he had spent 4 decades studying the tomb's external resonance field, cross-referencing it against the inscriptions he could see from outside, building an architectural picture from inference and study. The picture was more complete than Shen Yao had expected. He traced the 7 trial chambers in their correct positions, 4 of which Shen Yao had already navigated and which matched. He indicated the Tao throne chamber at the deepest point of the structure. He showed the second entrance's internal path, which connected to an antechamber adjacent to the throne room rather than to the trial sequence. Then he drew a closed circle and said, the 7th trial chamber. It's the one between the 6th trial and the throne room. He said, I haven't entered the 7th. The door is sealed from inside. Old Gao nodded. It has been since the emperor died. I have been able to feel the seal from outside the tomb since the first year I came. Whatever is inside the 7th chamber is not a trial in the normal sense. He said, Jian Wuk has not told me what the 7th chamber contains. He wouldn't. It's the only part of the tomb he wouldn't want you to know about before you know everything else. Old Gao smoothed a section of the dust, drawing with his hand. I don't know what's inside, but I know that the seal on the 7th chamber is different in quality from every other formation in this tomb. The others resonate with death echo. This one resonates with something suppressed. He said, suppressed how? The way you suppress something dangerous. Active containment, not passive waiting. Old Gao looked at the stick figure in the dust. Whatever is in the 7th chamber, the emperor chose to lock it rather than destroy it. That tells you something about what it is. He thought about this for a long time. He thought about the fabricated formation hazard he had described to Pang Ruoshi for Rin Chao's ears, The claim that the inner sanctum contained something dangerous to sovereign realm cultivators. He had invented this as a deterrent. He was beginning to think it was less fabricated than he had believed. He said, "The 7th trial is the last one." Old Gao said, "Yes." He said, "Which means I need to complete it to complete the system." Old Gao said, "Yes." He said, "And whatever is inside is something the Emperor locked but didn't destroy." Old Gao said, "That's what 60 years of external observation suggests." He sat with this. He thought about what kind of thing you locked rather than destroyed. He thought about what the Emperor had spent 600 years setting in motion through the trial system, and the echo seal, and the specific selection for a derooted cultivator. He thought about Ren Chao and the stolen fragment. He said, "Jin Wuk is not a patient man by nature." Old Gao said no. He was never patient. He planned extensively because he couldn't afford to be impatient. The planning was what replaced the patience. He paused. He was patient exactly once, that I know of. After his death. A pause longer than the others. That's either the most expensive thing he ever did, or the most important. He said, "Both." Old Gao said yes. Probably both. They stayed until the sky began to lighten and the cold in the stone became the specific cold of pre-dawn. And then Shen Yao went inside, and Old Gao closed his eyes again, and neither of them had resolved the question of the 7th trial, but both of them had added it to the list of things being held for the right moment. Chapter 72. What Mao Tieshu said. He came at midday, which was not his usual time. Shen Yao was in the Echo Network mapping session when he heard the familiar resonance signature approach the drainage channel. Mao Tieshu's specific cultivation pattern, recognizable now from months of calibration. He finished the mapping segment he was on before going out, because the segment was time-sensitive and because Mao Tieshu would wait. He found him in the outer vestibule, not carrying supplies. He had come without supplies. Mao Tieshu was sitting on the ground with his back to the wall, his legs extended. He was not counting anything. Shen Yao sat down across from him and waited. Mao Tieshu said, "I want to tell you something. Not because you need to know it and not because it changes anything." He said it with the specific quality of someone who had been building up to this for a long time and was finally past the point where they could avoid it. "Because I'm going to keep being here, and I don't want to keep being here while you don't know." He said, "All right." Mao Tieshu said, "The 8th Consolidated Infantry, Eastern Theater, 20 years ago. We held a position for 6 days. The position was wrong. We shouldn't have been there. The orders were wrong, and everyone in the unit knew it. On the 4th day, we lost contact with command." He paused. "There was a village behind our position. Civilians. 200, maybe more. They couldn't evacuate. We were holding the road, and the alternative route went through territory we couldn't verify." He did not say anything. On the 5th day, the enemy made a push, and we had to consolidate. The orders, when they came back through a secondary channel, were to hold the position and not permit movement behind our lines. Not permit any movement, civilian or otherwise, that could be enemy infiltration. Mao Tieshu stopped. He said, "I was the one who gave the order, not the commanding officer. He was dead. I was ranking." He was quiet. 7 people. Mao Tieshu said the number carefully, the way he counted everything, precisely, without softening. 7 civilians. Because I gave an order that I was legally authorized to give, in a situation where I had insufficient information and too much fear, and afterward I told myself it was the right call, and then couldn't sleep for 6 months, and then deserted. He looked at his hands. "I've been carrying it for 20 years, and I stopped trying to make sense of it about 15 years ago, and now I just carry it." He said, "What are you asking me to do with that?" Mao Tieshu looked at him. He said, "I don't know." He thought about what the correct response was to someone who had been carrying something for 20 years and had finally put it down in front of another person. He thought about accountability, which he believed in, and about the specific form it took when the harm was irreversible and the person had already understood and condemned themselves thoroughly. He said, "Then I'll hold it until you do." Mao Tieshu was quiet for a long moment. He said, "That's it." He said, "That's it." He had not forgiven anything. That was not his to give, and Mao Tieshu had not asked for it. He had not condemned anything. The condemnation had already been more thorough than anything he could add. He had received the information and committed to holding it, which was what Mao Tieshu had needed someone to do. Carry it with him rather than making it worse or lighter. Mao Tieshu got to his feet. He counted the steps to the vestibule entrance. 5, 6, 7. Then he said, without turning, "I'll have the supply run done by evening." He said, "Thank you." Mao Tieshu left. He sat in the vestibule for a while and thought about the difference between holding something for someone and resolving it. They were different weights. Holding was heavier in some ways. He added it to what he was carrying and went back to the Echo Network. Chapter 73. The inspection Hao Sun made his legal move on the 9th day of his presence in the region. He had a document from the Hollow Canopy sect's legal representatives, a formal authorization for inspection of the outer courtyard as part of the disputed claim verification process. The regional authorities' review had not yet ruled on the claim's validity, and until it did, the sect retained conditional access rights to conduct verification activities. This was the legal window Hao Sun had identified. Shen Duanyu had the document read to him by Mao Tieshu's external contact within 4 hours of its filing. He had expected something like this. He had prepared for it. He said, "He has legal standing for the outer courtyard, not the inner chambers." Lian Shuang said, "Can you prevent him from going further?" He said, "Legally, yes. The original charter limits the sect's access to the outer regions. The document he has only covers the outer courtyard. If he enters beyond the inner gate without additional authorization, he's trespassing under the charter's own terms." Su Wanyue said, "I can certify the charter interpretation on the spot if needed. I've filed formal testimony. My presence as a witness to the charter's language would carry legal weight." He said, "Note that for potential use. I want the inspection to go forward. I want to walk him through the outer courtyard myself." Lian Shuang looked at him. "Why?" He said, "Because I control what he sees. And what Hao Sun sees is what Ren Xiao hears." He went to the outer gate when Hao Sun arrived with his 6 cultivators and the 2 legal representatives. He opened the gate before they knocked. Hao Sun was a man of perhaps 50, with the particular stillness of someone whose cultivation had been at peak for a long time. Not aggressive stillness, but settled stillness, like a stone that had been in its position long enough to feel natural there. He assessed Shen Duanyu once, quickly, and then looked at the courtyard. He said, "The inspection is authorized under the conditional access provision." Shen Duanyu said, "I know. Come in." He led the inspection himself. He walked them through every section of the outer courtyard with professional courtesy, answering direct questions directly and not volunteering information. He showed them the outer wall inscriptions, the skeleton in sect robes, the measurement points that the survey team had documented 2 months ago. And, in 2 places, he showed them things he had prepared. The first was a section of inner passage visible from the outer courtyard through a gap in the inner gate stone structure. A view of a passage that appeared to have suffered significant collapse. The collapse was real. It was the eastern passage section that had been unstable for weeks. But the angle he chose made it look more extensive than it was, and the rubble positioning gave the impression that the inner chambers were fragmented and difficult to navigate. The second was a resonance emission pattern he had configured into the inner gate's formation lines that morning, a low-level discharge that would read on Hao Sun's instruments as a general structural instability signature. Not dangerous, not even technically false. It was an accurate reading of a minor stress formation that existed. He had simply emphasized it by adjusting the projection frequency. Hao Sun's instruments recorded both. He watched Hao Sun's expression throughout, professionally still, giving nothing away. But he had learned to read resonance quality at close range, and Hao Sun's emotional resonance during the inspection had a specific texture. He was noting what he saw and adding it to a picture that was increasingly complicated. The inspection lasted 40 minutes. Hao Sun said, at the end, "The outer courtyard is clear." A formal statement for the legal representative's notes. Shen Duanyu said, "Thank you for your thoroughness." He closed the inner gate behind them and went back inside. He went to the inner chamber and sat down and wrote out, in his documentation file, exactly what Hao Sun had seen and what interpretation that evidence would suggest. It would suggest inner chambers partially compromised, structural instability in multiple sections, general tomb environment more difficult than expected. Ren Xiao would revise his timeline for any interior operation accordingly. He noted this and felt the particular satisfaction of having given someone accurate information that added up to a useful misunderstanding. Chapter 74. The report Hao Sun would write. He did not know, precisely, what Hao Sun wrote in his report to Ren Xiao. He knew what he had shown Hao Sun, and he knew the logic that a competent professional would apply to those observations, and he could therefore model the report's conclusions with reasonable accuracy. The report would say, "Inner tomb interior appears structurally compromised in eastern section. Formation instability detected via instrument at inner gate, consistent with long-term resonance accumulation without maintenance. Occupant is cooperative, cultivation level appears low range, estimate. Foundation forger equivalent based on visible interaction and formation construct quality during prior enforcer confrontation. No evidence of hostile intent toward the sect directly. Occupant appears primarily interested in maintaining presence rather than expanding it." He read through the model twice. Each of Hao Sun's probable conclusions was either true, structural compromise, technically based on accurate data, instability formation, which he had emphasized but not fabricated, or a reasonable inference from evidence he had deliberately staged, cultivation level estimate. Nothing in the report would be a claim that could be falsified by subsequent events, because he had been careful not to construct anything that required falsification. He had shaped perception with real evidence. The cultivation level estimate was the most important piece. He was not foundation forger equivalent. He was i.e. 3 echo shaper, which had no standard parallel but corresponded roughly to vein weaver or spirit condenser in terms of the sophistication of external application. Hao Sun's estimate was based on the enforcer confrontation, where Shen Yao had projected a barrier sufficient to stop a spirit condenser, which could be explained as a strong but not unusual foundation forger construct. If Ren Chao believed he was dealing with a foundation forger equivalent, he would calculate the situation as manageable by conventional means. He might not send stronger enforcement. He might prioritize the legal strategy, the claim review, the formal proceedings, over the physical approach. This bought time. Time was what the legal process needed to develop. He spent the afternoon constructing the next layer, a message to the regional authority's legal office, submitted through Dou Mingsha's formal observation record, noting the inspection had occurred and requesting that the inspection results be entered into the formal claim review record. This was legal procedure. It was also timing. By entering the inspection into the review record, he tied Hao Sun's future actions to the review's outcome. Any enforcement action Hao Sun took while the review was ongoing would now be formally visible in the record. He did not feel triumphant about any of this. He felt steady, which was the correct feeling when you had done competent work in a difficult situation. Triumph was for when the situation was resolved. The situation was not resolved. It had become better shaped for him to work in. That was enough for today. Lian Shuang brought him food in the late afternoon and sat with him while he ate. She looked at his face and said, "Better." He said, "The inspection went as planned." She said, "That's not what I mean." She looked at him for a moment. "You look like yourself today? All day? Not like someone managing themselves through a crisis." She paused. "I don't know when that changed." He thought about it. He said, "Around the time I stopped managing all of you." She said, "Is that what changed it?" He said, "I think so." He ate for a moment. Having people who know things changes the shape of the problem. The problem is still the same size, but it has more handles. She said, "I like that." She picked up her notebook. She was still writing in it. He knew, still keeping the record she had been keeping since the beginning. She wrote something and then looked up. "Mao Tieshu seems better," he said. "He said something today that needed to be said." She said, "I know. He told me." She met his eyes. He said you held it for him. He said, "He asked me to." She said, "Yes." She wrote something else. Then she said, "That was the right thing to do." He said, "I know it was." She said, "I'm noting it." He let her note it and finished eating and went back to work. Chapter 75. What Su Wanyue did. She confronted Pang Ruashi in the morning, which was not what he had expected. He had not known she was going to do it. She had not told him. He learned it through the Echo Network's emotional resonance read on Pang Ruashi's tent, which had shifted from its usual organized calm into something tenser and more difficult. Two people in an uncomfortable conversation, one of whom was holding their position with considerable effort. He tracked it without intervening. Whatever Su Wanyue had decided to do was her decision. He had told her, months ago, that he wanted her to make her own determination. She was making it. The conversation lasted 40 minutes by his estimation of the resonance quality. When it ended, Pang Ruashi's tent went back to controlled calm, and Su Wanyue's resonance signature moved away toward the open area north of the monitoring post. She arrived at the outer gate an hour later. He came out to meet her. She was not angry. He had expected that she might be, that the confrontation might have produced some visible emotional aftermath. She was quiet instead. The specific quiet of someone whose interior has reorganized itself around a new structural fact. He opened the gate without speaking, and she came in, and they sat in the outer courtyard. The afternoon was cold and clear, and the light came sideways across the stone. She said, "She denied it." He said, "I expected that." "I know you expected that." A pause. "I did too, actually." She looked at the inscriptions on the outer wall, the ones she had been examining since her first survey visit, that she had cross-referenced against the sect's historical archive. She denied it very well. She had a counter-argument that accounted for the discrepancy I found. The counter-argument was coherent. It would work on someone who hadn't seen the original charter entry for themselves. He said, "But not on you." "No." She was quiet for a moment. "She's good at her job, and her job has been maintaining a certain version of the sect's history. She's been doing it for decades. The version she gave me today was the version she actually believes, I think." He said, "People believe what they've argued for long enough. Yes. She looked at her hands. The sect I've been working for is not the sect I believed I was working for. She said it plainly, without drama. That's not a revelation. It's a conclusion I've been building toward for months. Today just finished the building. She looked at him. I'm going to keep testifying. I want the review to find what it finds. But I want you to know that I'm doing it for myself, not for you. He said, I know. She said, I don't want to be managed into the right position. I want to choose it. He said, you are. She said, I know I am. She stood up. She said, Pang Ruashi will send another report after today. She'll include the confrontation. She'll characterize me as being under your influence. He said, is that a problem? She thought about it. She said, not for me. My testimony stands on its own. The source of the documents I've provided is the regional authority's historical register. Anyone can verify it. She paused. It might be a problem for you if Ren Xiao decides I'm a credibility risk that needs managing. He said, I'll add it to the list of things Ren Xiao might decide. She said, good. She walked to the outer gate. Then she stopped and turned. There's something else. Pang Ruashi confirmed one thing accidentally, in the course of denying the rest. She paused. The original charter is in the sect archive. She slipped. She said the charter on file when she meant to say something about the registered copy. On file means the archive. She looked at him steadily. The charter exists. The question is whether it matches. He said, the review will require them to produce it. She said, yes, in 10 days. She left. He sat in the outer courtyard for a moment after she was gone and thought about what it meant that 3 people had chosen, independently and at real cost, to be on the right side of this. Lian Shuang had chosen it when she brought him the full contract and then stayed. Mao Tieshu had chosen it when he put down what he was carrying and kept showing up. Su Wanyue had chosen it this morning when she walked into Pang Ruashi's tent and came back changed. He had not asked for any of this directly. He had been honest when they needed honesty and present when they needed someone to receive what they brought him. He thought this might be what trust actually meant, when you built it carefully, not a decision but a pattern, and not a pattern you chose, but one that developed when you stopped managing the space around it too tightly. He went back inside and added Su Wanyue's update to the documentation file. 10 days until the charter was produced. He had a great deal to do before then. Chapter 76. What he told her. She came back that evening. Not to the outer gate. She came to the outer courtyard directly, which meant she had been inside before he opened the gate, and he hadn't noticed, which was a gap in his echo network monitoring that he filed immediately. She had been inside the outer perimeter for some time, long enough to sit on the stone near the eastern wall and think before approaching him. He found her there when he came out for his evening perimeter check. She said, I've been sitting here trying to figure out what I don't know. He said, that's a large category. She said, I know. I'm trying to narrow it. She looked at him. Tell me the minimum truth. He sat down across from her. He thought about what the minimum truth was and whether it was the right truth to give. He had been revising his information management. He had not revised it all the way to full transparency for everyone. There were still things that were not yet his to share, because sharing them before the right moment would create pressures he couldn't manage yet. He said, the tomb's legitimate territory runs deeper than the sect's claim. The charter limits them to the outer regions. You verified this yourself. What's inside is not the sect's by any legal framework, past or present. She said, and someone senior in the sect has been inside the inner regions. He said, yes, for decades, using access that had no legal basis. She said, what were they taking? He said, something that belongs to the emperor's estate. She waited. He said, that's the minimum I can give you right now. Not because I don't trust you with the rest. Because the rest involves a legal situation that isn't fully established yet. And if I tell you before the establishment, I'm giving you information that creates risks for you that I haven't been able to assess. She looked at him for a long moment. She said, that's a more careful answer than most people give. He said, I know how much my information management has cost me. I'm not interested in replacing the overcautious version with an equally careless one. She absorbed this. She said, what do you want from me? He said, I want you to make your own determination about what you're willing to do and why. Not for me. Not because I've given you enough to make an educated choice. I've given you less than enough. For yourself. He paused. When I have the full account ready to give, you'll receive it. Until then, what you do has to be based on what you actually know, not on what I might know. She was quiet for a moment. She said, that's an unusual thing to tell someone you want as an ally. He said, I've made enough errors managing people's information to know what the alternative costs. He met her eyes. Make your own determination. That's the only thing I can honestly ask of you. She said nothing for a while. She looked at the inscriptions on the eastern wall, the archaic script she had been studying since her first survey visit. Then she stood. She said, "I'll tell you what I decide." He said, "I'll be here." She left. He sat for a while with the evening light going gray around the outer courtyard and thought about what he had said and whether it was enough. He decided it was the right amount for where they were. Not enough to be satisfying, not so little as to be useless. The minimum truth, held at minimum cost. He went back inside. Chapter 77. What the cartographer found. The cartographer's final report generated two very still people in a monitoring tent. Shen Yao felt the quality of stillness through the echo network's emotional resonance read, not the stillness of shock, but of comprehension. The stillness of two competent people absorbing something they had been building toward and still finding the destination surprising when they arrived. He could not read the content of the report. He could track the emotional aftermath. He thought about what the report probably said, based on what he knew about the cartographer's instruments and methods and timeline. The cartographer had been recording for 3 weeks. She had built a complete resonance signature map of everything in the ambient field around the tomb. She had cross-referenced against the sealed archive record. The report said, "This is real. This is what the archive record described as theoretical. This is a living imperial echo practitioner operating in the emperor's burial tomb, 600 years after the system's only documented practitioner died." He thought about what that felt like to read if you were xianxia. He thought about what had changed. He sent a message through the courier relay the following morning, not to xianxia, but to the cartographer's external courier service. A brief note thanking her for her thorough documentation and noting that he was aware the resonance mapping was complete. He signed it with no name. This was calculated. It told the cartographer that her monitoring was not as unobserved as she might have believed, which was true, and it told her that the subject of the investigation was not afraid of being mapped, which was also true. It introduced into the investigation a new variable. The subject knew what the investigation had found. He did not know what the cartographer would do with this. He thought she would tell xianxia, which was what he wanted. He thought it would prompt the second meeting, which was what he was waiting for. He went back to his echo calibration work. The ambient discharge reduction that xianxia had asked for required ongoing attention. He was running his absorption at a reduced sensitivity level, which affected efficiency but preserved his arrangement with the tribunal's investigation. He was learning to work within the constraint, which was producing unexpected refinements in his technique. He had not expected the constraint to be productive. He noted that this was because he had been processing xianxia's request as a cost rather than as a challenge. Challenges produced different work than costs. He revised his assessment of the constraint accordingly. 3 days after the cartographer's final report, xianxia sent a request for a meeting. Chapter 78. The second meeting she came alone. Not with Fincholan, not with the cartographer, not with any of the professional apparatus that usually accompanied a tribunal investigation's formal steps. She came to the outer gate at mid-morning and stood there until he came out. And when he opened the gate, she stepped through and sat down on the stone he had positioned and looked at him with the expression she used when she had something specific to say. He sat across from her. She said, "I know what you're doing in there." He said, "The cartographer's report." The cartographer's report confirms what I had already suspected from the archive record and from our first meeting. She said it without particular emphasis, a professional accounting. Imperial Echo Cultivation. The only surviving practitioner of a system that requires conditions that should be impossible to create. She paused. The condition being a derooted cultivator who can survive the binding trial. He said, "Yes." She said, "I know why it's unusual. I know what it represents. Not just a historical curiosity, but a functioning cultivation pathway that no living sect has mapped, doesn't conform to any existing regulatory framework, and is theoretically impossible by current cultivation science." She looked at him steadily. "I am not going to report the full scope." He said, "Why?" She said, "Because if I do, 12 sects will arrive within a month. The tribunal will be required to convene an assessment panel. The assessment panel will spend 2 years documenting something that will be classified so deeply that no one will ever see it again." She paused. "And you will spend those 2 years in a situation that makes your current situation look comfortable." She looked at him. "The regional situation is manageable. What comes after a full-scope report is not." He said, "You're protecting the investigation by limiting it." She said, "I'm protecting the practitioner by limiting my report. The investigation does not require the full scope to fulfill its mandate. The mandate is regional stability, resonance field integrity, public safety, legal compliance." She paused. "All 3 of those can be addressed without documenting what I know." He was quiet for a moment. He said, "What do you want in exchange?" She said, "One thing." She looked directly at him. "The ambient resonance bleed. There has been measurable impact on the surrounding area. Local wildlife patterns have changed in a 12-kilometer radius from the burial zone. 3 farming households reported unusual cultivation anomalies in their spring planting. None of them can explain it. She paused. They can't explain it because they don't know what's causing it. I know what's causing it. Another pause. Stop it, he said. I didn't know it was happening. She looked at him. He said, I knew there was some discharge. I reduced it at your earlier request. I didn't know the radius was that large or that the external effects were that specific. She studied his face for a moment. 12 kilometers, she said. He said, I'll reduce it further, to within the tomb's outer wall. He thought about what that required technically. It will take me approximately 2 weeks to fully recalibrate the absorption parameters. She said, I'll note the current date. 2 weeks. He said, thank you for telling me. She said, you should have been told by someone. A pause. The farming households will not be compensated by this conversation. That's a debt you might want to think about. He said, I'll think about it. He meant this. He added it to the list of debts, a new column, the one for debts he had created without knowing. She stood. She said, I'll file a report that characterizes the burial zone's resonance activity as a naturally occurring echo accumulation that has stabilized following historical site access adjustments. The activity matches precedent from other high-resonance imperial sites. She paused. It's technically accurate, at a certain level of generality. He said, you're very good at technically accurate. She said, I'm good at finding the level of generality that's true and useful simultaneously. She walked to the gate. Good luck with the perimeter situation. He said, thank you for the accountability. She turned at the gate. That's an unusual thing to thank someone for. He said, I've been learning its value recently. She left. He went inside and sat in the inner chamber and thought about 12 kilometers. About farming households with unexplained cultivation anomalies. About the scope of effects he had been creating without knowing. He thought about the difference between not knowing and not looking, and where his situation fell on that spectrum. He made a list. The list began, things I have affected without knowing. It was longer than he expected. Chapter 79. The constraint reducing the ambient discharge to within the outer wall required 3 weeks, not 2. He had estimated 2 weeks with the confidence of someone who understood the theory of what he was doing and was calibrated for the known variables. The unknown variables added 7 days. The first unknown was the depth of the discharge. He had been running his passive absorption at a range of approximately 15 meters from the echo seal's formation core. He had understood this range as the extent of his active reach, the area within which he could sense resonance and absorb it intentionally. He had not understood that the echo seal's passive bleed extended significantly further than the active range, leaking resonance processing byproducts into the ambient field through pathways he hadn't been tracking because they weren't relevant to his cultivation practice. They were relevant to the farming households 12 kilometers away. He spent the first week mapping the discharge pathways. This was painstaking work, identifying each channel through which the seal's byproducts leaked, characterizing its contribution to the total discharge, determining what constraint would reduce it without compromising the essential absorption functions. He had to understand the system before he could change it, and understanding it took longer than he had told Domingxia it would. He told her. He sent a brief note through the courier relay explaining the delay and providing the actual timeline. She acknowledged without comment. The adjustment work itself was the second unknown. He had expected to work from the outside in, identify the largest discharge channels and close them first, then work down to the smaller ones. What he found instead was that the discharge pathways were not independent. Closing one affected the pressure distribution in adjacent channels. He closed one, another increased. He had to model the full distribution before making changes, which required another 4 days. By the end of the 3rd week, the discharge was contained within the outer wall's formation lines. He ran the final calibration and checked the result through the echo network's perimeter monitoring. The resonance field outside the tomb was indistinguishable from its natural baseline, the level it had maintained before he had arrived, before the binding trial had activated the echo seal at full capacity. 12 kilometers away, the farming household's cultivation anomalies would normalize over the following weeks. He noted this completion in his documentation file and sent a second note to Domingxia. The adjustment is complete as of today. She acknowledged, confirmed by instrument reading. He sat with the completed work and noticed something he had not expected. His cultivation efficiency had improved. Working within the constraint of the reduced discharge had forced him to operate more precisely than he had been operating before. He had been running his absorption practice with a comfortable margin of loss, resonance that bled through the seal rather than being fully incorporated. Closing the discharge channels had closed that margin. He was now incorporating everything he absorbed, completely, rather than losing some portion to byproduct. His impression layer's density had increased by approximately 15% over the 3 weeks of constraint work, without any additional absorption practice. He noted this. Then he thought about what Mingxia had said and what she had made him do. She had held him accountable for an effect he hadn't known he was creating. The accountability had been annoying, and it had been exactly right, and it had made him better. He filed this under external accountability as a cultivation tool. He thought about who else in his life had been providing this function and whether he had been adequately acknowledging it. He went to find Lian Shuang and tell her what he had discovered. Not because she needed to know, but because the habit of telling people things was a practice, and practices required repetition. Chapter 80. Old Gao's letter. He found Old Gao on a Thursday morning, sitting against the outer gate in the full lotus position with his eyes closed and his cultivation so entirely compressed that the echo network registered him as a stone rather than a person. He crouched beside him. He pressed 2 fingers to the pulse at Old Gao's throat. Slow, steady, present. Not dead. The specific quality of deep voluntary cultivation rest that very old and very experienced practitioners could enter. Everything unnecessary suspended, the minimum maintained, time passing at a different rate than usual. Old Gao had left a letter. It was on the stone beside him, sealed with plain wax. The address on the outside said, "The candidate." He picked it up. He sat down beside Old Gao and opened it. Inside were 2 items. The first was a map, hand-drawn in precise ink, the style of someone who had drafted maps professionally and kept the habit across 6 decades of retirement. It showed the final 2 levels of the tomb's interior, the 7th trial chamber in its exact position, and beyond it the Dao throne room. The dimensions were more accurate than anything Shen Yao had been able to derive from the echo network alone. The second item was a single sentence on a small separate paper. He chose you not despite your broken root, because of it. He sat with this for a while. He had been carrying the derooting for months as a fact, as the legal and practical circumstance that had made everything else possible. He had understood that the binding trial required an empty root to survive. He had understood that this was why he was here and others weren't. He had not, until this moment, understood it as a choice. Not the derooting, the choosing. The derooting had been Ren Chao's act, not Jianwu's. But what Ren Chao had done by derooting him, had done thinking he was manufacturing a useful tool, was create the exact thing Jianwu's system required. Ren Chao had been building the key without knowing what lock it fit. He thought about the commission dated 6 weeks before the derooting. He thought about Ren Chao selecting for characteristics, the specific person he wanted to send to the tomb. He thought about whether there was a longer chain here than he had seen, whether Ren Chao had been working toward the derooting for reasons of his own that had aligned, accidentally and precisely, with what Jianwu had been waiting for. He thought. Ren Chao wanted a derooted cultivator near the tomb to test a theory about the binding trial's mechanism. Jianwu had been waiting 600 years for a derooted cultivator to survive the binding trial. Both of them had needed the same thing for completely different reasons. He thought about what it meant to be at the intersection of 2 very old plans. He folded the letter. He looked at Old Gao's still face, the deep stillness of someone who had waited long enough and was now resting in the way of someone who has completed what they came to do. He said, quietly, "Thank you." Old Gao did not answer. He was too far down for voices to reach him. He went inside. Jianwu's echo, which had been silent since the night Old Gao revealed himself, since the conversation at the gate that had clearly cost the Emperor's echo something, spoke again. The voice did not come from the walls. It did not come from nearby. It came from the echo seal on his sternum, from inside his own formation, as if the Emperor had stepped through the system he had built and was now standing in the place where all the echoes lived. He said, "It is time for the 7th trial." The 7th trial. The sealed chamber. The thing Old Gao had described as actively suppressed rather than passively waiting. The final piece before the Dao throne room and everything that waited in it. He pressed his hand to the echo seal and felt the formation respond. Warm, steady, more present than it had been. He thought, he has been saving himself for this. He said, "Tell me what's in the 7th chamber." Jianwu said, "You'll learn it the way you've learned everything else. By going in." He was quiet for a moment. He said, "All right." He went to find Lian Shuang and Mao Tieshu. He told them where he was going. He told them how long he estimated it might take. He told them what to do if it took longer than his estimate. Then he went to find the 7th trial. Chapter 81. What the filing said. He was 20 meters from the 7th trial chamber's outer seal when the echo network pulsed. Not an attack. The resonance texture was wrong for that. Attacks arrived as spikes, jagged and directional. What he was feeling now was the sustained, low-frequency pattern he had learned to associate with Mao Tieshu in the outer courtyard. Steady, counting something, waiting to be found. He stood with his hand near the chamber door and thought about the texture for 3 seconds. Then he turned around. Mao Tieshu was pacing the width of the outer gate when he emerged. 9 steps east, turn, 9 steps west. He had a folded document in his left hand that he was gripping without reading, which meant he had already read it and didn't need to see it again. He stopped pacing when Shen Yao appeared. He said, "It came through the regional authorities' public registry this morning. Mao Ling brought it from town." Mao Ling was his cousin's neighbor, who ran errands when paid, not an agent, just a civilian with working legs and a delivery route. I read it twice. Shen Yao took the document. The filing was 63 words. In legal filings, 63 words was efficient. The Hollow Canopy sect, through its registered representative Elder Pang Ruashi, requested that the regional authority initiate formal proceedings to seal the imperial burial ground at the Ashwood Eastern Ridge on grounds of public safety. The filing cited 3 specific concerns: unauthorized occupation, resonance field irregularity constituting environmental hazard, and the presence of unsecured historical artifacts requiring protective extraction. He read it once. He folded it. Protective extraction, Mao Tieshu said. Yes. He understood the terminology. A protective extraction order, once granted, authorized the filing party to remove anything within the sealed zone that constituted a documented historical artifact. The authorization was civil, not criminal. It required no evidence of wrongdoing. It required only a completed registration form and a determination that the artifacts were at risk. Everything in the tomb qualified as a historical artifact by any reasonable definition. The echo seal formation, the inscription walls, the trial chambers, the echo network, the Tao throne. He said, "How long until the regional authority is required to respond?" 7 days to acknowledge. 21 days to schedule a hearing. 60 days maximum to issue a ruling. Mao Tieshu had counted it already. The timing, the sequence, the window. Military logistics transferred naturally to legal calendars. 72 days from today, in the worst case. 45 if they move fast. He stood in the morning light coming over the outer wall and thought about 45 days. He thought about what the Hollow Canopy sect could accomplish in 45 days if they had legal standing for extraction. He thought about the second entrance and what was on the other side of it. Jian Wuk had told him it was time for the 7th trial. The 7th trial would have to wait. He said, "Find Lian Shuang. Find Su Wanyue. We need everyone together." Mao Tieshu nodded once and counted 11 steps toward the outer corridor. Then he stopped. He said, "You were going somewhere when I called you." He said, "Inside. It can wait." Mao Tieshu looked at him with the steady, assessing quality he used when he suspected the thing being minimized was not actually small. He didn't push further. He had learned. They both had. That pressing before readiness produced performances of transparency rather than the real thing. He said, "I'll find them." Shen Yao went back to his documentation corner and spread the filing flat under a lamp that didn't need flame. The echo network provided enough ambient glow to read by. In the inner chambers. He copied the key language into his notebook in precise characters and then wrote underneath it, in a column, what the filing claims to want. Protective extraction authorization. What the filing actually needs to succeed. A regional authority determination that the tomb constitutes an environmental hazard. What proves it isn't an environmental hazard? The tribunal's monitoring records from Doming Sha's team, which had been active for weeks and contained no finding of hazard. Only a priority unknown resonance reading, which was different. What undermines the sect's standing to file? The charter dispute, which was still pending regional review. He looked at the column for a moment. He wrote underneath it, "What I don't have that I need, standing. A legal basis to contest the extraction order that doesn't depend entirely on the charter review going right." He added, "What would give me standing? Evidence of continuous legitimate occupation. An established right." Then he wrote, "Note, they filed this while the charter review is active. They are trying to run 2 tracks simultaneously. The filing gives them an alternative path if the charter review fails." He underlined the word simultaneously twice. He was still staring at the underline when he heard Lian Shuang's voice in the outer corridor, asking Mao Tieshu what this was about. Her tone was the one she used when she had been interrupted in the middle of something that required concentration. Not irritated, just alert and calibrating to a new priority. He had learned to distinguish them. He folded the notebook. "You want to meet them?" Chapter 82. What they had the planning session took most of the morning. He spread his notebook open on the flat stone he used as a work surface in the outer chamber, the one he had positioned 3 weeks after arriving, precisely where the ambient resonance was quietest and the echo network's passive monitoring was most reliable. Lian Shuang sat to his left. Mao Tieshu stood. He always stood when thinking, walking a small circuit. Su Wanyue was the last to arrive, slightly breathless, her gray sect robe darker at the hem from dew on the outer path. She said, "I heard." He said, "Yes." She sat. She looked at the document he had left face up on the stone. She read it in 14 seconds. He counted, and then set it down with the particular controlled precision that meant she was angry and wasn't performing it. She said, "Pang Ruashi filed this herself." He said, "Her name is on the registration." Su Wanyue said, "She doesn't have authority to file on the sect's behalf without sect master approval." She said it evenly. Rin Chao gave her the authorization, which means Rin Chao wanted a filing that doesn't carry his name. He is using her. He said, "Note that." Lian Shuang said, "What's a protective extraction order in practice?" "I've heard the term, but I've never seen one used." He said, "It authorizes the filing party to remove items they can document as historical artifacts. Once the order is issued, anyone in the location who interferes with the extraction is obstructing a civil recovery process, which is a criminal charge, not a civil one. The removal of the charge from civil to criminal changes which authority can respond." He paused. "Specifically, it means how Sun's presence becomes legally supported at the criminal level, not just the civil claim level." Mao Tieshu stopped pacing. He said, "They're changing the category of the conflict." He said, "Yes. They are trying to make my presence here a criminal matter. Right now it is a disputed claim. That gives me legal standing to contest it. If the extraction order is issued and I remain, I am a criminal obstructing a lawful process." Standing disappears. Lian Shuang said, "How long until that happens?" He said, 45 to 72 days. If the regional authority moves fast, 45. Mao Tieshu sat down. He counted 7 seconds on his fingers, which was his version of a sigh. Shen Duanyu opened the notebook to the column he had written that morning. He said, "What we have. 1. Su Wanyue." He looked at her. An internal witness with documented knowledge of the sect's falsified claim process. Not a hostile witness, someone who investigated and decided. That is worth something in a regional hearing. She met his eyes and said nothing. 2. Do Mingxia. He let the name sit. The tribunal's monitoring records contain no hazard determination. The sect's filing requires a hazard finding. If Do Mingxia's official record shows no finding, the filing's factual basis is contested from the start. He said, 3. The original charter. He looked at Su Wanyue. She said, "Still pending." The regional authority gave the sect 30 days to produce it. 14 days remain. He said, "When the charter review completes, the sect's claim to the outer tomb is established as narrow. They cannot legally authorize a protective extraction from territory they do not have rights to." He paused. "The problem is timing. The extraction filing runs on a separate track. Both processes can complete before either one is decided." Lian Shuang said, "So they could have an extraction order issued before the charter review invalidates their standing." He said, "Yes, which is why they filed now." The outer chamber was quiet for a moment. Through the stone walls, he could feel the echo network moving. Its slow circulation of residual will through the channels he had spent 3 weeks learning to read. He had been inside this tomb long enough that the quality of the silence was familiar, the specific weight of it, the way it pressed against sound rather than absorbing it. Mao Tieshu said, "Is there anything that blocks the extraction filing while the charter review is active?" He said, "Possibly. A tribunal finding of active investigation interest. If Do Mingxia formally designates the tomb as under active priority unknown investigation, civil authorities cannot authorize extraction without tribunal clearance." He paused. "Which requires me to go to Do Mingxia and ask her to extend her investigation scope. Which is asking her for something." Su Wanyue said, "Is that a problem?" He thought about Do Mingxia. He thought about the conversation 3 weeks ago, the one about ambient discharge and farming households. He thought about what she had said, "You should have been told by someone." He thought about the word accountability and the column he had filed it under. He said, "It's an ask. I don't know yet what she'll say." Lian Shuang said, "Then we should find out before we build a plan on it." He said, "Yes." He closed the notebook. "There is one more resource." 4. He looked at Su Wanyue. She waited. He said, "The second entrance." He watched her process this. She didn't know about it. Or had she? He had never told her directly. He had been withholding it because the information carried weight he hadn't been certain how to use. He could see in her expression the precise moment she recognized what he was saying. Not surprise, more the quality of a piece fitting into a shape she had been holding incomplete. She said, "The second entrance is real." He said, "Yes. I found it in the inner chambers. It opens toward the area your sect's personnel have been accessing for decades." He watched her face. "I have not reported this to Do Mingxia. I have been deciding how to use it." Lian Shuang said, quietly. For how long? He understood the question. He said, since ch6. He gave the honest answer. Since early on. I have been holding it. The silence that followed was not the comfortable kind. Lian Shuang looked at him with the expression she used when she had expected better and was deciding not to say so outright. Mao Tieshu's count, whatever he was counting, stopped. He said, I know it's late to tell you. He had said this before, about other things. He was aware it was becoming a pattern that needed to end. I will not ask you to weigh whether that was the right call. I will tell you what I plan to do with it now. Chapter 83. The safety concern. He went to Dou Mingsha alone. He had considered bringing Su Wanyue. Her credibility as a sect insider would add weight, and Dou Mingsha had a documented record of taking her testimony seriously. He had decided against it. What he was about to do required flexibility in framing, and flexibility was harder with witnesses who might disagree about the framing while he was mid-conversation. This was the calculation. He noted that it was also, still, a form of the flaw. He filed it, and went anyway. Dou Mingsha's monitoring post was 200 meters from the outer gate, positioned on a slight rise that gave her instruments clear sight lines in 3 directions. She was outside the tent when he arrived, standing with her arms crossed, watching a readout on a small resonance measurement board propped against a stone. Her assistant was inside, visible through the tent flap. She heard him on the path before she turned. She said, I expected you within the hour. He said, You've seen the filing. She said, I am an investigator. I see all regional filings that intersect with active monitoring zones. She looked at the readout. The protective extraction request is legally procedural. The regional authority will acknowledge it in 7 days. He said, I have information that affects the safety determination. She looked at him. He said, There is a second entrance to the interior of the tomb. Not commonly known, not listed in the public survey records or the sect's submitted documentation. It is in the north adjacent wall of the 6th trial chamber, and it opens into the Dao throne antechamber. He let this land. The entrance has been used. The floor approach is worn smooth in a pattern consistent with regular human traffic over decades. It is structurally unstable. The northern passage above it shows significant stress fracture accumulation that was not caused by normal geological settling. Dou Mingsha was very still. He said, If that passage were to collapse during an extraction operation, if workers were moving through it without knowing its condition, it would constitute a direct environmental and personal safety risk, a known hazard present in the filing zone that the filing party has not disclosed. She said, The filing party would be required to have conducted a safety assessment before filing. He said, Yes. She said, And if a known hazard exists within the filing zone and the filing party has not disclosed it? He said, The filing is either submitted in ignorance of a hazard, which requires suspension pending assessment, or submitted with knowledge of a hazard, which constitutes a procedural violation. He paused. Either way, the regional authority is required to pause the processing timeline until a formal safety survey is complete. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, You knew about this entrance? He said, Yes. She said, Before the filing? He said, Yes. She said, And you are telling me now? He said, I am telling you now. She looked at him with the particular quality she reserved for things that were both useful and inconvenient. A sort of steady, appraising attention, as if she were deciding how much of the inconvenience to say aloud. She said, The information about the entrance, how long have you had it? He said, Months. She said, Months. Not a question. The repetition was a specific kind of acknowledgement. She was confirming she had heard correctly and was registering the gap between months and now. He said, I held it because I was assessing how to use it without creating a problem larger than the one I was solving. The sect's filing changed the calculation. She said, The farming households. He said, Yes. She absorbed this. He understood what she was doing. She was placing this in the same file as the ambient discharge. 2 instances of withheld information. A pattern. She was precise enough to count. She said, I will report the second entrance as a newly identified safety concern under my investigation's active scope. That triggers a mandatory assessment requirement, which runs parallel to the filing timeline and cannot be processed simultaneously. She paused. The filing is effectively paused until the assessment completes. He said, How long is the assessment? She said, Tribunal assessments of enclosed burial sites take 4 to 6 weeks at minimum. She looked at the readout board. I'll assign an engineer from the capital team. She is very thorough. He said, Thank you. She said, Don't thank me. This is my job. She picked up the readout board and turned it to face him. The resonance graph showed a clean baseline outside the tomb walls, the result of his 3 weeks of discharge reduction work. Your adjustment held. He said, yes. She said, the farming households reported their cultivation anomalies had normalized last week. She set the board down. I thought you should know. He stood in the morning air for a moment, feeling the specific quality of that information. Not satisfaction exactly, more the quality of a debt moved from the active column to the settled one. He had been carrying it without knowing the weight, and now he was aware of having set it down. He said, good. She said, go build your counterclaim. You have between 4 and 6 weeks, now, before the filing timeline restarts. She looked toward the outer gate. Use them. Chapter 84. The merchant Rong Feiyun's father arrived on a Thursday. He did not arrive the way Hao Sun had arrived, quiet, professional, his presence announced only by the careful reconfiguration of forces around a perimeter. He arrived the way wealthy men with political weight arrived when they wanted the political weight to be visible. With a train of 12, including 4 armed cultivators and a carriage with his family's trade house seal on the door in lacquered gold. Shen Yao watched the arrival through the echo network from the inner chamber. He tracked the resonance signatures of the cultivators, 3 at Vein Weaver, 1 at Spirit Condenser, and then tracked the merchant himself. The merchant was in his mid-50s and cultivated at Vein Weaver, though his physical carriage suggested he had not used it as a primary tool in years. He moved like a man accustomed to having cultivators for that purpose. His name was Rong Bao. Shen Yao knew this from Pang Ruashi's message chain, which he had been monitoring intermittently. Rong Bao controlled 3 major trading routes through the Ashwood region, held 2 seats on the Regional Commerce Council, and had funded 6 of the Hollow Canopy sects infrastructure projects in the past decade. He was not a sect member. He was something more useful, a creditor. He did not come to the outer gate. He set up a tent 50 meters from Hao Sun's nearest post and sent one of his armed cultivators to deliver a written notice, not to Shen Yao, but to Hao Sun. He got the notice's contents through the echo network by the following morning, when one of Hao Sun's men read it aloud to a colleague in the Northwest Post. The notice offered a supplemental daily stipend to any of Hao Sun's 6 cultivators who reported directly to Rong Bao on the status of operations. Not to act independently. Not yet. Just to report. He noted this and thought about it. The offer was careful. Hao Sun was a professional, a sovereign realm enforcer operating under a legitimate contract. He could not be bought directly, and Rong Bao was sophisticated enough to know this. What he was doing was buying access to Hao Sun's subordinates, which was different. It did not compromise Hao Sun's contract. It created a secondary reporting chain that ran parallel to the sect's instructions. He thought, Rong Bao is building leverage against the sect, not just against me. He wants to know what Hao Sun is doing because he doesn't trust Ren Xiao to tell him. This is a man who has given significant resources to a patron he has begun to doubt, and is quietly diversifying his information. He noted the name Rong Feiyun and what had happened to him in the outer courtyard those months ago, the false relic, the driven-out hunters, the public humiliation that Rong Feiyun's pride would have inflated into something his father had then been made aware of. He thought about what Rong Bao had been told. He thought, he doesn't care about the tomb. He cares that someone associated with a patron he funded made his son look foolish, and he hasn't received an explanation or an apology, and he is the kind of man who tracks those 2 things as debts. He went to Lian Shuang, who was inventorying medical supplies in the corner of the outer chamber she had claimed for her work. She was counting suture thread by holding each length against her forearm and recording in a small notebook. He said, Rong Feiyun's father arrived this morning. She looked up. The merchant? I heard his carriage through the gate noise. She went back to counting. What does he want? He said, he wants whatever it costs to restore his family's dignity. Right now, that means information. He thought about the secondary reporting arrangement. He's paying Hao Sun's men to feed him status updates. She said, is that a problem? He said, it's a complication. Rong Bao has political weight I can't legally match. If he starts applying it to the regional authority process, advocating on the sect's behalf because he has financial interest in their operations succeeding, it changes the pressure on the hearing. She finished the thread count and wrote a number. What can you do about it? He said, I don't know yet. He sat down on the floor, which was the posture he used when he was thinking rather than briefing. He is not my enemy. He is a man who received a problem, a humiliated son, and is applying resources to make the problem go away. If I can make the problem go away through a different mechanism, he has no reason to stay. She said, you're thinking about apologizing. He said, I'm thinking about a demonstration of mutual exposure. She said, that's not the same as an apology. He said, no, but it might work. She looked at him with the expression she used when she had a different opinion and was deciding how much of it to invest in the conversation. She said, the humiliation was public. Rong Feiyun told his father a version of it, that made himself look less foolish. You telling the father that you have leverage over his son isn't the same as giving the father a reason to be satisfied. She paused. Men like Rongbao track dignity debts differently than financial debts. The financial ledger is about quantities. The dignity ledger is about who is made to acknowledge what. He thought about this for a moment. He said, what would satisfy the dignity ledger? She said, being seen to have influenced the outcome. Not being bought off, being consulted. She went back to her notebook. That's different from leverage. Leverage makes him an opponent. Consultation makes him an interested party. He said, I don't control the outcome enough to consult him. She said, not yet. She wrote another number. You have 4 to 6 weeks before the filing timeline restarts. You also have a man outside with regional council seats and route control who is currently an opponent by default. What would he need to see to become neutral? He did not answer immediately. He sat with the question. He went back to his documentation corner and thought about Rongbao and what it meant to be a man who tracked dignity debts. He thought about what Lian Shuang had said about consultation. He thought about whether there was a version of the next 6 weeks in which Rongbao's weight ended up pushing in a direction that helped rather than hindered. He made a note. He did not have an answer yet, but he had a direction. Chapter 85. 12 hours he found out about Mao Tieshu at dusk. The information came from the Echo Network's outer perimeter monitoring, the sustained quality of urgency that he had learned to read as distinct from danger. This time the texture was different. This time it was absence. The Echo Network tracked the resonant signatures of everyone who moved regularly near the tomb's perimeter. It had done so since his first weeks, when he had mapped the full ambient field and noted every cultivator signature as a data point. Mao Tieshu's signature had been present at the outer perimeter's eastern edge, then at the creek bed approach, and then it had simply stopped. Not faded. Stopped. He waited 12 minutes to confirm the pattern wasn't movement south, to the route Mao Tieshu sometimes used for supply runs. The signature didn't resurface. He went to find Lian Shuang. She said, I know. I noticed 20 minutes ago. She was already packing a smaller medicine bag, the one she used for field work, not the comprehensive kit she maintained in the outer chamber. He went to town for supplies this afternoon. I tried to say the timing was bad, with Rongbao's people in the area. He said he'd used the creek bed 10 times without problem. She stopped packing. He's right that he had used it 10 times. He also said he wanted to check whether the regional authority's office had posted any response to the filing. He said, Rongbao's people. She said, most likely. His hired cultivators have been ranging further east today. The Echo Network was showing more signatures in that quarter, which I thought was standard perimeter pressure. She looked at him. I was wrong to not flag it. He said, how long was he in town before the signature dropped? She said, 2 hours. The drop was sharp, not gradual. Someone took him, not lost him. He stood in the outer chamber and ran the calculation. Mao Tieshu's desertion record was a documented fact. Anyone with regional authority access could find it with a standard background search. It wasn't a secret. It was just not something people had bothered to look at until he became relevant to someone powerful enough to have people who looked at things. Rongbao's people had looked. The desertion record meant that if Mao Tieshu was held long enough at a private compound, 24 hours, perhaps, the holding party could file a civil detainment claim under the existing desertion order, which would transfer him to military custody. Military custody meant Mao Tieshu's future became dependent on the military justice process, which was slow, unfavorable to deserters, and entirely outside Shen Duanyu's ability to influence. He had 12 hours, perhaps less, if Rongbao was efficient and his contacts in the regional office were available in the evening. He said, which compound? Lian Shuang said, there's only one Rong family holding inside the day's radius. 2 hours east, near the old mill junction. She had already known this. She had been mapping the area since Rong Feiyun's first arrival. It holds around 30 people. I don't know the cultivator count. He said, I need a few things. She said, I know. He went to the documentation corner. He needed Do Mingsha's tribunal seal. He had a copy of it. Not forged. He had asked her assistant for a blank acknowledgement stamp 2 weeks ago under the pretense of certifying a supply manifest, and the assistant had complied because the request was procedurally normal. The stamp bore the tribunal's regional investigation authority. He needed one other thing. He went to Su Wanyue, who was in the outer courtyard reviewing the wall inscriptions she had been studying since her first survey visit. She heard him coming and didn't look up immediately. She finished the character she was transcribing, which was her habit. She said, what happened? He said, Mao Tieshu was taken. Rongbao's people. 12 hours. She put down the brush. She looked at him. He said, I need a documentation template from the Hollow Canopy sect's formal administrative file, specifically the format for a civilian auxiliary certification, the kind that registers non-cultivators as authorized personnel under a sect's formal operations. She was very still for a moment. She said, "You want to forge a certification?" He said, "I want a template so the format is correct. The content will be drafted by me." She said, "That's not a smaller thing." He said, "No, it isn't." He met her eyes. "I am asking you to help me forge a sect document to retrieve someone who was taken illegally, before he is processed into a system that cannot be reversed without significant cost to him and to us. I understand what I'm asking. I am asking anyway." She was quiet for a moment. She looked out at the last of the evening light catching the inscription wall. Then she said, "The format uses a standard 6-column registry structure with the officiating elder's chop in the top right corner. I know the column headers and the certification language. I have never drafted one." She paused. "I can describe it precisely enough for you to draft one." He said, "That's enough." She said, "Mao Tieshu." She said the name with a particular weight, not affection exactly, more recognition, of the man who counted steps, who had confessed something he had been carrying alone for years, who had said, "Some things you can fix after the fact. Bring him back." He said, "I'll be back before morning." He went to find the document supplies. Lian Shuang followed him. She said, "I'm going with you." He said, "It'll be more visible with two." She said, "You don't know what condition he's in. If he's injured, you carry him out and leave him behind, or you deal with the wound, or you have someone who can do that while you handle the gate captain." She handed him the small medicine bag. "Two is slower getting in. Two is faster getting out." She looked at him. "Don't argue. We have 11 hours. He did not argue. He noted that she had already made the calculation before he had finished making it, and he had almost told her to stay behind anyway. He was aware of the shape of that impulse, the specific form his flaw took when time pressure made withholding feel like efficiency. He said, "All right." They went. Chapter 86. The gate captain. The Mill Junction compound was 2 hours east on foot, and they made it in an hour and 40 minutes because Lian Shuang walked fast and didn't make conversation while covering ground. He matched her pace without asking about it. The night was clear and cold. The Ashwood Plains flat expanse held the cold differently than the tomb did. The tomb's cold was deep and still, the kind that came from stone and age. Out here the cold moved, skating low across the grass with a smell of turned earth and the distant residue of a cooking fire somewhere north of the junction. He breathed it in and noted it. The compound was visible from half a li out. A walled merchant holding 2 stories of main building behind a stone perimeter, gatehouse with lamplight. 4 armed men at the gate, which was 2 more than a standard overnight post. Someone had anticipated a visitor. He said, 2 are sect hired. 1 is his own guard. The 4th is the gate captain, the one on the left with the military stance. Lian Shuang said, "You can tell from here." He said, "The echo seal reads resonance-bearing cultivators at 40 meters. The rightmost 2 have hollow canopy signatures, same family as the emissary from CH57. The 3rd is vein weaver, but ungrouped. The gate captain has no cultivation signature at all. Retired military or never cultivated." He paused. "Military. The way he holds the doorpost." She said, "What's the play?" He said, "The play is a document check, not a confrontation. If I try to push past 4 people, even with Echo Shaper, I get Mao Tieshu back injured, lose the element of surprise for every future operation in this region, and give Rong Bao grounds to file a counter-grievance with the regional authority." He paused. "The play is the gate captain reads the document and decides he doesn't want the complication of holding a tribunal-registered civilian overnight." She said, "And if the gate captain has already received instructions from Rong Bao?" He said, "Then the play fails and we escalate." He did not elaborate on escalate. He was hoping they wouldn't need to. He adjusted the documents in his inner robe, the forged civilian auxiliary certification and hollow canopy format, correctly stamped, with Mao Tieshu's name listed as a registered non-cultivator surveyor under the joint hollow canopy and tribunal access authorization for the tomb's outer region. Su Wanyue had described the format from memory with the precision of someone who had processed these documents in volume, and the result was indistinguishable from the originals she had described, because he had used the same ink grade and paperweight that the sect's documents used, which he had known from handling Su Wanyue's previous submissions. Next to it, a written statement, signed and formally stamped with the tribunal's regional investigation authority, that the named individual was operating under active tribunal registration as a civilian participant in an ongoing investigation. He had drafted this himself. Doming Sha's stamp authenticated it. He had used the copied seal precisely as designed. He walked up to the gate alone. Lian Shuang moved toward the compound's southern wall, which she had assessed for an alternative approach point during their walk. She would stay visible enough not to be alarming and positioned well enough to be useful. The gate captain looked at him. He had the face of a man who had seen enough situations that new ones mostly bored him. He said, "I'm here for Mao Tieshu. He was detained this afternoon." He held out the 2 documents. The gate captain took them. He read them with the deliberate attention of someone who had spent years verifying documentation and did not intend to be fooled. He looked at the tribunal stamp for a long time. He looked at the sect certification. He said, "This says he's registered under joint authorization." He said, "Yes," which means the regional authority holds concurrent interest in his status. Holding him overnight without notifying the tribunal office constitutes an irregularity in the Civilian Protection Registry. He let this land. "I am not making a formal complaint. I am noting the irregularity and asking for voluntary resolution." The gate captain was quiet for a moment. He looked at the hollow canopy certification again. He said, "This documentation was issued when?" He said, 2 weeks ago. "The dates are registered." The gate captain said, "And you're representing the tribunal interest because," he said, "I am the named civilian coordinator under the joint authorization. The documentation lists my name as secondary registrant." He had written this in. The gate captain checked. The gate captain checked. There was a long pause. He could see the gate captain running the calculation, not whether the documents were legitimate, exactly, but whether the consequences of a procedural irregularity were worth holding one non-cultivator who had been brought in under a civil detainment claim that now had competing documentation. The civil detainment claim required 24 hours to mature. The tribunal irregularity flag would take effect immediately if someone filed it, which required paperwork, which required time, which required someone to want to do that badly enough to do it before morning. The gate captain handed the documents back. He turned and said something to the 3rd guard, the ungrouped vein weaver, who went inside. Mao Tieshu came out 4 minutes later. He was walking steadily, which was the first thing to check. He had a cut above his left eye that had been cleaned but not sutured, and he was counting something under his breath, his standard method of managing stress. When he saw Shen Yao, he stopped counting. He said, "I noted 3 weaknesses in their perimeter formation while they were holding me." Shen Yao said, "Tell me on the way back." Lian Shuang came around from the southern wall and took one look at the cut and the way Mao Tieshu was holding his right shoulder, slightly elevated, which meant either impact or restraint stress, and slid in beside him without comment. She did not touch the shoulder. She adjusted her pace to match his. They walked back. The cold moved around them across the plain. Mao Tieshu listed the perimeter weaknesses in order. Chapter 87. Mutual exposure. The note from Rong Bao arrived the following afternoon. It was delivered through the gate captain, the same man from the night before, who was now apparently functioning as Rong Bao's informal courier for messages addressed to the tomb. He handed it to Mao Tieshu, who was sitting outside the outer gate with his shoulder being strapped by Lian Shuang. Mao Tieshu brought it inside. The note was 7 words. Clever. Don't mistake it for mercy. He read it 3 times. He thought about the 7 words and what they were designed to do. They were designed to establish that Rong Bao had understood what happened, was not embarrassed by it, and was repositioning the outcome as his own decision rather than his failure. Intelligent. He was reframing the rescue as something Rong Bao had permitted to happen on evaluation. He wrote back. His reply was 12 words. "I don't. Note that I also have your son's purchase records for the false relic." He sealed it and gave it to the gate captain with instructions to deliver it immediately. He went back inside and waited. The purchase records were real. Rong Feiyun had acquired the false relic, the tombstone piece Shen Yao had planted in the outer courtyard months ago, through a transaction that he had then reported to his father as evidence of a legitimate archaeological find. The transaction record, which Shen Yao had obtained through Mao Tieshu's market contacts, showed the price paid and the date. The date was after the Hollow Canopy sect had filed its preliminary survey, which meant Rong Feiyun had been representing a transaction with someone in the survey zone as a legitimate acquisition, which, if Rong Bao had filed the purchase with the Regional Commerce Registry for tax purposes, created a documented record that his son had conducted a commercial transaction with an occupant of disputed territory. It wasn't criminal. It was inconvenient. It was the kind of inconvenience that, properly applied, became very expensive in contexts where your political position depended on clean documentation. Rong Bao replied in 2 hours. The second note was 4 words. "What do you want?" He took time with his response. He sat with it for 20 minutes, which was unusual. He generally drafted responses in the first 3 minutes of thinking and spent the remaining time checking for errors rather than reconsidering the direction. This one required the additional time because Lian Shuang's advice from the day before was sitting in his mind, and he was trying to apply it correctly. He wrote, "I want you to stop funding an operation that is about to fail." Your son's reputation in this region is not helped by his association with a sect whose claim to the burial zone will be formally invalidated within 60 days. When the invalidation occurs, the families and investments associated with the sect's position will need to have already distanced themselves. The timing matters. He added, I am not in a position to offer you commercial advantage in the aftermath. I can offer you accurate information about the timeline so you make your decisions correctly. He sent it. Rongbao's third note arrived the following morning, before dawn. It was 8 words, send the timeline information. I will consider the rest. He understood this as the beginning of a neutral position rather than an alliance. Rongbao was not going to help him, but Rongbao was going to stop actively working against him and was going to receive regular updates on the legal timeline that would allow him to make his own decisions about when to withdraw funding from the sect's operations. A man who was withdrawing funding while the sect was trying to mount a coordinated legal and military pressure campaign was more useful than any direct ally Shen Yao could have manufactured. He sent the first timeline update that afternoon. Mao Tieshu, whose shoulder was pronounced strained but not torn by Lian Shuang's assessment, sat in the outer chamber while this was going on and counted the stones in the wall across from him. When Shen Yao came back from delivering the third note, he said, 12 stones across, 8 high, 96 total. He paused. That man had me in a room for 4 hours and told me, twice, that a formal desertion processing would take 18 months and end my freedom for 20 years. He said it the way someone says it when they want you to understand how much worse things could be. Shen Yao said, I know. Mao Tieshu said, I knew you'd come. He said it without particular emphasis, in the way he said things he had been thinking about for a while, but hadn't been ready to say until now. I've been with you since CH12. I know how you calculate. He counted 2 more stones. I knew you'd calculate that losing me was a worse outcome than the risk of the retrieval. He said, yes. Mao Tieshu said, I am noting, for the record, that being a calculated asset is not the same as being a person you trust. He said it without accusation, the specific tone of someone identifying a distinction they thought the other person needed to hear. You came back for both reasons. I'm asking you to know that about yourself. He sat down. He thought about this. He said, I know. Mao Tieshu nodded once. Then he said, good. Now tell me what happened with the merchant. Chapter 88. Worn smooth, he entered the 7th trial chamber 3 days after returning from the mill compound. Not because the timing was ideal. The timing was complicated, with the legal processes running, with Rongbao's updates requiring regular attention, with Su Wanyue continuing her separate documentation work in the outer courtyard. The timing was not ideal. But Jin Wok had said it was time, and the Echo Network had been carrying an undertow of urgency in the days since Old Gao's letter, a quality in the ambient resonance that he had learned to read as the Emperor's version of waiting. He went alone. He told Lian Shuang and Mao Tieshu where he was going and how long he estimated it would take. This was the pattern now. He told people things. He had been practicing it. Some days it was easier than others. The 7th trial chamber's outer seal was different from the previous 6. The earlier seals had been inscribed with formation characters that read as gates, closed, but passable with the right approach. The 7th seal read as a presence, not a wall, more like a threshold held by something that was not passive, something that had been holding it from the inside for a very long time. He pressed his palm flat against the formation's center marker and felt the echo seal on his sternum respond. Warm, slow, like recognition rather than reaction. The seal released. The chamber beyond was not what he had expected. Every previous trial chamber had been geometrically defined, square or circular, walls of inscribed stone, resonance formations in consistent patterns. The 7th chamber had no geometry he could immediately parse. The walls curved in ways that didn't resolve into a regular shape even as he moved through it. The echo network inside was dense, denser than anything he had encountered in the upper chambers, stacked with resonance in layers that compressed against each other without resolving. He moved carefully, reading the density as he went, noting which layers held which signatures. The path through the chamber took 40 minutes. He moved in near total darkness. The echo network provided enough ambient glow to keep him from walking into walls, but the shadows were deep and his depth perception suffered without strong light. His hands trailed the left wall, feeling the temperature change in the stone that told him where the resonance concentrations peaked. The exit was in the northern face. Not a door. A passage, natural in profile, stone walls that had been smoothed on the sides by what looked like generations of contact. The width was barely enough for 2 people. The ceiling was low enough to require a slight bend. He went through. The antechamber beyond was large. Larger than he had expected from Old Gao's map, though Old Gao's measurements had been drawn from memory 60 years old. The resonance here was different again, not the dense layering of the trial chamber, but a sustained, low-frequency vibration that he felt more in his chest than through the echo seal. Old and purposeful, patient in the way of things that had been waiting for a very specific condition to be met. He stood in the antechamber for a moment, adjusting to the resonance quality. Then he looked at the floor. The stone near the passage exit, the one connecting this antechamber to the sixth trial chamber and, through it, to the main tomb interior, was not the same color as the stone 5 meters away. Darker, smoother, the specific worn sheen of stone that has had regular human foot traffic over decades. Not one visit, not seasonal access. Regular, consistent. A path walked so many times that the stone itself had changed. Someone had been here, over and over, for a long time. He crouched and pressed his palm to the floor near the worn section. The residual resonance in the stone was faint. Years of ambient absorption had diluted it, but he could read its direction. The signatures it held were hollow canopy. Multiple individuals. The same base cultivation family as every hollow canopy practitioner he had absorbed from. That particular dense layered structure, the sect's method imprinted through generations of shared technique. He stood. He thought about the commission dated 6 weeks before his derooting. He thought about Ren Chao's calculations and Jian Wux's calculations, and the two old plans intersecting at exactly the point where he was standing. He thought about 30 years of sect cultivators walking through this passage in the dark, drawing something from the Tao throne chamber ahead. Something they had never triggered the binding trial to reach because the binding trial was inside the main entrance, not here. They had found the back door and used it without knowing what they were walking past. 600 years of waiting in the antechamber, and the people taking from the throne had never understood what the antechamber was. He did not go to the Tao throne chamber itself. Not yet. He went back through the 7th trial chamber and out through the seal, and he stood in the outer passage of the tomb's middle level and thought about what he had found. He thought about the worn stone. He thought about 3 decades. He noted, the sect's power source is in this room. If the power source is removed, the sect's current operational capacity collapses. Note also, the sect knows this. This is why Ren Chao has been willing to commit sovereign realm resources to the dispute. This is why the filing, the enforcer, the father's mercenaries. This is not a territorial conflict. This is a survival conflict. They cannot afford to lose the tomb. He understood what he was in now, and it was not the same size of thing he had started in. Chapter 89. What she felt he brought Lian Shuang in 3 days later. She had been inside the outer chambers before. She kept her medical supplies in the room off the outer corridor that he had prepared for her use in the early weeks, and she had crossed into the first inner passage on the night she waited outside the 6th trial chamber for 3 days. But she had never gone deeper than that passage. He had not invited her, and she had not pressed. He said, I want to show you something. She looked up from the suture tray she was reorganizing. Mao Tieshu's shoulder was healing well, but she was the kind of person who reorganized medical supplies when she was thinking, the same way he listed things. She said, how deep? He said, 5th inner level. The 6th trial chamber. She said, that's where you were for 3 days. He said, yes. She set down the tray and followed him without asking more questions, which was a form of trust he had learned to recognize. She asked questions when she wanted to understand something and stopped asking them when the understanding would come from the doing. The descent into the tomb's middle levels took 20 minutes at normal pace. He moved slower than usual. The echo network in the lower passages was unfamiliar to her, and its ambient effects on untrained senses could be disorienting. He had not thought carefully about this before bringing her. He thought about it now and adjusted his pace accordingly, moving through the resonance-dense sections at a tempo that let the field normalize around her before the next concentration. She said, in the 2nd inner passage, it's louder here. He said, the echo network carries resonance. Your senses are picking it up. She said, I don't have cultivation. He said, you don't have a chi root. That's different from sensitivity. He had noted this before, the way she had responded to the echo strand in CH4, the way her attention tracked resonance concentration even when she didn't name it. He had filed it without bringing it up because it was a thing that would become relevant in its own time. Keep moving. The 6th trial chamber was quiet in the way it always was. The water resonance had settled into the walls after the trial's completion, leaving a pervasive cold dampness and a quality of peace that felt different from the upper chamber's more neutral silence. The echo formations on the walls were visible even without strong light. Faint tracery in the stone where the resonance had pressed through the inscription channels and left a residue. In full darkness, they would have been nearly invisible. In the ambient echo glow, they looked like frost caught in cracks. Lian Shuang stopped. He stopped with her. She was looking at the east wall. Her hand came up slowly. the instinctive gesture of someone reaching towards something they're uncertain about. She touched the stone beside one of the formation traces. She pulled back. It was fast, not fear, the reflex of contact with something unexpected. She held her hand and looked at her fingers, then looked at the wall. She said, "What was that?" He said, "What did it feel like?" She thought about it. She was a careful thinker and did not answer before she had an answer ready. She said, "Like putting your hand into cold water that's moving. Not random moving, moving with direction. Toward something." He said, "Toward the center of the formation." She looked at him. She said, "My hand." He said, "The formation drew toward you. You have sensitivity to death resonance. Latent. It doesn't activate without the right trigger, but you feel it when it's at high enough concentration." He paused. Most people with that sensitivity don't know they have it because they don't spend extended time in high-resonance environments. You've been in this tomb for months. She looked at the wall for a long moment. Then she said, "You knew?" He said, "I noticed. I didn't know what it meant." She said, "But you noted it." He said, "Yes." She turned to look at him with the expression she used when she had caught him doing the thing. Not angry, something sharper than that, the precision of someone identifying exactly what they are looking at. She said, "When did you notice?" He said, "Early." She said, "And you're telling me now because," he said, "because you're here now. Because it's relevant now." He heard, as he said it, the specific inadequacy of the answer, the way it sidestepped the question she was actually asking, which was why not then, not months ago, not when it would have been useful to know. He said, "I held it because I didn't know what it meant and I was not ready to give you information I couldn't contextualize." She said, "That is the most careful way I have ever heard someone say, I was not ready to let you know something about yourself." He said, "Yes." She looked back at the formation wall. She reached out again, slower this time, deliberate, and held her hand 2 centimeters from the stone without touching. He watched the formation response, a faint brightening in the trace nearest her palm, the resonance concentrating toward the warmth. She said, "Is it dangerous?" He said, "Not at this concentration. At higher concentration, without proper grounding, extended contact could cause meridian disruption." He paused. "You shouldn't enter the 7th trial chamber without shielding I have not yet figured out how to provide." She lowered her hand. She said, "So you brought me to a level where it's safe, not to the one where it isn't." He said, "Yes." She said, "That's either very considerate or still a form of managing my information." He said, "I know." He thought about what he wanted to say and then said it. "It might be both." She stood in the cold chamber for a moment. Then she reached out again and touched the formation trace with the flat of 2 fingers, deliberately this time, and held the contact for 3 seconds. He felt the resonance shift through the echo network. A small, clean response, nothing alarming. She pulled her hand back. She said, "It feels like listening to something tell me its name." He said, "That's accurate." She said, "All right." She looked around the chamber, the curved walls, the formation traces, the particular stillness of a space that had been full of something enormous and was now quiet in its aftermath. "Show me the rest of it." He walked her through the chamber. He showed her the echo formations, the resonance channels, the places where the trial had left marks in the stone. He did not show her the passage to the 7th trial chamber. He was not ready to take her there yet, and she had stopped pressing, and he was aware that the stopping was its own kind of patience, the kind extended to people who were still learning to give things when asked rather than only when ready. He filed, "This is the work. The thing that takes longer than knowing it needs to happen." Chapter 90. The voice from Layer 7. He was in the outer corridor finishing the daily echo network calibration when the sealed voice spoke for the first time. He had been expecting it. Not on any specific day, not in any specific form, but the antechamber's resonance had been shifting since his visit 3 days ago, and the 7th trial chamber's sealed door had been registering a different pressure against its formation lock than it had in the weeks before. Something on the other side had noticed he was closer. The voice came from below, not from the walls, the way Jin Wux's voice usually moved through the echo network's pathways. From below and to the north, the direction of the 7th trial chamber, as if something had pressed itself against the sealed door and was speaking through the stone. It said, "The candidate is resourceful." He stopped calibrating. He set down the notation he had been making and listened to the quality of the voice. Male, low register. The specific cadence of someone who was choosing each word carefully, not because they were uncertain, but because they were very certain and wanted each word to land where they intended. Old. Not old in the way of a mortal elder, but old in the way of something that had been stationary and conscious for a very long time and was not accustomed to speaking. He said, "You've been listening." The voice said, "I have been listening since before you entered the binding trial." The tomb's resonance is not divided. What reaches one part reaches all. A pause. The emperor hears everything. I hear everything. He said, "What do you want?" The voice said, "I want what I always want. But that is not what I'm offering." Another pause. "I have been watching you complete the trials. I know what you have built in your impression layers. I know what the emperor has told you, and what he has not told you." A long silence. "He has not told you what the air becomes." He said, "Tell me." The voice said, "The air is not a recipient. The air is a lock." He stood in the corridor in the echo glow of the network's ambient light and thought about the word lock. He thought about the echo seal on his sternum. He thought about the 7 trials, about what they had each required. Not his power, but his capacity to hold things without breaking under them. He thought about the impression layers built from every broken cultivator he had absorbed, layer by layer, until he was a structure of other people's ending. He thought about whether a lock was different from a vessel. The voice said, "You are intelligent enough to see it." The emperor built a container. He built it to hold something that requires a practitioner of enormous capacity to contain safely. The imperial ecosystem is not a legacy. It is a cage. Another pause. "Elegant, I grant him that. He told you to reclaim what was stolen. He told you to complete the trials. He did not tell you what you would be when the trials were done." He said, "And you're telling me now." The voice said, "I'm telling you now. I have my own reasons. That doesn't make the information wrong." A pause. "Ask the emperor if what I've said is false." He said nothing for a moment. He was thinking about Jian Wuk, and about every answer the emperor had given that was complete without being full. He thought about, "I did not choose you to be my heir." He thought about the way the word replacement had hung in the air after the 7th trial door had activated. Not what he had expected, not what the outline of a deal usually meant. The voice said, "I know your name, Shen Yao." It was the first time it had used his name. "You are not a sects tool. You were designed to be this once. Whether that is what you choose to remain is your question, not mine." He said, "What do you want in exchange for the information?" The voice said, "Nothing yet." A pause that stretched. "When I want something, I will say so. I am a patient being." Then, with the particular quality of something settling back into itself, think about the word lock. The voice went silent. He stood in the corridor for a long time after that. He thought about the word lock. He thought about how a lock was not a prisoner. A lock was a mechanism, built for holding something that could not be held by less specific means. He thought about whether that was worse. He went to find Jian Wuk's echo. He said, the sealed voice spoke. Jian Wuk was quiet for a moment. Then, "I heard." He said, "Tell me if the air is a lock." Jian Wuk said, "The air is what the air is built to be. The purpose is determined by what is placed inside." He said, "That's not an answer." Jian Wuk said, "No. It is the beginning of one." A long pause. The voice is not wrong. It is also not complete. When you stand before the Tao throne, I will tell you everything. I chose not to tell you earlier because the understanding requires the trials, and the trials require the not knowing. Every trial you completed was a question you were answering without knowing the full shape of the question. He said, "Tell me now." Jian Wuk said, "No." The firmness of it was different from evasion. He recognized the difference. He filed the exchange under unresolved. Category, deliberate. He went back to the outer chamber and told Mao Tieshu that the sealed voice had spoken. He told him what it had said. Mao Tieshu listened, counted something he didn't explain, and said, "What's a lock without a key?" He said, "The question I'm working on." Mao Tieshu said, "Better you than me." He said it without irony. Chapter 91. What Jian Wuk didn't say. He went back to the outer chamber and sat with the silence after Mao Tieshu left, and then he pressed his palm to the echo seal and spoke quietly, the way he spoke when he wanted the emperor's echo rather than the network's ambient drift. He said, "Tell me about Xiam Yuan." The voice that came was slower than usual, not slower in the way of someone choosing words carefully, but slower in the way of someone who had been expecting the question and had still not fully decided how to answer it. Jian Wuk said, "The voice told you its name." He said, "No, it didn't name itself. I'm naming it now because you know what it is, and I need you to stop treating it as a thing I don't need to know about." He kept his voice even. The sealed voice has been in the 7th trial chamber for 600 years. It was there before I arrived. You put it there. He paused. I'm not asking whether it's dangerous. I can establish that myself. I'm asking what it wants and why it told me the air is a lock. Jian Wuk was quiet for a long moment. He said, into the quiet, "It's the first time you haven't answered directly." Jian Wuk said, "It always did know what to offer first." The voice was different, not guarded, something more personal than guarded. The tone of someone speaking about a specific person they had known well enough to be hurt by. What Xiam Yuan offers is always accurate information provided with a missing context. The information is real. The framing is designed. He said, the lock framing, Jianwuk said, is true and incomplete. As I told you. A pause. What a lock is depends on what is placed inside it. The air is not built as a prison. The air is built as a safeguard for something that cannot exist without a container of sufficient complexity. Another pause. Imperial echo cultivation generates a practitioner who has absorbed the cultivation of hundreds of others. Broken pieces, heterogeneous fragments, no single dominant structure. That is not an accident of the method. It is the method's design. The Tao throne requires a caretaker who has no single cultivation identity to override. The throne contains everything. Its caretaker must be able to hold everything without collapsing into a single thing. He said, that sounds like a lock. Jianwuk said. It also sounds like a person who can do what no one else can do. The framing is the argument. The sealed voice wants you afraid of the role before you understand it. He said, why? Jianwuk said, because if you are afraid of the role, you are more likely to consider alternatives. The voice offers alternatives. He sat with this. He thought about the voice's specific phrasing, I want what I always want. An offer without a named price. The logic of something setting up a negotiation over an extended timeline. He thought about the patience in the voice, not indifferent patience, the active patience of something that had been waiting with clear intention. He said, was Xiam Murant the one who killed you? Jianwuk said, yes. He said, and you put him in the 7th chamber. Jianwuk said, there are things I am not ready to tell you yet, because telling you will change what you do before you understand enough to do it correctly. I know you find this unsatisfying. A pause. I do not care, sufficiently, whether you find it unsatisfying. I care whether you complete what we are building. Those are different things. He said, they're both things I've said to other people. Jianwuk said, yes. Note the similarity. He was quiet for a moment. He pressed his palm flat against the echo seal and felt the warmth of the formation through his skin. All those compressed impression layers, all those absorbed fragments, the density of it by now substantial in a way that had become familiar. He thought about the things he had said to his allies and the timelines he had given himself for disclosure. He noted, I am being managed by the same mechanism I use on the people around me. This is worth examining. He said, I'm not going to engage the sealed voice again without telling you first. Jianwuk said, that would be appreciated. He said, it's not for your benefit. Jianwuk said, I know. Chapter 92. The hearing date. The regional authorities' response to the filing came on a Wednesday. It was posted in the public registry and delivered by official courier to all interested parties. Pang Ruashi's filing. The tribunal's investigation hold request, Shen Duanyu's legal observer status, which Do Mingxia had extended by registering him as a civilian party of interest, which was different from standing, but gave him access to correspondence. He received his copy through Do Mingxia's assistant, who handed it over with the careful blankness of someone who had read the document and was not going to comment on it. The hearing was scheduled in 23 days. He read the notice twice and put it down and thought about 23 days. The safety assessment Do Mingxia had initiated for the second entrance was at 14 days of its minimum 4 to 6 week timeline. It would not complete before the hearing, which meant the hearing would proceed without the assessment's findings. The assessment's existence would only delay the filing's administrative processing, not the hearing itself. The hearing required standing. He had reviewed the regional authorities' procedural rules 3 times in the past 2 weeks. Standing in a burial zone occupation dispute required one of the following: documented historical right, legitimate continuous occupation of more than 60 days without eviction attempt, or designation by the tomb's recognized legal owner. He had been in the tomb for significantly longer than 60 days. He had not been evicted because the eviction attempts had not succeeded, which was not the same as the authority recognizing his presence as legitimate. The first option, historical right, required documentation. The third option required identifying who the tomb's recognized legal owner was. 600 years ago, the tomb was the property of Emperor Jianwuk's estate. The estate of a shattered emperor had no surviving legal representative in any documented registry that the regional authority would accept. Jianwuk's echo was real, but it was not a living person and could not hold legal standing. An echo could not sign documents. An echo could not appear before a hearing. He had known this for weeks and had been filing it under problem without a current solution. He went to Su Wanhua. She was in the outer courtyard, at the inscription wall, which was where she spent most of her mornings now. Since her confrontation with Pang Ruashi over the falsified documents, she had been operating separately from the sect's presence outside the tomb, spending more time inside, less time liaising. Her position within the sect structure was undefined at the moment. She had not resigned, but she had stopped reporting to Pang Ruashi, and Pang Ruashi had not pushed the matter, which meant Peng Ruoshi was either waiting or had written her off as a useful asset and moved on. He said, "The hearing is in 23 days. I need standing." She set down her brush and turned to face him. She had a quality of attention that had changed over the months. Where once she had been loud and immediately reactive, she had become quieter, her responses more considered. The loudness had been defensive. The quiet was something else. She said, "What kind of standing?" He said, "Historical right or owner designation." "I don't have either." She said, "The charter establishes the outer territory as sect administered. There's no provision in the charter for anything other than the sect's management claim." She paused. "But the charter references a prior imperial decree as its foundational basis. The decree pre-existed the charter. If the decree granted the territory differently than the charter was written," he said, "the decree is from the emperor's estate. The estate has no surviving representative." She said, "The deed would be the representative." He said, "What deed?" She looked at him for a moment. She said, "The original land deed for the burial ground, the one that established ownership. Imperial tombs don't self-authorize. There is always a founding document that established the territory's legal status as imperial property. If that document survives, it takes precedence over everything that came after it, including the charter." He stood in the morning light in the outer courtyard and thought about Jian Wu's echo and the 600 years of patience inside the 7th trial chamber's resonance. He thought about the things the emperor had produced when he decided to produce them. The information, the trials, the techniques, each given at the moment the emperor decided the moment was right. He thought about what it meant to need a deed and whether there was a deed to be needed. He said, "I'll see what I can find." She said, "You already know something." He said, "I know something that might be relevant. I don't know its form." She looked at him with the expression she used when she had decided to be patient rather than press. She had learned this from watching how the conversations worked, that pushing produced performance and waiting produced the real thing. He found he was grateful for it without knowing exactly when she had learned it. He went inside. Chapter 93. The deed. He sat in the inner chamber with the echo seal warming under his palm and said, "I need to know if you have the founding deed." The silence was longer than usual. Not hesitation, calculation. Jian Wu said, "You are ready to use it." He said, "I have 23 days before a regional hearing establishes the sect's extraction rights over this territory. After that, everything inside the tomb is legally subject to removal." He paused. "I need the deed." Jian Wu said, "The deed exists. I have held it inside the Echo Seal formation for 600 years because it required a practitioner capable of defending it to be the one who presented it." A pause. Documents that establish ownership need owners who can maintain the claim. Presenting the deed before you could defend it would have invited immediate suppression by whoever received it first. He said, "You had this the whole time." Jian Wu said, "You needed to be able to defend it before I gave it to you." He stayed still for a moment, sitting with the specific quality of that answer. Not the information. He had half expected this, had been building toward it for weeks without knowing exactly what form the answer would take. The quality, the patience of it. 600 years of holding a document inside a formation and waiting for the specific person who could hold it after. He said, "All right." He did not say, "That was my information to have." He had been on the other side of that conversation too many times to not understand the logic, even if the logic felt different from inside. He felt the echo seal warm further. The tablet came through the formation the way things the emperor produced came through, not from outside, not through any physical channel, but from inside, as if the object had always been there and had only now become findable. He felt it against his sternum before he saw it. Solid, heavier than he expected, the edges sharp in a way that meant the material was dense. He reached into the inner chamber of his robe and his fingers closed around jade. The tablet was the length of his forearm. Green-black jade, the deep variety that came from the northern quarries that had been collapsed by 3 successive wars and were no longer accessible. Inscribed on both sides in a script that was older than the tomb's formation characters, the imperial administrative hand from the era before the current chancellery system standardized it. He could not read all of it, but he could read the structural markers, the opening seal, the territory description, the granting clause. At the bottom, an impression in the jade itself, pressed rather than carved. The imperial seal. 600 years old and still clear. He sat with it in his hands for a long time. He thought about the administrative hand of a man who had been dead for 6 centuries and who was currently speaking to him through a formation embedded in his chest. He thought about what it meant to hold a document that predated every current legal structure in the region and remained valid, because foundational imperial decrees were not subject to administrative review by subsequent bodies. They superseded. He thought. 1. This establishes ownership. 2. Ownership designation gives me standing. 3. Standing allows me to contest the extraction filing as the legal owner's designated caretaker. He turned the tablet over and read the caretaker provision on the reverse side. It was there, built into the original deed, providing for a designated practitioner to hold the territory in trust during any period in which the imperial estate had no living representative. He said, quietly, "It has a caretaker provision." Jianwuk said, "I drafted the deed myself." He said, "Before you died." Jianwuk said, "Several centuries before I died, actually. I had sufficient time to consider what the deed would need to contain." A pause. "The provision requires the caretaker to have passed the binding trial. No one can falsely claim the position." He said, "That's thorough." Jianwuk said, "I have had some practice at this." Chapter 94. Documentation. Winds. Domingxia's tent was quiet in the late afternoon light when he came to it. He had the tablet wrapped in clean cloth. The jade was cold against his forearm through the wrapping, and it was heavy enough that he was aware of its weight with each step. He had not told his allies what he was carrying before he left. He had told them he was going to see Domingxia and that it might take a while. This was the minimum information. He was aware it was the minimum. He would address that later. Domingxia looked up from her instrument readings when he came to the tent entrance. She read his posture. She was good at reading posture, and said, "You have something." He said, "The founding deed for the burial ground territory. Imperial administrative hand. Predates the Hollow Canopy sects charter by at least 2 centuries based on the script register." He set the wrapped tablet on her writing table. It contains a caretaker provision that designates the bearer of the binding trial as the tomb's legal custodian in the absence of a living imperial representative. She looked at the cloth wrapping for a moment. Then she picked up her corner of it and folded the cloth back. She read in silence. He had seen Domingxia read quickly before. She was an investigator. Document review was a primary professional skill. She was not reading quickly now. She was reading the way people read when they understand that what they are reading will change the shape of everything around it, and they want to be certain they are reading it correctly before they decide anything. She turned the tablet over. She read the reverse side. She set it down. She said nothing for a long moment. He said, "The caretaker provision requires binding trial completion. I have completed the binding trial. The echo network formation on my sternum is the standard mark of completion. It was described in the same imperial administrative records that your cartographer referenced when she matched the imperial echo cultivation pattern." Domingxia said, "Your cartographer's report identified the echo seal as matching the record in Tribunal Archive entry 0047C. He said, "Yes," which was the original description of the binding trial's completion marker. She said, "So the same document that authenticates the cultivation system also authenticates the caretaker qualification." He said, "Yes." She was quiet for another moment. She said, "Where did you obtain this?" He said, "The formation produced it." She said, "The echo seal formation." He said, "Yes." She looked at him with the expression she used when she had received an answer that was technically complete and was deciding whether to press for the fuller version. She decided not to press. She said, "I will need to submit this through the tribunal's document authentication process before I can formally register it as evidence in the hearing's record." He said, "How long does authentication take?" She said, 3 days, if I expedite it. I'll expedite it." She set the tablet on the clean side of her writing table, away from the instruments. "The authentication will establish the document's age and administrative origin. Once authenticated, I can file a formal registration of the caretaker claim with the regional authority." She paused. "That registration establishes you as a legal party with standing. The extraction filing's jurisdiction narrows. They cannot extract from territory held by a legal caretaker without first disputing the caretaker's standing in a separate process." He said, "How long for the separate process?" She said, "Minimum 60 days. More likely 120. She looked at the tablet. "The sects hearing in 23 days cannot resolve the caretaker dispute. The 2 processes are legally separate. The hearing will proceed, but it cannot produce an extraction order that supersedes a registered caretaker claim." He said, "They lose the hearing's practical effect." She said, "They lose the extraction authorization, yes." She looked at him steadily. "You've been building toward this for a long time." He said, "The deed was available before today. I received it when I needed it." She said, "That's a careful way of phrasing that." He said, "Yes." She picked up the tablet carefully, both hands, and set it in her sealed document case. She said, 3 days. I'll send confirmation when the authentication is complete." She paused. "You should tell your people what you brought here today." He said, "I know." She said, "You keep saying that." He said, "I keep knowing it." She looked at him for a moment. Then she picked up her instrument readings and returned to work, which was her version of a dismissal that was not unfriendly. He went back to the tomb and told his allies about the deed, about the caretaker provision, about the 3-day authentication timeline. He told them while they were in the same room, which was a practice he had been building. Mao Tieshu counted something quietly. Su Wanyue said, "The caretaker provision. You said it requires binding trial completion. Is that documented anywhere outside the deed itself?" He said yes, in Tribunal Archive Entry 0047C. She said, "Then they're standing to dispute it is paper thin. They'd have to challenge the archive entry." He said, "Yes." She said, "Ren Chao won't. He can't open that archive without the tribunal reading everything else in the file." He said, "Note that." Lian Shuang said nothing during this exchange. When the others had left, she looked at him and said, "When did you find out about the deed?" He said, "Today." She said, "When did you suspect it existed?" He said, "A while." She said, "That's not the same as today." He said, "No, it isn't." She said, "I know you know that." She picked up her medicine tray. "I'm glad it worked out." She did not say, "And I wish you'd told us sooner." She didn't need to. Chapter 95. The escalation. The authentication confirmation came in 2.5 days. Dou Mingxia sent it through her formal courier channel, a sealed notification that Shun Duanyu received from her assistant at the outer gate on a morning when the air smelled of coming rain. He read it standing up, one hand on the gate's stone arch. The document authentication was complete and confirmed. Imperial administrative hand, consistent with late Jianwuk era records, Carbon Age evidence placing the Jade's inscription within the correct period. The caretaker claim registration had been submitted to the regional authority's legal records office and was in the processing queue. 3 hours later, Mao Tieshu brought him a second piece of news. He had a network of market contacts and small route delivery people that had been producing intelligence for months, not agents, just people with working ears and regular routes who talked when Mao Tieshu paid for their tea. The second news was this. A mounted courier had left the nearest town at dawn, carrying something in a sealed tube, heading northeast on the road toward the Hollow Canopy sect's nearest regional compound. He stood in the outer courtyard and thought about how fast Ren Chao processed information. He thought, Ren Chao has a contact in the regional authority's records office. The caretaker registration hit the processing queue and the contact flagged it within hours. Ren Chao now knows what the registration contains, or knows enough to understand what it means. He thought, Ren Chao cannot dispute the caretaker claim through the hearing. The hearing is bound to the extraction filing, which is now separate from the caretaker dispute. He cannot go through the legal process. He thought, what does a man do when the legal process is closed? He started the count. He estimated a day and a half for the courier to reach the regional compound. Half a day for Ren Chao to receive the news, assess, and issue orders. A day for the orders to be processed and executed. 3 days total, possibly less if Ren Chao had been preparing for this eventuality and had resources staged. He told Mao Tieshu, start tracking cultivator movements in the region. Anything that wasn't here yesterday and is here today. Mao Tieshu said, how many are we expecting? He said, more than before. He went to Dou Mingxia. He said, Ren Chao knows about the caretaker registration. He'll escalate. She said, I know. He said, can the tribunal's investigation order provide any legal constraint on incoming sect forces? She said, if they enter the designated investigation perimeter, the 200-meter radius around the outer gate, without tribunal clearance, yes. Outside that perimeter, no. She paused. Tribunal authority is real, but it is not combat authority. If Ren Chao decides the legal process has run its course and sends enough force to override it physically, I have one assistant and a cartographer. He said, have you sent for reinforcements? She said, I sent a priority unknown escalation request to the capital 2 weeks ago. The response time is typically 6 to 8 weeks. She looked at him steadily. I've been aware this was coming. He said, what do you need? She said, time. She looked at the instrument board. 3 more weeks would be ideal. He said, I'll see what I can do. The sect response arrived faster than he had calculated. Not 3 days, 2. 12 cultivators, staging in the tree cover 500 meters from Hao Sun's original perimeter position. He read them through the echo network the second night. 12 individual resonance signatures, 3 of which had the dense, layered quality of core shaper level. The others were Foundation Forger and Spirit Condenser, which were lower than Hao Sun's Sovereign, but were still collectively a force that could level the outer courtyard wall without significant difficulty. He told his allies what was coming. He stood in the outer chamber with Lian Shuang and Mao Tieshu and Su Wanyue, and he told them everything. The 12 cultivators, the 3 core shapers, the 2-day arrival, the tribunal's limited authority, the 3-week timeline Dou Mingsha needed. He told them, without withholding the pieces that made the picture worse. Mao Tieshu counted 7 things on his fingers and said, "So the legal winds bought us less time than we expected." He said, "Ren Chao is accelerating because the legal process is failing him. When legal pressure stops working, people switch to what they think will work." Su Wanyue said, "He's afraid." He said, "Yes." She said, "That doesn't make him less dangerous." He said, "No. It makes him more dangerous, because afraid people make decisions that aren't fully rational." Lin Shuang said, "What do we have that 12 cultivators don't?" He said, "The tomb." She said, "And?" He said, "Old Gao. The echo network. The legal process is still running. Dou Mingsha's presence as a tribunal witness." He paused. "And the fact that Ren Chao cannot enter the main entrance without the binding trial, and cannot use the second entrance without triggering whatever the antechamber does to people whose cultivation was built on throne augmentation." She said, "That last one, you're certain?" He said, "No. It's a hypothesis based on what I observed in the antechamber's resonance and what I know about how the throne fragment responds to proximity." He paused. "I am not certain. I am counting on it being true." Mao Tieshu said, "Those are different things." He said, "Yes, I know. The first core shaper cultivator walked the perimeter at dawn, close enough that Xun Duanyu could feel the resonance of his cultivation through the echo network's outer monitoring, clean, dense, confident. The quality of a professional who had assessed the situation and found it manageable. He noted this and went back to work. Chapter 96. What Su Wanyue did he found out from Dou Mingsha. She came to the outer gate in the late morning on a day when the sky was the particular gray of weather that hadn't decided yet, and she stood there until he came out, and when he opened the gate she said, "Su Wanyue resigned her position and filed formal testimony this morning." He said, "She didn't tell me." Dou Mingsha said, "No. She came to my tent at first light with a written statement, 14 pages. It covers the falsified charter documentation, the internal sect communications about the charter review, and a separate section on what she describes as decades of unauthorized access to historical territory that she learned about through internal documents she accessed after her confrontation with Pang Ruashi." She paused. "It's comprehensive, more comprehensive than what I had." He stood at the gate and thought about 14 pages and Su Wanyue at first light, before he had woken, making a decision by herself and walking through the cold to carry it out. He said, "I should have told her more sooner." Dou Mingsha said, "Yes." She said it without elaboration, which was her style. He took out his notebook. He wrote, "Su Wanyue acted without knowing the full context because I gave her partial information and waited. Result: she acted on partial information and made a decision that may be correct but was not coordinated. Note: the person who acts on partial information is not at fault. The person who withheld it is." He added, "This is the cost. Not the outcome, the mechanism. Someone I was building as an ally made a major move without knowing enough to make it as effectively as she could have. I measured her readiness by my own assessment of what she needed. I should have let her assess it." He said to Dou Mingsha, "What does the testimony give you?" She said, "Corroborating documentation for what I already suspected, plus specific evidence I didn't have. Internal sect communications establishing that Ren Chao has been directing the charter misrepresentation personally for at least 20 years. She photographed documents." She paused. Junior Elder Su had access to the sect's internal archive. "The material is significant." He said, "Is she safe?" Dou Mingsha said, "She is registered as a formal tribunal witness. I've extended protection status to her under the investigation standing." A pause. "It's not unlimited protection, but it changes the calculus for anyone considering how to handle a tribunal witness." He said, "Thank you." She said, "I'm doing my job." She looked at him. "Su Wanyue told me she had been thinking about this for 3 weeks. She said she made the decision the night you showed her the deed." Another pause. "She said, specifically, that watching you receive the deed and understanding what it meant, understanding the full scope of what the sect had been doing, made her realize she had been contributing to a structure she no longer believed in." He said, "She didn't know the full scope because I hadn't told her." Dou Mingsha said, "No, but you told her enough, and at the right moment. The right moment matters as much as the information." She looked at the gate. "Go talk to her." He went to find Su Wanyue. She was in the outer courtyard, in her usual place at the inscription wall, but she wasn't working. She was sitting on the stone bench he had positioned near the eastern passage in trance, her hands in her lap, looking at the inscriptions without reading them. The cold morning air had left a faint condensation on her outer robe. She had been sitting there for a while. He sat down beside her. He said, "You could have told me." She said, "I know." She was quiet for a moment. I decided it would be easier to do it without your strategic assessment of the timing. She said it without accusation, factual, the way she said most things. You would have helped me draft it better. You would have identified 3 risks I didn't see. And you would have waited for a moment that was more optimal than first light on the day after a 12 cultivator escalation. She paused. I didn't want to wait anymore. He said, the testimony is good. She said, I know what I had access to. She looked at the wall. I spent 6 years believing the sect was a stewardship institution, that it was protecting something. When I understood it had been extracting something, taking, for 3 decades, I couldn't sit with it anymore. She paused. I know that's not a strategic calculation. I know it made things happen faster than your plan. He said, your plan worked too. She said, my plan was just the truth. She looked at him. You don't have a monopoly on that. He said, no, I know. She looked back at the wall. She said, are we going to be all right? He said, I don't know yet. He thought about the 12 cultivators in the tree cover and the core shapers and xianxia 3 days out. I have a plan for the next 3 weeks. I don't have a guarantee. She said, good. She said it the same way she had said good months ago, when he had told her the charter review would establish the sect's illegal access. Settled. Clear. I don't trust guarantees. People who offer them are usually wrong about something. He made a note in his notebook. He was getting better at making notes about his own errors rather than filing them under things to revisit later and then not revisiting. Chapter 97. The Alliance meeting. He called the meeting that afternoon. He told them he was calling it and why. He was going to tell them everything. Not most things, not the things he had assessed as ready to share. Everything he knew about the situation that they were facing. He said this to each of them separately, before the meeting, so they could decide whether to come knowing what the meeting was. They all came. He set the notebook open on the stone surface, and he told them. He told them about the Tao throne. He told them what it was, a cosmological anchor, the foundation of an immortal emperor's cultivation base, the source from which the emperor's cultivation reached its terminal state. He told them the throne was inside this tomb. He told them it had been stolen from, not removed from, taken from in the sense of a function being extracted without the owner's consent while the owner's echo remained bound to the system. He told them the Hollow Canopy sect's founder had arranged the theft, had paid an assassin named Xianxia, and had been drawing passive cultivation energy from the throne fragment for 600 years. He told them why the sect's entire organizational power depended on the fragment. He told them that the dispute over the tomb was not about territorial claim or historical right or artifact preservation. It was about a power source. The sect could not afford to lose this. He told them about xianxia and what he carried inside his body. He told them about the derooting commission dated 6 weeks before the derooting, the one that established his derooting as manufactured rather than punitive, and established that xianxia had been investigating the binding trial's mechanics for his own reasons. He told them about Jian Wux's deal, and what the deal was actually building toward, and that he did not yet know exactly what the endpoint meant. He told them about the sealed voice. He told them the name Xianxia. He told them what the voice had said about the lock. When he was done, the outer chamber was quiet. Lian Shuang said, "You've known this for months." He said, "Most of it. Some of it I learned in pieces." He met her eyes. "Yes, I was wrong to wait." She said, "How long have you known about the Tao throne?" He said, "Since early in the tomb. The echo network showed its resonance before I understood what I was looking at." He paused. "I understood what it was by the end of the first month." She said, "For months ago." He said, "Yes." She was quiet. She was doing the thing she did when she was deciding how much of what she felt needed to be said aloud. She said, "The people who are making decisions alongside you deserve the information that those decisions are based on. You know that." He said, "Yes." She said, "I know you know it. That's why I'm not going to keep explaining it." She looked at her hands. "What do you need from us for the next 3 weeks?" Mao Tieshu counted 9 steps and came back. He said, "What does the voice want?" "The sealed voice. You said it told you it wants something without naming it. What do you think it wants?" He said, "Freedom, or a version of freedom." It used the word scope. "It has been in the 7th chamber for 600 years. Its primary objective appears to be finding a mechanism for release." Mao Tieshu said, "And you're thinking about using that?" He said, "I am thinking about the possibility of converting that desire into a contract." Mao Tieshu said, "With the thing that killed the emperor?" He said, "Yes." Mao Tieshu said, "Note that that's a complicated transaction." He paused. "Also note that the person you should probably be discussing the terms with is in this room." He looked around at Lian Shuang and Su Wanyue. "All of them." He said, "I know." He meant it differently than he had meant it before, not as an acknowledgement that he was holding off, but as a current commitment. "That's why I called this meeting," Su Wanyue said, after a moment. the Tao throne. You said the fragment is in Ren Chao's body. She was working through the implications in the methodical way she worked through things. If the fragment is removed and returned to the throne chamber, the sect loses its power source. What happens to the sect? He said. It contracts. The leadership depends on the energy the fragment leaks. The cultivation levels that are augmented by it will normalize. People who believe their strength is genuine will learn it was borrowed. He paused. The sect doesn't collapse overnight. But the political weight it holds in this region becomes a question of what it can support without the augmentation. Do Mingxia said. From her position near the doorway, she had attended as an observer and had not spoken. The tribunal will be very interested in the detailed account of the sect's founding theft. When this is resolved, I'll need your formal statement. He said. You'll have it. She said. Good. She looked at the group. What do you need from me for the next 3 weeks? He said. Your presence. The 12 cultivators outside are operating in an environment where attacking a tribunal investigator's active monitoring post is a capital offense. As long as you are here and functioning as an investigator, they face a constraint we don't. She said. I intend to remain. A pause. Though I note that if Ren Chao decides the constraint is worth breaching, my presence provides less protection than you're implying. He said. Yes. I know. He thought about the sealed voice and the Tao throne and the 2-day timeline. It's one of the variables I can't fully control. Do Mingxia said. That's an unusually honest admission. He said. I'm working on it. Chapter 98. The trap. The plan took 2 days to build. He built it the way he built everything. Listed, sequenced, each piece conditional on the piece before it, with noted variables and alternative paths for when the first path failed. He had learned, over the months in the tomb, that a plan with no alternatives was not a plan but a wish. He built 3 alternatives for the most likely failure point, which was the 2-hour window before the sect team's legal constraint became relevant. The first layer of the plan was Do Mingxia's tribunal authority. Any hostile action against a tribunal investigator's official presence required a capital dispensation from the central office, a process that took 3 weeks minimum and was publicly documented. No sect leader, however desperate, would authorize a capital dispensation without being certain of the outcome. The 200-meter investigation perimeter around the outer gate was therefore, in practice, a zone the sect team would not enter while the tribunal was watching. The second layer was Su Wanyua's knowledge of hollow canopy combat formations. She had spent 6 years in sect operations and had observed their standard tactical deployments in 3 separate regional enforcement actions. She spent an afternoon with Mao Tieshu's terrain maps, marking the positions where the formation would have gaps based on standard deployment logic, and the positions where the Echo Network's outer monitoring could relay information about formation shifts in real time. He spent the 2 days absorbing everything the Echo Network showed him about the 12 cultivators outside, their individual resonance signatures, their response times, their coverage patterns. He built profiles the way he had built the profile of Hao Sun in Arc 4, movement constants, check intervals, the specific patterns that a methodical person produces when they have a methodical superior. The third layer of the plan was the tomb itself. He had been in the tomb for months. Every corridor, every chamber, every resonance-dense pocket and acoustic anomaly was mapped in his understanding, and the Echo Network was his sensory apparatus. Not perfect, not without gaps, but substantially more complete than anything any outsider could assemble in days or weeks of external observation. If any member of the sect team entered the tomb proper, they would be operating blind in an environment where he was not. He also noted the Tao throne antechamber variable. This was the uncertain piece. If Ren Chao attempted the second entrance, and Shen Yao thought he would, because Ren Chao knew about the second entrance and had been using it for decades, the antechamber's resonance response to the thrown fragment in Ren Chao's body was a hypothesis. He had laid it out for his allies with that label on it. Hypothesis. Probable, but unconfirmed. Mao Tieshu said, when they finished, the plan has 17 steps. He said, 14. 3 are alternatives. Mao Tieshu said, I'm counting the alternatives. He paused. It's a good plan. It has the quality of something that will work even when one of the 17 steps doesn't. He sat down. Tell me what I need to do. He told each of them their role. He told them the logic behind it. He did not withhold the reasoning. He had been practicing giving people the reasoning, not just the assignment. The reasoning was harder to give because it contained the assessment of how likely different outcomes were, including the bad ones. When he was done, Lian Shuang said, You want me at the gate? He said, Yes. I know it's the most exposed position. She said, I know why you're putting me there. She looked at him steadily. Because they can't touch me without triggering the tribunal incident. He said, Not legally. She said, But if they go to the edge of legal, he said, yes. He paused. If you're not willing to take that position, tell me now and I'll find a different approach. She said, I'm willing. She paused. I want you to know it's a choice I'm making, not an assignment I'm accepting. He said, I know the difference. She said, good. Chapter 99. The line she held the sect team arrived at dawn. They came in formation, not a combat formation, a legal one, which was more specific in some ways. 12 cultivators arranged in the pattern that indicated a formal presence rather than an attack. 3 at the front in sect colors, the core group behind, the core shapers at the flanks where their resonance signatures would be visible and readable. It said, we are here officially. We have numbers. We have rank. We expect you to acknowledge what that means. Shen Yao was not at the outer gate. He was inside, in the inner chamber, his palm flat on the echo seal, tracking 12 resonance signatures through the outer perimeter monitoring. He could read everything from here. Their spacing, their cultivation levels active versus suppressed, the formation logic Su Wanyue had mapped. He could feel when the lead group stopped at the edge of the 200-meter investigation perimeter. Lian Shuang was at the gate. She was standing between the gate posts with a small wooden case at her feet, the one she used for formal documentation, which held the tribunal access order, the caretaker claim registration notice, and 3 copies of the investigation hold certification. She was not holding anything. Her hands were at her sides. She was wearing her outer robe over her physician's work clothes, and she looked exactly like what she was, a civilian standing in a doorway with paperwork. The lead group stopped 2 meters from her. He tracked the conversation through the echo network's ambient resonance. He could not hear words, but he could read the emotional quality of the exchange, an initial pressure phase, a presentation of something, probably an authority document, a counter-presentation from her side, a consultation among the lead group. The pressure was steady. She did not move back. He tracked this for 2 hours. The formation didn't enter the investigation perimeter. They maintained the line. 3 times, the lead resonance signature pushed forward, the specific rhythm of someone testing where the boundary was, and 3 times it retreated. He noted every test. He filed them as data on what they were willing to risk versus what they weren't. In the second hour, the formation shifted. The rightmost flank moved. He tracked it along the perimeter's edge, probing for a gap. He followed it with the echo network and fed the information to Mao Tieshu through a relay. Mao Tieshu was positioned in the outer corridor with a view of the eastern approach, and Mao Tieshu repositioned accordingly, visible from outside, which closed the angle the flank had been moving toward. The flank returned to its original position. He was still tracking when the quality of the emotional resonance at the gate changed. Not the formation's general pressure, something specific, closer to Lian Shuang's position. One of the lead group had moved inside the 2-meter mark. Not inside the perimeter. Not technically a violation, but close enough. He felt the contact through the echo network's outer monitoring as a disruption, a brief, sharp resonance spike consistent with physical impact. It was not a strike. It was the kind of thing that could be described, afterward, as accidental. He was moving before he had fully processed what he was doing. He was at the outer gate in 40 seconds. He did not use the echo shaper's projection capability. He was thinking clearly enough to know that projecting force against a 12-person sect formation in the first 2 minutes was not how this worked. He used the gate. He opened it. Lian Shuang was standing. She had one hand pressed against the gate post, steadying, not holding herself up. Her lip was split. Not badly. The kind of split that happens when someone's elbow connects with your face during a movement that was technically incidental. She looked at him. She said, they're still outside the perimeter. He said, I know. She said, don't. He said, I know. He stood at the gate with the morning air cold on his face and looked at the 12 cultivators, and at the lead group, and at the one who was now positioned carefully with his back to the side of the formation where the incident had occurred. He did not project. He did not threaten. He looked at them for a measured count of 15, and then turned and guided Lian Shuang back inside, and closed the gate. He sat her down in the outer chamber and looked at the split. It was sealing already, minor enough that her body was handling it. He sat across from her and said nothing for a moment. He said, the anger in me right now is, he stopped. He said, note that I'm recording it without acting on it. Note also that it is new information about what I care about. She said, I know. She looked at him. I held the line. He said, yes. She said, 2 hours. He said, yes. She said, did it work? He said, they didn't enter the perimeter. The flank probe failed. They're pulling back to the formation. I can feel it through the echo network. She said, then it worked. He said nothing for a moment. Then he said, thank you. She said, you're welcome. She took her hand off the gate post and looked at the split in her lower lip, touching it carefully. Get me some ice if you have it. He didn't have ice. He got cold water and a clean cloth. Chapter 100. The antechamber. He felt Ren Xiao enter the tomb the following morning through the second entrance. He had been asleep 3 hours, the minimum he needed to keep the echo network calibration consistent, when the outer perimeter monitoring shifted. Not an attack signature. Something quieter. Something that knew the paths. He was awake and moving before the identification fully processed. The second entrance was in the north wall of the 7th trial chamber's passage. He had sealed it after the tribunal survey, or rather, Domingxia's structural engineer had sealed it with a formation marker, the standard tribunal temporary seal used to restrict access to assessed hazard zones. He had not tested the seal's strength against a practitioner of Ren Xiao's level because there had not been time. The seal had been temporary. He tracked the resonance signature through the echo network as it moved through the second entrance passage. Dense, augmented, carrying the layered quality of hollow canopy cultivation over a Tao throne foundation. The specific signature he had absorbed in CH8, that first echo strand, that first fragment of a name he hadn't yet known. He recognized it the way you recognize something you have been studying for months without knowing you were studying it. The signature reached the antechamber. He pressed his palm to the echo seal and thought about the 12 cultivators outside, and the 2-hour window, and the plan's 17 steps, and which of them now applied to this moment. He did his fastest count. The 12th step, the one he had labeled primary antagonist, encounters antechamber. Hypothesis. The throne fragment in Ren Xiao's body responds to proximity of the throne's primary formation. He did not know what the response looked like. He had not known when he wrote it. He still didn't know. He started toward the inner chambers. He was 2 levels down, moving fast through the resonance-dense passages, when the echo network registered something new. The antechamber's ambient resonance, that sustained, low-frequency vibration he had noted on his first visit, the purposeful quality of something waiting for a specific condition, shifted. Not ended. Shifted. In the way of something that had been waiting for one condition and had just felt that condition arrive. He stopped. He stood in the second inner passage and listened to the shift through the echo seal's formation sense. The antechamber recognized the throne fragment. It had always known the throne fragment was gone. It had been registering the absence of it as a resonance gap in its formation structure, the way a wound registers the absence of the thing that should be there. 600 years of absence. And now, 50 meters above him, through the 7th trial chamber and the passage beyond it, the missing piece had just walked through the door. He moved. He came up through the 7th trial chamber's passage at the fastest pace the tomb's geometry allowed, and he pressed the sealed inner door open, and he went through. The antechamber was lit, not by torchlight, by the formation itself, activated by proximity. Every inscription on the antechamber walls was visible and bright, the characters radiating with a low, steady glow of resonance responding to the thing it had been waiting for. The floor was visible in this light. The worn stone path, the smooth approach track, 600 years of sect footsteps finally making sense. Ren Xiao was standing 20 meters away. He was older than Shen Yao had expected, standing here in the formation light. Mid-60s, white at the temples, the posture of a man who had been powerful long enough to carry it without effort. His hand was pressed flat against the wall near the throne chamber's sealed entrance. His face was very still. He had not heard Shen Yao come through the passage. He was listening to the wall, and the wall was answering him. Shen Yao could feel it through the echo network. The formation's response to the throne fragment inside Ren Xiao's body, the resonance reaching out toward the piece of itself that had been missing for 6 centuries. Not hostile. Recognizing. The way a thing recognizes its own piece returned. Ren Xiao said, without turning, "It knows me." He said, "It knows the fragment." Ren Xiao turned then. He looked at Shen Yao across the lit antechamber with the expression of a man who had been expecting this meeting for some time and was not surprised by it, but was not ready for it either. He said, "You survived the binding trial. An actual practitioner." He said it with a particular tone, not admiration, something closer to recognition of a very old fear becoming real. "I've been trying to determine if you were real or a fabrication." He looked at the echo seal's glow visible through Shen Yao's inner robe. "You're real," Shen Yao said. "You knew what the binding trial required." Ren Xiao said, "I knew it required a derooted cultivator with no sect bond. I manufactured the conditions because I wanted to know if the trial's activation would trigger any cascade effects in the throne system. It had been dormant for centuries. I was curious whether disturbing it would reveal something." He paused. "It revealed you," Shen Yao said, "and now you're here." Ren Xiao said, "And now I'm here." He took his hand off the wall. The formation's glow in that section dimmed slightly, as if it had been following the fragment's proximity and noted the withdrawal. "The throne chamber is sealed." You don't have access yet. Shen Yao said, not yet. Ren Chao said, neither do I. The seal requires the full fragment, not the piece I carry. He paused. I have been here before, over 3 decades. I have never been able to open that door. He looked at the sealed throne chamber entrance with a specific quality, not longing, something that had moved past longing into a dull familiarity with impossibility. 30 years I've had this thing in my body. 30 years I've been running a sect on the energy it leaks, and I have never been able to put it back where it belongs. Shen Yao said, do you want to? Ren Chao looked at him. The antechamber hummed around them, all its inscriptions bright, all its accumulated waiting present in the air. Ren Chao said, you're asking if I want to undo 30 years. He said, I'm asking what you want. Ren Chao was quiet for a long moment. He looked at the wall where the fragment had pulled toward the formation. He looked at the throne chamber door. He said, what I want is irrelevant. What I can't afford is to lose what the fragment gives me. He looked at Shen Yao, which is why I sent 12 cultivators and a sovereign realm enforcer to your door. He paused, neither of which worked. Shen Yao said, no. Ren Chao said, what happens now? He said, now we talk. The antechamber was very quiet. Outside, 12 cultivators waited in the morning light. Inside, 600 years of accumulated weight pressed against every wall. Chapter 101. The conversation in the antechamber, they talked for an hour. Not a negotiation. They had both lived too long with the shape of this situation to pretend a first conversation could be a negotiation. Something more like the first mapping of each other's positions. He had done this before with people who held something he needed, and the pattern was familiar. Both parties presenting what they were willing to present. Both parties reading the presentation for what it implied about what was being withheld. He let Ren Chao speak first. This was the technique. Present openness. Invite the other person to fill the silence. What they chose to fill it with was information. Ren Chao said, I have known for 20 years that the throne system would eventually produce a caretaker. The binding trials activation was my evidence that the system was still operable. I had been checking the activation threshold for a decade, sending derooted low-rank cultivators toward the outer gate to see if the trial engaged. He said this matter-of-factly, the way a craftsman describes a test they've run many times. They all stopped, turned around at the threshold, as if they had forgotten why they came. That's the trial's passive rejection. It doesn't kill those it rejects, it simply redirects them. He said, until me. Ren Chao said, until you. You were different in 2 ways. You were younger than the others. I'd been selecting senior cultivators, assuming the trial would favor experience. And you were derooted under specific conditions. No chi root dissolution, no meridian damage. Clean removal. He looked at the echo seal's faint glow. I thought that meant the root had been cauterized rather than severed. It mattered to the trial. The trial reads for the shape of what's absent, not just the absence. He said, you were engineering for the binding trial. Ren Chao said, I was testing a hypothesis about it. He paused. The hypothesis was that the right person could not only survive the trial, but use the tomb. The throne fragment in my body has been giving me power for 30 years, but it also gives me information. It knows what the throne formation is doing. It told me, in the vague way of resonance information, not in words, when the binding trial activated at full capacity rather than partial rejection. It told me someone was inside. Another pause. I came to see what was being built. He said, and what do you see? Ren Chao looked at him steadily. He said, someone the emperor has been building toward for 600 years. The trials are not the building. You are not the product of the trials. The trials are the selection mechanism. You are the product of whatever made you the kind of person who can survive them. He looked at the sealed throne chamber door. I know what an imperial echo practitioner is. There have been 2 others in 600 years. Both were dead before 30. He said, how? Ren Chao said, one was killed by a sect that identified his cultivation system and recognized it as ungovernable. A practitioner whose power derives from no known source and reads as no known rank is a threat to any hierarchy built on readable ranks. The second died in the trial process. His absorption capacity was insufficient. The impression layer density exceeded what his body could structurally hold. He paused. Both died because they had no support structure. No allies who understood what they were. He said nothing for a moment. He was thinking about the first practitioner, killed by a sect that read him as ungovernable. He was thinking about Doming Sha's decision not to report the full scope of her investigation, about the specific protection that decision had provided. Ren Chao said, you have allies. He said, yes. Ren Chao said, that is different from the previous 2. He said it as an observation, not a compliment. It also means you have vulnerabilities they didn't. He said, I know. The antechamber's formation glow had not dimmed. It was tracking the fragment in Rin Chao's body. He realized, maintaining its orientation toward the fragment the way a needle maintains orientation toward north. 600 years of tracking. Waiting for the piece to come home. Chapter 102. What he was reading Rin Chao while Rin Chao talked. This was the practice he had developed over months of managing people who were not fully aligned with him, listening to content and structure simultaneously. The content was what the person chose to say. The structure was what the choices revealed. Rin Chao was choosing to explain himself. He was choosing to provide context rather than demand terms. He was choosing to answer questions rather than ask them. These were the choices of a man who needed something and had assessed that the path to it ran through being understood, not through applying pressure. He had already applied pressure. 12 cultivators, How Sun, the legal filings, the extraction order, the father with his trade routes. None of it had worked. The man was revising. He said, "Tell me about the 30 years. Rin Chao looked at him. He said, "That's a broad question." He said, "I know what the fragment does technically. I want to know what it did to you." Rin Chao was quiet for a moment. Something shifted in his expression, not vulnerability, something more considered. He was deciding how much truth served his purpose. He said, "The first 5 years were the best years of my cultivation life. The fragment augments at the rate of the cultivator's ambient ambition. It reads what you want and gives you the power to reach for it. I wanted to consolidate the sect's regional position. I wanted to build something that would outlast me." He paused. The fragment agreed with those goals. It gave me access to power at least 2 full ranks above my natural cultivation level. He said, and then, Rin Chao said, after 5 years, the augmentation stabilized at a level consistent with domain opener. It hasn't moved since. The fragment gives what it gives. It does not continue to give more simply because you want more. The ambition ceiling is set by what the throne determines is useful. A pause. I have spent 25 years maintaining the level rather than growing it. Every year, the sect's operations require more investment to maintain what we have than the previous year required to build it. The fragment doesn't grow. The system it powers continues to expand. He said, "You're running at a loss." Rin Chao said, "I have been running at a loss for a decade." He said it without self-pity, the flat assessment of an accountant looking at numbers that don't improve no matter how many times you review them. The sect cannot afford to lose the fragment. It also cannot continue at the current rate indefinitely. I have been looking for a solution for 10 years. He said, and the binding trial activating looked like a possible solution. Rin Chao said, "It looked like a variable I hadn't considered." A derooted practitioner inside the tomb survived the trial, building an imperial echo cultivation base. If such a practitioner existed, they would eventually have to engage with the throne system. That engagement was an unknown. He paused. I came to understand the unknown before it understood me. He said, "That's why you came yourself, not another emissary." Rin Chao said, "I've been sending emissaries for months. They can't feel what I can feel in this room." He looked at the formation glow on the walls. The fragment recognizes the formation. The formation recognizes the fragment. When I stand here, I can feel what I've been carrying for 30 years start to move. He pressed his hand briefly to his sternum. Not the same placement as the echo seal, but the same gesture, the awareness of something inside the body that doesn't belong to the body's natural state. Every time I've come here over 30 years, I've felt it move. And every time, I've had no mechanism to complete the movement. He listened to this. He thought about the shaped narrative of it, the tired man, the impossible problem, the fragment that pulls toward home. He thought about whether the narrative was being constructed for him. He decided it was probably both true and constructed. People offered the versions of their truth that served them. That didn't make the version false. He said, "What are you asking for?" Rin Chao said, "I don't know yet." He said it without apparent strategy, the specific quality of someone who genuinely didn't have the ask formed yet. "I came to understand you. When I understand you better, I'll know what to ask." He said, "I know what you're carrying. I've known since I absorbed the first echo strand in this tomb, 8 months ago. The fragment's resonance was in the baseline formation's memory. It has always known what was missing." He watched Rin Chao's face carefully as he said this. "I know you've been augmented for 30 years. I know your natural cultivation level. I know that when the fragment is removed, you return to that level." Rin Chao was very still. He said, "I'm telling you because the conversation we're having assumes I don't know. I do know. We should talk from that baseline instead." Chapter 103. The weight of 30 years. The formation glow held them in amber light. Rin Chao did not respond immediately. He stood very still in the way of someone who has just been shown that their conversational map was wrong and is recalculating before speaking. He said, "Vane Weaver." Shen Yao said, "Yes." Rin Chao looked at him. Then he said, "If anyone outside this room learns that, Anyone who doesn't already know, the sect collapses overnight. Not gradually. Overnight. The alliances that depend on my power, the regional relationships built on the assumption of domain opener range, the internal hierarchy that has stayed stable because no one in the sect could openly challenge me. He stopped. You're holding a much larger piece of leverage than you've let on. Shen Yao said. Yes. Ren Xiao said. And you're telling me you have it. He said. I'm telling you I have it so you understand I'm not looking to use it as a surprise. Surprises end conversations. I'd like this conversation to continue. Ren Xiao was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, with something that might have been reluctant recognition, you are nothing like the descriptions Pang Ruoshi sent me. He said, Pang Ruoshi was reading me as a fugitive making do with what he had. That's an accurate description of my first 2 months. He paused. The last 6 months were different. Ren Xiao said, I see that. He sat down on the antechamber floor. The gesture surprised. A man in his mid-60s with a domain opener's bearing and 30 years of sect authority, sitting cross-legged on a stone floor because there was nowhere else to sit, and the conversation required settling in. He said, Tell me what you want. He said, to complete the inheritance the emperor left, to return the fragment to the throne, to have the legal standing to maintain this territory without the sect's interference. Ren Xiao said, the fragment being returned to the throne is not the same as you having the throne's power. He said, no. The caretaker function is separate from the throne's active function. Ren Xiao said, if the fragment is removed from my body, I return to Vane Weaver. He said, yes. Ren Xiao said, if I return to Vane Weaver and that becomes known, the sect's leadership structure becomes contested within a week. He said, yes. Ren Xiao said, and you want me to agree to this? He said, I want you to understand that there is a process by which the removal happens without you dying. That process is possible. It is not guaranteed. It requires cooperation with a bound entity in the 7th trial chamber whose full reliability I cannot promise. He paused. The alternative is the legal process continuing until your sect's charter claim is formally stripped, after which the tribunal will conduct a full audit of 30 years of unauthorized access to imperial territory. That audit will identify the fragment in your body. What happens after that identification is outside my control. Ren Xiao said, you're not offering me a choice. He said, I'm offering you the better of 2 outcomes that are both happening regardless. He looked at Ren Xiao steadily. You've known for 30 years that this was going to reach a point. You've been managing toward it. You're here because you came to see if there was a version where it ends differently than the bad version. Ren Xiao said, there have been 2 other imperial echo practitioners in 600 years, both dead before 30. I know why the first one died. The sect that killed him was my sect's predecessor. My family's people. He said it without any particular emotion, the way you say things about history you didn't participate in, but carry anyway. The man who ordered the killing was my great-grandfather. He said, I know. Ren Xiao said, of course you do. He looked at the walls. What I'm carrying isn't just the fragment. I've been carrying that for 30 years. Is there a version of this that doesn't reduce me to nothing? He said, there's a version where you become something actual rather than something borrowed. What that's worth is a question I can't answer for you. Ren Xiao looked at the throne chamber door. He said, I'll think about it. He said, I know. Chapter 104. No, the sealed voice spoke from the 7th trial chamber's door. It said, the sect master is considering a difficult proposition. Ren Xiao went very still. He looked at the door, the sealed formation door that separated the antechamber from the trial chamber, with the specific quality of someone who had heard that voice before. The voice said, we are old acquaintances. Aren't we, Ren Xiao? Ren Xiao said quietly, 30 years ago. The voice said, 30 years ago, I made you an offer. You accepted. Look what it gave you. A pause. It gave you everything you were afraid you couldn't build yourself. Another pause. The candidate's offer strips that away. Mine did not. Shen Yao said, what are you doing? The voice said, offering context. The voice shifted its address, fully now facing him through the formation. He could feel the direction change in the resonance pattern, a reorientation toward the echo seal on his sternum. You have declined my offer once already. I'm extending it again in a more useful moment. The sealed voice's tone was different than it had been before, less patient, more present, as if it had moved closer. Absorb the Tao throne fragment. Not through extraction, directly. Use the imperial echo method to absorb it as an echo source, the same way you have absorbed every other cultivation fragment in this tomb. Become the container the emperor built and add the throne's energy to it, rather than routing it through his design. The voice paused. Become what the emperor intended, plus what I'm offering. Not the emperor's replacement. Your own thing entirely. Ren Xiao said, Don't. Shen Duanyu looked at him. Rin Xiao's face was complicated, not warning, something more personal. He said, the offer sounds like what you need. It isn't. Shen Duanyu looked at the sealed door. He thought about what a lock was. He thought about the voice's consistent framing. Information without context, offers with hidden costs, the patience of something that had been working a problem for a very long time. He thought about the word vessel and what that meant in contrast with the word lock. He thought about what it would mean to absorb the thrown fragment directly, what it would add to the impression layers already built over 8 months of absorption. He could feel the shape of it from here, the fragment's resonance, alive and calling through the formation glow of the antechamber walls. It would be enormous. It would be faster than any alternative. He said, no. The voice said, elaborate. He said, the offer is real. The fragment absorption would work. Imperial Echo can absorb it. I know it can. The method doesn't distinguish by source quality. But you want me to do it outside the Emperor's design, because outside the design is outside his control. He paused. I don't trust the origin of what you're offering. That's the full explanation. The voice said, you decline power you cannot trust the origin of. He said, yes. The voice said, even knowing what that costs you. He said, yes. Rin Xiao said, from the floor, I said yes. He said it quietly. I looked at 30 years of what it gave me, and I couldn't say no to that. Looking at you say no, he stopped. He looked at the door. I said yes knowing what I was accepting. I told myself I could manage it. Shen Duanyu said, can you? Rin Xiao said, no. I haven't managed it. It's managed me. He pressed his hand to his sternum, over the fragment. For 30 years. The sealed voice was quiet for a moment. Then it said, without apparent frustration, the candidate remains consistent. A pause. Very well. The resonance pressure from the door eased, not completely, but perceptibly. It was still there, still close. But it had pulled back one step. We will return to this conversation. He said, I know we will. The formation glow in the antechamber held steady. Rin Xiao was still sitting on the floor, his hand on his sternum, looking at nothing in particular. He said, what does the sealed voice want? Rin Xiao said, what it's always wanted. The same thing it offered me 30 years ago, a way out of the chamber. It told me the chamber was unfair imprisonment, that it had been there as punishment for an act it was contracted to perform. He paused. It convinced me that helping it escape was justice. He looked at Shen Duanyu. Don't let it convince you of anything. Chapter 105. The fight in the deep tomb. Rin Xiao attacked at the end of the 3rd hour. Not because the conversation had gone badly, because the conversation had gone exactly as far as it could go without resolving. And Rin Xiao was the kind of man who, when faced with an unresolvable stalemate, tested the alternative. He was watching for it. He had been watching for it since the 2nd hour, when the quality of Rin Xiao's attention shifted from engaged to assessing. The same shift he used himself when a conversation had given him enough information and he was calculating what the information meant for his next move. He had been cataloging the antechamber's resonance geometry for a week. Every channel, every pocket where the death resonance concentrated, every wall section where active echo strands still moved. When Rin Xiao stood up, he was already moving. The first technique came fast, faster than it should have at domain opener level, the thrown fragment augmenting the speed as much as the power. It hit the space where he had been standing and drove a 2-centimeter crack through the stone floor. He felt the displaced air on his left side, warm and copper-tasting from the chi discharge. He didn't project. He ran. Not toward the main passage. Into the antechamber's eastern arc, where the formation density was highest. The walls there were packed with echo accumulation from 6 centuries of the throne's passive resonance, and any external chi construct entering that density would distort. He had verified this on his survey visit. The external chi of a domain-level cultivator hitting concentrated death resonance formation scatter. The construct would spread rather than focus. Rin Xiao followed. He hit the eastern arc and fired a second technique, a broad sweep compression, the kind designed to catch a moving target. Shen Duanyu dropped flat as the technique spread above him, and felt the edge of it clip his right shoulder. Not a direct hit. The formation scatter had worked. The compression had spread wider and shallower than Rin Xiao had intended. He came up with his shoulder burning from elbow to neck, the meridian impact already spreading heat toward his chest, and moved into the passage that curved north. He was thinking in steps. 1. The echo network's resonance concentration was highest in the north passage, which ran parallel to the 7th trial chamber. 2. Any technique fired in that passage would bounce against the echo-dense walls and return a portion of its force to the caster. Rin Xiao had been using the tomb's second entrance for 30 years, but he had never gone past the antechamber, which meant he didn't know the north passage's geometry. 3. He needed 30 meters of distance to project Echo Shaper effectively without exposing himself to a counter. He got 20. Ren Xiao was faster than expected. The augmentation was real, and 30 years of using it had made it instinctive. He moved the way people move when their power has become muscle memory rather than deliberate technique. He came around the antechamber passage entrance before Shen Yao had the 30 meters. He projected without the distance. The Echo Shaper barrier came out in a directed push rather than a standing wall. He had been using them as standing walls in practice, but this was combat, and the standing wall required positioning he didn't have. The directed push connected with Ren Xiao's forward movement and shoved him back 8 feet. Ren Xiao's next technique fired into the barrier's dissipating edge, caught some of the formation scatter, and hit Shen Yao in the chest with enough residual force to lift him off his feet. He hit the wall behind him. The echo seal on his sternum flared, the formation responding to impact, pulling the residual chi energy of Ren Xiao's technique into the absorption field before it could damage the impression layers underneath. He felt it process, foreign resonance, hostile intent, the distinctive hollow canopy signature compressed and pulled in. His left arm had gone numb from the directed push's recoil. He said, "Stop." Ren Xiao stopped. Not because the word stopped him, because the echo network stopped him. The North Passage had activated. The death resonance concentration in the walls had been building since the first impact, and the second technique's discharge had pushed it past a threshold. The formation characters on the walls were glowing the way the outer trial chambers glowed during a trial, and the resonance was pressing inward from every surface, and Ren Xiao was standing in the middle of it with the thrown fragment in his body resonating in the same frequency. The fragment knew it was in the wrong place. He could feel it through the echo network, the fragment straining toward the formation's pull, toward the throne chamber behind the locked door, and Ren Xiao's body doing what it had been doing for 30 years, suppressing the movement, holding the fragment in place through sheer cultivated will. In the outer tomb, or outside the gate, the suppression was routine. In this passage, this close to the throne formation's core, the suppression was costing something. Ren Xiao was breathing carefully, the kind of careful breathing that is managing pain. He said, "How long can you hold it?" Ren Xiao said, "Long enough." A pause. "This is what I've been doing for 30 years. He said, "Yes, I know." He pushed off the wall with his functional arm. "This is also what the inside of the tomb does to the fragment. This is why I told you the removal process matters." Ren Xiao said, "You planned this." He said, "I knew the formation would respond to the fragment at this range. I didn't plan the fight. I was hoping to avoid it." He paused. "I planned this room." Ren Xiao looked at the glowing walls. He looked at Shen Yao. He said, "If you had just held this conversation in this passage from the start," he said, "I needed you to understand the situation before I showed you the evidence. Evidence without context is easy to dismiss." He looked at Ren Xiao carefully. "Can you walk out of this passage?" Ren Xiao said, "With effort." He said, "Then let's walk out and finish the conversation in the antechamber." Ren Xiao walked. Shen Yao followed, holding his numb arm against his side, feeling the shoulder bruise deepen with each step. When they came back into the antechamber, the walls dimmed slightly, the formation pressure easing with distance from the passage's concentration. Ren Xiao sat down again. He said, "You got hit." Shen Yao said, "Yes." Ren Xiao said, "You're not going to acknowledge how bad." He said, "The shoulder will recover. Left arm numbness for 6 hours, approximately. The chest impact absorbed into the echo seal. I'll have the hollow canopy technique signature in my impression layers by tomorrow. A partial profile of your augmented technique." He paused. "Note that I now know what your full combat technique feels like from the inside." Ren Xiao looked at him for a long moment. He said, "You took the hit deliberately." Shen Yao said, "I took the hit because I didn't have the distance for the projection. What I absorbed from it is additional information." He sat down across from Ren Xiao. "Let's finish the conversation." Chapter 106. What the Emperor did. The second phase of the conversation lasted 20 minutes. He told Ren Xiao what he knew about the extraction process. Not everything. Not the sealed voices terms or the full mechanism of Baifun's override code, but enough to establish that such a process existed and was not theoretical. He told him that the fragment could be removed without killing him. He told him that the natural cultivation level he would return to was not nothing. Vein Weaver without augmentation was still more than most people built in a lifetime. Ren Xiao listened. He asked precise questions, the way a man asks who has run organizations and learned to test claims before committing resources to them. He pushed back on 3 points. 2 of the 3 were valid pushes, genuine gaps in what Shen Yao was offering, places where the process was uncertain rather than assured. He acknowledged both. At the end of the 20 minutes, Ren Xiao said, "I need to think." He said, I know. Ren Xiao stood. He looked at the throne chamber door. He was standing still and not moving toward it, which was what it looked like when Ren Xiao was controlling an impulse. He said, I'm going to try the door. He said, it won't open. Ren Xiao said, I know it won't open. I've tried it for 30 years. He walked to the door. He pressed his palm against the sealed formation surface. The same gesture, the same thing he had done for decades. The formation brightened slightly around the contact point. The fragment in his body responded to the formation's recognition. He said, Ren Xiao. Ren Xiao said, I know. He didn't move his hand. I just want to feel it. He stayed where he was and let the man feel it. Then the antechamber changed. The change happened without any sound. No crack, no resonance discharge. The inscriptions on every wall began to glow, not the low, ambient glow of formation response to the fragment's proximity, but something brighter, more active. Active in the way of a living system, engaging rather than a static one resonating. Every character on every wall lit up in sequence, a wave running clockwise around the room. Ren Xiao stepped back from the door. Jian Wu's presence was different from the echo's usual quality. Not the voice from the walls, not the formation sense through the sternum. Something closer. Something that filled the antechamber in the way a person fills a room they've been waiting to return to for a very long time. He felt it through the echo's seal. Warm, vast, deliberately restrained. Like a torch in a sealed room, choosing to glow rather than burn. The inscriptions continued glowing. As they activated, the death resonance in the antechamber's walls began to move. Not randomly, the organized movement of a formation releasing its accumulation in a specific direction. Inward, toward the center of the room, toward Ren Xiao. Ren Xiao said, this isn't you. He said, no. The death resonance concentration hit Ren Xiao like a tide coming in, not destructive, not an attack in the conventional sense. More like being submerged in something that knew exactly what you were. The throne fragment inside Ren Xiao's body began resonating back at the concentration, because the fragment was of the throne, and the throne's accumulated resonance recognized the fragment the way blood recognizes blood. The resonance was pulling at the fragment from outside. Ren Xiao's body was holding it in place from inside. 30 years of that suppression running at full capacity in an environment it had never had to operate in at full capacity. Ren Xiao's breathing changed. His face was controlled, but his hands were not. His right hand pressed to his sternum. The gesture Shen Yao recognized. He was in pain. Chapter 107. Guo Shengwei's technique, he did not use the window immediately. He waited 3 seconds, 4, watching Ren Xiao manage the resonance pressure, measuring the rate at which the suppression was costing him. He was thinking about whether this was the right window or the beginning of the right window, and whether there was a reason to use the window at all if the conversation had gone as well as it had. The problem was that a conversation that ends, I need to think, with a sovereign augmented domain opener is not a resolved conversation. And a man who has the resources that Ren Xiao had, given time to think, would apply those resources to improving his position before the next conversation. He needed to demonstrate something before Ren Xiao left the tomb. He reached into the impression layers. He had been carrying Guo Shengwei's echo since the 5th trial. The general's betrayal, the weight of it, the specific technique signature of a man who had been the emperor's most loyal commander for 40 years and had chosen, at the final battle, to choose otherwise. The echo was dense, complex, carrying combat instinct that had been refined over decades of actual warfare. He had never used the signature directly, had only absorbed it, processed it, learned its structure. He assembled the technique from memory, not from technique manuals or forms, from the echo itself, from the pattern of a man who had fought more battles than Shen Yao had lived years. He felt it in his hands first, the weight distribution of Guo Shengwei's fighting stance, different from anything in current sect practice because it predated the current sect practice by 6 centuries and solved combat problems that those techniques no longer accounted for. He projected it. The technique came out of his echo seal as a shaped force rather than the formless push of standard echo shaper projection. The specific shape of Guo Shengwei's signature strike, a descending arc that changed angle mid-trajectory in a way that no current school taught, and that Ren Xiao's instincts had no cataloged response for. It landed. Not cleanly. Ren Xiao's reflexes were good enough to partially redirect even without the right counter, but it connected with the right side of his torso with enough force to move him 3 steps to the left. His technique response fired, and it was the right technique for a standard echo shaper projection, but it was not the right technique for Guo Shengwei's arc, and it connected with nothing. The cost arrived immediately. His left arm, the one already compromised from the earlier impact, locked up from elbow to shoulder as the projection's force feedback ran back through the meridian that he had extended past its current capacity. He felt the meridians in his forearm heat and then go wet. The specific sensation of meridian hemorrhage, blood migrating from the interior channels toward the skin's surface. He looked down. His forearm was darkening, small points of red appearing through the skin from elbow to wrist. He pressed his right hand over it and did not make a sound. Ren Xiao was looking at him. Ren Xiao's right side was bruised. He could tell from the way the man was distributing his weight. He said, "What was that?" He said, "Was Shen Wei's technique." "The general. You would have known him from the imperial records." Ren Xiao said. "The emperor's general who betrayed him." He said, "Yes. I have his echo." He looked at his arm. The hemorrhage was contained. The outer skin was darkening, but nothing had broken through. His technique doesn't map to anything in current combat practice. Your muscle memory had no counter. Ren Xiao said, "You used a dead man's technique against me." He said, "Yes." Ren Xiao was quiet for a moment. He said, "You're bleeding." He said, "I know." Ren Xiao said, "How bad?" He said, "Contained." He wasn't certain this was fully true. "My capacity for that particular projection is at its edge. I knew that before I used it." He paused. "I used it anyway because I needed you to know it exists before you decide how much the conversation matters." Ren Xiao looked at him for a long moment. He looked at the arm. He said, "You could have broken through more seriously." He said, "Yes." Ren Xiao said, "And you still projected it." He said, "You needed information." Ren Xiao said nothing for a moment. Then he looked at the now dimming formation walls. Jian Wu's active presence had eased, the inscriptions returning to their ambient glow. The death resonance concentration was dispersing. He said, "What did the emperor think he was building with you?" He said, "A practitioner who would absorb a general's echo and use it to give a sect master information, rather than use it to knock the sect master out and change the terms of the conversation." He paused. Among other things, Ren Xiao looked at the throne chamber door one more time. He said, "I need to think." He said, "Yes." Chapter 108. The retreat. Ren Xiao walked out through the second entrance passage. Not at speed, at pace. The controlled movement of someone who was managing a physical cost and not intending to show it. Shen Duanyu tracked him through the echo network as he moved through the passage, through the sealed area, and out through the temporary seal's broken formation into the outer daylight. He had not pursued. He sat in the antechamber with his left arm in his lap and listened to the echo network settle back to its baseline. The death resonance concentration was dispersing normally. Jian Wu's active engagement had added about 30% above normal to the ambient field, and it would take half a day to fully normalize. He filed this and thought about what it cost the Emperor's echo to activate like that. He pressed his right hand over the dark forearm and waited. The hemorrhage was slowing. The echo seal's absorption function was pulling the displaced resonance back toward the formation center, which took pressure off the exterior meridians and let the bleeding close from the inside. He had 4 hours of limited left arm function, and then it would return. He had been through worse. The fourth trial had bled from both hands. He said, to the empty antechamber, "Thank you." Jian Wu's voice came from close, from the echo seal, the way it had come during the passage through the north corridor. The confrontation was necessary. He said, "I know." Jian Wu said, "He did not hear you clearly until he was shown what you carry." A pause. "Guo Shenwei, you used his echo without telling me you were going to." He said, "There wasn't time." Jian Wu said, "No." A pause that held a quality of things being processed. "He was, as I said, my most loyal general for 40 years. Using his echo in a fight is..." He stopped. Then he said, "Appropriate, I think. Guo Shenwei would have found it fitting." He said, "He told you to trust mechanism instead of people." "You said so." Jian Wu said, "Yes." He said, "He was wrong." Jian Wu was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, "He was right for the era he lived in. He was right for the reasons he had. The mechanism I built," a pause, "required a person who could prove it wrong." He stood. He looked at the throne chamber door, sealed and waiting, the formation characters still faintly warm from activation. He thought about Ren Xiao walking out through the second entrance passage with a bruised side and 30 years of questions and no good answers yet. He said, to the antechamber, "He said you didn't choose me. You built me." Jian Wu said, "Both are true." He said, "I heard that." He walked out of the antechamber and back through the tomb to the outer levels, holding his arm against his side, noting that the echo network's calibration was still accurate despite the disruption, noting that the ambient formation in the antechamber was still warm and waiting, noting that Ren Xiao's resonance signature was now moving away from the tomb at a steady walking pace. He noted the anger in his chest, which was new, which he was still mapping. It was not the anger from when Lian Shuang was hurt. that had been sharp and directed. This was older and less specific, the anger of having been built rather than chosen, which was not the same thing, and which he did not yet fully understand. He noted, examine the difference. Not now. Later. Chapter 109. What he told them, he came out of the inner tomb into the outer corridor, and Lian Shuang was there. She was not waiting. She had been in the outer chamber and heard the passage door and come to the corridor before she had consciously decided to. He could tell by the way she was standing, not positioned, just arrived. She looked at his arm. She said, how bad? He said, contained. Meridian hemorrhage, left arm. Ceiling. He walked past her into the outer chamber. I'm going to need everyone. She followed. He could hear the quality of her following. Controlled, not asking the questions yet, waiting for the right moment. He had learned to hear the difference. Mao Tieshu was in the outer chamber, which was where he usually was in the morning hours. He had heard voices in the inner corridor. He stood up when they came in and looked at the arm and said, that looks like what it is. He said, yes. Get Su Wanhua. He sat down while Mao Tieshu went to find her. Lian Shuang sat across from him, examined the arm without touching it, and said, you went down to the antechamber alone. He said, yes. She said, Ren Xiao was in there. He said, yes. She said, you knew, before you went, that he might be. He said, I suspected. When the second entrance signature registered, I moved fast. I made the decision alone. She said, and didn't tell us. He said, yes. He met her eyes. I know what that was. I'm telling you now. She looked at the arm for another moment. She said, you could have called me, and I could have been in the outer corridor. Mao Tieshu could have been at the second entrance. We wouldn't have been inside. You were right that having more people in there changes the dynamic. But we could have been close. He said, yes. I should have. She said, I know you know. She looked at his arm one more time. I'm going to wrap that. She wrapped it while Su Wanhua arrived with Mao Tieshu, and he told them all of it. Ren Xiao in the antechamber. The conversation about 30 years and the fragment. The sealed voice intervening with the same offer it had extended to Ren Xiao. His refusal. The fight. The Guoshengwei technique. Ren Xiao withdrawing. When he was done, the outer chamber was quiet. Su Wanhua said, the throne fragment is inside him. He said, yes. Has been for 30 years. Mao Tieshu said, how do you remove something like that without killing him? He said, note that that's not necessarily a constraint. Mao Tieshu looked at him. He said, I don't mean killing him as a first choice. I mean that the removal process I'm developing is designed to be non-lethal. But removing the fragment ends Ren Xiao's augmentation, which ends the political power structure he has been using to manage the sect, which ends the sect's current operational capacity. In practical terms, what follows Ren Xiao's deaugmentation is a controlled collapse. He paused. The survival question is separate from the political collapse question. Su Wanhua said, he's going to think about what you told him. He said, yes. She said, and if his thinking concludes that the controlled collapse is worse than the current trajectory, he said, then we are back to the 12 cultivators in the tree cover and the legal process, and he escalates further. He looked at his wrapped arm. The conversation was progress. It was also not a resolution. Mao Tieshu counted 7 steps east. He said, what does the sealed voice want in exchange for doing the extraction? He said, a defined freedom. Not full release, scope. A contract with limits. He paused. I haven't negotiated the terms yet. I have a mechanism. The child echo I absorbed in CH14 contains override code for the voice's prison seal. The override doesn't free it. It converts the imprisonment into a bound service arrangement. Mao Tieshu said, the child echo. The one you absorbed early on that felt different. He said, yes. Lian Shuang finished the wrapping. She did not speak for a moment. Then she said, tell me about the child echo. Chapter 110, Bai Funi told her. He told all of them. He had been carrying the child echo since CH14. 8 months of the specific lightness of it in the impression layers, different in texture from every other echo he had absorbed, distinct in the way of something that had not been worn smooth by decades of experience. He had noted it on the day of absorption, feels like a child's voice. Filed without explanation. He had not told them because he hadn't understood it. He had held it as an unexplained data point and intended to return to it when the context was clearer. The context was now clear enough. He said, I think it's been waiting to activate. The way things in this tomb wait for the right conditions. As he said it, the echo activated. He felt it not as a sudden change, but as a presence that had been quiet for 8 months moving. The way something moves when the door it was waiting behind has finally opened. Warm, and not heavy, lighter than any other echo he carried, with the specific quality of a memory that was precisely preserved rather than compressed by time. He pressed his palm to the echo seal and let it play. The echo came through completely, for the first time since he had absorbed it. Not the fragment he had received on absorption, the muted version, the edge of a child's scream, but the full memory. Clear and whole, a recording in a way that no adult's echo had ever been, because the person who made it had not had time to build the usual filters. She had preserved it completely, in the moment of her death, because she had wanted it preserved. He saw her. By fun. Young, not quite 12, the age of someone still several years from her first cultivation foundation, which meant she had been in this tomb under the Emperor's instruction rather than under any formal training program. Small, with the kind of precision in her face that meant intelligence given direction, and her hands were pressed against the inside of the 7th trial chamber's formation door in the last moment before it sealed. She said, in the echo, in the memory, replaying for the first time in full, she said, I found it. The key. It's here. And then, tell him I did something useful. Then the door sealed. Then the echo ended. He sat with this for a long time. The outer chamber was very quiet. Lian Shuang was looking at him. Mao Tieshu had stopped counting. Su Wanyue's hands were folded in her lap. He said, she left a memory recording with the override code embedded in it. Specifically, so that whoever passed the binding trial would absorb it on the way in, the first echo absorption the trial produced. She set it up as the entry point. Lian Shuang said, she knew she was going to die. He said, she knew the door was closing. I don't know if she knew she was going to die. He paused. I think she was 12. He said this and stopped. He did not elaborate. Some information required time before it could be said in full. Mao Tieshu said, quietly, she said tell him. Tell who? He said, the Emperor. She wanted Jian Wuk to know she did something useful. He pressed his hand to the echo seal. He placed her echo at the entry point himself. He heard her say it. He has known, for 600 years, that the key was in the first echo a binding trial survivor would absorb. The room was quiet for a moment. Su Wanyue said, the override code for the sealed voices prison. He said, yes. She preserved it in the echo. It's been in my impression layers for 8 months. Lian Shuang said, you've had the key. He said, I've had the key. He sat in the outer chamber with his allies around him and thought about a girl who was 12 and died, closing a door and left behind the thing that made everything possible. He thought about the Emperor, who had been watching her echo sit in Shun Duanyu's impression layers for 8 months, saying nothing about it. He thought about what it meant to carry the key without knowing. He said, I need to talk to Jian Wuk. Lian Shuang said, go. We'll be here. He went inside. Chapter 111. What Jian Wuk owed her. He sat in the inner chamber with his palm on the echo seal and said, you put Bai Fun's fragment at the entry resonance. In the first layer of echo that the binding trial produces. Jian Wuk was quiet for a moment. He said, not a question. A statement. Jian Wuk said, yes. He said, all incoming absorbers would pick it up. Every derooted cultivator who survived the trial. In 600 years, any one of them would have been carrying her echo from the first moment. He paused. You wanted whoever passed the binding trial to find the key. You wanted it to be the first thing they absorbed, in case they needed it early. Jian Wuk said, yes. He said, she preserved it herself. She found the override code and preserved it herself and pressed it into the entry resonance through the dying. That's what she was doing at the door. Jian Wuk said, she was 11 years and 8 months old. He said it with the specific flatness of someone who has said a number many times and each time felt the full weight of it. She should not have been in the lower levels. I had placed the code in a sealed inscription on the 7th chamber's western wall because I did not want Xiam Yuran to see it when I was building the imprisonment. Baifan found the inscription without my knowledge. She had been studying the formation characters since she arrived, the same way a child with that kind of mind studies everything around her. A pause. She understood what she had found before I did. He said, she went to preserve it herself. Jian Wuk said, I did not know she was in the chamber until the door was closing. I reached the door as it sealed. A longer pause. I could have opened it. The formation responded to me. I had the means to stop the seal and get her out. He paused. She was looking at me through the formation as it closed. She said, I could not hear her through the seal, but I could read it. She said, I did something useful. The inner chamber was very quiet. Jian Wuk said, I did not open the door. He said, why? Jian Wuk said, because Xiam Yuran was in the chamber with her. Opening the door would have freed him. And the thing she had done, preserving the code in her echo, positioning it at the entry resonance, it was the right thing. It was exactly right. A person who has just done exactly the right thing in the worst possible moment deserves to have that choice honored. Another pause. I honored it. I let the door close. He sat with this. He had been carrying her echo for 8 months. He had been inside her memory for a full replay this afternoon. her face, her hands on the formation door, the precision in her voice. He thought about what it had cost Jian-Wuk to stand at a door that he could have opened and choose not to. He said, "You've been watching her echo in my impression layers since CH14. Jian-Wuk said, "Yes." He said, without saying anything. Jian-Wuk said, "She wanted to be useful. I honored that." The honoring included not directing your attention to her before the right moment. The voice was quieter than usual, not the controlled distance of the Emperor's echo, but something more direct. Personal. She was my student. I have had very few people in 600 years who were genuinely mine, and she was one. I am not. He stopped. I am telling you this because you asked and you have earned the truth. I am not comfortable telling you this. He said, "I know." Jian-Wuk said, "Good." He sat in the chamber for a while after that, not speaking, letting the Emperor's echo sit with him in the specific kind of quiet that happens after something has been said that needed to be said and was harder than expected. He was learning to recognize when that quiet needed to be held rather than filled. Chapter 112. The partial breach. He felt it in the echo network 2 days after Ren Chao's visit. Not the sealed voice speaking. He knew how the voice moved through the network now, the resonance pattern of it pressing against the 7th chamber's outer seal. This was different. The seal itself was different. Where it had maintained a consistent formation pressure for months, he was now reading a small variation in the northern arc of the seal's formation perimeter. Small, but consistent, not fluctuating, present. The way a gap is present once something has worked through it. He spent an hour characterizing the variation before naming it to himself. The sealed voice had pressed through a section of the seal's outer layer. Not fully through. The breach was in the outer formation only. The inner lock was intact. But the outer formation was the network interface, the layer through which the voice's communications had been mediated. A partial breach there meant the voice could now reach into the echo network directly, without the seal's filtering. He went to the inner chamber and said, "The outer seal has a breach." Jian-Wuk said, "I know." The death resonance surge during Ren Chao's visit destabilized the outer formation's northeastern arc. "I have been monitoring it." He said, "How long have you been monitoring it?" Jian-Wuk said, "Since the surge." He said, "Since 2 days ago." Jian-Wuk said, "Yes." He said, "You're telling me now." Jian-Wuk said, "You felt it on your own." Within the hour. He noted this dynamic. The Emperor told him things when he found them himself. The Emperor did not bring things proactively. This was the same pattern he had been working to revise in himself, recognized now from the outside. He said, "What does the breach allow?" Jian-Wuk said, "The voice can now project partial resonance directly into the echo network. Not full communication capability, but enough to affect people whose meridians are sensitive to death resonance without the protection of an echo seal." A pause. "The sensitivity you identified in Lian Shuang." He said, "She's in the outer chambers." Jian-Wuk said, "Her latent sensitivity is not sufficient for the voice to use as a channel at its current partial access. There is another concern." A pause. Su Wanyue was in the outer corridor when the surge happened. She was exposed to concentrated death resonance for approximately 4 minutes without the echo seal's protection. She absorbed a fragment. He was already moving. Chapter 113. The extraction. He found Su Wanyue in the outer corridor, sitting against the wall. She was sitting very still in the way that meant she was not choosing to be still. The stillness of someone whose body had stopped responding to normal input, while something else occupied the processing. Her eyes were open. She was looking at the wall across from her with the fixed focus of someone watching something that wasn't there. He said her name. She did not respond. He crouched beside her and placed his fingers against her wrist, pulse present, steady, faster than baseline. He pressed the echo seal's sensing function outward, reading her resonance field. She was a non-cultivator. Her meridians held no chi-root imprint and no formal formation. What he felt instead was the foreign resonance that the voice's fragment had pressed into her system through the outer corridor's ambient field. Not absorbed by choice, not anchored in an impression layer, just sitting in her meridian channels creating a loop. The same fragment, replaying, repeating, looking for a formation to anchor to and finding none and beginning again. A memory loop. The voice's fragment was the memory. Su Wanyue's meridians were carrying it in circles. He needed to pull it out. He had not done this before. He had absorbed echoes from the ambient field, from direct contact, from the echo network's distribution channels. He had never extracted a resonance fragment from another person's body. The process was not in any technique he had been taught. It was an extension of the absorption function that the echo seal provided, turned inward rather than outward, used as a drawing force rather than a receiving one. He pressed his palm to her sternum over the meridian center and reached with the echo seal's function. It was immediate and difficult. The fragment was in her channels, not in open space, and pulling it required the precision of distinguishing the foreign resonance from the ambient resonance of her body's own field, not chi-based, purely biological, but present, while applying enough force to move the fragment without moving her. The difficulty was the differential. Her body had no protection against the force needed to move a resonance fragment through a non-cultivator's meridians. He increased the force. The fragment moved. The pressure differential when it came out was larger than he had expected. He felt it through the echo seal as a snap, the fragment releasing from her channels suddenly rather than gradually, the difference in pressure on each side of the release point expressing itself as force. Through him, he absorbed the fragment. He also took the force differential in his chest, where it distributed along the rib structure. He heard two of them crack. He sat back on his heels and breathed carefully. The fragment was in the echo seal now. He could feel the voice's resonance in it, the specific cold patience of it, contained in the absorption field and being compressed down to an inert state. He filed. The voice's fragment had been attempting to communicate through Su Wanyue's memory loop. The loop it was running was someone else's memory, not hers, something it had encountered in 6 centuries of imprisonment, preserved in its resonance, trying to find a receiver. Su Wanyue blinked. She said, "What happened?" He said, "The seal had a partial breach. You were in the corridor when the surge happened and absorbed a resonance fragment. It was causing a memory loop." He breathed as shallowly as he could manage. "I removed it." She looked at him. She said, "You're breathing wrong." He said, "Yes." She said, "What did you break?" He said, "I don't know exactly. 2, maybe." She said, "Ribs?" He said, "Yes." She said, "The extraction did that." He said, "The pressure differential." He paused. "You were fine. The ribs are manageable." She looked at him for a moment with the expression she used when she had something direct to say and was deciding whether to say it. She said, "Are you going to tell Lian Xuan?" He said, "She'll notice." She said, "That's not what I asked." He said, "Yes, I'm going to tell her." He told her 3 hours later, when she noticed it during an unrelated injury check. She had been tracking his left arm's recovery and saw the shallow breathing before he managed to redirect her attention. She looked at him for a long moment. She did not say, "You should have told me immediately." She said, 2 ribs or 3? He said, 2. She said, "Sit still." She worked in silence. When she was done, she said, "I notice you waited 3 hours." He said, "I know." She said, "You were managing whether to say it." He said, "Yes." She said, "That's the thing, isn't it? Even now." He said, "Yes." She said, "I know." She set down the wrapping material. "You told me. That's something." He said, "It's not enough yet." She said, "No, but it's something." Chapter 114. The full truth. He sat in the inner chamber with Jian Wux's echo that evening and said, "Tell me why you really imprisoned Xiam Murin." Jian Wux said, "I've told you," he said. "You told me it was the last seal. The punishment mechanism. I don't believe that's the full reason." He pressed his palm to the echo seal, which was warm with the extracted fragment still being compressed. The antechamber formation activated when Rin Chao arrived. "You activated it." The death resonance surge that followed partially breached the 7th chamber's outer seal. He paused. "You knew that would happen." Jian Wuk was quiet. He said, "You've been managing the timing of the breach. You needed the outer seal to be partially open before the override code could be used. Because if the seal is fully intact, the override code can't reach the inner lock. It has to enter through the outer formation to engage the inner mechanism." He waited. The surge during Rin Chao's visit was planned. Jian Wuk said, "Yes." He said, "So the outer seal's breach is not a problem. It's a requirement." Jian Wuk said, "Yes." He said, "Tell me why you really imprisoned Xiam Yurin." The silence was longer than usual. When Jian Wuk spoke, his voice was different from any quality it had taken before. Not the emperor's formal distance, not the mentor's measured guidance, not the controlled grief of the Bifan conversation. Something older and more tired. He said, "Xiam Yurin killed my physical body at the commission of the Hollow Canopy sect's founder. This is true. The imprisonment was the last seal I set before my echo dispersed to the network. This is also true." A pause. "The reason I imprisoned him is that Xiam Yurin is not only an assassin. He is a practitioner who developed, over 80 years of cultivation, a specific technique for extracting embedded artifacts from living hosts without killing them. He was paid for this technique's application, over his career, 15 times. The Hollow Canopy sect's founder hired him not only to kill me, but to harvest the throne fragment that I carried, the piece I had placed inside my own body to keep it from the sect after they had taken the throne chamber." He said, "You also had a piece of the fragment." Jian Wuk said, "Yes." The throne was divided. The sect took the chamber and its resonance infrastructure, and I removed a piece before they reached me and placed it inside my body the same way Rin Chao later placed the sect's piece in his. Xiam Yuran extracted mine at the moment of my death. He gave the sect's founders both pieces. They chose to keep the sect's piece and pay Xiam Yuran with the second piece, which Xiam Yuran then implanted in Rin Chao's ancestor as a payment arrangement. He said, "So there were two pieces." Jian Wuk said, "There are two pieces. The one in Rin Chao's body is the sect's original fragment. The one Xiam Yuran was paid with, the piece extracted from my body, was passed down through the Rin family for generations and eventually placed in Rin Chao because Rin Chao was the strongest cultivator the family had produced and the family judged he could sustain it." A pause. Rin Chao carries both pieces. He absorbed this. He said, "The fragment in his body is larger than I estimated." Jian Wuk said, "Yes." He said, "Which is why the suppression has been harder for 30 years. He's been holding both pieces." Jian Wuk said, "Yes." The family did not tell him, they gave him both. They told him it was one piece, the sect's original fragment. He has been suppressing double the weight he knew about. He said, "And Xiam Yuran is the only practitioner in existence with the technique for extracting embedded fragments from a living host." Jian Wuk said, "Correct. I imprisoned him because I needed him to remain accessible. Because when the throne's caretaker was established and the fragment could finally be reclaimed, when someone survived the binding trial, they would need a method for extraction that wouldn't kill Rin Chao in the process." A pause. "I could not develop that method myself. I could only preserve the person who had it." He said, "You imprisoned the assassin who killed you so you could use him later." Jian Wuk said, "Yes." He sat with this for a long time. Chapter 115. What Lian Shuang said he told them the following morning. He told them everything. He had spent the night assembling the full picture. The two fragments, Rin Chao's actual weight of suppression, Xiam Yuran's extraction technique, the reason for the imprisonment, the reason the breach was necessary, the reason Jian Wuk had activated the surge during Rin Chao's visit. He told them all of it. Not in the order he had learned it. In the order that would be most coherent to people who were coming to it fresh. He had thought about how to tell it the night before rather than just recounting it as it came to him, which was a different approach than he had used in earlier months. Lian Shuang was the first to speak when he finished. She said, "This is insane." He said, "Yes." She said, "You're planning to use the echo of an assassin who killed the emperor, who has been imprisoned in a sealed chamber for 600 years, who has been trying to manipulate you since the moment he could reach the echo network. You're planning to give him a contract and use his specific technical ability to surgically remove two throne fragments from the body of a man who has been suppressing them for 30 years. He said, "That is the plan, yes." She said, "And if it doesn't work?" He said, "Define doesn't work." She said, "If Xiam Yuran's contract terms are not what they appear, if the extraction fails and Rin Chao dies, if giving Xiam Yuran any scope of freedom outside the chamber is worse than the current situation." He said, "Those are all real failure modes." He paused. "The alternative is leaving the situation as it is. Rin Chao holds two fragments and continues to run a sect whose power depends on them. The legal processes I have running continue, but Rin Chao has shown he'll breach the legal limits when sufficiently pressured. At some point, the situation requires resolution. Xiam Yuran's technique is the resolution mechanism we have." Mao Tieshu said, "I trust the math if you trust the math." He said, "I don't fully trust it. I trust it enough." Su Wanyue said nothing for a long moment. She had been quiet through the recounting. Her expression, the particular focused stillness she used when she was taking in information that required significant rearrangement of her existing understanding. She said, "What does Baifun's override code actually do?" He said, "It doesn't free him. It converts the imprisonment into a bound service arrangement. His scope of action is defined and limited by the contract terms." He paused. "The contract terms are what I need to negotiate." She said, "Who negotiates them?" He said, "I do." She said, "Does he have a reason to honor them?" He said, "He has been in the 7th chamber for 600 years. His options are, remain in the chamber indefinitely, or accept a contract that gives him defined scope." He paused. "He's already told me he'll accept. He said it to my face in the antechamber when Rin Chao was there." Lian Shuang said, "He said it when Rin Chao was there, with Rin Chao listening, who has previously accepted Xiam Yuran's offers." He said, "Yes, I noted that." She said, "And," he said, "and the fact that the offer was made in front of Rin Chao might have been strategic, providing Rin Chao with the impression of a negotiation to make the situation seem more uncertain than it is. Or it might have been genuine. I don't have enough information to distinguish." He looked at her steadily. I'm telling you both possibilities rather than the one that serves my preferred interpretation. She looked at him for a moment. She said, I know. She looked at the wall. I still think it's insane. He said, yes. The emperor had 600 years to build a less insane plan, and this is what he built. He paused. We work with what's here. Mao Tieshu said. The 12 cultivators outside. He said, still there. Rin Chao's decision is pending. If he decides the negotiation is worth having, the 12 pull back. If he decides it isn't, he paused. We have the tomb, the legal processes, and a partial plan that is more complete than it was yesterday. Su Wanyue said, when do you go to talk to Xiao Murin? He said, after I've completed the 7th trial. She said, which requires. He said, by Fun's echo as the transmission medium. When I use the override code, her echo will dissolve into the chamber formation. She won't exist as a separate entity anymore. He paused. I want to be certain I understand what I'm asking of her before I do it. The room was quiet. Lin Shuang said, she's been waiting in your impression layers for 8 months. He said, yes. She said, she knew what it would cost. He said, yes. Jian Wuk confirmed it. She said, then she's been patient long enough. She stood up. Tell her sooner rather than later. She deserves to know you know. He said, I'll go now. She said, good. Chapter 116. The candidate has learned to bargain. He went alone. That part mattered. He had considered asking Lin Shuang to come. The 7th trial chamber was beyond anything he had let her see, and there was a version of him that wanted the witness. But he understood, in the way he understood most tactical decisions, that what happened in the next few hours needed to begin and end with him. No other resonance in the chamber. No other presence to complicate the transmission medium. The echo network was quiet when he descended past the 6th trial chamber. The entire inner tomb had been quieter since Rin Chao's retreat, as if the structure itself was conserving something. The death resonance strands hung still in the corridor air, not circulating. Waiting. He paused at the sealed door to the 7th chamber. The lock mechanism was visible to his impression layer awareness. A multi-layered formation seal, 6 centuries old, maintaining pressure on a consciousness that had been trying to get out since the moment it was put in. 3 of the outer layers had been compromised by the death resonance surge. Rough tears in the formation fabric, not large enough for anything to pass through, but large enough that the pressure differential was changing. The sealed voice had been speaking through those tears. He addressed it directly. Xiao Murin, he said. Silence. Then, a presence against the door. Not a sound. A weight, the way a large thing in water displaces pressure around it. You know my name. I know everything that Jian Wuk decided I should know when he decided I should know it, he said. Which includes your name. What I'm telling you now is the structure of the deal I'm offering and why accepting it serves your interests better than the alternatives. He kept his back straight and his hands loose. Posture for negotiation, not combat. You want freedom of scope, not complete release. You know the outer seal would dissolve you. After 600 years of compression, you want defined action with defined limits. A contract that gives you real movement within established bounds. Another pause. The pressure against the door shifted. Testing. What do you want? The voice said. Extraction, he said. You remove the Tao throne fragment from Rin Chao's body without killing him. The extraction serves your interests because the fragment's removal from a living host produces a death resonance burst that will break you free of the compression state. You've known this for 30 years, which is why you offered Rin Chao power instead of proposing extraction. You needed a different candidate. He paused. You have one. The weight against the door changed quality. He noted it. Surprise, or something adjacent to it. The override code. Baifun's echo has been in my impression layers since the 14th day inside this tomb. He said it level, without ceremony. I know what the activation costs. I know what it asks of her. I am going to use it. But I needed you to hear the terms before I did, because once the override code fires, the contract locks in. It cannot be renegotiated. What I'm offering now is the only version of the deal you will be offered. A long silence. The pressure against the door was different now, considered. He had been on the other end of that quality before, in negotiations with Pang Ruashi and Rong Feiyun's father in the tribunal. Someone weighing whether the terms were acceptable against whether they had any alternative that would produce better terms. Define the scope, the voice said. You are bound to the echo network. You can move anywhere within the burial grounds territory. You cannot leave without my explicit activation of a release clause, and the release clause requires a second extraction event that I have not yet located. He paused. In exchange, you assist with the throne fragment extraction from Rin Chao. After that, you remain as a resource under the contract. Your 600 years of knowledge about the echo network's deeper formations is more useful than your absence. The silence stretched. Then, The candidate has learned to bargain. He did not smile. I had a good teacher. The weight against the door settled, not the pressure of trying to get out. The different weight of something that has accepted a boundary and is choosing to work within it. Use the override code, Xianxia said. I accept. Chapter 117. What she knew. He sat with the child echo for the rest of that day. Not activating it, sitting with it. Baifun's fragment had been in his impression layers long enough that he could feel the shape of it without effort. Small, compressed, carrying the panicked quality of her last moments softened by 8 months of integration. She had been 12, by his estimate from the echo's density and texture. 12 years old, killed in this tomb, her echo left in the entry resonance by an emperor who had honored what she wanted by making it mean something. He sat in the 6th trial chamber with his back against the wall and his hands open on his knees, and he paid attention. He could not speak to her. She was an echo, not a consciousness. She was a preserved fragment, not a mind. But echoes carried intent, and her intent was the clearest he had absorbed in 8 months of collection. Forward. She had been trying to go forward when she died, and she was still carrying that direction. He sat for a long time. Then he went back to the outer chambers. Jian Wu's echo was present, not speaking, but attending. He could feel it the way he felt all the echo formations now. A specific density, a specific texture, unmistakably the remnant of the man who had built this place. He said, she knew. Yes. When she left the fragment in the entry resonance, she knew that whoever absorbed it would eventually use it as the override key. She knew her echo wouldn't exist as a separate entity afterward. He paused. She made the decision herself. She was 12, Jian Wu said. She had the clarity that some 12-year-olds have, the ones who have already survived something they shouldn't have had to survive. She said she wanted to be useful after the death, not just before it. The echo's voice was different than he had ever heard it. The formal archaic phrasing was still there, but the controlled distance was not. I told her it would be a long wait. She said she didn't mind waiting. She just didn't want to be left where no one would find her. He was quiet. He thought about the 14 days he had been inside this tomb before he found her echo. He thought about how many times he had passed through the entry corridor after that, with her fragments sitting in his impression layers, noted carefully and set aside for a question he didn't yet have language for. He said, I'm going to use the code. Yes. And she will dissolve into the chamber formation. She will be everywhere in the chamber, Jian Wu said. Not gone. Distributed. The chamber will carry her the way the echo network carries all the others, present, integrated, no longer separate. A pause. This is what she asked for. To be useful throughout, not just in the moment. He looked at the corridor wall. He said, she deserves to know you know. That was what Lian Shuang had said, and she had been right. He reached into his impression layers and found the fragment. He didn't have words for her. She was an echo. She could not hear language directly, but echoes carried intent, and intent transmitted. He focused the specific quality of, I know what you gave. I know what you asked. I understand the cost. I will use the override code when I am ready, which is now. The fragment was still for a moment. Then it moved. Not toward anything, just a brief internal shift, the way a person shifts weight from one foot to another when they've been waiting a long time and have finally decided to take the next step. He noted that. He filed it where he filed things that didn't have a category yet. Tomorrow, he said aloud. Tomorrow, Jian Wu said. Chapter 118. Transmission. The 7th trial chamber was behind the door he had been building toward since the 9th day. He stood in front of it for approximately 30 seconds. Not hesitating, cataloging. The formation seal was as he had assessed from the outside. 6 outer layers, 4 intact, and 2 compromised. The pressure differential between the inside and the corridor was measurable through his impression layer awareness. The inside of the chamber had a different kind of quiet than the rest of the tomb, the quiet of something that had been very loud for a very long time and had learned to be still. He opened the door. The chamber was smaller than he expected. Most of the trial chambers had been large, built for scale, for multiple cultivators, for the kind of ceremony that an emperor might have imagined surrounding a worthy heir. This one was the size of a modest study. The walls were covered in inscriptions that he recognized from the other chambers, but had not seen assembled in this density. Every seal notation, every echo guidance symbol, every formation instruction from every layer of the tomb concentrated in a single room. In the center of the floor was a formation that had been prepared and waiting for 600 years. It was designed for exactly one thing. A practitioner who carried a specific echo activating a specific override sequence by channeling the echo through the room's primary transmission relay. The seat at the center was sized for one person. He sat. The formation activated immediately, responsive, like all the tomb's systems, to the presence of someone who had completed the binding trial and the 6 preceding chambers. The inscription lines lit from the walls inward, converging on the seat like spokes on a wheel. He felt Bai Fun's echo stir in his impression layers. He did not force it. He opened the pathway, a deliberate lowering of the echo seal's internal gate, creating a route from his impression layer to the transmission relay in the floor. He had practiced this kind of controlled opening for 3 months. He knew what it cost. The internal pressure of forcing the seal to release rather than absorb was like cutting against a blade, and his meridians were already showing the early signs of the inevitable hemorrhage, a warmth spreading through his forearms. The echo moved, not like drawing water from a well, more like uncaging something that had been ready to fly for a long time and only needed the gate opened. The child echo passed through the transmission relay with a speed that surprised him, swift, direct, forward, still carrying that quality of directional intent that had characterized it from the first absorption. The room changed. The inscriptions on the walls shifted from golden to white, a specific, clean white, like bone or fresh linen, very different from the amber gold glow of the standard activation color. The transmission was reading as something it had not expected, not power, not cultivation force, but memory and intent offered freely. The formation had been built to receive this, and it was receiving it now, but the quality was outside its ordinary parameters. He held the pathway open. His forearms had passed warmth into heat. He could feel the meridian seams straining against the pressure differential, the specific sensation of his body doing something it was technically capable of but was not designed to sustain. Not yet. He needed 15 seconds more. The white light spread from the inscriptions to the walls, to the ceiling, to the floor. Bai Fun's echo dissolved. He felt it leave his impression layers. Not an absence like the loss of a dead limb, not painful, but real. A subtraction that was also a completion. She had been moving forward from the moment of her death, and now the movement had finished, and she was in the walls, in the floor, in the air. Xiao Murin's prison seal cracked. Not broke, cracked. The override code had not been designed to destroy the seal, but to rewrite it. And the rewriting was happening now, faster than he had estimated, the formation logic shifting from containment to contract. He could hear Xiao Murin through the forming contract channel, not speaking, just present, with the quality of something that has been held down for a very long time and is finally feeling the weight change. He closed the pathway. The hemorrhage had reached his wrists. He looked at his hands, thin lines of blood seeping through the skin at the knuckle ridges, the specific presentation of overloaded meridians expressing through the closest surface. He had 18 minutes, by his estimate, before the meridian strain became a structural problem. He stood. He walked out of the chamber. The door sealed behind him. Chapter 119. What a deal looks like. He sat down in the corridor outside the 7th chamber and waited. The blood from his hands was creating small marks on the stone floor. He noted this without concern. The hemorrhage was predictable, within acceptable parameters, and would resolve when Lian Shuang attended to it, which she would, because she always noticed. What was happening inside the chamber was not visible from outside it, but he could feel it through the echo network. The contract formation completing, the seal rewriting itself into bound service terms, Xiao Murin's consciousness shifting from a contained state to a contracted one. The process had the quality of a lock changing its configuration. The same fundamental pieces, now aligned differently. He counted the time. At 6 minutes, the contract lock completed. The 7th chamber door did not open, but the pressure differential changed. The inside of the chamber was no longer trying to escape outward. The pressure was equalized. The seal had converted. Then Xiao Murin spoke. Not from behind the door. Through the echo network. Through the bound service channel, the way Jianwuk had spoken through the formation lines for 8 months. It was a different quality, deeper, with the specific resonance texture of 600 years of compression finally having room to move. 600 years, Xiao Murin said. He waited. I had forgotten what a deal that works felt like. A pause. The presence in the network was probing its new parameters. Testing the contract bounds the way a practitioner tests a new cultivation space, mapping the edges. The child's echo. The girl. Bai Fun, he said. I knew her. Another pause. She was 7 when I killed the emperor. She was 12 when she died in this tomb. She had followed him in looking for survivors. The voice had a quality he had not expected. Flat. Reporting. The tone of someone stating facts that are past the point of any useful emotion. She was the only one I did not kill. The emperor's decree after my capture. He sealed me with her presence in the formation specifically because she was the only one who hadn't been taken from him by my hand. He said nothing. He filed the information. And she used herself as the key, Xiao Murin said. She chose to, he said. She left the fragment in the entry resonance herself. She wanted to be useful after the death. A long silence. The presence in the echo network was very still. She was good, Xiao said. For a 12-year-old who had every reason not to be. He thought about that. He thought about intent carried forward for 8 months in his impression layers. About the specific feeling of something that just wanted to go forward and had been carrying that direction since before it arrived in him. Noted, he said. The pressure in the network shifted again, not emotional, practical. Xiao settling into the contract terms the way an experienced cultivator settles into a new formation space. Quickly, efficiently, mapping what was available. Rin Chao, Xiao said. The extraction. When do you want it done? When the situation is prepared, he said. I'll activate the contract clause when I need you. You'll have notice. And then the bound service continues. Yes. You built this well, Xiao said. For someone who had been cultivating for less than a year. I had a good teacher, he said. Again, he was aware he had said it twice now. It was still true. The presence settled. The echo network was different than it had been. Denser, more layered, with a new quality of attention running through it alongside the Emperor's. 2 very old things in the walls, for the first time in 600 years moving in the same direction. He looked at his hands. The hemorrhage was slowing. He had 12 minutes. He stood up and walked toward the outer chambers. He had reached IE 4, Hollow Emperor. He could feel it in the impression layers, the new density, the expansion of the presence field from a projection he extended outward to something that moved with him as a permanent quality. The 6th trial's completion energy had integrated during the transmission, compressing into the new formation. A new type of capability. Not more of what he had before, different. He was no longer projecting Imperial will outward. He was it, ambient, continuous, wherever he was. He reached Lian Shuang before she reached him, because she had already been walking toward the inner chambers when she heard his footsteps. She looked at his hands. She said sit. He sat on the nearest available stone, and she worked. He let her. Chapter 120. What he built you for. He waited 3 days before he went back to Jian Wux's echo. The 3 days were practical. The meridian recovery required the downtime, and the external situation required attention. The 12 cultivators outside were still stationed, but without Rin Chao's direct command, they were operating on standing orders, which meant predictable patrol patterns. He used the echo network to canvass them daily and adjusted his ambient presence field output to maintain the psychological pressure without triggering an assault. 2 more of Rin Chao's core shaper cultivators had left by the 2nd day. Fear was a practical tool when applied at the correct level. He spent the 3rd day with Mao Tieshu's supply runs, with Su Wanyua's legal documentation, with Lian Shuang's medical preparations. He spent an hour sitting with Old Gao in his voluntary rest state, which served no tactical purpose and which he had decided to do anyway. On the 4th morning, he descended into the inner tomb. Jian Wux's echo was present everywhere. Ambient, continuous, the way it had been since the 9th day. But it was different now. The careful distance that had characterized all their exchanges, the formal phrasing, the candidate, the withholding of information until the specific moment it was needed, was gone. Not gone and replaced with warmth, exactly. Gone and replaced with something more direct, less managed. The 7th trial is complete, he said. Yes, Jian Wux said. And the contract is in place. Yes. He had been turning something over for 4 days. He had the shape of it now. He said, in Chapter 80, when you told me the 6th trial was ready, you went silent afterward. I assumed it was because Old Gao's revelation had affected your echo stability. He paused. But that wasn't it. Jian Wux said nothing. The outer seal crack on the 7th chamber. The crack that allowed the sealed voice to start communicating with me. That happened during the death resonance surge when Rin Chao was here. He stopped. No, it didn't. It happened before that. I assumed the surge had caused it because that was the most recent high-energy event. But the crack was already there before Rin Chao arrived. I felt it when I was in the antechamber with him. He looked at the corridor wall. You cracked it. Silence. You cracked the outer seal intentionally, he said. When you told me it was time for the 6th trial, you were also beginning the process of loosening the 7th chamber's containment. Because Xiao needed to be able to communicate, needed to be partially present in the network, for the negotiation to be possible. If he had been fully contained, I couldn't have reached him. The contract terms couldn't have been presented. He had to know the deal was coming before the override code fired. The echo's presence was very still. You have been running this sequence, he said, since before I entered the tomb. Since before you were born, Jian Wux said. The echo seal in the entry formation. The child echo placed specifically for any practitioner who survived the binding trial. The trial sequence designed not to build an heir, but to build a specific type of practitioner who could hold the contract terms for a specific sealed consciousness. The archaic formality was fully gone now. What was left was a voice that was simply tired and old, and had been waiting for a very long time to say what it was about to say. I did not choose you to be my heir. I chose you to be my replacement. The words settled in the tomb's air. He did not answer immediately. He let the statement sit the way he let all new information sit, turning it, checking the edges, looking for the angle that produced a different reading. He had been cataloging this moment for 8 months without knowing he was cataloging it. Every interaction with Jin Wuk, every withheld answer, every carefully timed revelation, every trial designed to test what he was willing to lose rather than what he could do, had been oriented toward this point. He thought about the trial chambers, what he was willing to lose. He looked at the echo network around him, the whole tomb, the 600 years of accumulated resonance, the echoes of every practitioner who had entered and died and left their remnant behind. He thought, an emperor who cultivates through the dead, who carries all echoes forward, does not need a throne. He needs a world. He had not heard those words. He had arrived at them from the logic of what he knew. He said, what does replacement mean? Jin Wuk said, look at the antechamber door. He looked. He stood at the entrance to the Tao throne antechamber and looked at the door he had not opened yet, and he thought about what lay behind it, and he thought about what would be asked of him when he walked through it, and he thought, what did I miss? What did I miss? What did I miss? He didn't have the answer yet. He would go get it. He reached for the door. Chapter 121. Outside, he did not open the door. He stood with his hand against the Tao throne antechamber's entrance for 10 seconds, long enough to confirm that his hesitation was not fear, and then he turned around and walked back up through the trial chambers, through the inner tomb, through the entry formation, past the echo strands that had been a source of power for 8 months and were now more familiar than his own pulse, and out through the outer gate into the morning air. The morning air was cold. He had forgotten that. He had spent so much time in the tomb that the ambient temperature had become his baseline, the slightly below body temperature quality of air that had been sealed in stone for 6 centuries. Outside was genuinely cold. Early autumn, the kind that bit at the edges of the ears and pulled at the lungs when you breathed it deep. He sat down against the outer wall and let the temperature work on him. Jin Wuk's echo did not follow him outside. It was tomb-bound. The formation network didn't extend past the outer gate. This was the point. He needed to think without the echo network, without the accumulated presence of 600 years of accumulated imperial will in every wall and floor and formation line. He needed to think in his own head. The problem was the word. Replacement. He had been cataloging the word for 4 days, rolling it over, checking its edges, looking at it from the angles he could see. Heir implied receipt. You inherit something. It comes to you. You hold it and use it. Replacement implied substitution. You take the place of something, you function as it. The thing you replace no longer needs to exist because you are there instead. He thought about the trials, what they had tested. 1, he could endure. 2, he could absorb things that were the voices of people he had lost. 3, he could face his own death without breaking. 4, he could accept loss without being paralyzed by it. 5, 6, 7, he could hold complexity, manage contracts, transmit what was needed to complete a task that wasn't his. He thought about what kind of practitioner those trials built. He heard Mao Tieshu's footsteps before he saw him. The specific sound of a man who had been a soldier and still walked like one, even after years of trying not to. Mao Tieshu came around the corner of the outer wall, looked at him sitting in the dirt, and sat down next to him without asking why. They sat. The morning continued. After a while, Mao Tieshu said, 12 cultivators outside. 3 pulled back last night. 9 remaining. I know, he said, still holding the perimeter formation. Standing orders. Mao Tieshu glanced at him sideways. Not moving against the gate yet. They're waiting for Rin Chao's instruction. Another pause. The tribunal ruling comes tomorrow. Dou Mingsha said before the end of the day. I know. Silence. Then Mao Tieshu said, with the particular patience of a man who had learned that waiting produced more honest answers than pressing. What? He looked at the dead grass at the base of the outer wall. It smelled like dry earth and old stone. The morning light was thin and pale. The emperor told me something last night, he said. I need to think about it before I go back in. Chapter 122. Someone to do a job, he told Mao Tieshu. He told it in the same way he had told every important thing in the past 8 months, starting from the clearest fact and working outward, not from the implications backward to the facts. He described Jin Wuk's final words. He described what he understood of what they meant. He described what he didn't yet understand. Mao Tieshu listened. He was a good listener. He had a soldier's quality of attention, the kind that watches for movement and change rather than trying to predict the next sentence. He didn't interrupt. He counted things quietly under his breath, which was his habit when he was processing. Shen Yao had learned to recognize the faint rhythm of it. When it was done, Mao Tieshu said, "Replacement for what? That's the question." "Emperor's been dead 600 years, Mao Tieshu said. He was looking at the outer gate, not at Shen Yao. "He's not asking you to come back to life in his place. He's asking you to do something he can't do anymore, because he's dead." A pause. Sounds like he wants someone to do a job, not to be him. Something in his chest released a small amount of tension. "Note that," he said. Mao Tieshu glanced at him. "You already thought of it. I arrived at it after 3 days. You arrived at it in 3 minutes. 3 minutes of listening to everything you'd already figured out," Mao Tieshu said. He stretched his bandaged arm. The old wound was healing slowly. "What's the job? The Tao Throne. The Echo Network. Whatever the original purpose was, whatever role the Emperor's cultivation anchor served before it was stolen." He paused. "I don't know what that is yet. It's in the antechamber." He said to look. Mao Tieshu thought about this. "When are you going back in?" "Today," he said. "After the tribunal ruling. I want to have the external situation as stable as I can before I go into the chamber, because I don't know how long I'll be inside or what state I'll be in when I come out." He paused. "I need you to manage the perimeter if something moves while I'm in there." Mao Tieshu said. The counting rhythm under his breath resumed briefly. "Then, you know what your problem is?" "Multiple options," he said. "You plan for everything except the part where the plan doesn't work," Mao Tieshu said. "You plan for what to do if it works slower than expected, or in a different sequence, or with the wrong people. You plan contingencies and exit routes and deception layers. But you've never once told me, what do you do if you go into that chamber and whatever's in there is too much for you?" He was quiet. Mao Tieshu said, "I'm not asking because I think you should give up. I'm asking because there should be someone outside who knows what to do if you don't come back." He thought about this. He thought about the trial that had made him watch his own death. He thought about what Jian Wuk had built, and what it had required, and what it might still require. He said, "If I don't come back within 3 hours, tell Do Mingsha everything. The full account, the throne, the ecosystem, the contract with Xiam Yuan. The tribunal has the deed. They have the legal standing to hold the territory." He paused. "Tell Lian Shuang first." Mao Tieshu nodded. "Note that," he said. A pause. 1. The tomb is more stable than it looks. 2. 3 hours is a long time. 3. I'm going to come back. Note that, Mao Tieshu said. Same phrase, different application. An acknowledgement rather than a tactical reminder. He stood. "When Do Mingsha's ruling comes," he said, "I'll send word in." He went back to the gate. Chapter 123. Canvas. He had 3 tasks before the ruling, and he ran them simultaneously through the morning. The first was the Echo Network canvas. He had been doing this since the presence field expanded at IE-4, the ability to read the Echo Network's outer perimeter in real time. Every cultivator within the burial grounds territory registering as a distinct pattern against the ambient resonance baseline. The canvas took 40 minutes when done thoroughly. He spent the morning running it twice. Results, enumerated. 9 remaining cultivators on the outer perimeter. Formation pattern, standard defensive rotation, 2 pairs on the eastern and western approaches, 1 on the north gate trail, 2 monitoring the second entrance site. All of them Vane Weaver to spirit condenser level. Competent, not exceptional. They were holding a position, not preparing an assault. For additional figures half a li out, positioned in a loose surveillance configuration. Rome Fiyun's father's mercenaries, by the quality of their cultivation signatures, heterogeneous, hired, carrying the specific mixed method resonance of practitioners who had trained in multiple different systems. They were not under Hollow Canopy's command structure, which meant their orders came from a different authority and their behavior could diverge from the sect teams at any moment. No domain opener signatures. No sovereign. Rin Xiao was still at the sect compound, 40 li east. He filed this. The second task was the presence field calibration. IE-4 had changed the presence not just in range, but in quality. At IE-3, the projected imperial wall had been something he extended, like pushing a wall forward. At IE-4, it was ambient, which meant it required a different type of control. He could not switch it off, but he could adjust its intensity, its texture, the specific quality of suppression it imposed on the chi constructs of cultivators within range. He spent an hour refining the calibration. What he wanted was not aggression, not the overwhelming wall of authority that had turned back Rin Chao's core shapers 2 days ago. He wanted discomfort, the specific ambient quality of standing in a space that had a stronger claim to itself than you had any right to challenge. The feeling, continuous and not quite identifiable, that you were trespassing in something that knew you were there. He tested it against the perimeter team's resonance patterns. 2 of them shifted their positions without being ordered, moving 2 steps back from the outer gate line, not significantly, but measurably. The movement was involuntary. He filed this. The third task was a conversation with Xiaomurin. The bound assassin was acclimating to his contract scope with the efficiency of someone who had been waiting 600 years for any scope at all. He was already moving through the echo network with a precision Shen Yao had not anticipated, following the formation lines with the intimate familiarity of someone who had spent 6 centuries listening to every crack and resonance shift in the system. The cultivators outside, Shen Yao said. The ones monitoring the second entrance. 2 of them, Xiaomurin confirmed. Spirit condenser. They've been mapping the collapsed section from the outside, trying to find where the tribunal's ceiling was placed. Can they remove the ceiling? Not without a domain opener level formation breaker, which they don't have on site. A pause. They've sent a communication bird this morning. The address was the sect compound. Ren Xiao would know by midday that the ceiling was holding. Note that, he said. He had his canvas. He had his calibration. He had his intelligence source. He went back to the outer courtyard to wait for the ruling. Chapter 124. 7 days the ruling arrived by official tribunal courier at the hour of the monkey. Do Mingsha delivered it herself. She had been at the monitoring post half a li away since the previous evening, which meant she had been expecting the courier rather than waiting for it. She came to the outer gate with her 2 assistants and presented the sealed document with the specific formal courtesy of someone who has done their part of a process correctly and is now watching it enter the portion she does not control. He accepted the document. He read it. It was thorough. More thorough than he had expected, which meant Do Mingsha had done more than simply process the deed submission. The ruling cited the original imperial decree, the historical territorial survey from the same era, the chain of documentation establishing continuous imperial estate claims, and the hollow canopy sect's failure to produce any counter-documentation with a date earlier than 300 years after the original claim. It also cited, in a section he had not anticipated, the testimony of a witness with direct knowledge of the burial ground's historical use, identified only as a long-time resident of the surrounding region. Old Gao, in his voluntary rest state, had apparently produced a signed testimony at some point that Do Mingsha had incorporated. He made a note to ask her how. The ruling, the burial ground, and all territory within its historically documented boundary reverts to the imperial estate. The hollow canopy sect's claim is rejected in full. All unauthorized personnel are to vacate the perimeter within 7 days. Failure to comply constitutes a tribunal enforcement matter. He folded the document. He said, "How did you get Old Gao's testimony?" Do Mingsha said, "He was lucid for approximately 40 minutes, 4 days ago. Your associate." She glanced toward where Mao Tieshu was stationed at the east observation point, noticed, and sent word. A pause. He dictated. My assistant transcribed. He signed it. Then he went back under. She looked at him steadily. He knew what we were doing, and he wanted to be counted. He sat with this. He said, 7 days. From delivery, she said. Ren Xiao will receive the ruling within 6 hours. His options are voluntary compliance or tribunal enforcement, and tribunal enforcement requires me to escalate to a senior marshal, which takes 4 days minimum. She paused. I want to be transparent with you. A senior marshal's response may arrive after the 7-day window closes. The ruling is the correct legal outcome. The enforcement mechanism has a gap. I know, he said. She looked at him. You expected the gap. I expected it. He had planned for it for 10 days. The ruling changes the legal structure. It does not resolve the threat while Ren Xiao is mobile and still has access to domain opener level enforcement. He paused. I have a plan for that. I needed the ruling in place first. She was quiet for a moment. She had developed, over 3 months of interaction, a particular quality of restraint when she had a question she had decided not to ask. He appreciated it. 7 days, she said. I'll need fewer than that. She nodded once. She turned to leave, then stopped. The witness testimony. Old Gao used your name when he signed it. He said, the candidate has earned the standing to hold this ground. I don't know what candidate means in context. She looked at him over her shoulder. I included it verbatim. The tribunal record will say it. He watched her go. He sent word to the perimeter formation by Spirit Talisman. The announcement of the ruling had to be officially served on the sect team. The talisman carried the ruling's formal summary and the 7-day notice. 40 li east, Ren Xiao received his copy at the hour of the rooster. Shen Yao felt the response through the echo network's outer range, a pulse of raw cultivation force, controlled, but intense, that carried the specific quality of a very powerful cultivator expressing something he had not chosen to express publicly. It lasted less than a second. Then it went quiet. Through the perimeter team's communication network, which Xia had been monitoring since morning, one word came back. Escalate. Chapter 125. War footing, he had 3 days. The intelligence was reliable. Xia had accessed the sect compound's communication network through the echo formation that ran beneath the eastern road, a subterranean resonance channel that the Hollow Canopy sect had been using for private communication for decades without understanding that it was built on top of the burial ground's original formation infrastructure. Every message sent through it was legible to something that lived in the tomb's walls. Ren Chao was mobilizing. The sect had 3 domain opener-level cultivators in active service, 2 stationed at the compound, 1 traveling who had been recalled immediately upon receipt of the ruling. It had House Sun its sovereign, which was above domain opener and represented a genuine threat even to someone operating inside the tomb's echo network. It had the 9 cultivators already on the perimeter, and the 4 mercenaries from Rong Feiyun's father's network who had been paid through a third party and whose orders Ren Chao was now revising through an intermediary. The total, by Shen Yao's count, 23 hostile cultivators converging on the burial ground within 3 days. Possibly 24 if the traveling domain opener made faster time than estimated. He stood in the outer courtyard and ran the numbers. Numbers, as always, converted to stakes. 1 sovereign realm cultivator against a formation trap in known terrain, manageable if the formation was prepared correctly. 3 domain openers against the Echo Network's presence field, possible if he calibrated the field suppression for domain-level resistance rather than the spirit condenser default. 23 cultivators against a single practitioner and a small allied group. Unwinnable in direct engagement, which was why direct engagement was not the plan. He called the meeting. Lian Shuang, Mao Tieshu, Su Wanyue, everyone in the outer courtyard. 3 days, he said. Ren Chao is sending everything he has left. He knows the tribunal ruling will eventually enforce, and he is calculating that his window to change the situation is before enforcement arrives. He's right about the window. He paused. He's wrong about what the situation is. Su Wanyue said, what formation is he using? His standard heavy formation doctrine. He'll put the domain openers at the 3 main approach angles, East Gate Trail, Northern Slope, Second Entrance, and use House Sun as the apex strike force while the formation holds. It's what his sect training emphasizes. He paused. I know this because Xia has been reading their communication protocols. A brief silence. Mao Tieshu said, the assassin. The bound assassin, he said. Under contract. His intelligence is accurate. I've been verifying it against my own Echo Network canvas, and it matches. Lian Shuang was looking at him with the specific expression she used when she had something to say that she was waiting for the right moment to say. He noted it, and continued. Do Mingsha has sent to the capital for tribunal reinforcements, he said. They arrive in 4 to 6 days. The 7-day window is not as tight as it looks. He paused. What I need is to make the situation unworkable for Ren Chao's force before the 3-day window closes, using what we have. The Hollow Emperor's presence, the Echo Network's terrain advantage, Xia intelligence, Su Wanyue's knowledge of the sect's combat formations. He looked at each of them. 1. Lian Shuang holds the outer gate with the tribunal's legal standing. 2. Mao Tieshu monitors the second entrance and the northern slope. 3. Su Wanyue coordinates the legal enforcement signal to Do Mingsha when Hao Sun's force crosses the boundary. 4. I use the network and the presence to make the inner tomb unworkable for domain opener cultivators. He stopped. And the throne chamber, Lian Shuang said. Yes, he said. You're going in before they arrive. I'm going in today, he said. I have 2 days before the vanguard arrives. I need to know what the throne chamber contains before I need to use it. She looked at him. He had learned, in 8 months of her care and her specific patient attention, to read the precise shade of her silence. This was not the silence of disagreement. It was the silence of someone who had already accepted a decision and was taking a moment with it before saying so. She said, then go today and come back before nightfall. He said, that's the plan. Mao Tieshu said, note that we know you mean it. He did. Chapter 126. The presence. He opened the throne chamber that afternoon. He came back out an hour later, moving carefully, with the specific quality of someone who has received significant information and is processing it in real time. He did not speak about what he had found immediately. He sat in the outer courtyard and let it settle. What he had found changed his understanding of the job. He needed time to work through the implications before the assault began, because the assault would require the full weight of his attention and he did not want to split it. He went to work. The first preparation was the presence field, i.e., for had given him a presence that was ambient and continuous, not a technique he activated but a quality he was. What he could do now was shape it. He had been calibrating the field for 2 days. Now he applied the calibration with intent. He He wanted the outer courtyard's air to carry a specific message. Asterisk, this ground has a claim on itself that predates you. Every step you take inside this boundary, you are standing in something that knows you are wrong to be here. Asterisk, not pain, not harm. The specific quality of wrongness that accumulated the longer you stayed. The kind that started at the back of the teeth and moved inward. He shaped the field. He released it. The outer perimeter was 40 meters from the gate. He felt the presence hit the formation team's resonance signatures like a wave hitting a rocky shore, not breaking them, but moving around them, pushing back. 3 of the 9 shifted their footing without coordination. One of the core shaper pairs fell back 30 meters in 3 minutes, maintaining their formation but retreating before they understood they were doing it. By the evening hour, 6 of the 9 original perimeter members had pulled back to half a li from the outer gate. The 2 remaining core shapers were visibly holding ground against something they couldn't identify. They were disciplined. He noted it, but discipline had a cost, and spending 2 days of it against an ambient field would dull their responses by the time Hao Sun's force arrived. 2 of the 4 mercenaries simply left. They had been hired for surveillance, not psychological warfare. He noted all of this and adjusted. Chapter 127. Siphon. He contacted Xia Murin at the 3rd hour of darkness. The echo network was quieter at night. Ambient resonance settled into a lower hum, the way a forest settles after sunset. It made the communication channel cleaner. He sent the task into the network without speaking aloud. Asterisk, find the harvesting apparatus. Location and mechanism. Asterisk, Xia Murin moved through the formation lines with the efficiency of 6 centuries of familiarity with every seam and crack in the tomb's infrastructure. He had known every resonance path in the burial ground since he was sealed inside it. He had spent 600 years listening to the structure breathe. The second entrance tunnel's formation lines were as legible to him as the back of his own hand. The return came 6 hours later, at the hour before dawn. Chi siphon formation, Xia Murin said through the bound channel. Embedded in the north wall of the second entrance tunnel, at the 40-meter mark. It's old work, rough by current standards, installed approximately 300 years ago on top of the original corridor formation lines. Someone who knew what they were doing, but was working quickly and didn't care about preservation. A pause. It's been running continuously. I can feel the draw from here. A passive channel pulling ambient Dao thrown energy from the antechamber's formation diffusion and routing it through a collection array in the tunnel wall. The collection array exits somewhere outside the burial ground's boundary. To the sect compound. Almost certainly. The resonance signature matches what I've been reading from their communication network. The same quality of energy underlies everything they do. He had suspected. He had not known. The confirmation changed the tactical picture. The siphon was why Ren Xiao's sect had been functioning at their level for 300 years, why their patriarch's cultivation base had never fully depleted despite their average Chirut quality, why their techniques carried a resonance that didn't quite match any known system. They had been drawing from the throne passively, through a formation installed by someone who understood enough of the burial ground's infrastructure to tap the diffusion field without triggering the binding trial. He said, "Can you disable it?" "Within my contract scope, yes. It's in the tunnel's formation network, which is part of the burial ground's infrastructure." A pause. "The effect will be immediate. Whatever Ren Xiao's cultivators are currently using to sustain their domain opener-level constructs will destabilize." "How much destabilization?" "The domain openers will lose 1-tier equivalent of sustained formation strength within 48 hours of disconnection. They'll still be domain opener level. The throne energy augmented their formation capacity, not their core cultivation." He paused. Hao Sun will be less affected. His sovereign base is genuine. He ran the implications. 1. Disable the siphon before Ren Xiao's force arrived. 2. Domain openers at reduced formation capacity when they hit the outer gate perimeter. 3. Hao Sun still at full sovereign, which was still the primary threat, but fighting against a single practitioner's presence and formation trap rather than 3 domain openers at full strength. "Do it tonight," he said. "Understood." He heard the distant, subtle shift in the formation network, a change in the deep hum, like a mill wheel stopping. The siphon went quiet. He noted the time. He ran the 48-hour forward projection. Ren Xiao's force would arrive in 2 days. The math was acceptable. Chapter 128. List. He found Lian Shuang in the outer courtyard preparing the medical kit. She had a specific system for field preparation. Everything laid out in priority order, the items most likely to be needed first at the top, the rarer interventions at the bottom, the whole arrangement oriented for fast access in low-light conditions. He had watched her do it before major events. The fact that she was doing it now told him she had assessed the timeline accurately. He sat down nearby. She didn't look up. The siphon is disabled, he said. Mao Tieshu told me. The domain openers will be degraded by the time they hit the gate. Good. She pressed a finger against a bandage roll to check its tension. How soon? Still at full strength. She nodded. She worked. After a moment she said, Are you afraid? He considered the question properly. He had developed, over 8 months, the habit of actually checking rather than answering by reflex. He checked. He said, I'm making a list. She looked up at that. He said, 1. I don't want to die. 2. I don't want you to die. 3. Those 2 facts are affecting my planning in ways I need to account for. He paused. They're introducing variance into decisions that should be more cleanly strategic. I'm running contingencies for outcomes I wasn't running contingencies for before. He paused again. Before, the acceptable loss parameters were calibrated around what I could afford to lose without losing the mission. Now some of them involve you, and they're recalculating automatically. She looked at him for a moment. She said, Is caring about me a tactical problem? He said, Yes. I'm working on it. She said, Don't. He looked at her. Don't fix it, she said. She held his gaze with the calm, level steadiness she used when she meant something completely. The fact that you have something to lose is not a flaw in your planning. It's information. It tells you what matters. She looked back at the medical kit. You've been operating for 8 months like every decision only needs to account for the mission. You've been wrong about that the whole time. You just didn't have the data to know it. She set a jar of medicinal salve in its place. Let the list include 2. Adjust accordingly. Don't try to take it back off. He was quiet for a long moment. He said, Adjusted. She said, Good. He helped her with the remainder of the kit. She showed him the priority arrangement once, and he memorized it. Not because he expected to use it, but because it seemed correct to know. When it was done, she sat back. The evening light was going flat and gray. Tomorrow the vanguard would arrive. She said, The throne chamber. When you came out earlier, what did you find? He had been waiting to tell her until he had fully processed it. He thought he was there now. He said, I'll tell you after tomorrow. Not because I'm hiding it, because I think you'll ask questions that I need the fight finished before I can properly answer. She looked at him for a long time. She said, That is, for you, a remarkable amount of trust. He said, I know. I've been working on that too. She said, Don't fix everything at once. He said, Noted. Chapter 129. The gatehouse soon arrived at the hour of the tiger, with the particular contempt of a man who had decided the enemy didn't merit a standard assault formation. He came through the eastern approach with 6 cultivators, not the full formation, not the domain openers, just himself and a rapid strike unit. The reasoning was tactically sound. A chi-bor from a sovereign-level practitioner could punch through most defensive formations in under 10 seconds, and once the outer gate was breached, the sheer pressure differential of Hao Sun's cultivation aura would make the courtyard effectively uninhabitable for anyone below core shaper level. He had not accounted for the resonance network. Lian Shuang was at the gate when his force approached. Su Wanyue was 20 meters behind her, at the activation points for the first 3 resonance lines. The specific formation nodes that Shen Yao had spent 3 days embedding into the outer courtyard's ground formation. The nodes were invisible. They were not combat techniques. They were amplifiers, taking the ambient presence field and concentrating it at specific points in the outer courtyard's geometry, creating zones of suppressive imperial will that did not attack anything, but made sustained chi technique operation feel like trying to run while standing in deep water. Lian Shuang stood at the gate with the tribunal access order in her hand. Hao Sun's force stopped 10 meters out. He was not a man who stopped for legal documents. He stopped because his lead technique, a chi-bor probe he had sent ahead to map the gate's formation resistance, had hit the first resonance line and dispersed. Not deflected, dissolved. The specific flat dissolution of technique energy, meeting a formation resonance calibrated to exactly the frequency required to cancel it out. He sent a second probe. It dissolved. He sent a third. Lian Shuang said, into the silence following the dissolution, You are in violation of a tribunal enforcement order. Any use of cultivation techniques against this boundary constitutes an actionable offense under Imperial Code sections 42 through 48. Your identity and the identities of your associates have been recorded. She held the document. You have until the ruling's deadline to achieve voluntary compliance. Hao Sun looked at her. He was not used to being stopped. She could see it in him. The specific quality of a powerful practitioner confronted with an obstacle that was not matching any of the categories he had prepared for. She was not stronger than him. The gate was not stronger than him. He could burn through everything she was standing on. But he could not do it quickly, and every minute he spent not acting was a minute being recorded. He activated the chi-bor at full capacity. The bore was a compressed column of sovereign-level formation force, narrow, focused, designed to cut through barriers the way a needle cuts through cloth rather than trying to tear it. When it hit the resonance network, the network did something it had not been designed to do alone. Su Wanyu activated the second formation node from inside, amplifying the dispersal frequency in real time. The bore hit the amplified dispersal field. For 3 seconds, it held. Shen Yao had run the calculation, a sovereign technique against an echo network amplifier. He had estimated 3 seconds before the bore's energy overwhelmed the dispersal field. At the 3-second mark, Su Wanyu activated the third node. The bore dispersed. How soon felt it? Shen Yao felt him feel it, through the presence field sensitivity to high cultivation resonance shifts. The specific sensation of a very powerful practitioner experiencing a very rare thing. A technique that simply stopped working. He did not retreat. He was reassessing. That was enough. Chapter 130. Flanked. Shen Yao had been outside the burial ground's outer wall for the past 4 hours. Not outside the legal boundary, outside the wall itself, in the corridor of dead grass and compressed earth between the outer wall and the perimeter tree line, using the outer wall's formation shadow to block his resonance signature from the monitoring stations. The echo network extended through the wall in either direction, thin but legible, enough to read the courtyard activity without being inside it, enough to track the battle by formation resonance rather than sight. He had been absorbing. This was the thing about being inside a battle and not being visible. Everyone fighting produced death resonance. Every chi technique extended at full force, every combat formation deployed under pressure, every instant where a cultivator pushed past their sustainable output. All of it released the specific resonance of cultivation under fatal strain. The echoes weren't death residue. None of his opponents had died. But the resonance quality was close enough to feed his impression layers at a rate he had not experienced outside the trial chambers. He had been filling. He moved when the board dispersed. The second entrance was behind Hao Sun's position, 90 meters east, accessible through the corridor that Rin Xiao had used, that Shen Yao had sealed with the tribunal's help, that Xia Murin had confirmed still had the sealing formation intact on the outside, but removable from within the echo network. He sent the activation through the echo network at a run. The ceiling pulled back from inside. The second entrance opened. He came through it at speed. He had navigated the second entrance tunnel in the dark 3 times in the past week. He knew the 40-meter mark, the quarter turn in the tunnel's direction, the point where the tunnel ceiling dropped by half a meter, and you had to hunch. He knew all of it, and he was through it before Hao Sun's force had registered that the ceiling had moved. He emerged from the second entrance into the antechamber, moved through the third trial chamber's connecting passage at a controlled sprint, and came out through the outer tomb's east corridor, behind the position where Hao Sun was standing. He was carrying the resonance he had absorbed. It was heavy in the impression layers, denser than anything he had accumulated since the 7th trial, a full combat supplement drawn from 6 sovereign-level practitioners pushing their techniques against his formation for the past 4 hours. He activated Signature Forger. He had absorbed Hao Sun's Chi Board technique twice in the past 2 months, the first time during Rin Xiao's initial visit, when the Echo Network had registered Hao Sun's practice sessions through the formation lines. He had the technique's full resonance signature, the specific compression pattern of a sovereign-level bore, the frequency calibrated for maximum formation penetration, the particular angular geometry Hao Sun had refined through 40 years of practice. He shaped it. He fired it from behind, at the specific angle where Hao Sun's defensive formation was rotated forward. The bore was a projection of an echo, not sovereign strength, but sovereign frequency. It hit Hao Sun's formation in the unguarded rear quadrant, and the formation's own internal resonance tuned itself to receive it as a compatible frequency for 1/2 second before the inconsistency registered. Hao Sun staggered. His footing shifted 2 steps, involuntary, his formation compression flickering. He did not fall. He was a sovereign-level practitioner, and he recovered in under a second, rotating to identify the source. But he had lost the bore's momentum, and he was looking at the wrong direction now. Shen Yao was already moving back through the passage. His left forearm was bleeding from the signature forger's meridian cost. He had 4 fingers worth of time before the hemorrhage became a structural problem, and he needed to be back behind the outer wall's resonant shadow before Hao Sun located his signature. He moved. He did not look back. Behind him, through the echo network, he felt Hao Sun stand very still for a long time, turning, trying to read the formation lines for the direction the technique had come from. He would find nothing. The signature forger echo had dissolved back into the network on release. The burial ground's resonance had closed over the trace like water closing over a stone. He emerged through the second entrance's exterior into the cold morning air, sealed it behind him, and kept moving. Chapter 131. Into the tomb Rin Chao arrived at midday. He came alone. Not truly alone. He had 12 cultivators flanking him at standard escort distance. But he crossed the outer boundary alone, with the 12 stopped at the gate, and only himself moving forward into the courtyard. This was either calculated or arrogant. Shen Yao assessed it as calculated. Rin Chao had sent a sovereign-level enforcer the night before, and the enforcer had failed to breach the gate. Sending more force through the same approach would produce the same result. So Rin Chao was changing his approach. He was walking into the tomb personally. He was 63 years old, and he walked like someone who had been in pain for decades and had learned to hold it under the surface. His cultivation signature was distinctive, the augmented quality that Shen Yao had first noticed in the echo he absorbed in the 8th day, the chi pattern that didn't quite match any known system because it had a Dao throne frequency underneath it. He wore sect robes without insignia. He carried no visible weapon. He said, at the center of the outer courtyard, Shen Yao. Shen Yao was already inside the inner gate. He let his presence fill the outer courtyard from a distance, not aggressive, not welcoming. The specific ambient quality of a space that had decided about itself. He said, through the Echo Network's external channel, Rin Chao. Rin Chao looked at the inner gate. He looked at the walls. He looked at the courtyard with the expression of someone who had spent 300 years believing they knew what was in this place, and was now understanding that they had known approximately nothing. I can feel it, he said. The antechamber. The throne. Yes, Shen Yao said. You wanted me to come in, Rin Chao said. Yes. There it was. Rin Chao stood in the courtyard for a moment, absorbing this, turning it over. He was not a stupid man. The 30 years of managing a sect built on stolen power, while keeping the truth suppressed, required more than cruelty. It required sustained intelligence. He understood that he was walking into a trap. He walked forward anyway, because the thrown fragment in his body was already pulling, already responding to the proximity, and he had been managing that pull by force of will for 30 years, and the force of will was running out. He passed through the inner gate. The Hollow Emperor's presence was everywhere inside the tomb, not directed at him, simply present, the continuous ambient quality of a space that had a stronger claim on itself than any visitor. Rin Chao moved through it slowly. His hands were slightly fisted. He was already holding the fragment's resonance by concentrated suppression. Shen Yao could feel the effort of it through the presence field, the specific strain signature of a practitioner maintaining a cultivation hold they could not sustain much longer. He retreated deeper. Rin Chao followed. Chapter 132. Suppression failing the antechamber was the destination. Shen Yao led him there through the trial chambers, not the fastest route, which would have been through the second entrance, but the route that passed through each of the 6 trial spaces in sequence. The trial chambers' formation lines were active, the specific sustained resonance of formations that had been built to test practitioners at the deepest levels. Walking through them was not like walking through ordinary rooms. There was a quality in the air, the accumulated echo of every practitioner who had ever been tested here, that had weight. Rin Chao's suppression was visibly straining by the time they reached the 6th chamber. His hands had unclenched and refused to fully close again. His breathing was controlled, a practitioner's technique, but Shen Yao could hear the effort in it, the specific elevated frequency of someone managing internal pain through breath work rather than cultivation stabilization. The throne fragment was responding to the proximity of its origin point. 30 years of suppression depended on distance. The closer to the throne room, the more the fragment's resonance pulled against the suppression formation Rin Chao had embedded in his own meridians. They entered the antechamber. Shen Yao stopped moving. Rin Chao stopped 2 meters away from him. They faced each other in the antechamber for the first time without a battle in progress. The formation lines on the walls were faintly luminous, the permanent activation state of a chamber that had been charged for 600 years. Rin Chao said, "You knew this would happen." "I knew it might," Shen Yao said. "I planned for it." Rin Chao looked at him with the specific quality of a powerful man who has been outmaneuvered and is deciding how to account for that. Not rage, calculation. Even now, he was, Shen Yao noted, genuinely intelligent. "When did you know the fragment was inside me?" "The second confrontation. When the sealed voice offered you the same deal in my presence that it had offered you 30 years ago." He paused. "I noted that you'd said yes. The deal required the fragment to be stored in a living cultivator's body to maintain its resonance quality outside the throne field. You were the host. The math was straightforward once I had those 2 facts." Rin Chao was quiet for a moment. His hands had gone flat against his sides. "And you said nothing," he said. "I needed you in the antechamber," Shen Yao said. "Not eliminated. Not driven further away. Here, within proximity of the throne's resonance field." The The proximity is what completes the extraction. He paused. You walked in yourself. I could have forced the approach. I had the formation trap ready. I had the flanking position. I didn't need to use them because you were going to come in voluntarily once the siphon was disabled and the tribunal ruling was issued. Ren Xiao looked at the antechamber door, the throne room's sealed entrance. You disabled the siphon, he said. 2 days ago. He was quiet again. The suppression formation in his meridians was making an audible sound now. Not truly audible, but present in the echo network as a high-frequency strain signal, the sound of something that had been held under tension for 30 years and was approaching the end of its elastic range. I can feel it pulling, Ren Xiao said. He said it the way people said things they had not intended to say aloud. Matter of fact. A statement of fact that had been true for 30 years and had nowhere else to go. I know, Shen Yao said. You're going to let the extraction happen. The extraction is already beginning, he said. The contract with Xianxia was conditional on your entering the antechamber. You crossed the threshold 4 minutes ago. He could feel it through the echo network. Xianxia moving through the bound service channel. A cold precision in the formation lines, reading the throne fragment's resonance from inside the echo network and mapping the meridian path it would need to travel. The extraction technique required the fragment's own resonance pull to guide it. It was not a forcible removal, but an assisted guidance, working with the pull rather than against the suppression. Ren Xiao felt it begin. He looked at Shen Yao with an expression that had shed every calculation. Chapter 133, Release. Ren Xiao screamed. It was not the technique causing pain. Xianxia had been an assassin, and his extraction method was precise, designed to minimize structural damage to the host body. The pathway he had mapped was clean, following the throne fragment's own resonance pull through the meridian channels rather than forcing through resistance. The pain was 30 years releasing at once. The suppression formation Ren Xiao had maintained since the original implantation. The formation he had embedded in his own meridian network to contain the throne fragment's constant outward pull. The formation that had required daily maintenance through every year of his sect leadership, through every campaign, through every confrontation with challengers who didn't understand why the hollow canopy sect's techniques felt slightly wrong, had been holding back not just the fragment's movement, but the accumulated strain of 3 decades of containment. When the extraction began and the containment purpose dissolved, 30 years of compressed maintenance energy released in under a minute. He went to his knees. Shen Yao watched him. He had the instinct to move forward, to help, or to ensure control of the situation, and he overrode the instinct. This was the architecture of the plan completing itself. His presence needed to be witness, not intervention. The fragment emerged through the skin of Ren Xiao's sternum, not violently. The way breaking out of a confining space is not violent when the space finally opens. It drifted upward from the point of emergence, a shard of compressed Tao force approximately the length of 2 fingers, radiating a specific quality of ancient resonance that was unmistakably different from anything else in the antechamber. It was dense. It was cold. It had the quality of something that had been part of a larger whole for a very long time and remembered the shape of that whole. It hung in the antechamber's air. Xianxia withdrew from the echo channel. Ren Xiao was on his hands and knees, breathing in the specific pattern of a practitioner who has just lost a major cultivation formation and is assessing the structural damage. His hands were shaking. The shake was not fear. It was the nervous system response to a sustained configuration suddenly dissolved, the body recalibrating from a state it had held so long it had become baseline. Shen Yao looked at him. He looked at the sect master of the Hollow Canopy sect, the man who had framed him for theft, derooted him, sent hunters after him, filed complaints and escalated through legal channels, and sent a sovereign enforcer against an outer gate. The man who had spent 30 years building a power structure on borrowed resonance and defending it with the cruelty of someone who understood, at some level, that the edifice was false. Ren Xiao looked up at him from his hands and knees. His cultivation signature was different now. Shen Yao read it. He had been reading cultivation signatures through the echo network for 8 months. He knew the specific quality of different tier levels, different system types, different histories. Without the throne fragments augmentation, Ren Xiao's base cultivation was clear. Vein Weaver, the 3rd tier on the cultivation ladder, below Core Shaper by 4 ranks. He had built an empire on the difference between what he was and what the throne fragment made him appear to be. He had spent 30 years terrified that someone would notice. He had built the cruelty into the structure because exposure was the threat, and every challenge to the sect's power was potentially a challenge to the secret, and the secret was the entire foundation. Shen Yao said nothing. He reached up and took the fragment from the air. It was cold against his palm, not unpleasant, the cold of something that had been separated from its source for a very long time, and had not forgotten the temperature of what it came from. Ren Chao watched him hold it. What did I miss? Shen Yao said. He wasn't asking Ren Chao. He was running his own inventory, checking the plan against the outcome, looking for the gap between what he had anticipated and what had arrived. There was no gap. He filed that. Chapter 134. What he left Ren Chao in the antechamber. Not unsecured. He sent a pulse through the echo network to Mao Tieshu before descending, indicating that the interior situation was resolved and the primary target was in the antechamber, non-combatant status. Mao Tieshu would know what to do with that. Have Domingxia's tribunal personnel retrieve him under the enforcement authority of the ruling. He walked to the outer gate with the thrown fragment in his hand. He was aware of the weight in the echo network shifting, the 12 cultivators outside, without Ren Chao's commanding presence, falling into the specific behavioral collapse of a hierarchy whose apex had disappeared. Standing orders maintained for approximately 12 minutes after the echo network confirmed Ren Chao was no longer directing. Then the units began breaking formation, not retreating in order, just stopping. 3 of the Vane Weaver-level fighters actually sat down in the dirt outside the gate perimeter. The domain openers, degraded by 48 hours without siphon access, looked at each other with the specific expression of people who had just run a very expensive calculation and come up short. Rong Feiyun's father's mercenaries had been watching from half a li away. They were already gone by the time the echo network confirmed the collapse. He came out through the outer gate. Lian Shuang was there. She looked at his hand, at the fragment, then at his face. He had developed, over 8 months, some capacity for reading what she was looking for when she examined him, and what she was looking for now was whether he was damaged. He was not damaged in any way that required immediate attention. He had a moderate meridian strain from the signature forger used the night before, and the fragment's cold was sitting in his palm in a way that was neither painful nor comfortable, and his back hurt from 4 hours of crouching in the formation shadow of the outer wall. But none of these were critical. He said, "It's over." She said, "I know. Mao Tieshu sent word 15 minutes ago." He looked at her. 15 minutes ago. Yes. She was holding the medical kit against her hip. "I've been out here waiting while you walked through the tomb at whatever pace you felt was appropriate." He considered whether to apologize. He decided the apology was not the relevant item. He said, "Are you or Su Wanyue injured?" "No." Hao Sun pulled back 30 minutes after you flanked him. He didn't try the gate again. Once he'd had time to sit with the resonance network's behavior, he must have concluded the terrain advantage was total. "Correct conclusion," he said. "Is Ren Chao dead?" she said. "No." Vane Weaver level, stripped of augmentation, in the antechamber. Domingxia can take custody. She looked at him for a moment. Vane Weaver. The thrown fragment was carrying 4 tiers of apparent cultivation above his actual base. He paused. He knew what he was the whole time. He was afraid someone else would. She was quiet. She reached out and touched his free hand. Not the one holding the fragment, the other one, the one that still had faint dried blood at the knuckle ridges from the night before's meridian hemorrhage. She turned it over and looked at the inside of his wrist. "Sit down," she said. He sat down on the outer wall's stone step. She opened the medical kit. Chapter 135. Succession. The formation outside the burial ground collapsed over the following 2 hours. It did not collapse dramatically. There was no moment of breaking, just a steady dissolution. The way a fire goes out when there is nothing left to burn rather than when it is deliberately extinguished. The 9 remaining perimeter cultivators stood in place for 40 minutes after Ren Chao's removal from the active command chain, then began pulling back in threes. The 3 domain openers, running at reduced capacity after 48 hours without siphon access, discussed among themselves for 20 minutes, then retreated to a holding position 600 meters from the outer gate. They were not going to make a move without clear direction from someone authorized to give it. There was no one authorized to give it. That was the core of the collapse. Ren Chao had suppressed every succession discussion in the Hollow Canopy sect for 30 years. He had promoted loyalists who would not challenge him and marginalized anyone with independent political base. He had kept the sect's power centralized in his own person, because every practitioner who came close to matching his apparent strength was a practitioner who might eventually notice the secret. The result was a sect with no second-in-command capable of acting decisively when the commander was removed. Pang Ruashi knew this. She had been watching the succession problem build for 15 years from her position as junior elder, and she had planned for a moment where the vacuum would be hers to fill. When word reached the perimeter team that Ren Chao was in tribunal custody, stripped of cultivation, non-combatant, facing charges under the original enforcement ruling, she activated the plan. She sent orders to the perimeter team by spirit talisman, hold position, awaiting command authority transfer. The talisman was ignored by 2 of the 3 domain openers and acknowledged, but not acted upon by the 3rd. They were not going to take orders from a junior elder. They were going to wait for someone at Rin Chao's apparent tier to take command, and there was no one at Rin Chao's apparent tier, because Rin Chao's apparent tier had never existed. By the midday hour, Do Mingsha's tribunal reinforcements arrived. 2 senior assessors and 4 enforcement marshals from the capital, travel-worn and immediately professional. They secured Rin Chao from the antechamber, recorded his cultivation level under the assessment talisman, and added the discrepancy between his documented tier and his actual tier to the enforcement report with the specificity of practitioners who had seen this kind of fraud before and knew exactly what documentation category it fell under. The enforcement report named the throne fragment as Exhibit 1. Shen Duanyu had submitted it as evidence an hour earlier, not to keep it, but to ensure the legal record established its nature and origin before anyone else could contest the chain of custody. Su Wanyue found him at the outer gate as the tribunal team was completing their preliminary survey. She stood next to him and watched them work. She said, "Pang Ruashi sent me a message 20 minutes ago. What did she want? She wants to know if the cultivation community's transition team will recognize her as the sect's temporary administrative authority while formal succession proceedings are conducted." A pause. She used the phrase cultivation community's transition team to mean us. He considered this. "Note that she is still trying to use us as a lever," he said. "Note also that her interest in maintaining administrative order during transition is genuine. Whatever her personal motivation, the sect's internal collapse affects 300 practitioners who had nothing to do with Rin Chao's fraud." Su Wanyue said, "I know." She had the expression of someone who had spent months unraveling the difference between the institution she had believed in and the institution she had actually belonged to. "I'm not going to help her gain personal authority. I will help the junior disciples and lower-tier practitioners establish a functional transition body." She paused, without Pang Ruashi as the center of it. He looked at her. "That's good thinking," he said. She said, "I know. I had a good teacher too." She paused, in an oblique sense. He noted this. Chapter 136. What he did not plan. Lian Shuang found him in the antechamber. He had not moved after submitting the fragment as evidence. He had sent it out with the tribunal team inside a documentation scroll case, properly labeled, chain of custody established, and then he had sat down against the antechamber's south wall and remained there. The formation lines around him were faintly luminous still, the 6th century activation charge that did not require his presence to maintain, the chamber's own accumulated energy running independent of any practitioner's intent. She came in through the trial chambers. He heard her before he saw her, the specific quality of her footsteps, which he had learned over 8 months to distinguish from any other footsteps in the tomb. She did not call out. She came in and sat down next to him with the specific quality of someone who had arrived at a place they had been trying to get to for a long time. She looked at him. He looked back. She said, "You planned all of this." He considered the full scope of the statement. How much of it was true, how much was not quite accurate. He had a practitioner's instinct for precision. He said, "Most of it." She said, "What didn't you plan?" He was quiet for a moment. The fragment extraction required a contracted assassin who had been sealed inside the burial ground for 600 years, he said. "I could not have planned that. I found it when I arrived." He paused. "The tribunal deed was not a certainty. I knew it was the correct legal argument, but whether Do Mingsha would move on it required judgment I couldn't guarantee." He paused again. "The siphon. I suspected a mechanism existed, but I didn't know its location or form until Xia Murin found it." She was listening. "And you?" he said. She looked at him. He said, "When Su Wanyue found me in the courtyard that first week, I was making a tactical assessment of the burial ground. I was assessing what I had. I was not." He stopped. He tried again. "I had not planned for a physician who would stay past the point where staying was reasonable. I didn't account for the variable. By the time I understood it was a variable, it was already a constant." The antechamber was quiet. The formation lines continued their patient luminescence. She reached out and took his hands. His hands were still, the steady quality of someone who had learned, through 8 months of practice, not to show the internal register of things in his hands. But she had been taking his pulse and reading his meridian state for 8 months. She knew what his stillness meant and what it covered. She turned his hands over. She looked at the left forearm where the signature forger's meridian hemorrhage had dried to rust at the wrist. She had already treated it. She had treated it outside, at the outer gate, before the tribunal team arrived. She was not examining it now for medical purposes. She was holding them. He said, "The debt I owe you exceeds anything in my current accounting framework." She said, "That's not what's happening right now." He said, "I know." He let himself sit with that. He had been, For 8 months, extremely careful about what he let himself sit with. He had treated closeness as information rather than comfort, relationships as variables rather than constants, the people around him as real and important but contingent, always potentially withdrawn. He had done it efficiently. He had done it because it was the correct approach for a practitioner who had been falsely accused, expelled, and hunted, and who had no way of knowing what would last and what wouldn't. He understood that this approach had been wrong for at least 6 months. He noted that. He did not say anything else. He sat in the antechamber with the hollow emperor's presence ambient in every wall, and Lian Shuang's hands steady around his, and let the accounting happen on its own schedule. She said, "When you're ready to move." He said, "I know what I still have to do." She said, "I know you do." They stayed for a moment longer. The formation lines were patient. The tomb had been patient for 600 years. It could manage a few more minutes. Chapter 137. The last task, he went back into the echo network to find Jianwuk. This was not how it usually worked. The Emperor's echo had always come when it was ready, through the formation channels, speaking in the resonance quality of accumulated imperial will. He had never needed to look for it. But when he extended the search thread through the echo network from the antechamber, he found it immediately. Jianwuk's resonance was already at the throne chamber door. Waiting. He went to the door. He did not open it yet. He stood with the echo thread extended, feeling the specific presence on the other side. The thing he had been interacting with for 8 months, which had tested him and spoken to him and shown him 7 trials and called him a candidate and finally, 2 nights ago, called him a replacement. He said, "I have a question." The echo said, through the door, "Ask." "The trials," he said. "The extraction contract. The tribunal deed. The sovereign-level assassin in the service channel. You built all of this before you died." He paused. "How long did you know someone was going to come?" A silence. "I did not know," the echo said. "I planned for the possibility. 600 years is a long time to wait for a possibility." Another pause, and Shen Yao had enough practice reading the echo's resonance quality to hear, in this pause, something different from the usual imperial wait. "I built the system in the first year after I was poisoned, when I understood that I was dying and that the throne would be vulnerable. I built it to last because I had no way to know when it would be needed." The pause stretched. "There were years when I believed no one would come. The formation lines would eventually decay. The echoes would dissolve. The throne fragment would be absorbed entirely by whatever practitioner had stolen it." A pause. "I was wrong. You came." He stood at the door. "One more thing," he said. "Yes." "Jianwuk," he said. "Not Emperor." The name. The resonance on the other side shifted. "What I have been speaking to for 8 months," he said. The echo. The accumulated will. "Is it you? Or is it an impression of you?" The silence that followed was the longest he had experienced in any of their interactions. He waited. "Jianwuk died 600 years ago," the echo said finally. "What remains has no right to rule. What it has is a name, a throne, and one more task." A pause. "The distinction between a man and his impression, at 600 years of distance, may not be as meaningful as you suppose. I remember being alive. I remember why I built this. I remember her. The specific resonance shift that always accompanied mention of Bai Fun. Whether I am him or a very good account of him, I do not know. I have stopped needing to know." He thought about this. "One more task," he said. "Yes," the echo said. "The fragment needs to come home. Not to the siphon. The siphon was a theft of diffusion energy, a hole in the infrastructure. It should never have been built. The fragment needs to go into the throne chamber itself. Into the base formation where it was taken from." A pause. "When it is returned, the throne room will complete its cycle. The throne's full resonance will stabilize. The echo network will no longer need external maintenance to hold its architecture together." Another pause. "And I will be able to rest." He had the fragment in his hand. He had taken it back from the tribunal team after the chain of custody was established. They needed the record, not the object, and he had made an argument about the burial ground's native artifacts and imperial estate protections that Dong Mingsha had found legally defensible. He had been planning for this conversation since he first understood what the fragment was. He said, "We're in the throne chamber. You will see it when you enter," the echo said. "There will be a space in the base formation. The fragment will know where to go." He put his hand on the door. Chapter 138. The throne room. The door was not locked. He had expected some kind of barrier, a final formation test, a last gate, some mechanism that had kept the throne chamber sealed for 600 years against anyone who might reach it. There was nothing like that. The door opened when he pushed it, on hinges that had been installed with care and had not degraded in 6 centuries, because whoever had designed this tomb had understood materials. He went in. The room was small. That was the first thing. He had built, over 8 months of proximity, an impression of the throne chamber as a vast and ancient space commensurate with the weight of everything the throne had represented, an emperor's cultivation anchor, the foundation of an entire realm's resonance infrastructure, the object that 600 years of theft and suppression had been organized around. He had expected something immense. The chamber was perhaps 4 meters by 5. Stone floor, stone walls, a ceiling that came down to just above his head. No paintings. Unlike the entry formations, unlike the trial chambers, unlike the antechamber with its luminous circuit lines, this room had never been decorated. Bare stone, functional. The throne itself was modest. Stone, not precious material. No carvings. The seat was the right height for a person to sit in, sized for a man of about his own build, worn at the armrests from use. The surface had 600 years of dust. He stood in the doorway for a moment. He thought about what it meant that Jin Wuk had built all of this. The elaborate trial system, the echo network, the bound assassins contract, the formation infrastructure that had lasted 6 centuries, and had sat in this small plain room to do it. Had made his decisions here. Had built his empire's spiritual foundation here, in a space that looked like a working room, not a throne room. He had thought, for most of his life, that power announced itself. He had evidence now that it did not have to. He noted that. He crossed to the throne. The base formation was visible now that he was inside. A network of chi channels embedded in the stone floor, converging on the throne's base, running outward in all directions to connect with the echo network's foundational architecture. He could see the gap immediately, a specific absence in the base formation's geometry, a channel junction where the flow met nothing and terminated. The place where the fragment had been taken from. He crouched. He placed the fragment in the space. It was not a dramatic event. There was no sound, no light, no wave of ancient power being released. The fragment moved into the formation channel like a key into a lock, sliding into place along the geometry that had been built to hold it, the channel's resonance accepting it and completing the circuit. The formation lines in the floor brightened, not dramatically, the specific brightening of a system returning to its designed operating state. The echo network deepened. He felt it through his own meridians, the same way he had felt the presence field expanding at each IE tier, but different in character. Not expansion, completion. The full resonance architecture settling into a stability it had not had for 600 years. He heard Jin Wuk's echo through the network for the last time. It did not speak in words. It was the resonance quality of a task finished, the specific character of a practitioner who has completed exactly what they set out to do and is ready to stop. He had felt echoes of it in the trial chambers when each test resolved. He recognized it now at its full scale. He felt the Emperor's echo settle. And then, over the course of 10 minutes, which he spent sitting on the stone floor of the throne chamber with his back against the base of the throne, it did what it had told him it would do. It rested. He came out different. He did not attempt to describe it. He had the practitioner's instinct for documentation, the impulse to enumerate what had changed, to catalog the new parameters, to run the inventory of his cultivation state against the baseline and record the delta. He suppressed the instinct. Some things were not improved by immediate itemization. He noted that he was different. He would understand what that meant over time. He walked back out through the trial chambers, through the entry formation, and into the outer courtyard. Chapter 139. Debts. They were all outside. He had not sent for them. They had gathered in the outer courtyard on their own. Lian Shuang at the south wall, where she had set up the medical station. Mao Tieshu at the east approach where he had been stationed since dawn. Su Wanyue standing at the inner gate with her arms crossed, and her expression carrying 6 months of difficult decisions. The 3 tribunal enforcement marshals were completing their perimeter sweep 60 meters out. They were professional and did not intrude. He came out through the outer gate and stopped. He looked at them. Lian Shuang had a bandaged hand from where she had taken the edge of the chi board dispersal at the gate. Not a serious injury. She had treated it herself. Mao Tieshu's arm was wrapped again. The old wound had reopened at some point in the night, and he had re-wrapped it without telling anyone. Su Wanyue had a burn at her wrist from the 3rd formation node's activation surge, which he had known about since she mentioned it to Lian Shuang at the Hour of the Rat, but had not sought treatment for. He ran the inventory. 3 people who had stood in a place they did not have to stand in, for 8 months, in conditions that varied from uncomfortable to actively dangerous, on the basis of a decision each of them had made separately and maintained independently. He said, "I owe all of you a debt." Mao Tieshu said, "Note that." He looked at him. "You have a habit," Mao Tieshu said, "of making formal statements when you're feeling things you haven't processed yet. The statement about debts is a version of that." He was looking at the outer wall rather than at Shen Yao. "We know you pay your debts. We're not worried about that." A pause. "You can say the other thing." He stood with this. He said, "What other thing?" Mao Tieshu said, "Whatever you came out of that chamber with." He looked at them. Lian Shuang was watching him with the specific quality of attention she used when she was reading him clinically, not trying to pull anything out, just seeing what was present. Su Wanyue had uncrossed her arms. The afternoon light was long and pale, coming in at an angle that made the outer courtyard stone look warmer than it was. He said, "It's finished. The Emperor's echo has rested. The throne formation is stable. The burial ground's echo network is complete." He paused. Rin Chao is in tribunal custody. The Hollow Canopy sects formation team has dispersed. Hao Sun retreated 40 minutes ago. He will not return without Rin Chao's authorization, and Rin Chao is no longer in a position to authorize anything. He paused again. "We held it." Su Wanyue said, "We held it." "Note that," he said. Lian Shuang said, "Note that you still owe us a debt." He looked at her. She said, "Not today. You're at moderate meridian strain, your left wrist needs proper treatment, and you've been awake for 36 hours. She said it in the same voice she used to describe any medical situation. Factual, not gentle, but not unkind. "Come sit down. Let me finish treating the arm. Then you can owe everyone debts at whatever length you feel is appropriate." He sat down. She treated the arm properly this time. Not the field dressing from outside the gate, but a thorough treatment, the kind that addressed the meridian hemorrhage at its source rather than managing the surface damage. It required concentration and took 20 minutes. He let her work. He was very tired. He had not noticed how tired he was until he sat down. He had been operating through the tiredness since the previous evening, holding it under the surface, the way he had learned to hold most things under the surface. It was a sustainable approach for single engagements. He had been sustaining it for 8 months. He noted that some things could not be held under the surface indefinitely and should not be. He noted that he was still learning which things. Mao Tieshu sat down against the outer wall nearby, not close enough to intrude, close enough to be there. He had been doing this for 8 months, the specific quality of a man who understood that presence sometimes mattered more than speech. He noted the debt. He noted that it could not be paid in the standard currency. He noted that some debts were better carried. Chapter 140. What remains? He did the inventory the following morning. He had slept, actually slept, in the burial ground's inner chamber where he had been sleeping for 8 months, on a bedroll that Lian Shuang had improved 3 times over the course of his occupancy without announcing the improvements. The echo network was still present, but different. The background hum had settled, the anxiety of an incomplete system no longer present in the architecture's undertone. It felt the way a room feels after the last repair is made, the same room, but without the awareness of what was unfinished. He rose. He ran the inventory. 1. The burial ground was secure. The tribunal ruling established the legal status. Rin Chao was in custody. The Hollow Canopy sect's power structure had collapsed at its apex. The siphon was disabled, and the evidence of its 30-year operation was in the tribunal's documentation. The echo network was stable. 2. The echo network. He had built 8 months of cultivation depth through it. 4. The signature forger capacity, the presence field that was ambient and continuous. He had built contracts and intelligence sources and formation traps and a tactical architecture that had held against a sovereign-level practitioner. He understood what he had. He understood, for the first time in 8 months, that he also understood what he could do with it outside the tomb. 3. The word Jin Wuk had used. Replacement. He had been turning it over for 4 days now. He had consulted Mao Tieshu's reading of it, someone to do a job, not to be him, and he had found it clarifying but insufficient. The Emperor had built a cultivation system that absorbed echoes of the dead and carried them forward. He had built it in a burial ground because that was where he had been when he needed it, and because the burial ground was where the echoes were. But the Emperor had also said, an emperor who cultivates through the dead does not need a throne. He needs a world. The world was large. The echo network was, in the tomb, deeply concentrated. The Hollow Emperor's own 600-year accumulation, the trial chamber's compressed history, the wall's long memory. Outside the tomb, the echoes would be diffuse, distributed. He would need to learn a different skill. He noted this as a task. He had been making tasks for 8 months. He was not afraid of tasks. He went to the outer courtyard. Mao Tieshu was already there. He handed Shen Duanyu a bowl of rice porridge from the portable kit they had been using for cooking since Lian Shuang had established the medical station in the 2nd week. Shen Duanyu accepted it. He ate standing up, which was a habit Lian Shuang had been attempting to address since the 4th month. Mao Tieshu said, Dong Mingsha wants a meeting. She said it's not urgent. I told her you'd come to her post this afternoon. Good. Rin Chao asked to speak with someone. The tribunal team said they'd pass it along. He considered this. Tell Dong Mingsha I'll take the meeting. Tell the tribunal team, I'll consider the request. He paused. What did he want to say? They didn't tell me the content. Mao Tieshu paused. But the assessment marshal said he was cooperating. Fully. More than required. He noted this. A practitioner who had spent 30 years building a power structure on a secret and had finally lost both the structure and the secret. Cooperation could mean several things. Fear was one. Relief was another. He reserved judgment. He would find out which at the meeting. Lian Shuang appeared in the inner gate with her own bowl of porridge and the expression of someone who had noticed he was eating standing up and had decided not to comment this specific time. He sat down on the outer wall step. She sat next to him. He said, there are 3 things I need to do today. 1. Dou Mingsha's meeting. 2. The tribunal's full account. I want to give testimony before they leave. He paused. 3. I need to tell you what I found in the throne chamber. She looked at him. He had told her he would tell her after the fight was finished. The fight was finished. He owed her the account he had promised. He said, when the fragment went into the base formation, the circuit completed. The Emperor's echo settled. I was sitting on the floor of the throne chamber while it happened, and I felt the entire echo network, all 8 months of it, shift from a sustained system to a stable one. He paused. And then Jian Wuk spoke to me one last time. Not in words. In the way the echo network uses resonance as language. He paused. He said what he had already told me. An emperor who cultivates through the dead does not need a throne. He needs a world. He looked at the outer wall. And then he said, I did not choose you to be my heir. I chose you to be my replacement. Because what I built needs to go where the dead are, and the dead are everywhere. She was quiet. He was at peace when he said it. He said, I don't have a better word for the resonance quality. Peace. He paused. I have not often had occasion to use that word. Mao Tieshu, from across the courtyard, said nothing. But he was listening. Su Wanyue, arriving through the inner gate with her own bowl of porridge, stopped walking for a moment when she heard the word peace, then came and sat down on the wall without intruding on the conversation. He was quiet for a moment. He said, there is also this. After I came out of the throne chamber, Dou Mingsha told me something when I submitted the fragment as evidence. He paused. Ren Xiao told her, during the initial custody interview, that he had been given the fragment by a different party 30 years ago. Not as a gift. As payment. Another pause. Payment for services. The party who paid him, he did not name them, had given him one fragment to hold because they needed a host with high cultivation to maintain its resonance quality outside the throne field. He looked at Lian Shuang. He said there were 3 others. 3 other throne fragments, distributed to 3 other hosts across the continent. The outer courtyard was quiet. I don't know who holds them, he said. I don't know who the distributing party is. I don't know what they were trying to do or whether they knew what the throne's full architecture was. He paused. I know that the Hollow Emperor's throne was not a single piece, and that Ren Xiao's fragment was the only one that came home. Lian Shuang said, that's the next problem. Yes, he said. That's the next problem. He finished the porridge. He ran the full inventory one more time. The tomb was secure. The echo network was stable. The immediate threat was resolved. 1 fragment returned. 3 accounted as missing. The world outside the burial ground boundary still as large as it had always been. And himself, specifically himself, holding for the first time in 8 months the specific combination of clarity and readiness that he associated with a task understood. The task was large. The echo network extended at its outer edge, approximately 2 li from the burial ground's center. The world was considerably larger than 2 li. He noted that this was going to require adjustment. He noted that adjustment, in his experience, was most efficiently done by beginning. He stood up. He said, I should go see Dou Mingsha. Mao Tieshu said, note that we're coming. He looked at him. You don't negotiate correctly without someone next to you who looks like they've been in a fight, Mao Tieshu said. He gestured at his wrapped arm. I qualify. He looked at Lian Shuang. She was already standing. He looked at Su Wanyue. She said, I have a list of things the Hollow Canopy sect's junior practitioners are owed. Someone with legal standing needs to be present when I present it. She looked at him. You have legal standing. He had legal standing. He said, let's go. He walked out through the outer gate of the Hollow Emperor's burial ground. For the first time in 8 months, going out to meet a problem rather than standing inside a problem waiting for it to arrive. The morning was cold. The dead grass was pale. The perimeter treeline was empty of hostile formations, the burned earth of the formation markers already beginning to recover at the edges. He walked toward Dou Mingsha's monitoring post with Mao Tieshu on his left and Lian Shuang on his right, and Su Wanyue a step behind, and the echo network extending as far as it reached, and 3 thrown fragments somewhere in the world, and a task he had not finished yet, and the specific quality of being exactly where he was supposed to be. not because someone had told him so, but because all the evidence pointed to it and he had learned, in 8 months, to trust the evidence. He noted that. He went forward,